format.
They certainly will have a task on their hands, but can they do it? That is the question, and a lot of European fans are willing to find out. Let's actually talk about the other side of the stage, or should I say opposite the stage, because of course we do have a wrestling kind of stage aspect happening here, which is amazing. So we might see some trash talking, some
wrestling itself.
Some wrestling could happen, especially if we have Spartan on the stage. I was going to say, he's on the same team as Ryan now, so that's kind of out of the picture.
But maybe that's like the ultimate like WWE style storyline that we get going on.
Ryan has the locks for it, you know. He has the curly hair. It would be perfect. It really would be a great story, and they need to get on different teams, I think. But talking about Shopify, Tony, I've got to ask you. You know, they've been making some noise. Of course, we've talked about how great they have been, the success. I'm sure they want to keep going and have a better success story here today. But you know, what are you thinking in terms of this matchup for them? Are we looking to see something that is just so dominant, a performance where we are not questioning their ability at all, or do you think against Foe it's going to be a bit of a difficult ride?
I mean, for Shopify, they got to go in and put in the work. I mean, guys, let me read you off their previous places. You got 4th place at Arlington. You got, first place during one of the online events, then back-to-back 2nd places. The haters from Shopify Rebellion have been so quiet. They've been missing, while Shopify Rebellion have been loud and proud. So I have no reason to think, why can't you ride that momentum? Why can't you keep it going forward back on land here again? So obviously, ITB is very good.
Yes.
But Shopify, you got to get through this. This needs to be a 3-1 or 3-0. That's their expectation.
Dominant performance. I was going to ask you the same thing. We're actually going to bring up the series layout while we're waiting for things on the main stage. Just to look across, because I do think there is a lot of kind of guidance here, especially for ITB. Shopify Rebellion, they're looking to make a statement here. Would you agree with Tony that that's really the start that they need for this Friday?
Yeah, I expect them to start very hot. This team put in the work, had a boot camp coming into this event for several weeks. These guys have been together, putting in the extra time to be prepared to kick this tournament off the right way. I think they look at an opportunity to be the first seed in their pool, probably for the first time in a lot of their careers. And this Friday should be cruising through this pool in dominant fashion. I think that they are going to want to set a tone that they carry through to Championship Sunday.
And looking at this map layout, one of the reasons why I said Shopify needs to win this in 4 or if not in 3 is because Aquarius Slayer is that game number 5. This ITB roster ran undefeated at Arlington, and it wasn't easy for them. We're talking about the likes of Business, who now are going by Proton, and Proton Gaming are now going by Half by Cloud9, and even SSG. I'm saying some big names that they beat, and they ran undefeated. So there's a reason why they need to win it in Game 3 or Game 4. You do not want to see ITB in Game 5.
That is very true. And also, this is kind of a repeat that we saw in Arlington. These two played last time. They were in the Elim bracket semi-finals, and Foe, they were knocked out of the tournament 3-1. How do you feel like this rematch will go, based on what we're seeing in the series layout, and based on the two, obviously, in the lead up to London on the qualifiers?
I honestly think this series could get pretty ugly for ITB very quickly. The fact that they were on fire and they were built off so much momentum last tournament and still fell short to Shopify. Shopify has put in so much work. I would say they've even evolved as a team to be even stronger coming into this event. ITB have to show me that they have also evolved, that they have also gotten stronger. If they want to be able to continue to compete with where they think they belong, which is the 4th place team in Shopify, ITB, we continue to say they have ambitions of top 6 performances and top 4 even potentially. Well, here's your chance to prove it.
Indeed it is. You talk about strength as well, and two very, very strong players on the Shopify roster, of course, Suppress and Cycle, both really putting up the numbers as well. Very, very impressive out of every single individual on their roster. We're going to have a head-to-head in just a second between the two, and you're looking at some of the stats here. I mean, the stats to reach this level, folks, just so you know, because sometimes stats can be a little bit strange and misleading at times. When you are getting to a top 4 finish and you guys can have incredible stats, that is absolutely huge. This is their stats against Foe at Arlington, a 1.42 and a 1.24 in themselves are just incredible. That level is so hard to achieve, and consistently Shopify seem to do it.
That shows you that these two were farming against ITB last tournament. Those stats are absolutely insane. These guys are the main slayers for this Shopify Rebellion team, and they were having their way with ITB. And that was an on-fire ITB, a team that was rolling off so many Game 5s and confidence. And when you can stop a team's momentum like that dead in its tracks and put them where you believe they belong, I love Shopify's opportunity here. They should walk into this knowing that they're the better team with the better individuals and the two better slayers.
one thing that really surprised me when looking at this graphic is Cycle. Like, Cycle had a crazy damage-dealing game where, on average, it's usually the tertiary damage dealer. It's usually Suppressed who's leading as far as that damage. Cycle more of a player that has just really good timing, really good flanks, and so sometimes you'll end up more towards the bottom of that damage dealing. But in that series, he was having fun.
You know that a team have had a good time in a series when you do see kind of the players who aren't usually the biggest damage dealers, like you mentioned, having a blast, doing things that they might not do on a regular daily basis with their team. That's how you know they were really rolling a different team there. So amazing stuff from Shopify. Can they also do that this time? That is the question. We do also want to look at some pools as well, because, before we look at pools, we have the Slayer KD leaderboard from HCS Arlington. So there you go. Suppressed and Cycle, I mean, like I said, consistently doing what they do best. And to have two players on the board, 1 and 2 position, along with Lucid, Falcated, and Bound, that speaks volumes, Clutch.
That's a good place to be. If you're above Lucid and Bound and even Falcated in any stat leaving the tournament, you're probably pretty proud of yourself. And for Suppress and Cycle on the same team to be there, those game 2s, which are traditionally where the better teams slip up in series, that shows me they have Slayers locked down. Shopify are not going to lose those game 2s, even to like the teams that they are favorited over, which is, like I said, usually the opportunity that the team says, let's get back into this series. That says that's not as big of an opportunity as it usually is. Shopify, those are some phenomenal stats for them to create upsets against some of the teams that are listed below them with those individuals.
And once again, I'm going to sit there and tell you, I'm surprised. As far as Cycle on the KD leaderboard, like I said, timing is everything, and he's a great flank. He's a great player that keeps his deaths low. But Suppressed, he's an entry fragger. He's a damage dealer. He averaged almost 6,000 damage a game back at Arlington. So he's not a player that really is going to, sit there and bait his teammates. He's in there. So for him to be winning his gunfights, winning that damage battle, and be here, it's no wonder why Shopify had one heck of an Arlington.
Indeed, it is. Here's the pool play, folks. And just to let you know, we're not stalling on purpose, I promise. I know we love being up here yapping away, but I promise you, we are waiting for things to get going on the main stage. And while we do so, just have a little gander over all 4 of our pools here. What are you excited about seeing, Wes? Obviously, the pool of death is amazing, but on the other 3 we haven't touched upon yet, what really is taking your eye to kind of see how it shakes out in the end? Honestly,
depending on how this first series goes, Shopify versus ITB, Native Gaming are now in the pool, and although they haven't looked great online, I expect them to pick their game up on lane. Those guys are tried and true veterans. Some of them champions across multiple different titles. These guys have been doing it for a very long time. So depending on how this first series goes, depending on if ITB can walk away with confidence, that could be where Native Gaming strike, and ITB can find themselves in a deep hole if they are caught slipping on this Friday.
They certainly could indeed. And Tony, listen, I know where you're going already because we've done our homework together, and I know you're very excited about a certain roster on here. But Pool A, I think, is where your eyes are going to. And that Proton Gaming Space Station series, I mean, that's going to be competitive.
It's going to be so fun to watch.
Yeah.
Talk about SSG that will come in with that speed, come in with that aggression. Well, who could match them with that? Well, maybe Proton Gaming, maybe half of that old Native Red roster in Taulik, and the return of Drunk. First time on land since since season 1 Worlds. Like, absolutely crazy. You have Collect, who just joined the roster, who fits in like a glove. I'm telling you right now, that matchup is going to be fun. It's like watching like 2 great boxers that say, you know what, let's meet at the center of the ring. Let's throw some haymakers. Make sure you are watching SSG and Proton Gaming.
They'll be having their gloves on. I can guarantee it. There will be some haymakers thrown for sure. You know, looking actually at the return of Druck, this is a huge storyline. We haven't seen Druck perform for such a long time. The last time we saw him was year 1. He missed entirely the 2nd year of Halo Infinite. That is a long time. We also talked about this, I think, at the dinner table the other night, about how the mindset might work for Druck, because it could go either way. He could be so hungry, so ready, so prepared for this moment, and he's going to take every chance and opportunity he gets to perform. And we could be seeing a lights-out monster up there going up against some opponents.
Yeah, not to beat a dead horse, but the last time we saw Druck, he placed 3rd at the first World Championship in Halo Infinite, and you had to think what was in store for this young new talent that's come up, that is making a name for himself. Is this going to be consistent? Well, we haven't been able to even see him compete on LAN until now. the amount of emotion going through this kid this weekend, I try to put myself in those shoes, but there's no way I could ever relate to what he's going to be going through emotionally. He's got to have so much pimped up energy ready to get his first series underway, and the fact that it is against the reigning champions in SSG from Arlington, what a bigger opportunity to create an upset and say, I am back with a vengeance for Druck. I can't wait to see how he plays. I just hope the moment and the emotions don't become a negative effect on his gameplay, because he has been playing so well online leading up to this event.
I'm happy you talked about momentum and talked about the emotions. I'm looking at Last Shot. You know,
Yes.
It's one of the players that we haven't talked about yet, and one of the players that maybe a lot of people at home that are maybe more casual viewers have never heard of. Last Shot is really a rookie as far as his pro season here this year. He's been phenomenal in open bracket teams, been phenomenal online, but now we have to see what he does on land when expectations are through the roof. I love Last Shot. I've been casting him since SWAT tournaments back in Halo 5. I believe in the kid.
Another one of those kids is an FFA champion, came up with a lot of individual skills, started figuring out the 4v4, found himself on a very strong Proton gaming roster. In my opinion, he's the best player on that team. If you look at their stats from scrims, if you look at them from the cups, this kid's leading the team in kills and damage. He is another one of those precision-esque players that I think is going to be a household name if we give him some airtime. If we put the VOD on his screen, he is always shooting strong. He can stand with the big dogs. He's going to prove it in that SSG series if they want any chance to compete and push that series the distance.
Listen, we love talking and analyzing amazing gameplay up here on the desk. And of course, we like to show some from the Halo Infinite community themselves as well. We have some exceptional players in the community. Here's the top 10 ranked plays from you guys. Let's check it out.
No! Overkill, let's go. Oh my god!
Alright up.
Kill the sniper, push up, guys.
Top A.
Sandbags.
There's two of them in A right now. Two
Kill
of them. 3 seconds. 1 second.
Oh my god! Get the ball, get the ball.
Oh, they got it.
Oh my. Oh my god. Oh, sometimes.
Are you a magician? Are you
I
a
give it a
magician or
feeling.
something, bruh?
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Oh my god.
Oh my god!
Oh my.
No, don't post it, please.
I gotta say, that last clip is something different. The casual singing in the background, the meowing in the chat, the LMAO, just the casualness of those shots being so stunning. that is just dopamine to me. Even watching it, I get secondhand dopamine.
It's everything. Being able to drop the snipe for your teammate in the
Yes.
Halo Infinite, and Soul Snipe just gets the snipe drop for him in matchmaking. I wish some of y'all out there did that for me because I want the snipe. But obviously, Soul Snipe, the talent that he is, it's in his name, for God's sake. He pops off. You give the kid an opportunity, he's going to take it and run with it. And hopefully we see some of that showcase here in a bit.
I hope so, especially on LAN, because LAN feels really, really good. Big shout out to all of those guys in the top 10. Eli X, we have a couple people who are also in the room, I think, as well. Tony, I heard your voice on that.
I was calling out for Eli in that
You
clip,
were.
so I'm just saying, I should have got credit for that. Should have been featuring Tony. Come on, now the call outs.
He might have got one assist.
Oh, come on.
Hopefully you got the ball like you asked after he was done with it.
Hey, I'm in the lobby with Eli. I'm holding the ball.
That is true. That is very true. Now, guys, we're going to have to hold on for just a little longer, I promise. We're nearly ready. We're just getting things all set up for our pro players to make sure they have the best situation possible going into this competition. But we do have some others to talk about. Now, looking across our pools, a couple we haven't really got into yet, and I really want to dig deep with you guys and get your analyst brains going. But that pool B, it is such a big pool of death. This time we talk about the pool of death often, and sometimes we actually have trouble deciding which one is the most competitive. This one was so easy. Right from the rip, we looked across and we thought, this is going to be horrific for some of these guys. The competition starts Friday very much. It's going to feel a little bit like champ bracket play for these guys because of how competitive it has to be. This is a must-wins for all three of these teams. Must-wins. You cannot mess around. You have to turn up and show out. And Quadrant versus Sentinels, for me, is where it's at. This is a huge, huge match. Sentinels are looking very, very good. Online, they have been phenomenal. That new addition of precision, we talked about all of that. A Quadrant ready for what Sentinels might be bringing to the table.
I think they probably think they are. The big question for me is actually, are they, though? The pickup of precision is going to motivate the Sentinels roster, especially after the performance the Sentinels had at Arlington. You know that the period of time between Arlington and now has been such a long wait because they want redemption. They want to redeem themselves, find themselves, and prove to the fans out there that they do belong still inside that top four. I think Sentinels are going to come out red hot. Quadrant are going to have to match that energy, that flow, so early on in the tournament. These two are going to be creating fireworks that early, and for it to determine so much in their tournament future, because if you get third in your pool, you come out and go straight to the elimination bracket. You don't get a chance at winner's bracket. That is such a difficult ask for one of those two teams that you know both are regretting what happened at Arlington. The fate is destined for one of them to be in winners. One of them goes to the elimination bracket. I don't think either one of them have any business creating an upset against OpTic. So for whichever one does not have a strong Friday, I worry for their tournament lives and how the rest of the weekend goes.
100%. I also think both teams have different circumstances. I think experience and chemistry-wise altogether. I think on one side you've got Quadrant. They're in their home turf. They've got a home crowd here. They're in London, and we know what Quadrant fans are like. We've seen them in North America show up, and they're some of the loudest fans that we have. We love the Quadrant fans. They're going to be turning up. Make no mistake about it. They will be cheering and shouting and rooting on their team, but they've also got that pressure as well. So I'm waiting to find out if Quadrant are going to feed off that kind of energy, that crowd, that excitement, or will it be pressurizing in a situation like this where it is a must-win scenario for them? And then on the other side, Sentinels, they've made a very big team change with a very big dog, Spartan the dog, of course. So it's been a difficult ride for them. They are having to prove themselves, having to prove why they made this change. They want to make sure that this is the tournament to do so. So two very, very different kind of situations coming on board. And Tony, how are you feeling about the expectations on both of the shoulders of these teams?
You know, it's funny. I like them for both. I think when I look at Sentinels, you just have so much experience, you know, and you're always coming in prepared on the line of Sentinels, but also similar with Quadrant. I've got the chance to sit down and talk with the likes of SLGs and Seekers and the way that they approach the game. Like I remember SLG, I sat down with SLG in the green room back at Arlington, and he told me that, you know, a lot of people were thinking like, we're trying to replace Legend, or how are they going to replace Legend? He said, no, you guys are thinking about it the wrong way. We're not replacing Legend, we're replacing the playbook. We have a new team with new strengths and new weaknesses, so we're going to change the way that we approach the game. And I just thought it was so incredible for a player so young to have that type of veteran mindset. It's just, they're both well prepared. I'm not worried about either one of them.
I like that.
The big thing that you pointed out, Lottie, is this crowd is going to be a real problem if Quadrant get off to a hot start. If they give the crowd a reason to start getting loud. For me, if you're on the side of Sentinels, you got to shut this crowd up early. You got to come out and dominate game one, because if Quadrant get any kind of momentum in this series, that momentum is going to create energy in this room, and that energy is going to be felt by the players, and that is not where you want to be on the side of Sentinels. Things can get very chaotic when this crowd gets loud. Sentinels need to come out strong game one and make it a point to shut this crowd up.
Indeed, they certainly will have to shut this crowd up, because I do feel like a lot of the rowdy kind of UK lot are going to be out in full force today. We kind of passed to go to the toilets already, and they're just so cheerful.
They're chirping. They're ready.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Of course, we do have a bunch of action coming your way today, guys. Here's the match schedule, just to remind you. I know we've got off track a little bit, but here we go. First one will be Shopify Rebellion going up against ITB Esports. Shortly after that will be Faze Clan, your previous world champions, versus Complexity. Space Station, they'll take on Proton Gaming. That's Tony's absolute banger of a match. And Quadrant versus Sentinels, your hometown team, going up against this must-win roster. Sentinels versus Quadrant will be absolutely amazing. And to close out your night, we have Quadrant versus OpTic Gaming. It's the battle of the greens. Which one is brightest? Which feature will keep going on? It's going to be absolutely incredible, folks. We are ready to go. Here we go. HCS London, your major day one starts right now.
Welcome to Quadrant. More than a name, it's a beacon for the elite, where the relentless pursuit of excellence knows no bounds. From the revving engines of motorsport to the daring tricks on ramps, our athletes consistently perform at the highest level. Now, this spirit transcends to the arenas of Halo, where esports athletes gear up, not just to compete, but to conquer. They are strategists, warriors, and champions. They are athletes. Join us as worlds collide, where the physical meets the digital, where legends rise and heroes are forged under the banner of Quadrant.
Glory taken down, 2 dead here for Na'Vi. Make it 3. Oh, there!
Witness the fusion of top-tier entertainment and cutting-edge competition. Witness history.
SLG finds 2.
Rockets are up. Legend wants to make a play. SLG pushing up with the stalker. He's feeling confident, and that's gonna be it.
Oh my God, Quadrant, they create history.
Halo, welcome to Europe.
Welcome, folks, to European Halo's first major. Dan, let's take a moment before we even talk about teams. We're in London. I haven't had to take a long flight. This one's going to be a good one.
I sadly did. I feel like I've been jet lagged for the first time at a European event, but what an event to be at, right? The fact we're going to have open bracket, the fact we're going to have some of the best teams, if not the best teams in the world, competing against who knows at this point. You've got that what if of anyone could be there in that final moment.
Yeah, not to mention that we also have a little Formula 1 car behind us, which is looking pretty sweet. Got a lot of vinyls on, got our names on as well. And something we've seen the players trying to adjust to London. Of course, some of the American lads coming over and complaining about sauces and not getting with the chicken.
Yeah, it seems like everyone's unhappy with the food, but they will be very happy with the Halo, I am sure. As you can see, ITB and Shopify Rebellion are gearing up for the first match of the day at the moment. But whilst they wait to get ready, of course, we can kind of talk about this event as a whole and how it's been. I mean, leading up to it, there's been a lot of excitement from fans all around the UK and surrounding areas in Europe. The fact that they can be here, they can watch some of the best teams compete in the world.
Yeah, I think that's a massive opportunity for all of the Europeans. Of course, we watch on Twitch all the time. We're up till all hours of the morning, and now it's time for the Americans to maybe get up out of bed a little bit, get the coffee on, and maybe put the halo on.
And it's a very intimate arena, very close to the fans. North America are going to be under the pressure, under the cosh, especially I imagine when Quadrant, or really any European team is playing. And we'll have to see how they deal with said pressure. I remember back in the olden days of MLG seeing European teams go over and compete in those pit areas and having to hear those North American crowds roaring behind them. I imagine it's going to be exactly the same here in this arena, and just seeing the North American teams maybe struggle, but it also might spur them on.
Now, Shopify Rebellion on that stage up against Into the Breach, recently picked up, formerly known as Foe, coming off the back of a top 6 finish for them, their best ever. Shopify Rebellion top 4. These two teams have a little bit of history as well.
Yeah, a lot of momentum coming into it from both of them, and they faced against each other. Yes, Into the Breach were knocked out by Shopify Rebellion, but they were off the back of series after series after series, starting to get a little bit tired, and I think they'll be excited here to show what they're made of in a kind of fair playing field where they won't have to think about the fact they've just played back to back to back. But those are the map records on your screen of how everything looked throughout 2024 on the series layout that we're going to be competing here today. Now, it was King of the Hill we started off with in Arlington, with these two teams facing off against each other as well, and we did see ITB win that one, and they got a 1-0 lead, but it went downhill from there. And you know why? Slayer.
Hello, everyone, and a very good morning to you. As the saying goes, it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Sometimes it's 5 a.m. as we join you guys bright and early for some HCS London action. Mikowski here. Joined alongside me is my duo, Eli the Ninja. And Eli, we might not be on land. We might not be at the event, but we're going to bring the passion. We're going to bring all the coverage we can this weekend as we kick things off between Proton and BH3.
You're exactly right. I could not be more excited for London. This tournament is going to be absolutely insane. Probably the most competitive tournament that we've had to date, maybe in Halo period, because all these teams are so good. And on your screen, we've got one of my dark horses to maybe break through into that top 4 this weekend, and that's going to be Proton Gaming. This team just won the major qualifier to earn their spot in this pool, and they have been playing lights out in scrims. They beat Faze, played even against Shopify, barely lost to OpTic. I mean, a lot of the big teams are having a hard time playing against this roster, so I do expect them to take this series here against BH3 Esports.
Don't adjust your monitor. This is truth. This is fact. We are live, and Druck is live on land. So excited. You can even say a little biased to see this individual perform for the first time since HCS Season 1, where he led that native gaming roster to a top 3 finish at the Halo World Championship. And Eli, if what you're talking about comes through to fruition, I think that experience going back to HCS Season 1 at the Halo World Championship is going to be a part of that dark horse run. You've still got half of that core roster in Druck and Talik on this Proton Gaming squad as they take an early lead up by 10 plus and control of A, B, and C.
Exactly right. Druck and Talik have proven themselves on land, top 3 at the World Championship in Season 1. Joined with the World FFA champion Last Shot, and then, of course, Collect. Everybody knows this guy now, and I feel like he's really coming into his own as a player as of late. Really just kind of understanding the meta of the game a bit better, maybe maturing a bit as a human being in general as well. I mean, he's still quite young, right? So still learning his way around the scene, and right now they are rolling. Trip cap in effect. We've also got the next camo being put in the suit of Last Shot, and you just love to see how fast these guys play. I think this is one of their most comfortable game types. They know how to absolutely apply pressure and put teams in the blender. That's exactly what's happening so far to BH3 Esports.
You've got your dark horse in Proton Gaming. You've got your revenge tour individual in Collect as he goes down, but not before building a 100-plus second lead. BH3 Esports, formerly the Mags Up roster, they're here in large part due to the success in recent years and tournaments from the EU side of competition. You had Foe now Into the Breach qualifying with the top 6 at the previous Arlington LAN event, and Quadrant had to qualify in those major qualifiers. That's what opened up an extra spot for EU to take a spot in pool play. So what an exciting development. What exciting growth we've seen in Halo Esports, watching EU come from nowhere to now occupying almost a quarter of the pool play spots on LAN. I mean, unbelievable success, and who knows what they'll be able to do in the open bracket. We got a couple of NA teams that traveled across the pond to potentially take some spots from EU, but for now, it's Proton stealing the hearts and souls of BH3. This is a big Game 1 win, Eli, and this is important in the sense that it sets the tone. If Proton want to make that dark horse run, this is not a series to sleep on. They need the 3-0 sweep. They need to expect the 3-0 sweep, and it looks like that's how they're playing and performing right now.
You're exactly right. I mean, BH3, no slouches, by the way. This guy, Millsy, on your screen right now, or sorry, Sunriz is on your screen right now. He's considered the main slayer for this team. They actually, I took a look at their stats, and Sunriz, the primary slayer, Millsy, secondary. And Millsy got top 8 in the FFA at Arlington. He is an absolute beast. I mean, no slouch whatsoever. They did also take series off of, they took a series off of Foe in one of the European Open tournaments, and now they've got a trip cap against Proton Gaming after some nice snipes coming in from Millsy. And let's see what they can do with this.
BH3 actually won the opening break, had a little bit of a lead. It was early at the 40 to 30 mark or so, but hey, this is a nice stretch of gameplay here as we hop on board with Millsy, still with that sniper in his hands, focusing towards the sandbag side, misses a shot, now has to worry about the player on his right, occupying the B bunker space, and nice flank here, but misses a couple shots, and the timing is everything. Does take him down, but that one extra shot that he took into his suit allowed that fragmentation grenade to take him down. 3 go down for BH3 Esports as Proton regain control.
And that's big. I mean, once Proton get into control, they're usually able to hold on to it for a long time, especially if you're going to hit some great shots like Druck just did there. As long as Druck can stay alive, he can continue to protect the B stronghold, tries to hit the late jump and turn a situation around that he had no situation even, or no business even having a chance to win in that situation, to be honest, but somehow manufacturing a path to a kill there. And now look at the push from Proton. They're wrapping all the way from C to A, doing so, jumping in the faces of BH3, dealing maximum damage, but can they finish the job here? Looks like BH3 had to scurry away, and now they're trying to cap B instead.
That's part of what you afford yourself when you take this monster lead on LAN. You can take those wide flanks. You can take an extra 2 to 3 seconds to make the route and push the route that you want on the map, and that long route is going to lead to a quick 1-0 series lead for Proton Gaming as they take it 250 to 95.
Talik 18 and 11, by the way. I mean, we talked about this guy maybe not playing to the caliber we were used to seeing him at last season. I mean, one of his main duos, Druck, was having a lot of issues with visas, unable to make it to some of the lands, but now that Druck is back, we might see Talik unlocked as well. I feel like when these two are on the map together, they're just able to control so much space, they can move so fast, and they frankly do not miss many shots.
There is definitely something to be said, Eli, for having your duo, having your buddy. I know this after getting carried to Onyx by you this week. I need my buddy. I need my best friend with me in the lobby to feel comfortable and safe and like I can play my best. It's no different for guys like Druck and Talik, and I completely agree. Talik hasn't quite looked like Talik in recent tournaments, and a big reason for that could be the fact that Druck hasn't been on the squad for those. Now you line things up with Collect, a Halo prodigy, Last Shot, a potential rookie of the year, and man, this roster is built to win and maybe even reach that top 3 finish we saw in Season 1.
Couldn't agree more. These guys are on fire as of late, and yeah, this was a great Game 1 victory, but I would say this game type certainly favors them pretty heavily, so I would have been absolutely shocked if BH3 were able to take this one. Going into the Slayer, I think BH3 has a little bit better chance, but this Proton roster should be one of the better Slayer teams in the tournament as well. The meta with Slayer has been evolving. I think a lot of teams are starting to figure it out, and understanding that those opening strats are super important, but if you'll recall correctly, BH3 won the opening off that Game 1, so if they can win the opening off Game 2, they could certainly roll that momentum into a Game 2 win. We'll have to see.
Yeah, and look at the Slay department too. Half the squad was in the mix, right there at 12 and 11, 12 and 13. That's fine. That'll get you at least into the 40s with the potential tie. You make a clutch play in the end game, and hey, who knows? BH3 might just be able to take it. as we reset our sights on game 2, let's take a look at the past, man. HCS London, this is a historic event. It's also very fitting. It was 15 years ago that the Buck Twins first made their way to NA, Orlando specifically. And I'll never forget those two walking through the doors. It was like a couple aliens walked in, the way everybody turned and looked at them like, how did they get here? Well, they took a flight. I guess at the time that was kind of unbelievable and wild to think. And I think now it's not that crazy to think that people will have opportunities to travel all across the world because of Halo. So shout out to the Buck Twins on this HCS London early morning and early afternoon stream over there across the pond. And you look here at most recent timeline. EU is consistently in the top 8. They consistently have 2 to 3 teams in pool play. And go back to HCS Arlington last year, Quadrant got top 3. So such an unbelievable experience. This is such a privilege to be here with you, Eli, and the rest of the Halo community, casting this HCS London tournament. Just after all that we've seen from EU, their growth is well deserved, and they deserve to have this land. While we'd love to be there across the pond, this is their time. This is for them. This is for the EU community. I was so stoked when I saw on Twitter, everybody was just losing their minds when they got their tickets to HCS London. You could really sense and feel how bad the EU community wanted to be on land, wanted to have their own land major. And shout out again to Quadrant for hosting this tournament. The venue looks incredible. The scene looks electric. And that little preview that they wrote was really cool. It gave me goosebumps watching the mix of action sports, motorsports, and esports. It really is just a collective passion project you can feel from the boys over at Quadrant. So again, huge ups to EU, huge ups to Quadrant. I cannot wait to see where HCS London takes us this weekend.
Shouting out all the European talent. You forgot to mention that we just got our first European champion in Legend on SSG. I mean, cannot wait to see that team. I mean, are they going to be even better than we saw them at Arlington? I mean, they didn't really have a lot of practice going into that one. I think that team is going to be incredible, but props to Legend, man, just breaking through for Europe in general. Like you said, we got Chick, we've got all these amazing players, man. I can't even rank them at this point.
What's up, boys? Good morning.
Good morning.
I would cheers my coffee, but I drank all of it. So.
Yeah, same, bro. Like I'm out. I don't know if there's anybody listening, but I could use a refill. Good morning, everybody. It is bright and early here in the United States. Shout out to our boys, Bukowski and Eli, for coming through with us. We're just a couple Texas boys, doing our thing at 6 in the morning.
Yeah, this is awesome, man. I was a little worried, 6 a.m. That's kind of early to be up casting and bringing the enthusiasm and energy. But man, there's just something about when the game starts, when you hear Jeff Steitzer, at least in your head, that just gets you going. So I don't think we're going to be any worse for the wear. We're not going to be short on energy and enthusiasm because this is land, man. We live for this. So yeah. Whether it's 6 a.m., 6 p.m., we're ready.
Indeed. Good morning, Pure Delight. We got him in the stream. We got McDultz, Nayar. We got 400 people here in the stream. So thank you all for joining us this morning. Obviously, we're just getting kicked off. We're in the middle of round 1. This is LAN, right? And we know very well, just because we just hosted Orlando, that it takes time to get into the next game. There's really nothing you can do about it, So right now, we're covering the Bravo stream. We got Proton versus BH3. Boys, really quickly, right? Who won that last game?
Little Proton action.
Yeah, Proton. I mean, they're looking so good. They're playing so fast on the map. Livefire, I think, is probably their best map. I would guess. Nice. I feel like Druck and Talik are just hitting every curb slide known to mankind, moving at Mach 5 around the map. Like, these guys are unbelievably fast, and on a map with a lot of curb slides like Livefire, they're going to be insane.
Indeed, yeah. So Proton, of course, looking good. We haven't seen Druck on LAN in, it feels like a year, 2 years. I'm not even sure at this point.
Year and a half.
Woo. That's a long time, man. But the guy still has it. You know what I'm saying? So I think that he's really going to be looking to prove himself this LAN event. But yeah. Great out of Proton for game number 1. Boys, welcome back, by the way, right? We were just in Orlando. How was your time in Orlando? We're just killing time because we're just waiting for game 2, so.
Man, Orlando was so much fun. I immediately got home and I was like, man, when can we do this again? Because man, landing, right? We got to cast, we got to compete. I almost enjoyed watching Eli more than I even enjoyed watching guys like Legend and Renegade and Bound and Tusk. We had Shopify Rebellion there, but every time I'd look around the LAN venue, there's Eli leaning forward like it's 09 all over again, gaming his head off, and that was probably like one of my favorite moments. That, you know, it's always the moments within the moments that stick out to you from experiences like that, and that was it for me. I love seeing Eli do his thing. It really brought me back to some of the best memories of my life.
Yeah, I mean, it was a lot of fun getting a chance to play FFA again. Recently I've been having an itch to like compete in something again. I mean, obviously I don't think I'm gonna go out and make pro bracket at one of these tournaments, but just give myself a chance to compete was awesome, and the whole atmosphere was so much fun. Wonder Boy
right here. Hey, you got a, what is that, a plasma rifle? I can't even remember what the name of that weapon is. But what do you do?
We need this back in the game. That was the Brute Rifle, which shot actually a little bit faster even, I believe, did even more DPS and TTK than the Covenant Plasma Rifle. And yeah, this is man, the Plasma Pistol in the in Halo Infinite, but yeah, give us back the Plasma Rifle. That'd be sweet.
Yeah, so shout out to Into the Breach. This is the org that has signed the former foe roster, as you can see, holding Wonder Boy at gunpoint. But they're saying get back to work. No, but yeah, this is the roster that signs, you know, Wootum, right? Jimbo and the boys, right? So you know, shout out to them for finally securing an org. I'll be honest, right? I'm not completely familiar with this brand, this org, Into the Breach, but nevertheless, you know, I'm very happy to see them, you know, showing up supporting Halo whenever they can.
If I'm not mistaken, Into the Breach has actually been around for a while. I think they had like a Valorant roster. I think they've been a part of other esports. So I guess just decided, you know what, let's get into Halo and sign this roster. What a better roster to pick, right? I mean, they're probably the best unsigned team at the time, and they've also got the lack of jet lag advantage, I guess you could call it, at this point, because all the Americans traveling over are trying to adjust. I mean, right now what time is it right now? It's 6:45 in the morning. So any Americans that are from Central Time Zone, that's what it feels like for them right now. But
even
for ITB, they're
like
just chilling.
Pacific, you know, like some of these guys, it's 4:45 in the morning, and they've already been up for hours, right? Man. Like we just presume, right, that they've been at the venue for hours trying to warm up, all that good stuff. So, man, if you ever had like gamer hours in your sleep schedule, it might actually benefit you here.
Yeah, I mean, you guys bring up a great point. The EU boys are usually the ones struggling with jet lag, but now the NA competitors get to feel what that's like. I think ultimately by the time Saturday, Sunday roll around, they're going to be sort of synced up with their internal clock and Halo clock, I guess, more than anything. But this is an interesting roster right here. Into the Breach, previously foe, they had a massive chip on their shoulder. I mean, everybody was just like, how does a top 6 global Halo team not have organization support? It was a little ridiculous. I want to see them have the exact same chip on their shoulder, despite getting signed, hopefully getting a little bit of salary, getting some support from that Into the Breach roster. I want to see foe come out with that same level of hunger, that same chip on their shoulder here at this tournament. That's going to be what I'm looking for the most, is if they still have that edge to them, because I think there's it's at least part of a potential argument or conversation we could have here. I think that edge gave them the extra boost they needed to get top 6, 5th, 6th at Arlington. Man, Woodham in his first ever LAN tournament, surpassing Snipedown from Meadowlands 08. Eli, you know better than I, as you were his teammate that event, but only Bound placing higher in his first tournament. I mean, Woodham, have yourself a tournament and have yourself a second tournament, right? That's really what it's about when it comes to professional Halo and professional competition, doing it day in, day out, right? Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and now from LAN to LAN as you get a nice look. Look at that little LVT and Quadrant colors. That's beautiful.
Yeah, so I believe it's white, but there's so much green in the arena that everything's showing up as like a glow in the dark. Yeah. But you know, word on the street is this is getting put on the F1 racing car itself. I'm sorry, I'm unfamiliar with F1 largely, right? But what do they call those cars? It's like, I mean, what do you call the vehicle? Are any of you guys familiar? I'm sorry to put you on the spot.
I'll be honest, I don't know.
Okay.
This well, anyway, we're in the game, so I'm gonna let you guys get back to casting, boys.
Oh, all right. Here we go. Tolic ripping faces off the start, picking up where he last left off. Gets enough damage there on the body to earn an assist. As 2 go down for BH3 Esports, and Proton take a 2-1 lead.
Solitude Slayer can get out of hand quick if one team gets the sandbox and the other team, and they get the understanding of the spawns. But BH3 do a good job to kind of, I guess, neutralize the situation. They got a couple of kills, even though Tolic had the snipe. They now assassinate Tolic. And it looks like another member of the team here, Druck, is going to be the one with the camo. Keep in mind, this is the HCS broadcast. It looks like they need to fix a couple of the names. So it says Tolic in the bottom left. Top left, though, you can see the caret next to Druck's name. You can use that to figure out exactly who you're watching. Druck getting a nice kill there. And so far, honestly, BH3 have done a good job to keep this close, but I feel like as soon as Proton gets several kills at the same time, it can get out of hand in a hurry.
A lot of red filling the feed, whether it's pings or slays. They have now doubled up on BH3. 10-5 now as we lock in with Druck, always locked in, sitting at 3-0-0. And our first caster curse of the weekend. He goes down and dies, and 3 go down. So there you go. Like you said, keeping it close are BH3. They're only down by 2 now.
Only down by 2, and they have the chance to roll with some momentum. Looks like they've identified the spawners over here at the snipe side. They do go 2 dead, though, so when Proton play off of their back foot, so far have done so very well. They've maintained the lead, and this is a game type that if you're the lower seeded team, you really have to press that advantage state. As they do get 4 dead, this is the chance. They've taken the lead. They got 1 bullet left in the shock. They can force a spawn and start putting Proton in the blender.
Oh, the collapse on Cafe is in as Kimbo earns the double kill and continues to maintain a net numbers advantage for BH3. This is, like you said, Eli, their opportunity to roll, but Last Shot has second thoughts as he takes his sights down to Camo. That's up now, but looking like more bait for now. Trying to pull Last Shot out of the planner's location is BH3, but he's not taking the bait. He's positioning himself perfectly. The shots are too, as it's still close, 16-18. BH3 are going to take a lead into the 20s potentially, but just kidding. 18 all. This match is incredibly close, and this is a little bit what we predicted after BH3 were able to hang in the Slays department in game 1.
That kill from Last Shot, the perfect shots, one of the more difficult angles to land it, but you kind of come to expect it from the FFA world champion. This guy shoots so straight all the time. They call him their primary damage dealer, which is insane. He's the rookie. They got Tolic and Druck on the squad, but Last Shot consistently out damaging everyone on this roster. Such a talented young player. And here we have it. Finally, Proton, they have the lead, and look at the way Druck is, or this is actually Tolic. Look at the way Tolic is playing the situation. Standing still, letting them all spawn tram. They were intentionally not moving too far, wanted to wait until all those spawners were up, and now they're going to collapse.
Tolic is responsible for 15 out of the 25 slays for Proton Gaming. My God, you blink, and he is staying alive. Oh my God, puts the juke, left foot step. That's a fakie, back to the right with the thrust, and he just now goes down. What a spree there. Tolic is on a tear, and Proton are up because of it, 28-25.
And don't look now, though. Collect, talk about this guy as a slayer. He said in the podcast we had with him, he said, no, I'm not the slayer. I just try to make openings on the map. Right now, he's got 13 assists.
Wow.
Almost half of his team's kills have been assisted by him. Tolic with 15 of the kills. Now, looks like Collect, the one with the shock rifle on your screen, gets another assist. Add a kill to it. It's a 4 dead for BH3. Not a single member of Proton have died. And look at this. This is so clear what their plan is. Once they get 4 dead, they just let them spawn tram and then collapse. That has been their game plan each time they've been in that situation.
This is really good to see if you're a Proton fan. They face their first adversity of the tournament, of the series, and they answer back by going up by nearly double digits. Unbelievable. It was just a 2020 game. Now Proton are seeing clearly as Druck pushes on forward, has the A ledge, now pushing into the A courtyard, looking to pinch some competition. He's got a weak opponent on the LR side, going to let Zove scurry into the cafe and get slayed as he takes his sights to the top A ledge. I love Druck's process there. The chase for Zove, right? You want to get an extra slay, but you want to get extra positioning more than anything so you can force these spawners on the snipe side to head back to the respawn screen. Zove with more shots, and it might be more of the same where you just let one of the teammates finish that for Proton, but no, Druck is going to drop instead on a killing spree, 45-31. This game has gotten out of hand.
Like I said, man, they can keep it close for a while, but as soon as Proton gets some kind of advantage, they're one of the best in the entire world when it comes to pressing that advantage state, just controlling spawns, using movement, using cover to cover one another, just hide, baiting, and switching. I mean, they're so fluid on the map, and they are showing what they are capable of with a triple kill to close it out. Druck, welcome back to LAN. That's one way to close out your game, too.
Oh my God. And watch Druck's POV, you're like, oh, he probably had the most frags that game. But no, Tolic had 5 more. I mean, pick your poison. If you're BH3, there is so much damage to be dealt on the map with this Proton Gaming roster. And they just showed us how and why in that game, too. It was close for the first few sequences, 4 or 5 team wipes in, and it was tied. But it's almost like it never was. I mean, Proton ran away with it in large part to no single individual performance, really. Despite, again, the 18 slays there from Tolic, you don't feel like Eli that he was carrying or playing more than his 25%. And my God, does this bode well for this Proton Gaming roster. Your dark horse tournament pick. Do they have a top 3 finish? In their back pocket once again. Finally getting to see Druck and Tolic. I gotta like contain myself because I have been just begging to see Druck back on LAN. Halo's better for it when we have the best players in the world competing, and we do this weekend as Druck makes his return to LAN for the first time in a year and a half. And gotta give credit, man. Eli, talk to me about staying at the ready. I follow Druck on Twitter. He's always working out. He's always improving his physical and mental, it feels like. And to stay ready, to stay in the trenches despite being denied access to these LAN tournaments for nearly 2 years. I mean, I give the ultimate credit to him. The mental resolve that must have taken to continue to stay ready, to not get down on yourself or the situation. Just huge ups to Druck, man. Welcome back to LAN, and welcome back to the HCS.
I mean, when you're one of the best players in the world and you know it, it's almost like it's your destiny, right? Like, I mean, what else is he going to do? I mean, he's got to play. It's almost like he was born to do this. I'm not saying he's not capable of doing anything else, because it's very smart and capable human being. But I mean, it just kind of feels like it's his destiny to be in Halo. So yeah, of course he's going to stick around, man. He's going to wait for his chance. But you're right. I mean, it does take some level of mental fortitude to go through the trials and tribulations and ultimately find your way here. And we're all better for it. Halo is better for it when this guy can actually compete. And I'm just so excited for this roster, man. I know it's the first series. They're expected to win this one, but this is just a warm-up for what's to come for these guys for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, I know we had a conversation about it earlier in the week. You want the weaker or weakest opponent in your pools to start things off. Allows you to kind of roll into things a little bit. I'd say especially so over across the pond for HCS London, right? We said earlier it's 7 a.m., just shy of 7 a.m. Central Standard Time right now in NA. So these guys are waking up a little bit, and what better way to wake up than by opening up a can of whoop ass here in round 1.
Exactly right. I mean, all that stands between them and looking ahead to their next pool play match is this Recharge King of the Hill. I mean, can BH3 make it a little bit more interesting of a series? We'll have to see. But Recharge, I'm looking across to the other side and seeing how many players are just lights out with the shock rifle. I think I've seen Collect do more insane things with the shock rifle than any player than I've seen. Maybe Frosty, but dude, Collect with the shock rifle, if he can get control of it in this game, it's going to be bad news for BH3.
Yeah, I'll never forget Collect. I think this was when he was still with Native, and they were going up against Sentinels when Sparty was still on Sentinels. This was just a couple months ago. And it was a game 2 Slayer on Recharge. 48-46, they were down. Collect gets 2 kills and then pushes down to Camo bottom mid, where Sparty and I want to say, I think Lethal, yeah, it was Lethal and Sparty were both shooting at him from the Mangler and the C platform. And he 180 turns, 360 turns on both of them for the win, 50-49. Not an icier moment that I can recall in HCS Season 3, at least online. And Collect, he's that dude, and he's going to have that opportunity to use the shock once again here on Recharge King of the Hill, and can't wait to see what he can do with it as we continue to watch this Proton Gaming roster rev up the motors a little bit, right? Fitting with Quadrant hosting this London major. So again, this is a great opportunity for them to take maybe the easiest opponent in their pools and start to find their form, start to find their cadence, their rhythm, and how they like to communicate together on LAN. They're starting to feel it looks like.
You're exactly.
obviously they're looking good against BH3 on paper, right? But Space Station also in Pool A, right? So how do you think Proton fares against Space Station, boys?
For me, I mean, I kind of see Proton as like a very similar playstyle to SSG. I mean, they both are just aggressive in your face and kind of disrupt whatever you're trying to do. So when two teams that play a similar style like that face each other, it just becomes a bloodbath. It's just war nonstop. I mean, think back to the Open Series when Shopify and SSG are playing against each other. They're both two of the fastest teams in the HCS, and they're just constantly clashing in battle after battle after battle. And I kind of sense that that's kind of how it's going to go between Proton and Shopify, or Proton and SSG. Is it's just going to be hyper fast paced. Who's going to ice up and win more of those 1v1 battles? Who's going to be hitting more snipe shots? Who's going to be getting more snipers and overshields? I think that's probably where the separation is going to be, is which teams are a bit more efficient when it comes to grabbing power items and completing the objective.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, Eli. I think the biggest change that we saw outside of the BR to DMR starting weapon in HCS Season 3 is the pace of play, and especially so more recently online. Now, you've had a chance to talk to a lot of pros on the podcast recently, and they all say online, it kind of lends itself towards a faster level of gameplay because you just don't care as much as you do on LAN, right? The level of consequence isn't as high, so you just feel like, screw it, let's just go run at these guys. So that could be a reason for the increase in pace of play, but I think we're going to maybe be here, right? If the pace of play online was up here, I think we're going to be just below it, if not even maybe faster on LAN. And if anybody can fill in as a good comp for the pace of play that we've seen from SSG, Rebellion as well, I think Proton is a squad that fits right in the mix.
By the way, we're trying to get the bracket link fixed in the chat. Sorry about that, chat. It's very early morning, so we're just trying to get everything ready to go here.
Yeah, no, I have to agree. I think the pace of play definitely slows down on LAN, especially in Slayers. Like if a Slayer gets really close, both teams might elect to kind of set up instead of try to blend spawns. I mean, there's an interesting balance in this game, and I think the skill gap that people might not see on the surface is it's a lot about pace modulation. So knowing when to speed up, when to slow down. You know, once you start losing numbers, sometimes it doesn't make sense to continue pushing forward, and instead you wait for the spawners and you start taking a defensive stance, watch all the approach angles, which we're going to see, I think, on Street Slayer for sure. We'll definitely see it on Recharge throughout the weekend. There's just going to be times that it's not going to make sense to push anymore, and these teams are so good, they're going to recognize that moment and slow it down. We might even see some timeouts or games that go to time instead of reaching that 50 kill mark.
Also, another note. So we have a bracket link in the chat now. This bracket link takes you to the Start GG page where you can see the open bracket results. And, you know, Start GG is interesting, right? I think we're all used to Face It, but on Start GG specifically, right, green means they're either playing or they're done. Yellow means that they're being called. It's probably either starting or about to start, which, by the way, we're getting into game number 3, boys. So good luck.
All right.
We got audio.
Here we go. Locked in and ready to go. Here we go. Game 3 kicking off. And woo, I like that little strategy there from Druk, shooting the pad to potentially thwart that push through the Mangler side. Instead, he's thwarting Kimbo. Oh my God, almost lands 2. But instead does enough damage, gets the hell out of dodge, and lives to fight another day. Proton take the first 25%.
Wow. Yeah, love to see that. In case anybody in chat's like, why is he excited about him shooting the wall there? Well, there's a lightning chain reaction effect that happens if you shoot an electric gun, i.e. disruptor, shock rifle, on any weapon that's on the wall, the floor. If you can shoot it on an objective pad as well, the pad in the middle of a stronghold or a hill, it does chain lightning damage, AoE, area of effect damage, and that's what he was going for there, just trying to cut off a player that went through the Mangler door. And I think we're going to start to see players utilize that tech a bit more in this season as they get more and more creative.
Yeah, when we talked to Bound, he said the most underappreciated weapon in the HCS is the disruptor. For that reason right there, you can do so much nerdiness with it. As we see a little bit of nerdiness with the shot from Druk, now hopping back on board with him as he slides his way into A, gets enough damage for the assist, takes his space at the top of A, and you're going to start to see rotation come through. Proton will take kill number 1.
A little bit of a miss to melee there. It's going to be a small window of opportunity for Sunriz to get some early control of this C side. The C side definitely important for this Blue Pipes hill for obvious reasons, but you really want to control the space above and around this hill before you get into the hill itself. The hill itself is easily grenaded, but this rotation right here through the tower is one of the most important ones to cut off for both teams. So Zove actually finds a small timing window to just cut straight through without being seen. He's purposefully not setting foot in the hill, doesn't want to reveal his location, but it looks like the members of Proton a little bit too smart. They sniffed him out apparently.
Important slay there in the process of dismantling this back C and tower control. Interesting to see. Look at the pressure from Proton. They're pushing out while maintaining hill control. Does last shot towards the A overpass. Now working his way back to C to look through the long haul where Druck just went down. Proton are playing their process, and despite getting the first hill, they get the early rotation on hill number 2, and this might be 2-0 quickly.
You see the way they're playing this? They do not mind that time is burning off the clock. They do go 4 dead here, so great push by BH3, but you can tell Proton really just prioritizing the space around the hill and not really concerned with as much time as burning off the clock. They currently do have the lead, so clock is in their favor. Now, though, they're going to have to find a way to break into the setup. How strong is this setup from BH3? That's what I want to know. Right now, they've got heavy presence in the tower, but really not enough presence in the long haul. They do shut down Druck, but it looks like a member of Proton able to just go straight into the hill, killing the one player that was protecting it. And if you're BH3, you've got to be a little bit more controlled with your setup. I think they could have done a better job utilizing that 4 dead situation.
Duo on the board as the hill resets and rotates towards the needler location as Zove looking to push through on the gold frags, but at low HP doesn't feel safe with it. Instead repositions, reshields, takes his sights on the bat ledge, but God, Proton have it all figured out. They are not allowing Zove to push through. The pressure continues on despite the map flipping in half and the hill rotating. It's the same thing that we saw previously on hill number 2.
Just feels like it's such a tall task right now for BH3. It feels like Proton are playing the map a little bit more efficiently, and they just have a bit more firepower. I mean, these are some of the best shooters in the world. So hard to win even a single fight against these guys. Tolik's also got the camo, so they've been also controlling the sandbox, which is a side effect of dying less. You know, you're on the map more, which means you're going to be able to pick up resources a little bit more as well. But I like this play from Druck. I think he's going to go for the shock rifle. Camo shot combination is absolutely insane. And I think he's just going to walk in here and no-scope a couple faces. But no, before he even shows up, his teammates have already got the kills. And he's going to have to reposition the glass. There it is. There's the headshot. And now he's just going to control this space to make their life even more difficult.
Tolik, this is important again, the fundamentals. Wow, I think he actually got a little tickle damage. He did. Wow. Shoots the pad, doesn't even mean to. Now meaningfully shooting the plasma grenade, it's early. For a little bit of grenade damage there, stopping the push through to C, but BH3 pushed through anyways. Got to watch out for Tolik. Yes, he's got that shock, and he continues with the killing spree. Another headshot. He's all out of ammo and bubblegum.
Yeah, we know what's left to do when you're out of bubblegum. So over here, he's rotating here, drops the shock rifle for the BR as he is out of ammo. But I mean, this looks to be completely dominant at this point. Already down 2-0 in the series. You're down 3-0 in the King of the Hill. It feels like an impossible, insurmountable task for BH3, but it's technically not impossible. They need to dig deep and keep trying here, at least get some level of confidence going into the rest of their matches, because don't forget, their next match is against SSG, and then also the #1 open bracket team. So this is going to be a tough pool. Actually, sorry, no, I think this will be the #4 open bracket team. So at this rate, I mean, BH3 probably thinking about, we really just have to beat that open bracket team or create the most miraculous upset the world's ever seen against SSG.
Talk about confidence kills all the time. BH3 could use a confidence hill here, and you're right, Eli. It's especially important when you consider the fact that last place in pools sends you home early. You don't even get a chance to compete in championship bracket. BH3 not going to have a chance here. Millsy not close enough to potentially take down this Proton Gaming roster. They will lose life, but Millsy goes down shortly after. Proton with the 4-0 in game 3. They're looking about as good as you could have imagined to start your day.
Wow. I mean, this is kind of a warm-up for Proton. You know, they have their sights on SSG. if they can play fast and aggressive, but also slow down and control the map as they kind of showed they're capable of here, if they can do that against a team like SSG, they really do have a chance to create some crazy upsets. Taking a look at the stat page here, looks like last shot 15-10, Talik 13-4. I mean, these guys are putting up some insane numbers early here on Friday.
Man, everybody playing their 25% and maybe even then some. I don't know. Is it possible to be at 120% optimal efficiency? That's what it looked like Proton had there as they take each and every single one of these games easily. We saw BH3 in that game too, looking like the upset underdog game 2 winner like we sometimes see from the underseeded teams, but Proton ran away with it after Talik's 18 slays and Collect had damn near 18 assists. So Proton are on fire to start your day, and important, especially when you consider that SSG lies in wait.
Exactly right. Proton, definitely a team to keep your eye on for the remainder of this tournament, but I want to ask, we'll start with Louis, I guess. Who do you have your eyes on for this tournament? Like, do you have a favorite right now?
So yeah, I think I can see OpTic walking away with the tournament. My heart wants Faze to win. And then I think that a team like Quadrant can make a run, depending what the atmosphere is like inside the venue. Maybe if they make some waves and pull play, get in a good spot in championship bracket, and then the hype is just kind of built around them at at one of the primetime slots of the bracket on the championship side. I feel like Quadrant could make a run. So I don't know. I'm definitely feeling OpTic in this. You notice I'm not mentioning SSG. I think that SSG is going to be solid. They're going to be tough to beat. And if there's a given anywhere, I feel like it's SSG. But yeah, I got my eyes on OpTic, Faze, and Quadrant.
Yeah, you mentioned home field advantage, right?
Yeah.
Quadrant has that this weekend. I would argue maybe even Into the Breach has that this weekend. And when we talked to Bound, he said one of the things that was most surprising about that Salt Lake City event where SSG had home field advantage was that it was the first time he ever experienced the crowd louder for his team than OpTic. So there's something to that. That energy, it's contagious, right? We all are... we're all part of the same human race, right? So all of our energies is all connected. And so when you have the fans roaring for you, when you have the fans going nuts just for simply holding onto the oddball for 30 straight seconds, it juices you up. It gasses you up. So excited to see what Quadrant and Into the Breach can do this weekend with a little extra gas.
I have to agree. I mean, that there's also the jet lag factor. There's also the comfortability factor. I mean, I want to just talk about it real quick. I mean, at that LVT Orlando event, we had Shopify losing to, I mean, it was for all intensive purposes a God Squad, Bound, Legend, Renegaded, Tusk. But you have to think that like the more practiced, established team should come out on top there. But Soul Snipe was not himself because he was uncomfortable. He said the heat in Orlando was really getting to him. He wasn't feeling very good.
I'm still hot from that.
Yeah, dude, the humidity was insane.
Well, swampy.
Comfortability is important, right? And you just traveled across the entire globe. You're eating food that, there's been some funny comments about the food on social media. You can't have a good meal. Maybe you're not sleeping as well. Maybe you're uncomfortable. Like there's a lot of things that could throw off these players. And I really think that the meta right now is so tight that it's like if one person's feeling off and one person's feeling good on the other side, that's like the difference between winning and losing the series sometimes.
Dude, yeah, 100%. You bring up a great point. Formal on Twitter said this morning, well, I can't sleep, so I guess I'll just be up, right? And I think a lot of people feel that.
Damn.
I felt that, and we're not even across the pond. I set my alarm for 5 a.m., and what do you know, 4:30, I'm up and at 'em, ready to go. And my brain just like, I tried to lay back down in bed, like maybe I can go back to sleep, and I thought the same thing. Well, I'm up, might as well get ready for some Halo. So yeah, everything is off in the sense of your internal clock this weekend for everybody in NA. So watching these players adjust and work that out throughout the weekend is going to be a massive, massive factor, like you said, Eli.
Yeah, and somebody in chat said there's always a McDonald's nearby, but we talked to Collect and he's like, bro, the McDonald's doesn't have a McGriddle. It's his favorite thing on the McDonald's menu, and he's just completely pissed that they don't got the McGriddle in the UK apparently.
You got hot cakes, right?
I almost
Suspector said sauce doesn't exist
in London.
Spectre's like, does sauce exist in this country? Because apparently they just need to step up the sauce game. I don't know.
All right, here we
Maybe
go.
get a little
I'll pull up
creative.
the menu here.
Yeah, I was about to say, if they have hotcakes, you can get a
Bro, they have
McMuffin
mozzarella bites.
and then put the hotcakes on with a little syrup. Yeah, you can make it work, right? Get a little
Time out.
creative.
They got
Adapt,
mozzarella
collect. Come
bites.
on, bro.
They got the Mighty McMuffin brown sauce.
What is that?
I don't know. Breakfast
like
wrap
gravy?
with ketchup. They're putting ketchup in the wrap. Okay. I mean,
Ugh. I don't know why that sounds wrong. Like I put ketchup on
it
food that I
brown
eat, but
sauce? Is it like
in
a
a wrap is
syrup?
weird.
Wait, brown
bacon
sauce is
roll
syrup?
with tomato ketchup. Oh no. No. I'm not gonna show it on stream, guys. Yeah, I mean, just Google McDonald's London menu, and you'll see exactly what I'm looking at.
I will say I went to London. This was 10, 15 years ago, and I got a burger and fries, and they gave me mayonnaise for my condiment. This might be my hot take of the weekend, my most faded moment of the weekend. I loved it. I was like, man, screw this, bro. Why'd they give me mayonnaise? But you got to take what you got, right? So I twisted the jar off, dunked in that French fry, and I realized that mayonnaise was the superior condiment.
Okay.
That's how they eat their fries there. And half a chat just threw up, but you know, that's how they eat their fries there. I mean, I've had what they make, like truffle mayo or like truffle garlic mayo.
Yeah.
Yep.
They had that at like fancy restaurants.
Aioli is
yeah, there it is.
Aioli.
Well, aioli is just a fancy word that means mixed with mayonnaise. Like that's literally all it means. Like
Maybe some truffle.
you can say aioli so you sound all fancy and like proper, but it's literally just something mixed with mayonnaise.
A little lemon squirted in, and oh, it's aioli. Oh, yeah, it's just mayo based. Everything's mayo based over there in London. So, yeah, big ups to all the competitors trying to not only adjust their sleep schedule, but their eating habits as well.
Obviously, game number 1 in pool play is done. Proton up 1-0 in pool A. BH3 down 0-1. Right. Next up, we're probably going to see Space Station versus BH3. But we are just waiting for the alpha stream to come back, boys, and then we'll kick it off to the alpha stream so everybody can enjoy the alpha coverage while we're waiting for the next match. But in the meantime, back to where we were, just laying it out there what our plan of attack is here.
Sure, yeah. Now the rest of the day, let me pull up the schedule here. I think the most interesting one that we're gonna have is that OpTic versus Sentinels coming up a bit later. That's gonna be a crazy series. I mean, didn't they go to game 5 in some of the online events? Well, actually, I don't know if they actually played against each other that much. Sentinels took Faze to game 5 and I think won both times.
Into the
yeah.
Go ahead.
Into the Breach versus, I believe it would be Native Gaming. That might be a sneaky, cheeky pool C.
That's our
stream
focus match for next.
Yeah, that's extremely interesting. Native Gaming, I saw the jokes on Twitter. They always find a way to swindle their way into pool play despite qualifying through open bracket. But hey, Native Gaming have continuously been the number 1 seed in open. So if anything happens for whatever reason, yeah, you roll up and find yourself in pools. So I don't know. I think Native Gaming didn't quite take full advantage of that opportunity at HCS Arlington. I think this is their opportunity to strike. I think this is the tournament where APG and McWin have a little bit more rapport and time in with each other. You include Barcode in that as well. So I'm really curious to see how Native Gaming do. I think Into the Breach versus Native, that looks like a game 5 potential right there.
I have to agree. That's going to be a very exciting one. I can't wait to see Wootum again. And you mentioned earlier, but your monologue lasted for like 10 minutes, so I didn't have a chance to respond to it. But basically, you're talking about how Foe, now known as Into the Breach, were kind of juiced up at that tournament and maybe gave them the edge. I'm thinking every single team has gotten better between Arlington and London. Some teams have gotten more better than others. I know that's not a phrase, but some teams have been working maybe a little bit harder to improve than others. You got to wonder, like, how much has Into the Breach improved? They haven't had the chance to practice against other North American teams, living on the other side of the pond. They've mostly just practiced against Quadrant and BH3. I mean, there's not many other teams that make sense for them to practice against. It's just lots of reps against Quadrant. So I'm curious, are they going to fall flat here? Are they going to be a little bit less improved than the other teams? Or have they, will they come out and surprise me? And maybe they're going to absolutely run away with it. But I don't know. I'm curious. That's a big question mark for me. I want to see that roster do well because, I mean, I just love the story that is Wootum and Jimbo and the whole squad, man. I mean, it's hard not to root for these guys, but they're going to have to show me something special here.
All right, I'm getting an updated schedule with the correct native gaming placement. But yeah, ITB versus native. This is going to be a good match. I'm not going to lie. Space Station versus BH3, probably not quite as good of a match, but you know, it is what it is. All right, so there's the update. Native gaming down there at 8:30. So in about 15 minutes, supposedly, right? We got our eyes on the Charlie stream. We got our eyes on the Bravo. I'm also watching the Alpha here on the side. They're just hanging out on a break. Likely technical issues, right? The causing the delay in the tournament thus far. But you know, nevertheless, you know, we all know how that goes. So, you know, the show will go on, and we will get things worked out as far as you know, things over in London. So, looking forward to that. So far, wait. First of all, Mikowski, is that a real tweet that Formal said he just couldn't sleep today?
Yeah. No. I would never troll.
That's kind of bad news.
That's a
but
troll.
It's pool play, right?
No, it's not. No. He says, so hard to stay asleep in these effing rooms. I guess I'll just be up for the day. Let me send it in the group chat. That way you guys know I'm not trolling.
No. I'm saying that when you said I'd never troll, that was the troll. Was you saying that you would never troll?
Oh, okay.
Not
yeah,
the
we do a little
tweet.
trolling. I think we should have fun. We should not take ourselves so serious. So yeah, I do a lot of trolling. I love trolling.
So don't troll us by saying you're not trolling.
The mind games, Eli. The mental warfare is on LAN, on sea, and on air.
So hard to stay asleep in these rooms.
Rooms.
Damn,
but that was at 3:41.
He's complaining about not being able to sleep. 726 likes casually.
He's just like me for real.
It's getting bookmarked. People are like, all right, take note of that.
Yeah, why are we bookmarking this tweet? Guys, so who in chat, reveal yourself right now. Who bookmarked this tweet? Like, come on, bro.
4 tier 3 formal subs. That's who.
It's the ones ready to make excuses for OpTic losses. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it could be. Nah, sometimes I'll tweet something and it gets bookmarked. I'm like, why are you bookmarking this, man?
Yeah.
Like, well, you didn't want to save this for later.
Europa Halo in the chat. What's going on, boys? Get me in, lads, as the EU expert. Hey, I assume that's Kalen. Yeah, if you're actually interested, reach out to Tools. He'll get you in here.
I see you dead display. Only bookmark you love the ninja tweets. Respect. Our first Patreon sub.
You're gonna have so many bookmarks on your tweets. I think people are going to Twitter right now just bookmarking you.
Just like scrolling down the whole feed and just bookmarking everything to freak me out.
Yeah, bookmark Speedrun Simulator 2024.
It's funny too because bookmarking is the only thing that you don't get like a notification for, so you just don't know who did it. So it's just like you could literally just like troll somebody and just bookmark all their tweets, and they wouldn't know that it was you. I don't know. There's something to that.
Yeah, there's this like anonymous incognito creepy factor to it, no matter what you tweet.
What happened in the main broadcast series?
They have not started.
Wow. Okay.
Oh wow! So we were the only live action. Nice.
We were. I believe it did get shown on Alpha as well, the Bravo stream. But if I'm not mistaken, it has not started.
Could be having some tech issues. LAN with this game can be a little bit finicky.
For sure.
Yeah, we learned that last week. It actually really did give us good perspective. We talk about the consistency from day to day, major to major. Dude, just from station to station was difficult for me. I was head casing and losing my S when my settings wouldn't save when I signed into a new computer, right? Having to go through, like, there's so many settings to memorize in Halo, and if one isn't right, it could derail the mental. So big ups to all the tournament organizers and competitors. It's a lot harder to deal with than you think at home, right? You just kind of, as a viewer, you're like, start the game, idiot. Why are Mikowski and Eli talking? Well, we can't play the game unless it's LV2 Orlando where we were allowed to compete. But yeah, it's completely out of our control. As soon as there's gameplay, we're in the mix. We're in that action. But there's none for now. So we're just hanging out, keeping you guys abreast of all the updates live from HCS London as we start to kick off our day.
Yeah. Speaking of Titans of Orlando, excuse me, we have a 12-minute highlight that we can show you from day number 3. This is the final day, the championship Sunday, if you will, from Titans of Orlando, the land that LVT participated and through. So enjoy the highlights. We're gonna take a step back, wait for the first action to pop up, but in the meantime, enjoy the action. As the competitors, they brought it. So here you go. Hope you're not disappointed.
Looking to set up here is Red, but at the low ground on the stacks, he doesn't have the advantage, but he does in the sense that he has that final shot in the shock. Double kill. Red absolutely frying, and my God, we talked about him pivoting against all of Shopify Rebellion yesterday. Look at this bait. Smart. Look at this 2 split. 2 on the red team on the left side, 2 on the blue team on the right side, and someone's got to run towards the middle of the mosh pit eventually, but for now, both teams are waiting and baiting, and here comes the push! 3 pushing, 4 pushing through the long haul, but 4 go down for Kraken! And HCS Esports have a chance! And this has been one of the most electric, unbelievable comebacks we've ever seen on Aquarius. It felt all but over, but Scion have not only a breath of hope, but the lead up 2.
They staggered Kraken every step of those 13 kills. They just perfectly timed the kills to where none of Kraken can work together. It's another 4 dead. Leaderness and Breaking Shot are also staggered and spawning up. They're going to have to wait to work together. They're now down by 5, and Scion only need 3.
An unbelievable swing here. The lead that we once saw for Kraken is now in possession of Scion. And with only 2 slays left for Scion, Kraken don't have the time and space. They have to play perfect Halo now. Nothing can stop them. Scion roar back on the main stage and come back. A 13-plus kill swing, Eli. 4 team wipes uncontested to win that game. I've not seen a better comeback on Aqua TS. That was nuts.
Yeah, it was a big difference. But
still impressive nonetheless.
I hold it.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough.
I mean, it's just incredible. I've been a big fan of Shopify Rebellion. They have been my dark horse pick time and time again, and they'll continue going to do their thing on the other side of things. So he does have first step towards this flag, towards stopping it from going through, but you got 2 members of Shopify Rebellion that are looking to relay it through, bound with max damage, using the cover, isolates the gunfight. How does he pull that off?
That is massive. It's 3 down for the side of Rebellion, a chance for GBX to get their second cap. There's only 2 minutes left, but another kill comes through.
And that flag has already been started. The reset should come through by itself. Don't think Suppress going to be able to grab a hold of that touch, and we should see the second flag cap coming from GBX. There it is.
GBX have to be fast, though, off this OS pull, right? There's a player that spawned in the back of base. It's Suppress that has the chance to get Renegade here, but Renegade sneaks through the bottom center. 2 kills come out for Rebellion. GBX on the run.
Renegade about to put back-to-back caps in for GBX, because I don't see anybody in position for Shopify Rebellion. Are we about to see a 1-cap game here?
It looks like it is. Renegade puts it in. And now immediately, look at him. He's going for that top center control. Bound to start to heat up as well. 25 and 20 in this game. Getting pushed here. Suppressed ends up getting the kill, but that's 3 down for Rebellion again.
Surprise was able to get past those grenades. A huge kill out of him, but it may not be enough. GBX were down 1-4, but they may just touch it with less than a minute on the clock. Renegade just doing main slayer type of things. We got a tied up game, ladies and gentlemen.
Who turned on the lights? The switch has been flipped here for GBX. A completely different energy than what we saw in the beginning of this game, and Renegade ain't stopping anytime soon.
40 seconds on the clock. We could see an overtime, or we still have sudden death to work with. And the Rebellion go 4 down. This could be one of the greatest comebacks we've seen in Halo Infinite. Capture the flag.
2 players already snuck through the freeze though. It's up to Legend to win this fight, and he gets the trade. 2 down for Rebellion. The flag's going through.
There's 2 members of Shopify Rebellion. They're just gonna throw some nades, try to get the cross spam shots. Bound already has it on the pillar. He's gonna punch it in. That's a win.
Wow.
That's game 1.
A statement being made here. You see the main stage, you see the energy out of GBX, and again, what's interesting about this LAN is there's no white noise, Tony. They can hear it all.
Soul Snipe ends up going down. Legend awarded the kill for that one, and Mental down to one shot. He can't afford a single life to give right now. And there it is.
Wow, GBX are really, you can hear them popping off. They're looking at the other side of the stage, and Bound is getting loud.
Oh my gosh.
You love to see that.
Of how valuable that is. When I oftentimes when I talk about Suppress, I tell Get the little unicorn.
Oh, it's a little unicorn.
If Carolyn was watching, she would love this unicorn. Carolyn, you're not watching, but this unicorn is great.
So let me tell you one thing. This unicorn's been on here for maybe 4 or 5 seconds, and it already has way better analytical breakdowns than you have ever had in your entire career.
You're just trying to make me hit a unicorn.
Pass the headset.
You're trying to make me...
Pass the headset.
Fine.
But I don't even know what I'm talking about, to be honest. That totally threw me off a little bit here.
It's once again GBX that come through and rotate through, and now more ball time for them. A double for Bound here. Gets the triple as well.
Oh, no. Players on your right on the A side, and a player has snuck through gold. How does Renegade plan to attack this?
Tusk ends up going down early, so now Renegade's left in a 1v2, and he don't need no help. It's a massive double from him.
Oh, just 15 seconds needed here for Shopify Rebellion, but they go 4 down. GBX advancing that ball toward the seaside. Don't tell me we're about to see another crazy comeback in the late game of this round. Bound feeling confident enough not to play the ball. Drops him, then drops Suppress.
Look at this. He knows he has help. He's not going to play the ball. It's 3 down for Rebellion. A massive 3 down that could potentially win them the game.
10 seconds left. Soul Snipe, Cycle, Mental trying to move in position, but Renegade is watching the cross. Suppress ends up hitting the black screen. Mental may just get wiped off the face of Recharge. You can't get your shield back. You have to attack. And oh my gosh,
there it is.
Rotates it. That's a 3-0. Yeah, we saw you getting loud, but we didn't get the chance to hear it too much. What were you saying over to the other side of things?
Basically something to quit fucking choking. I don't know, like when you, basically, we're down 4-1, got a couple minutes left. You know, it's pretty much the only way we can win that is if they start choking and just like basically let us win the game. And like once you win a game like that, you pretty much have to say something if it feels wrong not to. So,
shock in the hands of Gunny. Long range shot, not going to connect, but the second one looked deadly. You have 2 members of Shopify Rebellion pushing through the tower side, making 1 after the complexion shot connects. Takes down Soul Snipe. Excellent nade. That's a triple out of Gunflexion.
It's 2 down for the side of Rebellion. Gunny with that snipe in his hand once again. We'll see what he's able to make happen with this, and that's exactly what he needs to do. The snipe on the Soul Snipe and the pushing Mental as well. Gunny popping off is what you need to see for this Kraken roster to wake up a little bit.
You give any player in this lobby 7 bullets to work with that S7, they're gonna make some magic happen. But Soul Snipe has a sniper, and you know he wants to make a clutch play. He has sniper in his name.
We'll see if he's able to hit the shot, though. Great shot at the complexion. He only saw his toes, but he still gets the kill, the shot on him. They get the kill on the cleanup. Flag is still there. It's up to Soul Snipe to stop it. Was that a quickly? If it wasn't, it was close. 1 cap goes in for Kraken, but the counter cap is about to ensue.
What I'm noticing from both teams is when it seems like the other team is starting to get control, the opposition is just pushing into their base. They're making it difficult to comfortably push up, but Renegade is hitting snipes. He's making it difficult to even stay alive right now. Renegade needs to find a way into the action. Land a body shot, but it's not going to be enough. No! Bound going to clean up both of those, and Renegade trying to take the game into his own hands.
Only Renegade could get you out of your seat with a couple assists. Love to see it. There we go. That's a kill. A full slate. No scope. Another no scope. The 3rd no scope we've seen. 246 to 207. And GBX are mounting a comeback of their own with a trip cap here. It could spell trouble for Rebellion. And the complexion of this series changes so much from 3-1 to 2-2. Rebellion gotta have it, and they do. ANC in their favor. And it looks like with Soul Snipe, they'll shut the door on a Game 4 victory. We have that 2-2 series tie, Eli. And what a difference that makes. You go down 3-1. You start thinking about the reset. You got to win 4 games next. You got to win 3 in a row. I just don't think they can do it. Mental sees that QT from Legend as a second opportunity, but Legend works his way back to the small door, makes a big play, has the snipe back in his hands with 3 shots. Overkill! Extermination! Legend with the play of the weekend!
Oh my God.
Legend now working his way right back to the small door. Unbelievable previous quick scope for the over. That's going to be played over and over again. But for now, we got a game to play. Legend with another double kill. Looking for a triple. He might just go back-to-back. Overkill! He does not. Suppress takes him instead, but Legend is on fire.
3 of them go down. GBX going to get the hold. This new sniper is coming up.
Oh!
How does Legend survive with the Gandhi hop? Don't see that as often in this game, but that tech is from Halo 2. Shout out to Gandhi.
But that's been one thing that has remained true. Renegade, after dying with the snipe, you switch to his POV, and he's got it back in his hands somehow. So Renegade, he wants it in his hands. He's confident with in his hands, and you see why there as he lands. Oh! Double kill headshot! That's exactly why Renegade ran back for the snipe.
We're just going to reset the situation. Bout now with his team sniper. And what can he do with it?
Oh! Whiplash! No scope! Sends Soul Snipe back to the respawn screen. Soul Snipe had plans to move all the way across the map. Instead, he's stationary for now.
In just the last couple of games, Renegade going to be cheeky with the grapple, but Suppress is like, no, sir. You will not wait.
Suppressed! From the depths of the bottom of hell, rises back up top and has a chance to defend his flag, but he's not going to have to. They took down 2 for GBX, and how did Suppressed stay alive?
His melee momentum must have launched him off, but grabs the grapple off of Renegade's body mid-air and uses it to save himself. I mean, just the presence of mind to recognize the situation and your only option.
Shot with the arrow, this time to snipe. Legend now with the flag in his hands. Less than 1 to go, and Legend needs to be the Legend we know he is. Takes on Soul Snipe, takes on Cycle, takes down Cycle, takes down Soul Snipe for the double kill! And 3 go down for Rebellion.
Suppress is still there, but it looks like Renegade's giving out that communication, and they're able to clear out that A side. Cycle and Soul Snipe are still pressing forward, and Cycle is dealt with. Perfect shots out of Renegade.
Renegade, oh, he's gonna do it again.
No.
3 for the Demon. Does Suppress march forward? The overkill on the table. Here it comes. Suppress takes massive amounts, and it'll be a 3.5.
But Renegade is still alive at the moment, and now being patient, waiting for Bound to push up here. And this could be it. This could be the return. Down to 1 shot. Legend is there. The return is out. That's a triple. That's a 3rd cap.
This could be it.
Suppress with some cross-map shots onto Legend. Flag is stopped just short, but you're seeing multiple members of GBX moving up, moving through Rebellion. Another 3 down. Is this it?
4 minutes turned to 2. And it's a last desperate play for Soul Snipe. He's caught as he comes through. The flag is coming home. This is it.
5-0. And a very loud GBX.
Back to the Halo Championship Series. We're in London for the Quadrant Major, and I know things haven't quite gone to plan today so far in London, but that's okay because we're rolling with the punches. We've got plenty of gameplay to get through, and I promise you, you'll be seeing some gameplay on your screens very shortly. We're back. Hello, I'm Lottie. I'm with Wes. I'm with Tony. Gents, we are going to be seeing some gameplay shortly. We're just moving a few things over in the main room to make sure we're on setups that are working for all of our pros to get that competition underway. And we're going to be talking first and foremost about Space Station Gaming versus BH3 Esports. And we're going to be looking at this gameplay, red zoning up here on the desk. What more could you want, Wes?
A Legend triple kill to kick this one off. He's 6-0 right now. Already up 1-0 to Space Station Gaming. The champions of Arlington looking hot as they come out in their first match here so far.
Legend makes the way over toward the car side. Meanwhile, Bound punches the second flag cap in for SSG. Within a minute and a half worth of gameplay, you already have 2 caps. That's how SSG want to start.
Yeah, you always wonder how a team that's going to defend their title is going to come out and maybe slip up, but SSG looking like they're on a roll. BH3 obviously maybe in a different tier, a different bracket most of the time than SSG, but this is an opportunity to showcase what they have, and they've started off very slow. Still, Zove looking for a kill at this point, and Legend still yet to die at 8-0.
Not only has he not died a single time yet, but he's outslaying the enemy team by himself. 8 kills to his name right now. Now with Overshield being popped, 2 players gonna melt that, but still, 3 caps in a row for SSG, and it could be a 4th one if something doesn't change for BH3.
An unbelievable start for Legend. 9-0, can he get the frenzies? The question I have to ask. It's a 2-on-2 situation, but Legend is still in the base of BH3 right now, up 3-0 in such a quick matter of time. 2 minutes off the clock already, but this is one of the fastest Aquarius CTFs we've ever seen. SSG are still on fire.
Now, you know everybody in the chat is saying Caster's Curse right now. I hope you know. You had to say the word frenzy, right? You just had to say it.
I'm sure he's got one in the books for us this weekend. Might not be in the first game, but it almost was. 9-0-1 as Stellar hops onto this return. BH3 tried to get a flag on the move, but SSG shut that down. And their Aquarius CTF is one of their bread and butters, and they're showcasing you exactly why.
We've already seen their offense. We also saw a bit of defense with that return, and now it's right back in the face, and making BH3 as uncomfortable as possible. We do see a couple of slays go in favor of the boys in blue. Meanwhile, okay, big reversal coming out of Sunrise.
Yeah, starting to wake up. BH3 starting to get some map control. You saw them even get that flag on the move. Momentary 2 down for SSG, so maybe some map control with BH3's opportunity here. Let's see what Sunrise can do top pink as we switch over to Bound, actually. He's got 2 BH3 members in his base, and this is BH3 with all 4 down and a flag on the move to get some momentum started off in game 1.
Sunrise, Sunriz, I don't know, but BH3, they got some game. They got some Riz right now because we're about to see a counter cap coming out of BH3. There it is. It only takes 1 to get on the board. Now we can roll from there because SSG still 3 down. BH3 going right back to that 50 point of the map.
They even got a flag out in front of the base. It does look like SSG have got the slays to get that return, and even so, Legend picks up a crucial double, tries to activate the overshield, but a bit of an overextension there from Legend will actually give Kimbo the overshield, and BH3 will maintain map control as well. The flag is still out for SSG. Stellar sticks the overshield player. An unbelievable, I think it was a double stick from Stellar that shuts this flag run down as well.
That is absolutely unreal. Your BH3, you literally did everything right. You got the flag out at the same time that you fried Legend with that overshield before popping it. You get overshield yourself, but Stellar and SSG, they do the impossible. They do things that we couldn't even imagine here as spectators, and that was a big stop coming out of Space Station Gaming. Still 3-1.
Look at the slays there, Tony. Not too far in Space Station's favor right now, and it was ugly at one point when we first tuned in. The flag is on the move. Zove is going to be able to take down Bound and stop that flag momentarily in front of the base. A lot of work to do if you want to get this return. It starts by taking down Legend. There is a trait that comes through. Stellar, the last guy alive, pink side the base, is going to try and deny this flag from getting returned. Let's see what BH3 can do with this situation.
It was another 3 down for Space Station Gaming, but once again, Stellar, the last player alive, keeping that flag away, but SSG They're getting that reach and they're getting that fly again, and now 4-1, one tap away from putting this game one away.
Usually, Aquarius CTF, a game that goes the distance, SSG are showing you that they are here to play championship Halo even on Friday. 4-1 with plenty of time on the clock, Tony. You can guarantee yourself that this one is not going the distance.
Another overshield coming up. Another Slay. This time it's going to be bound, not able to stay alive. He gets shut down, but Legend is still here in the base of BH3. The flag is not. It's already past the 50% portion of the map. It could be the final flag cap that we're seeing. There it is. That's 5-1 SSG.
17-7 Legend goes in his first game in the European LAN here in London, and you know a player that wants to showcase his talents in front of his hometown or in front of the European crowd. You know he's got a ton of fans here. He's already starting to get the ball rolling, and if Legend can continue that momentum throughout this tournament, he's going to put a highlight reel on for us this event.
He certainly will indeed. I've got to say though, from SSG, it was just pure dominance right from the get-go of that. I think that's exactly what happens on Aquarius. It's an arena style. You get a flow. You have everything under control, including power weapons, power-ups, and you're all over them like a bad rash. And that's exactly what we saw for the 3 first caps, because Space Station Gaming, they wouldn't let them breathe. I was curious though, we did see a pull from the oppositions there, from Space Station Gaming. They did manage to also get a cap on the board. What typically for you, Wes, falls apart in those situations when you do have full control, of full dominance right at the beginning? Do you just get too fast? Do you ahead of yourself a little bit, and that's kind of what starts to slow things down?
I don't read too much into it. I think BH3, they're a pro team still, right? They're in our top 12 seeds here at this major event. They're no pushover for a majority of teams here. They're just playing against the best team in the world right now, Space Station, and you expect Space Station to dominate this series. Anything other than a 3-0 would be a much lackluster performance from them. Any light or any glimmer of shine that BH3 can get throughout this series, you're hoping that they have enough of an opportunity to get those in order to carry some of that momentum further on in the tournament. They knew when they saw SSG across the stage from them that this was not going to go in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, you ran into the Arlington champions in SSG, and you also ran into them in game number 1 on Capture the Flag Aquarius. SSG didn't drop a single Capture the Flag Aquarius, all Arlington. So it's obviously was the chips were stacked against you a little bit. Now Live Fire Slayer, maybe this is where BH3 can kind of step it up a bit. Maybe they could pull off an upset here.
I'm not going to entertain it at all. SSG are going to sweep this series. We're showcasing some gameplay. Obviously, this is not the series to watch, I don't think, but at least we're getting our first glimpse of what SSG looks like. Are they going to potentially start a tournament out slow, or is this series going to be as dominant as we expect it to be? So far in game 1, it is as dominant as we expect it to be. Ending a game on Aquarius CTF in the first 6 minutes, which it was just about, is a very impressive feat against any pro team. So well done, SSG, to start your tournament off on the right foot.
Well done indeed. As you can see right now, we're looking at Pool A. This is Space Station versus BH3. BH3 earlier played Proton Gaming on a previous stream. They actually 3-0'd them as well. So BH3 are not looking so great at the moment. And Tony, with that in mind, you know that you've just played Proton Gaming, that they had the better of you 3-0, and it was not close. What's going through your head right now as you face SSG?
Who's coming out of open bracket?
Exactly.
I mean, I try to give a little bit of momentum. I try to give a little bit of energy. West shut me down right away, so I mean, real recognize real. This is most likely going to be a 3-0. But like I said, I mean, you go into this matchup and just any bit of momentum, you know? You got a huge counter cap on SSG.
You did.
That big pull and that overshield grab at the same exact time, that should have been a capture if Stellar didn't do stellar things. So, you know, get some kind of energy, get some kind of momentum.
It's not often BH3 get to play against the level of competition that they are here at this event, right? It's not often that they get to play against some of the world's best in SSG and even Proton. I think if you're on their foot, you know you're probably going to lose a series. You're definitely going to lose this series to SSG. The big thing for them is, can they take away how, like, SSG was playing? What makes them so successful? What are little things that we can do better to gain advantages in these opportunities? Because those little things will appear in the series against the open bracket team that comes out, and that's where you're hoping to have more success. That's the series you need to win in order to make your way to the elimination bracket tomorrow.
I think a lot of it as well for, I think, some of the underdogs coming in and going up against the caliber of teams like Space Station Gaming, and honestly Proton Gaming too, because the individuals on that team are also some to not be messed with. for me, it's got to be patience. We saw actually with the Proton game from some of the clips that I was seeing around the room that, you know, they actually got a triple cap at one point on live fire. Things were looking like they could swing around a little bit. Getting triple caps is not easy, folks. Holding them is even harder. But be patient. Don't get ahead of yourself. If you've got control, you need to try and hold that control and think about how you want to set up. Having patience is so important because especially when you're going up against firepower like SSG, it's going to be difficult and they're going to do everything that they can to break you. But if you're patient, you trust in your shot and you call out things with your teammates, likely are that you are going to be holding a certain portion of that. If you just mess up and you're getting way too ahead of yourself, that's where it tends to fall apart quite quickly and you kind of see control relinquished again from your opponents. We do have some stats here from their series with Proton Gaming, BH3 Esports. I mean, Wes, like we said, it wasn't exactly close. You're looking right now, the KD ratio, they're not looking too healthy. It was a rough one.
Yeah, Talik absolutely popping off a 2.23 against any pro team or top 12 team that's here featured at this event is an absolutely stunning stat to have. The big question is when you're watching this next series against SSG and BH3, what's the big difference and how dominant was each performance from Proton and SSG standpoint? Because that's the matchup to watch. SSG versus Proton later today, when the fireworks are supposed to go. That's the big opportunity for an upset in this pool. I think Proton dropping a game is kind of shocking to me for BH3, but they're also a fairly new team trying to get their feet on the ground here as well. The stats would show you that that was a very dominant series from everyone on Proton's side as far as everyone's over a 1.23. That is what you want to leave away going into a series against SSG, saying, all right, our guns are shooting, we're feeling good as individuals. Now, can we play good enough to maybe take some games off SSG and make that series interesting?
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I was fully under the impression it was a 3-0. So that's quite shocking to see it was a 3-1. And I think there are definite holes there. Like you said, it's interesting to see how that goes, especially if you look upon the stats where it looked so dominant of a performance. You got Talik going 2.23? Insane.
A bit of a concern when you see two players dropping a 0.5 and still finding a way to win a game. Like, I'm not quite sure how they won that game, but the fact that you're able to walk away from a series with that big of a differential in Slays and still find a way to win, that tells you that they were efficient in at least one of the map modes, and maybe BH3 can rely on that as their glimmer of hope against an open team that's like, we know the talent that we're playing against in our
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to LVT Halo's continuous coverage of HCS London. SSG on a tear as we hop on board here with Bound, reflecting that as well, looking for the triple. And he gets it, a delayed one, making an overkill headshot, boom! As Space Station take a 13-3 lead. What a time to come into the mix.
Oh my God, Bound at this point just styling on BH3 right now. I feel like these guys have been warming up for a while, or maybe they don't even need to warm up. These guys clearly not looking affected by jet lag so far. This is going to be Space Station's first appearance so far in the tournament, defending champions from Arlington. And some people had question marks, you know, are they going to be able to replicate that same level of success here in London? And I don't see why not.
Talking about Tony or Bound? Because this is looking like this is not some caster gameplay here. This is unbelievable what we're seeing. 8-3-2 is Bound, and I think this is big, man. That LVT Halo land in Orlando was a big factor in all of this. These guys are a little bit more prepared and ready. It's one of the reasons I'm so excited to watch Shopify Rebellion, because these guys are one of 8-10 players total in the world. They got a land boot camp in before London, so keep your eyes on SSG and Rebellion and see how that comes into the mix. Obviously, you had Tusk and Renegade on the squad as well, looking to see if Faze can bounce back after a disappointing finish in Arlington. And right now, in this match, looking to see if BH3 can bounce back. We've seen them getting absolutely dominated so far at HCS London.
It's unfortunate for them. This is definitely a very tough pool for them to find themselves in. I mean, most of these pools are going to be extremely competitive, but to go against the defending champs as well as the the team that just won the major qualifier, Proton, who's one of the dark horses. I mean, we saw Proton 3-0 these guys. Now they're up against Space Station. They're not looking too bad, though. I mean, all things considered, could be worse. But right now, this is looking like a warm-up for Space Station before some of their tougher matches today. We saw BH3 got one flag cap in the Aquarius CTF. And there was a few moments of brilliance. They're just going to have to tie more of those moments together to have a chance against teams like this.
Stellar looking to peek and pop his way to a quick scope. Only gets the assist for now. Now pushing on through with teammate support on the dummy side. Has Millsy at the back of Mud. And a few more players in an L shape for BH3 along the nest and green side of the map. But already starting to see those players get dismantled as Bound picks up a double kill. Stellar takes his sights to the top of Snipe. And has nobody to shoot at because Bound is just taking them all. 16, 4, and 5. Now Stellar finally gets his opportunity to strike.
Wow.
But it's almost like he's out of rhythm because Bound is getting all the kills.
Yeah, he still managed to hit 2 body shots on those 2 players with what looked like a pixel of room to work with. And what makes Space Station so hard to play against is just how efficient they are with their movement. It just feels like no matter what, they are getting to the right spot at the right time, utilizing every curb slide mechanic in the book. They're so fast, all 4 members able to just find themselves in the perfect position to help one another. And obviously they're not missing many shots either. This is looking like we're gearing towards a steak-tacular. I don't know how they cook their steak over in London, but you got to get them forks and knives out.
Man, this is a hot start for SSG. 2 go down on each side, though. And okay, our little numbers advantage for BH3, but they give it right back after falling into the drink. Tough in a situation where you have to play flawless, perfect Halo if you're going to even put a dent in the Molnar armor of SSG as they take a 46-25 lead, looking to put the finishing touches on game 2.
Sunrise pulling an Eli there. I feel like I've done that so many times. You leave the portal on like the edge of back green. You forget that you put it right there, and then maybe you're in the middle of moving and sliding when you push the button, then you just fall right off the map. It's happened to all of us, let's be honest, but looks like they will put the finishing touch as Stellar gets the last kill, Bound with the 19-7 performance, and SSG looking on fire.
All right, we're going to throw it back to the Alpha stream. In the meantime, we will keep our eyes and ears at attention. Anytime there's some gameplay on screen, we'll be casting it. But for now, we'll send it back to the A stream.
Side of the map, great setup by ITB and great job of watching each other's backs and getting those angles. And now look how much space Wootsum has taken. He may have gone down, but he might spawn a back tram.
Great shots out of Jimbo to take down Soul Snipe, but Shopify break through. The hill not yet scored for ITB gives Shopify an opportunity. This hill, a very difficult one to break. You got to get into yard several different ways, but it's almost a fortress at times. You got to find the first pick. They do so onto Soul Snipe. This push on loop is now so important. It's a 2-on-2 situation. The nades are not good from Cycle, and Cycle still with no shield is taken down. 2 go down on each side, however. The hill neutralized, and ITB now with feet in the hill are going to be able to score this point.
ITB always prioritize pushing the strong side of that hill. They give up that blue control to make sure that they're pushing through the glass side, through the tram side, then attacking from multiple angles. That's how they took that hill. That's how they're up 2-0. Even against Shopify Rebellion.
We talked about it right before the game started. You can get caught sleeping, especially during these breaks, and it looks like Shopify caught sleeping. They have the early rotation to this 3rd point. Still plenty of time on the clock. 3:49 with 2 hills already capped. There's plenty of time for Shopify to come back in this game, but they have got to start making plays. They are not winning the Battle of Slaves right now, and ITB able to neutralize this hill as they get the first kill. Positive signs for them to break this early setup.
Love the snipe side presence coming out of Wootsum. You have 3 members trying to push up through blue, and Wootsum is covering their backs perfectly. However, ITB do end up going 3 down. Now Wootsum's by himself. There should be some good time here for Shopify.
Last guy last Wootsum. Camo is up. 2 players from Shopify on Camo. Mental snaps onto Wootsum to take him down. They do get away with that camouflage. Hopping on board with Suppress. They're in the hill as well. ITB doing a good job to neutralize this hill to make sure that Shopify don't get too much significant time, but Suppress making plays with this camo can set them up to make this at least a 1-score game.
Down 0-2. They really need Suppress to go off with this camouflage. They also need ITB to go 3 down. They literally got just that. The final player will not have any impact at all. That's Mighty's that ends up going down, and the first hill should be going to Shopify Rebellion. How do you not see him?
He stuck him, though. A beautiful stick. The turn from Suppress is going to allow Shopify to get right back in this game. 2-1, 3 minutes on the clock, so time not necessarily a factor yet. And ITB need to find a way to stop the momentum Shopify are starting to build, because that was almost a flawless hold since that camo picked up.
And not only was Shopify able to take that third hill, but look, they're already set up early here towards this A side of the map. They have some good presence, but that's until ITB busts through the front door. Here comes Wootsum. Here comes the rest of the crew chasing Rebellion away, and now literally chasing them all the way to bottom mid. Did Wootsum a full rotation though out of Shopify? Will this work out? Mental's able to take down Wootsum. Chick goes right after Suppress, but that's still a 3 down for both squads, a momentary 1v1.
Yeah, the hill neutralized more so no team able to score points throughout this. Cycle versus Chick, the last 2 players alive, and Chick wins a big one there as he's able to take down Cycle. 2 go down now. Shopify don't have map control, don't have numbers. ITB in the driver's seat of this 4th point, and they will be able to get a significant amount of time here with Shopify coming off respawn.
So a 1 cap advantage coming in for ITB at the moment. Missed melee is going to get you every single time there. Another 3 down, another opportunity for Shopify to take presence on the map and punish ITB.
Soul Snipe with a slow start to this game, 6-5 and 9, but he found himself the camo. A bit of an early shot where he thought he could get a kill. A difficult one made by ITB, and because of it, Shopify not only lose the camo, they go all 4 down, and all of a sudden ITB will be able to tie up the progression here in Hill 4, and they can even take the lead. If they go up 3-1, that is such an unbelievable lead for them to try to play around here in this game 1. Let's see if they have what it takes to get 1 more round of slays.
1 more push for Shopify Rebellion. 1 more round of slays is all that is needed for ITB to close this one out. Cycle tries to make his way through the loop side. He doesn't get kill onto Mighties, but now it's a 2-pronged attack. Now with 3 prongs, you got presence on yard, loop, and driveway. But can you execute if you're Shopify Rebellion? Jimbo, now the final player alive here. He's 1 shot, but he can't get it.
But look how much time Jimbo just bought. Respawner's already in yard. Mighties with grenades going to be able to do some serious damage to these players. 3 players for Shopify, all eating the grenades. Almost picks up a big double on the side of Mighties. He is traded out. A 2-on-2 situation. Tony, look how close these points are.
It's Rebellion holding out ITB at the moment here. Wootsum's trying to find a way in. He's going to have to fight his way through. Drop from the heavens to get that melee. Now here comes Chick to replace him. The final seconds are in. That's ITB stealing yet another one.
They get the point. They go up 2 points. Now 2 minutes on the clock. And ITB, the hill will rotate towards Shock Rifle. ITB get to play from such a significant lead. If they are able to neutralize this next hill for even 30, 45 seconds off this clock, this last hill that goes back to bottom middle is going to be so difficult for Shopify to try and capture. The big question is can ITB break the setup? That's the door getting kicked open by Jimbo. A big 1-on-1 against Mental will give his team numbers and a camouflage in the hands of Wootsum.
Less than 2 minutes on the clock, so time is on your side of your ITB. Camouflage is clearly on your side, and right now you're in the hill, so map presence and positioning is on your side. Everything is going in favor of ITB right now. Shopify Rebellion, they're in trouble.
I warned you about time becoming a factor throughout this game. It is all of a sudden a factor. 1:24 on the clock and a lot of progression needed for Shopify to even make this a 1-point game. Wootsum with the movement and the slays to match give ITB complete map control once again. Shopify back on respawn. Back it down, LR, Wootsum says. And he's got control of the power position for this hill. And a minute on the clock, Shopify have got to be sweating.
And just to remind you guys at home, it's just over a minute on the clock, but not to capture 1 hill. You need 2 in order to do it. Literally a minute on the clock is maybe most of the time just enough to capture 1. Shopify Rebellion, they need these slays bad, and Suppress being the first one to go down is not what the doctor ordered. And Soul Snipe does the same. ITB right now are winning the slays. Shopify are going to lose this.
19, 13, and 13 from the newly 18-year-old player, Wootsum, mouse and keyboard phenom, continuing his success from Arlington here in Game 1 of HCS London, putting on one hell of a performance. 37 seconds on the clock. It's frozen. Shopify do finally break the setup, start to get the hill, but it will literally be needed perfect Halo from this point on if Shopify plan on coming back in this game.
Yeah, I mean, even 37 seconds of neutral time, even if they capture it right now, when that hill moves over towards bottom mid is a huge slaying hill, which obviously favors ITB. This hill right here is tough to play Slayer on, but ITB are making it work once again. From 2 minutes down to 30 seconds to a 3 down, and time is winding down fast once again.
Every win condition from ITB, every win condition is in their favor right now. You just need one more round of slays, 20 seconds, 18 seconds, the clock ticking down. Shopify being put on respawn as well. The last 2 players alive, make it 1 player alive. Last player is Cycle. He has the camo, but with 10 seconds, he's all by himself and forced to try and make a play. Let's see what he does.
The moment he shoots it, the moment ITB are calling him out, and now that he's in the hill, they know exactly where he's at, but he still rips 1, 2 goes down. That's huge plays coming out of Cycle and Shopify. That should net them this hill. 5 seconds, it stops as the hill is moving. You have to get in this next hill, and you cannot get out.
Can you be perfect, Shopify, to tie this game up? You need slays. You have to continuously find respawners and apply pressure. They do a great job of getting the first 2 kills. The hill guy does go down to leave 1 second going off the clock, but it's immediately recaptured by Shopify, and they will have a setup that ITB are forced to break.
Luckily for Shopify, you have that grace period to move from one hill to the other with no time going down, and only 1 second since you started. You're over halfway done right now. ITB, you can't choke this.
4 seconds on the clock. The hill carrier taken down. Soul sniped the last player alive. He's going to slide into it, but here comes the ITB pinch. Wootum and Chick will put a punctuation on game 1, and ITB will show you that they're here to play in this series.
Holy smokes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to LVT's continuous coverage of HCS London. SSG with a 2-0 lead over BH3 Esports, and before we can even get started, they're already up a minute here on this Strongholds recharge. Excuse me, oddball. Sorry, it's early.
It's okay. Yeah, it is early, guys. Bear with us. 8 o'clock in the morning. We've been up for a while too, but yeah, exciting game happening on the other stream. If you guys want to follow that one, it's on the primary Halo channel right now. We're gonna have that ITB roster on this broadcast for their next match, hopefully. But wow, look at that. BH3 with a 4 dead on Space Station. Kimbo also taking some space on the glass side. He goes down to Stellar, though, and that's a huge kill for SSG. Now that they've cleared that gold side, they have an extra entry point, and now BH3 recognized that. They decided to just play the ball early and try to win this fight. I do agree with this play. The problem with it is they've got to play a little bit riskier if they're going to start bringing back at such a large deficit.
I was going to say the exact same thing, Eli. I think 20-12, I love that play. I like the conservative play there to keep it close, but with SSG only needing one more hold, one more setup, I don't think you can toss that oddball back out to such a high level of competition. SSG will make you pay for it as they put 85 on the board, soaring into the 90s now. One final chance here for BH3 to possibly break through. They're 3v3 for now, 2v3 when you consider that the oddball holder can't shoot back. But with their positioning in the back of blue, Legend can jump off into the drink. A little bit of a goal line stand fumble. Stops the clock at 99, but Stellar looking to milk that final second. But that's where you get taken. That's where you get taken out when you don't play your process. You try to skip a step there. Needing slays does SSG now, and they're going to need at least one more team wipe or at least 2 or 3 more down before they can grab the oddball again. And there it is, 99-12. 3 go down, and Eco will take it. SSG take round 1.
H3 showing some signs of life, but the efficiency out of SSG just too strong. This is, I think, one of their best game types and where they highlight their objective efficiency. And look at the stat page. Don't look now, but the 2 main slayers, Legend and Stellar, the ones with all the ball time and all the kills. I mean, these guys definitely showing up to play. Legend 10-3 with 50 seconds. I mean, can you think of...
Man...
he's simultaneously their best damage dealer and their best objective player. Is he the best player in the World Hunter? I don't know.
We've been saying so, at least top 5, top 3 for the last. That was last year we were saying that. So I think he's gotten only better. So yeah, it's only right to assume that Legend is in the mix for an MVP award at the end of this season. For now, though, it's BH3 doing a much better job. Before they got the oddball last time, it was 75 seconds for SSG. Now just 12. And yeah, going back to Legend, dude. Wow, what a. Did they pick up 2 players when they got rid of Dead Zone, right? Because they evenly matched the comp for Dead Zone. previously Penguin, with the OBJ role. And then you pick up like a main Slayer hybrid too, because like you said, he's most notably getting the most objective and the most slays for this SSG roster. And that's consistent. This isn't just a fluke. This isn't just a one-off. This is usually the stat line that we see from Legend, despite BH3 not being as high tier of an opponent like a Sentinels or an OpTic. This is what Legend does, regardless of the competition, sitting at 14-5-4 with more than a minute of ball time. Unbelievable.
He's really just a special player. And it comes down to his timing, the way that he chooses his entry points. I feel like he kind of sees windows of opportunity that other players don't see. He's finding openings that other players don't find. He's also not missing a shot, not missing a curb slide, perfectly positioning himself at all times. I mean, you can't really find any holes in this guy's gameplay. And his roommate Bound said, I mean, all he does is play Halo all day, and it kind of shows, right? I think he's just kind of built so much experience in the game, and he's been working at this for a long time. Still very young, but don't forget, I mean, he and Shady were undefeated, I think, in Europe for 2v2s in Halo 5. And I mean, this guy's just got so much experience, and all he knows is Halo. And I think that's the language he speaks even better than French.
Yeah, Legend, only 20 years old, and with how much he plays Halo, it's almost like he's got 20 years of Halo experience. So do the math, and it adds up to one of the best 2 or 3 players in the world. As we hop on board here with Kimbo. This is a great player. Kimbo, a great player for BH3 Esports. We've seen him perform well on land before as he trades out with the nade chase, but Shock falls back into the hands of SSG, and they're already in a position like they were last round where 1 or 2 more holds, and that'll do it.
It's looking like could it be over in the near future. 2 dead. I mean, BH3 still putting up a fight. They're not going to just roll over and let SSG have this one. But look at the plasma pistol. How does he turn 2 with that? I think one of his teammates must have, yeah, Eco got a little bit of extra damage to make that possible, but Bound putting that plasma pistol to work. I think that gun's going to see a bit more use this season as well. And Eco just holding off this entire half of the map. Stellar's going to go ahead and push the players that Eco just damaged, earn the double kill killing spree. And I did want to correct you just a little bit. Wait, we got a triple kill? No, he's not even looking for the overkill. He's just going to go hang out with the ball carrier and say, hey, bro, I like your armor. Nice job holding that oddball.
Unbelievable. What was that? What did I said something faded? What was it?
Oh, I was going to correct you about Stellar is still their primary slayer, but Legend is their primary damage dealer.
Absolutely.
So, like, despite Stellar finishes the most kills, but Legend deals the most damage.
Totally agree with that. I think if Legend were on any other team but SSG, he could slot in as that main Slayer, main objective hybrid. So totally agree with you on that. As we switch gears, we're going to send you guys back to the Alpha stream for ITB versus Rebellion.
Down to 1 shot, he goes. Suppressed goes down, and now Soulsnipe has to take a 1v2. Already goes through 1. Down to 1 shot, almost takes down 2, but here comes Shopify. It's no man left behind. The moment they come off a spawn, they will catch up to their teammates.
On board with Mental. Now the game's going to slow down here for just a second. All of ITB seem to be in pipes. There is one player, I believe, in the Mangler pit right now behind enemy lines. Cycle going to be the first one to go down. Jimbo with the flank from Mangler pit is the player I was talking about. He finds himself a double, and this is the most map control we've seen from ITB. Unfortunately, they are going to have a couple of trades go against them to make this still an 8-kill game.
Mighty wants to hold presence here toward that glass and gold side. Long haul right now belongs to ITB. Cross-map shot and a flanking Chick could be a huge play. If Shopify Rebellion aren't aware of it, Chick is already in there towards the tower side. And Mighty was covering his back from across the map, but I do see Chick hit the black screen on that kill feed. And the rest of ITB, though, they're getting theirs.
3 go down for Shopify. Last player alive, Soulsnipe. He's going to get that camo. It does get denied from ITB, which was a win condition for them to get back into this game. Both times camo has come up, it has been burned, and when you are the team with a 10-kill lead, you are absolutely satisfied with that camo being negated and off the map. ITB needed to figure out a way to try and set up for that camouflage. Unsuccessfully, they were able to try in their attempt. And right now, 39-29, the score not becoming any closer as we approach 50.
Yeah, I mean, it's a double-digit lead in favor of Shopify Rebellion. I feel like we wouldn't be doing our jobs if we didn't talk about that Chick right now. 2-10. The rest of the team, as far as KD-wise, not the end of the world, but Chick, normally a consistent damage dealer for this squad, is struggling here on Recharge.
Yeah, it can happen on recharge too, right? It's just how the game flows, and if you're an anchor player where you're not looking to be too aggressive, some of those kills are going to be so difficult to acquire just with timings and your opportunities. So maybe not a terrible point of view to watch from Chicks, but he's not having the success he needs. Cycle
Double
having
kill.
the success he needs, however. 12, 4, and 7, a big double kill from him with a shock rifle, even able to stay alive and just be a nuisance. 41-33, it's an 8-kill game, but as we continue to get closer and closer to 50, Shopify gets closer, tying this series up and have even more room to play around.
He's the second youngest pro in the scene to my knowledge, but man, he plays like a vet. That shroud was huge to keep him alive and keep him in the fight, and just big plays come out of sight.
Mighty's with the
over.
Overkill.
Mighty's with the answer back. ITB, they're not out of it.
Not out of it yet. A big 4 kills and an assist to match from Mighty's right there. I love the idea that he was able to play around that grapple, relocate so many times, and even use that last grapple to get this camouflage. This is the moment for ITB.
Nades are going down. Soul Snipe is zoned out. Now, it's becoming doable. You're only down by 4, making 5 kills after Cycle takes down Jimbo, but you still have the camouflage does Mighty's. This would be a massive comeback, one for the books.
You got to make a play with this camo. It's starting to run out on the side of Mighty's, but he doesn't have the support around him to start to try and find an opening. The support, it crumbles over towards the elevator as Shopify ignore the camo player on the map. They found the kills they need to make this a game in their favor. It ends with the camo player eventually getting taken down, and Shopify will tie this series up 1-1.
They certainly will indeed, and the answer back was there. And to be honest, I'm not that surprised. I think they set the pace right at the beginning. We knew that they were going to be a really, really good Slayer team. If anything, I'm actually quite impressed with ITB. The way that they tried to rally back, that's not easy to do, especially when you have a team who are very, very comfortable and confident on a mode. To set the pace right from the beginning and to try and find your feet under that can be very difficult. Tony, what did you like about that game that we just saw?
I mean, you said it. It was the comeback, right? These things was looking really doable right there for ITB. So I love the fight in them. I love the fact that they kind of crawled the way back in and almost took it.
Honestly, for me, Wes, I think the kind of comeback slowed down after that camo grab. And it's really strange to say that because usually that's everything you want to see. He gets the overkill, Mighty's does, and then he grabs that cam and you think, okay, this is perfect. You've got them all moving around right from C, pushing back in. You've got a team being able to pinch. We actually see him kind of pass 2 players almost. That would have been kind of easy for him to start picking and maybe putting damage into, but it all fell apart.
Yeah, that's a moment that's going to keep this team up at night if they don't end up winning this series.
Being able to pinch, we actually see him kind of pass 2 players almost. That would have been kind of easy for him to start picking and maybe putting damage into, but it all fell apart.
Yeah, that's a moment that's going to keep this team up at night if they don't end up winning this series. It's 44-40, like you said, Tony. You get the camo after the overkill and all the momentum in your favor. You should have a good sense of map control and where the enemy team is going to spawn. You don't end up having the opportunity to play around your camouflage. It was a timed push from the side of Shopify to just take down the players in elevator, but that camo is literally negated because he's out of the play, and they don't expect Shopify to recklessly push. No, Shopify knows that they have camo somewhere on the map. They kind of ignore the idea that this camo player is going to disrupt everything. He actually has no impact on the push, and at that point, no matter what you're able to do with that camo, the game's already over. It's like, what, 48-41 at that point, a much different scoreline than 44 or 45-40, 45-41. You have to figure out a way to allow your camo guy some space and an opportunity to make a play. They were not able to stop the push and get the information quick enough to the camo player for him to be able to react and make a play. And because of it, ITB now in a tied up series, but when they go back and look, they're going to be kicking themselves later tonight at an opportunity to take this series up in their favor 2-0.
Now, we do have some CTF stats on our screen here. We've got Suppressed. He's got a 1.31 KD. He's currently 5th in HCS Arlington. And some really, really good damage as well per minute for him too. So looking pretty good overall on the screen, especially when you're playing with the best in the world. To be 5th and 3rd on all of those stats just shows you that you're very, very consistent across the board for your team. And you're a player to definitely watch out for. What are you feeling when it comes to CTF here, Tony? You know, about how these teams are performing, who are you favoring, how are you feeling about the momentum now going into the 3rd?
I mean, for me, it's Shopify Rebellion all day. They've only lost one CTF back at Arlington, and even after past LAN, like during the offline tour, the online tournaments, they were just as good on capture the flag. So now I know Suppress is doing this. Give me Shopify Rebellion.
All right, Shopify Rebellion it is. How do you feel like ITB are going to answer back in the CTF?
I think this is a must-win game if they want to push this to a Game 5 where they know that they may have the best chance to win this series is the Aquarius Slayer. This is a must-win game. I think when I think of Empyrean CTF, I immediately look at ITB and say Jimbo's been playing on the pit and versions of the pit for over a decade. And honestly, ITB were pretty solid at Empyrean CTF at Arlington. If they can somehow figure out a way to negate the S7s from the map, to make sure Suppress isn't doing that amount of damage with those power weapons like he traditionally does, they can give themselves an opportunity to take another objective in the series and guarantee themselves at a strong game type for map 5.
They can indeed. We also do have a pool play update apparently to find out what is going on in the other room as well, because we of course do have all of the stations there, and we do have Space Station. They're up 1-0 right now, obviously the first seed in Pool A. Proton Gaming, they did beat BH3, but Space Station, they cleared the job with BH3 Esports, and they're going to have to wait for their open bracket team to come in. And not really that surprised, Wes, are we?
Yeah, not surprised.
To be honest.
If it was anything like Game 1, Space Station probably made that series pretty quick, considering we've watched these two games. They've been very competitive, I'd say. SSG already giving us the update with how that series went means that those next two games didn't. No. They probably flew by just like Game 1.
I think they might have, hold on, raced by, right?
Well done, well done.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm here all weekend.
Golf clap.
Thank you very much. So there's some updates coming from Pool A for you guys. We're having to wait for the others to get filled in, but as they do, we'll keep you up to date and in the loop. But I'm excited about this series. I really do feel like ITB are showing a lot of fight, and I expected them to be perfectly honest. And I think they expected to. I think after Arlington, you have to have a level of confidence on your side. I think you have to have belief that you can play with the big dogs and you can put your name on a series and stamp a series to be like, listen, you're gonna have to try, put some respect on our name. Like, you're not gonna have to be able to just kind of breeze by, put your legs up and start gaming like as if you're at home. You're not. You're at LAN, and ITB are definitely coming out to play, so I'm quite happy with how they're performing.
A lot more Halo left in this series.
Yeah.
But the first two games, I love what we see from ITB, and I did not give them a puncher's chance in this series coming into it with how much momentum we saw from Shopify leading into this event. The online qualifiers, the boot camps that they've been putting through, the scrim results that they've been doing against some of the best teams in the world would have led me to believe that Shopify are going to roll over a team like ITB. ITB are standing up to the fight right now so far throughout this series, but this is the game that I think matters. This is the game they need to make sure is hyper competitive, and they get an opportunity, just a window to win this one.
Capture the flag. Empyrean. I'm loving this. Like you said, some of the players in this lobby have been playing this map and game type for years and years. So we're looking at Jimbo when it comes to managing those power weapons. I guess the artist formerly known as Foe into the breach now have been very good when it comes to power weapon management. Jimbo actually has the highest power weapon kills per game than anybody else in the lobby right now. So get those rockets, obviously get those snipers, and do what you do.
3 go down for ITB very early on. The door is kicked open, and Shopify already on the first BR of ITB right now. Suppress looking to stay alive on this side of the map. It's his job to buy time for his team. Unfortunately, it's a double push from ITB that's not expected by him. As he enters the Mauler, he's taken down, and the map gets reset.
Wootson wanted to make his way down long haul, but he gets shut down. It's Menso all the way across the map from the sword side with the snipe and plenty more ammo to work with. And now playing a little shoddy snipers is my man Menso. Going out of his mind, Suppressed, already starting that flag. Wootson is sitting high onto the snipe side. He's going to do everything he can to stop this flag from moving forward, but it's tough to do when Menso is holding this angle just like that.
Body shots will count. They suppress the ITB Esports respawners right now, and that flag starting to get on the move now. Soul Snipe getting it through the Needler, does get taken down before he can get through the long haul. 2 go down for Shopify, and somehow ITB may have denied this cap.
With this shotgun, Menso was daring anybody to push that sword side of the map so he could shut him down and snipe out the one-shot Wootson. ends up right back to the black screen, but Jimbo's moving a flag,
Double
and Mental is
kill.
still going off. That's a double out of him. And Mental now going to push forward here. Snipe in hands, has a teammate with them. It's a 1-2 combo as they look to clear out their base.
Big shots out of Mental, deny a counter cap opportunity
Killing
from ITB
spree.
Esports. A killing spree now from Mental, and if he doesn't hit those snipes, ITB would have had that flag through camo and taken a 1-0 lead. But you have to find out and take down Mental. That flag still somehow being contested. The last two players from ITB have actually managed to buy enough time to get the slays to allow Wutum to get through camo and take the lead in game 3 for ITB Esports.
1-0 here for ITB, and Wutum still alive and wanted to press forward once again. No answer for Shopify Rebellion, and that flag moving towards the 50, and no answer for a counter cap opportunity. ITB are getting their slays and pushing up once again.
Power weapons coming up right now. Rockets and Overshield is the name of the game. Mental has made his way towards the Rockets. 3 go down for ITB. Make it 4 as Mental picks up a triple kill with the Shoddy Rocket combo. Overshield surely has got to be in their hands as well. But Mental, without a secondary weapon here, is in a difficult situation. Shoots the last rocket, able to get the kills as Shopify right now. A third player taken down, and now a cap is surely got to be on the move for Shopify.
That was 4 down here for ITB. Might be the first 1-2 spawn up, and Chick is after, but I don't know if they're going to be able to stop this flag.
No chance.
Long haul, it's already there. Suppressed and Soul Snipe, back-to-back kills out of them. No ammo in your shotgun, young man. Maybe should have had his bandit out.
A second flag on the move. It gets thrown flat. Suppress decisive slay. Unfortunately, wrong decision from Suppress. He gets his head ripped off from Jimbo. 1-1, all tied up. A great quick response from Shopify before any real momentum is built. ITB Esports now on their back feet. Do have an opportunity to reset the map. Snipe in the hands of Jimbo as he rotates towards camo. I like this by him. Camouflage control is such an important location on this game type, this map mode combination. Can Jimbo find the picks?
We saw what Mental was doing with that sniper toward the sword side, but we're seeing Jimbo take a very different route, wrapping that sniper through the long haul side. Now over on the high side, the strong side of the map in Shopify's base, but Cycle's gonna win that sniper battle, and multiple going down for ITB means Shopify will be pushing up.
Big snipes out of Mental, resets the map, gains control for Shopify. 3 coming off respawn for ITB. It's that shoddy snipe combo we continue to see on the side of Shopify right now in the hands of Mental. Respawners in the courtyard, can't hit the shot, and he knows somebody has got to be coming for him right now. Jimbo's sniffed out, taken down, and another killing spree on the side of Shopify. As they get 2 down, this should give them an opportunity to push in for the flag.
No more snipe ammo to work with here. Still has his bandit and still has a teammate with them. They're holding down sword side, and I'm sure now looking to take some space, looking to get out. A Cycle now focuses on the training side of the map, slowly starting to infiltrate the base of ITB, and once they get going, they're going to be hard to stop.
Behind enemy line, Cycle finds the first kill. It's an easy back smack on the Chick. Multiple players getting taken down to low shields here. Cycle being a nuisance, but however, on the other side of the map, the flag is being pulled. The rest is Shopify, all taken down momentarily as they're coming off respawn, and the flag is on the move. Cycle's kind of caught out here, top turret. Everyone on ITB has overextended, and Jimbo's found himself the Rockets.
Still has 2 to work with right now, making 1, but Soul Snipe finds the first. A long-range rocket is gonna connect. That's Jimbo. That's why he's the power weapon master in the lobby. Overshield ends up being shredded. That sniper not going to go out. So lots going in favor of ITB, and that includes a flag going in 2-1 lead.
What a play by ITB to leave Mental top their turret, to overextend. They get Rockets control. They give up the Overshield, and Jimbo with those Rockets makes the perfect play to take down 2 players, make it a 4-on-2 with the flag on the move. Such a difficult situation for Shopify to deal with, and because of it, they're able to melt the Overshield player and take the lead with that flag cap.
Flies his way into the reticle of Suppress. He's going to win that battle. Another 3 down for ITB. Jimbo, though, with a long-range angle, keeping Suppress at bay, at least for now, as Spartans now start to come up here for ITB, and Suppress wants to continue to grind forward. A one-shot Jimbo. That's not the weapon he wanted. One shot. You don't shoot with a plasma pistol. Oh, ends up going down.
Taken down, sloppy decisions right now on the side of Shopify. causing them to start to fall behind. Right now, if you take a look at the Slays, Tony, Shopify are doing a much better job with these snipes, with the Slays. But it's ITB that have taken the lead. The efficiency, the objective efficiency, and the decisions being made around the flags themselves and the camo control alone has given ITB the opportunity to have this lead. 5 minutes on the clock is a lot of time to try and think about a defensive stance. But right now, if you're ITB, what you want to do is you want to make sure that you never go 4 down and that you maintain some sort of map control as these moments continue to tick the clock down.
Yeah, a little over 5 minutes on the clock right now, so theoretically plenty of time for Shopify Rebellion to answer back, but also more time for ITB to get their final capture. One cap will end it here on Empyrean, and a one-shot Wootsum with a bit of an ego challenge there, but he's going to win that one. Soul Snipe goes down, and Wootsum goes forward.
Both flags are being pulled right now. These Slays are so important. I believe it's Suppress on the other side of the map that's got the flag already into the Needler pit. If ITB continue to go down, Suppress will be able to continue to advance this flag. Rockets are coming up at the worst time for ITB to try and deal with the situation. They immediately focus on those rockets to go down. Trades are a big win for ITB right now as those rockets get negated. The last rocket going into Chick's hands, the flag gets denied, and that sticky situation, ITB come out ahead on.
And not only did they get rockets, but they also put Shopify Rebellion 3 down, so they're going to be in this space. They're going to know where the spawns are coming from. They are in a perfect position to maybe cap this flag as another 2 down, a fresh 2 down for Shopify, and Chick takes down a third. Cycle does win his pivotal battle, but right now, Chick, he gets a trade.
Trades are okay, though. You still have a player that's getting the touch on the first. Respawners are going to deny this flag from getting advanced. I love this decision by Mighties. He's not able to get the trade, but that flag was going nowhere without kills. So you had to figure out a way to try and manifest 1 or 2 more kills in order to get that flag on the move. Mighty's is taken down, the map gets reset. But as I say that, Tony, take a look at the clock. 1.5 minutes off the clock now. Shopify still down 1, and that clock will continue to add pressure to Shopify throughout this game if ITB can keep this up.
Some much needed defense coming out of Shopify Rebellion, now looking to convert that into some offense as they approach the base of ITB. But Timbo ends up behind enemy lines. He gets the pull. Nobody's on spawn. This is going to be it. ITB are going to upset here.
There's no chance Shopify can stop this. Jimbo with the flag in his base will once again take the lead, and ITB with the upset in game 3 will take the lead and at least guarantee themselves at a chance at a game 5.
All right, I got goosebumps, folks. That was wild. For me, it has to be the level of patience that ITB are having. They are so composed. They are not sporadic. They have a game plan. They have a strategy. And I gotta say, again, that guy right there, Wootsum, he has been a force on this map. He is here, there, everywhere. He's getting in the base. He's pulling flags. He's going back to make sure he's getting rid of anybody who could be in the way. His KD is ridiculous. What is happening right now? This is insane.
I want everyone to pay attention where these kills are coming from throughout these highlights on both sides. So often do you see ITB in the green hall and the camo hall, and that was their focus of control. You always saw Shopify towards the sword side of the map. It is Pit 101 to push through green and camo, and that is the kind of strategy that I felt like Jimbo and ITB were going to be able to display. It is so difficult to have successful flag runs and gain map control from the sword side of the map. You might feel like you're getting kills, but how do those kills manifest to actually getting flag pulls? It is such a much longer distance to try and get to the flag from the sword, and you're not able to stop the respawners nearly as easy as forcing them to spawn courtyard when you're controlling the camo in the green hole. I love ITB's strategy, and that was literally an outclass of strategy. You could see how they stylistically matched up, and it's literally a tale as old as time as far as the map pit or Empyrean. Camo and green control is always the area of focus. ITB showcased they didn't need to outslay their opponents to win that game.
Tony, they went back to the roots with it 100% with strategy. The strategy was so clear and evident, and it was executed so well from all of them. I felt like they always had firepower. They always had a manpower behind them. Nobody was really left on their own very much, and I think that was what was super, super important. You see at the end there, rockets. Getting a trade on those rockets, being able to have a guy rush in to get that trade, to be able to then pick up the last rocket. Chick pushes through the pressure they were were applying in their base consistently is, for me, what drove it home.
The big difference is you're always coming up with Overshield and Rockets at the same time throughout that map. And the Rockets will always beat the Overshield because you can take down multiple players with those Rockets as opposed to the Overshield where you can soak up some damage. But you saw so often, it was Shopify with the Overshield, ITB with the Rockets. If you can find a couple of kills like Jimbo was able to in that one situation specifically, that Overshield player is going to be irrelevant. Because of the numbers advantage you've given yourself with those Rockets, ITB obviously favoring that green and camo side of the map have done a phenomenal job to take the lead in this series.
2 objectives so far we've seen out of ITB. We've seen them send resources towards that strong side of the map. That 3-1 split worked for them so well on Solitude King of the Hill, worked for them so well on Empyrean Capture the Flag, and we have another objective here. It's oddball, it's live fire. Will it work for them? They've just gone 3 down.
The chance to close this series in 4 for ITB right now. Camo goes into the hands of Soul Snipe. Ball also in the hands of Shopify. ITB coming off respawn. You're seeing Chick push up towards the training side of the map. Jimbo gets spotted out, and Soul Snipe's patience is going to pay off here as he is behind every member of ITB.
Big camouflage grab here for Soul Snipe, and another big kill to follow, but Mighty's, he's able to shut down 2 members of Shopify over toward the tower side, but Shopify bringing that ball toward their spawners. This is a good hold for Rebellion.
What a beautiful play by Soul Snipe. He gets the 1 kill, he gets out of dodge, his teammates play the ball, and as ITB are all focused on taking over tower control, Soul Snipe's able to get away with the ball. Add another 17 points for Shopify right now. 4 go down for ITB at the same time, and this is going to result in a Shopify house setup.
They already have presence on green, so that's going to force the spawners across the map towards the tower side. And apparently Cycle, he was ready for it. That's a huge spawn snipe coming out of Cycle right there. And now looking to get behind enemy lines all the way towards tower. This is a rotation with that ball for Shopify Rebellion.
I love the rotation to green. It's allowed Cycle the opportunity to try and pinch. However, that pinch gets sniffed out. 4 go down for Shopify. A beautiful break from ITB. And although, Tony, I'm not the one to criticize play balls, they should have played the ball right there, and now ITB with a green setup of their own.
Yeah, this is free time now coming in for ITB that honestly shouldn't have been, and now it looks like ITB are perfectly comfortable with rotating that ball back towards the A side. It is they're playing keep away right now, as Rebellion had already taken over green, translated that towards the big door, having to portal out just to get his shields back. You already know they'll suppress. He wants to get back in that fight.
A lot of members of ITB in this house are getting pinched from every direction. Suppress re-engages with that Quantum. He's going to find himself a double. It breaks open the door, tears down the setup of ITB right now. Shopify have done enough to break this setup. Continued to score with the lead right now. Mental creating some space towards the camo. There's so many players from ITB, however, to deal with, and he gets taken down. That ball still in the hands of Shopify as they look to be rotating it towards green. Let's see if they can get a play ball here with at least a 30-point lead.
40-17 in favor of Shopify Rebellion. We've seen 2 members of ITB pushing right through the jail side, right through Rat Tunnel, but can't quite find the kill there. Mighty's the only player alive here for ITB as Shopify Rebellion surround him, deal with them, and without any hesitation on the ball.
What a big kill right there from Cycle. He drops the ball. He's able to find the one-on-one against Wutum, wins the one-on-one, which we haven't been able to say against Wutum very often this series, and it creates the numbers advantage that Shopify need to hold this setup strong, already up 55-18.
This ball right now is going to use his bait at the moment here, and Wutum flying right past Suppressed, and an easy kill for him means a punishing round of slays in favor of Shopify over ITB as they grab that ball, and this is some good time for them.
Yeah, this round starting to get out of hand now. 63-18. Shopify starting to pick it up in the slays department. The S7 and the hands of Suppressed. He can't hit the shots, but he is pushing back ITB Esports, denying them from being able to reach that ball carrier. And look, 73-18, you're able to play with such a significant lead here in round 1 of Shopify. A much needed momentum swing for them here in game 4.
Mighty does them going down, but Wutum refuses to. A big battle against Soul Snipe and some extra time being earned by ITB, but it's 73 points and counting for Shopify Rebellion. That's just 2, if not 3 rounds of slays, and they're gonna end it there, but a little 360 kickflip action coming out of Wutum, and it's right back to the ball time they go.
They do They're starting to come back in this round, but the Slays are starting to go in Shopify's favor once again. This setup is going to be nearly broken here. Wootum got to make a play, drops the ball, hits the G slide, hits the no scope, and that's the kind of play that ITB needed from Wootum. Unfortunately, however, you left the ball in house, and that ball somehow rotated by the last player alive from Shopify all the way to back green, and you can guarantee the play ball will come through if enough pressure is felt on the side of ITB.
I have one rule for ITB, and that's if you grab a sniper, give it to Wootum.
Yeah.
God, he's so good with it, and mouse and keyboard is so efficient with those power weapons, especially the sniper. But a missed snipe ends up being the last bullet for Cycle. Can he get the back smack? He will. Multiple going down here for ITB. Right back on that ball is Shopify, and they already have 80 seconds. ITB now needs to come off a spawn toward that green side and needs to get in quick. This is the final push. This is it.
Last push of the round right now. Multiple players getting taken down early. Cycle pivoting from
Double
one player to the next.
triple kill, killing spree.
All of ITB go down, and Shopify respond from the loss in game 3 with an early, quick round 1 victory.
I want to start a thing now. Them boys just got cycled. I'm gonna start it. It's cool. Don't look at me.
It's not that bad.
Don't look at me.
I said it's not that bad.
We look like I'm crazy.
It's not that bad.
1-0 lead here for Shopify Rebellion.
1-0 lead. 1-0 lead now for Shopify. Can they push this series to a game 5? An early setup for them as well as they get 2-man number advantage. 3 go down for ITB right now, and this ball out by Camo. Cycle waiting for information to decide where he's going to rotate it to.
Snipe ends up in the hands of Suppressed. Misses that shot, but gets a new angle with that repulse right up to the tower side, but multiple different angles now being created by ITB. From mid, Nest, Suppressed can't feel comfortable here. Luckily, he has his teammates that are watching his back with some free shots from Jimbo. Forces him back once again. 6 shots in this sniper. He wants to do something with it.
Enemy has the ball.
As this second round gets underway, take a look at the Slays, Tony. Round 1 and this early round 2 is dominant from Shopify right back in this series. It feels like every time ITB try to get some momentum, somebody steps up for Shopify. A beautiful no-scope will negate the numbers advantage for ITB momentarily, but Jimbo on a flank right now. He gets sniffed out. Mental gonna get taken down. Multiple members. It's Chick and Jimbo through the rat tunnel right now to find the first 2 kills, and Shopify now will get taken down. A beautiful job by ITB in a very difficult situation to break the setup of Shopify, and now they get a house setup of their own.
Yeah, a little bait and switch action coming out of Jimbo and Chick right there. And although Jimbo ended up going down, it's ITB to end up with that ball. Fighting. Sniping hands. He's going to lose that one, and with that, Wootum's by himself. Wootum gets squad wiped, and now Shopify Rebellion still have the lead.
ITB seriously struggling right now to try and hold any of these setups. You saw them get the 4 down. They get the setup, snipe in the hands of Mighty's right there. Immediately Shopify able to break it without really any significant time going in the hands of ITB. You're asking so much of your team if you're not able to hold these setups for even just 1 round of Slays, and it feels like every single time throughout this game so far, ITB really struggle when they have the opportunities to get a setup of their own.
Shopify Rebellion are in a must-win situation, but they're playing like it right now. That was another squad wipe that we've seen so close to camouflage coming up. Notice how Shopify immediately takes space. They don't want just A, they want the C side as well. They want to guarantee this camouflage, but they also have to guarantee their lives. 2 end up going down. ITB with the push.
Look how much space they just tried to create there. They were pushing all the way back tower while Shopify had the ball in house. That is an overextension in my opinion, but it has allowed for them to have time before this next push from ITB, which has been successful for respawners to come through. Right now with this camo, Chick gonna try and get his team back into this second round. They're able to get around to Slays, they're able to get the ball back into house and start to acquire time. This is where we've seen ITB struggle throughout this game. Is this the moment that they're able to start taking advantage of these setups? He finds the first kill, a second player spotted back house. Suppressed being such a nuisance right now, not taking a ton of damage, still alive. Someone take this man down. Finally, the grenade did the job done, but Soul Snipe is now in the back of house. Suppress does such a good job to buy enough time to deny any time from ITB from being acquired throughout that entire process.
In Halo, time is a commodity that you simply cannot waste. While Suppressed is buying time for his life, the rest of his teammates are coming up, and look what it leads to. A 3 down for ITB, and Shopify right back on the ball.
Shopify now set up in hands, sniping the hands of Cycle. He's hitting the low route right now as the ball gets rotated towards the tower. He's going to bait this ball carrier and try to find these late flankers as he finds the first kill onto Wutum. Unfortunately, he blinks and all 3 of his teammates go down. He's able to find a second kill, tries to go for a ninja on the player cuts, but Mighty's does get him taken down. And finally, the first tower setup, I'd say, of the game is in ITB's favor. Is this a more favorable setup for them is the big question, because they have not been able to hold a house setup to save their lives, no pun intended.
ITB down to get those kills, but they get so quickly as far as execution toward the tower side, but Shopify Rebellion are right back at him. Now a momentary 1v1 and that ball in nobody's hands right now. Respawners are coming up. Wutum hops right on it. Big confidence out of ITB to move that ball toward the A side. A couple rounder slays, and this could be a huge play coming out of ITB.
Every single time they get an opportunity to set up, they get completely team wiped, and that's exactly what happens again. Mental with the double, ball back in hand, continuing to push this lead back to 20 now for the side of Shopify.
Ball being dropped momentarily here from Mental. They want to secure these slays before they commit to the ball time. And a huge nade shot. Love the insta-splodes coming out of him. And then finishes off that kill. Almost 70 seconds here for Shopify Rebellion in the 2v2 scenario. This next slay will give Shopify the advantage. That's a double, that's a triple, and that's falling. ITB, you're going to have one more push off of Spawn.
You're going to get one opportunity, and unfortunately, Chick trying to hide towards the scoreboard, he gets sniffed out and taken down. The complete push from ITB is going to be reset once again. Even the first 2 split spawners on the side of ITB get taken down. Shopify, that pressure that they're applying to these spawners to continuously cycle someone down at all times is their success, their win con here as they take an 89 to 44 point lead.
Just 11 seconds away from sending us into a game number 5, and I'm here for it, Wes. I ain't gonna lie to you. Don't get tired on me. 89 to 44. But ITB still in it. A 3 down leaves Wutum by himself, and it's Cycle right back on the ball. Slays are out, and I think that might just be it.
That's gonna do it, ladies and gentlemen. Our first big series of the day is going the distance. Shopify tie this series up, and we'll find ourselves on Aquarius Slayer, the first to 50 here shortly, and a chance to go 1-0 in pools. This upset could be the biggest in European history, I'd say, on their own soil. And this would be a nice way to kick off this HCS London tournament.
Not going to lie to you, going through my mind, I think in the middle of that one was you really need to win this ITB, because you just don't want to find yourself back in another Slayer situation against Shopify Rebellion. I wouldn't. I mean, the chances to kind of push this one forward are going to be pretty slim. It's going to be difficult because also mentally you've got your head in your hand just a touch. I mean, you've been so powerful, so lights out in all the objective maps so far. You let one go here in the oddball, and honestly, it wasn't close, to be honest with you. That oddball just wasn't close enough.
I talked about the stylistic difference we saw in Game 3 and how ITB's strategy was just flat out better than Shopify's. Well, we can say the complete opposite here in Game 4.
Yeah.
ITB struggled to hold their setups. It was a much more dominant performance on the side of Shopify. The rotations were cleaner. The holds were cleaner. They're continuously pressuring respawners like they're supposed to do in oddball. And you saw every single time ITB got a setup, it was almost immediately broken by the first wave that came from Shopify. That cannot happen if you're trying to win these oddball games. But as we look at Game 5, Lot, you said you don't want to find yourself in a series or in a Slayer to determine the series against Shopify. We also had some stat that we showed at the start of this series that, Tony, I believe you were the one that said it, about how successful ITB were at Aquarius Slayer specifically.
Yes.
So there's stats on both sides that lead you to believe this is going to be one hell of a Game 5.
It certainly should be, and I think ITB need to try and keep their head propped up, I think. Obviously, it didn't go to plan in oddball, and you're right there about their setup. At times, we saw them have a house setup, and I think you've got your full squad here pretty much, and every single time Shopify Rebellion being able to just completely obliterate. Like you said, within the first couple of kills, it was just completely over. No holds at all, and that's a big problem. They're going to have to hold their own in this Slayer next. They need to be able to push up. They need to hold the split spawns. They're going to have to do something, and strategy is going to be key, I think.
The good thing about this series and for ITB is we've seen this series now go 1-0, 1-1, 2-1, 2-2. So ITB have showed you that they can rebound after a loss already in this series. If you had told anybody on ITB when they woke up and were eating breakfast this morning, hey, if I could guarantee you find yourselves on Aquarius Slayer Game 5 against Shopify, would you take that position? Every single one of them would have signed that contract and been like, put me in Game 5, give me an opportunity to create this upset. They've done the work to get to this point. Can they finish the job?
And Tony, you know, looking at the Slayer as well, I think for me, Wootem has been stepping up to the plate like crazy. It's been amazing. But I do think Chick needs a rebound on the Slayer. And this is the time to do it. If Chick wants to see some success with his team here, I think having every single one of those individuals firing on all cylinders is where it's at. And Chick, he did have a lackluster Slayer. So I think this is the time to bounce back.
In this game number 5, I'm be honest with you, I don't know who has the advantage. Is it a 7-1 Shopify Rebellion on Slayer back in Arlington? Is it the undefeated ITB on Aquarius? I don't know, but I'm here for it. Game number 5, ITB and Shopify Rebellion.
The battle for the first overshield is always such a crucial one. Let's see who comes out on top. 2 members go down for Shopify. Jimbo with Heatwave overshield in hand has given an early lead and opportunity for ITB.
Early lead and early heat wave control. That's until Jimbo ends up going down, so you know that heat wave will change hands, and Shopify will gain even more control, will gain even more map presence.
Soul Snipe starting this one off hot. 3 kills to his name and 2 big ones to take down that overshield. Heatwave players denies Jimbo the real opportunity to get some momentum going here. Control of the map in Shopify's favor right now. They're trying to push out of the base from the side of yellow as ITB, but here comes the push. That Soul Snipe Heatwave kill was big. He's able to find the first kill, but Wootem, somehow, that's a bit of a ninja, Tony, in the corner. Denies a lot of the pressure that Shopify once had.
Another 3-1 split coming out of ITB, attacking that fridge side with 3 players. You saw Mighty's go right up that mid angle. Mighty's ends up going down, but it distracted a lot of Shopify, and ITB did win that engagement. Still, Shopify Rebellion have the lead.
Shopify are all stuck in yellow right now. They're trying to get Jimbo out of the closet. They're able to take him down. That's going to deny ITB's real opportunity to try and keep them suppressed in this base. Suppress trying to fight out of the front of this base. Is going to have multiple teammates trying to push this top car. He's trying to support them, but you can see that ITB are posted up to try and deny that push from happening. ITB still with map control in their favor. They're going to lose Chick, but they'll trade it out for Soul Snipe every day of the week. Trades across the board. This game continues to be at a high pace. Overshield coming up in 13 seconds, and we still have a 2-kill game on our hands.
And with another overshield coming up, ITB always prioritize making sure they're on the strong side of the map. Lots of presence over towards the P side here for ITB, and it could be a free overshield here for Mighty's. Here it is.
I love what we just saw from ITB. Their ability to control the middle of the map and deny the push that was trying to happen on the car side of the map. Taking Suppressed out of the window was a key factor in that. Allowed them to get that overshield. It doesn't transition into much as we saw that overshield player get taken down, but keeping those overshields and these win conditions out of Shopify's hands have allowed this to be a tied game, 15-15.
Soul Snipe ends up going down. The same for Mental, so this is ITB's opportunity to put them 3 down and keep that map control, but you notice Mighty, he's getting chased down to 1 shot. He goes, Soul Snipe trying to find the angle, he ain't gonna get it. A big kill out of Mighty's right there, slows down Rebellion just a bit.
Mighty staying alive once again, gets himself into bottom middle. Is anyone from Shopify able to get an angle onto him? Look at Suppress trying to overextend. Good damage from Mighty's, may be able to get traded out. It is, what a phenomenal job by him to stay alive and buy time for his teammates to make a play. Unfortunately, the rest of the team's starting to fall. Shopify with the pressure in the blue are able to cleanly wipe all of ITB and take a 3-kill lead.
Advantage here for Shopify, but they still have to cross over towards that 50. It's ITB spawning all the way over towards the red side of the map. And Chick he might end up right behind both Mental and Cycle here towards Car. 3 members stuck over towards the red side, but it's Chick with that flank over on Car. Cycle with the double. Both teams end up going 2 down, and Chick is the one with the flank to take down Suppress and give them that advantage. 3 down for Shopify Rebellion.
Still a 3-kill game. 26-23 right now. Overshield not coming up for another 20 seconds. Pay attention to the map control that each team is going to be fighting for. ITB clearly won the battle for the second Overshield. Let's see if they can repeat that.
Another Overshield. Another opportunity here for ITB to maybe get themselves back in the game. Only down by 5 at the moment, but you don't want things to get out of control here. A one-shot Soul Snipe will not survive, but a well-placed grenade by Cycle ends up shredding the shields of Chick, and back-to-back kills for Shopify Rebellion gives them that overshield.
All of a sudden, it's a 7-kill game. ITB starting to feel a little bit more nervous. The first overshield of the game goes to Shopify here. Heat Wave in the hands of Cycle, and they're looking to push with this overshield Heat Wave. A lot of damage, and staying alive even more so important for Cycle right now, as another clean wipe onto ITB, flush out the closet, and push the lead to 10.
Multiple go down for ITB. It's Cycle and Rebellion that are attacking the P side. You're seeing 3 more members though. ITB taking that same angle. They're trying to drive Cycle out of this perimeter side of the map. Mighty's goes in for a flank. Cycle somehow ready for him, chases him right back to the low side, and now he's really chasing him. He wants that kill.
What a job by Cycle to stay alive so many different times throughout this life. He's still alive, taking down a no shield once again, but not giving up that last bit of health is so important for the presence on the map and the space that he's able to give Shopify right now. Trades are a good thing as they come across the board. A 12-kill lead all of a sudden for Shopify, and the slaying prowess of this team continuing to be in their favor. Soul Snipe at 16, 8, and 11 as this team tries to close the door on this series.
ITB have done a great job to send us into a Game 5, and we've seen them make close to a massive comeback in that Game 2 Slayer. I'm not counting them out, not just yet, but something has to change right here, right now. You're down, almost down to single digits. You got to make something happen here, ITB.
Such a difficult lead to try and come back from, especially on a map like Aquarius where there's no significant power weapons on it. It's a lot of teamwork and a lot of map control that you're trying to fight for, and it's so difficult to not trade while doing so. Trades cannot be the name of the game for ITB. 44-33, 11-kill game. Shopify with the game in their hands now, just need to find ways to find trades successfully to get to 50.
This will be ITB's first loss here on Aquarius, all in 2024 on LAN. A double-digit lead for Shopify Rebellion, but an overshield in the hands of Mighties maybe can make something happen here. It's not too late, but one squad wipe and that's it.
One squad wipe, and Mighties needs to find a way to be the tip of the spear here for ITB. That overshield is gone. It's given them a man advantage, but immediately it gets traded out. Wutum gets taken down.
Double
2 kills
kill.
now for ITB. It makes it 49-39. The push is unsuccessful. The overshield is wiped, and Mental gets the 50th kill to avoid the upset, and Shopify rebound in games 4 and 5 to take down a very feisty ITB.
There you have it, folks. Shopify Rebellion. They get it done where things looked a little bit scary at one point or another. They managed to get it through, right through the series, and I gotta say, I'm really impressed with what I saw from Rebellion, to be honest. You know, coming in, a talking point being, don't let your head go down. Keep fighting through it. When your back's against the wall, what have you got? Because you're gonna need that to take down the Titans. And Wes, we've seen already a glimmer of that day 1, game 1 from Shopify Rebellion. So, whew, strap in, folks.
Maybe not
going to be a good tournament.
Maybe not the team we thought was gonna put them through the ringer and make them weather the storm, but as we take a look at the series layout, they certainly were forced to weather the storm. Game 1, you saw everything.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to LBT Halo's continuous coverage of HCS London. We got a big one here, Eli. This feels way too early in the day, way too early in the tournament for having such a consequential series, as we have Sentinels taking on OpTic.
This is an insane match in pools. I could absolutely see this being a match for top 4, top 3, maybe even a grand finals type appearance. Maybe I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but I do see a lot in this Sentinels roster. I think OpTic has been hitting a stride recently where they're feeling as powerful as they were in that season 1 towards the end of it. But right now, Sentinels also feeling as powerful as ever with precision on the roster. And I feel like Lethal playing with a bit more energy as well. So this could be an intense series that goes the distance.
Sentinels win the opening break and have early pressure in the OpTic base, but Lethal trades out, and that could be big for OpTic. That's a trade win condition for OpTic in that it hopefully pushes the Sentinels roster back, but no. OpTic go 2 down, and you see Formal here. He steps back into his base to play from a more defensive standpoint. As he now pushes in, looks towards the generator. Dead Zone pushing out. That should mean that the rest of OpTic are going to push out into the generator, but Dead Zone goes down by himself. The assist comes through, but numbers are going to dwindle. A little bit of a missed timing from the OpTic gaming crew here to start, and Sentinels should have the first pull, but OpTic do a great job to continuously trade out. If not for these crucial trades in their defensive base, Sentinels would already have a pull, if not a 1-0 lead.
Lucid absolutely clutching up. Last player alive gets 2 and then a third as well to clear his side when Sentinels had firm control of that utility side, which is so important to run a flag on this map. For Lucid to shut that down as last player alive is absolutely massive, but the pressure has been heavy on OpTic's side of the map really since the game started. This looks like maybe the first opportunity that OpTic has to get out of their base. But as I say that, Falcated still in their utility, just pulling more attention backwards. Somehow wins that fight against Trippy as well. And that means that Sentinels once again will claim ownership of OpTic's utility side. But it's OpTic on the other side. We've got members of both teams on both sides of the map.
Yeah, you can see Dead Zone there wanted to push out and then looked back over his left shoulder like, wait, Falcated's still there? As Falcated, a thorn in the side of OpTic Gaming. Flag out for now. As Lucid with the overshield gonna have to play more defense. That flag is out for Sentinels. So Sentinels, it seems pretty even in trades and in slays, but it feels like Sentinels have the early edge. Lucid and OpTic thankful that they were able to grab this overshield and stop this run for now.
Right now, slays heavily on the side of Sentinels. Looks like they have just been winning a majority of the fights right now, which is not easy to do against OpTic. Lucid going to try to find a crafty kill bottom middle. 3 do go dead for Sentinels, but this could be OpTic's chance to finally get into the base, get a flag out, but if not for Falcated playing defender here bottom center.
Boo-boo. Looking to stay alive. Now it's pressure from OpTic Gaming in the Sentinels base as Trippy and the rest of the boys have pushed through. Flag already out in the courtyard as Trippy looks to continue the run, but he goes down. Unfortunate timing there. Lethal's the only player alive for Sentinels, and he's able to make a miraculous stop. That could have been huge if Trippy's able to continue to stay alive, continue to run that through the P side. A rare P run there for Sentinels. Ends up getting reset as we have an even 2v2 feed. Looks like things are going to reset in totality here, as it's been very difficult for both of these two teams to get any offense going off the start.
Interestingly, I'm noticing both teams playing a lot of low ground positions. You know, this map traditionally known to be super important to hold high ground, but both teams just trying to find sneaky routes through bottom center, and it's going to pay off for OpTic here as Trippy's going to get this flag out and into the util. Spawners of Sentinels just came up, so they're ultimately trying to take a lot of space, maybe try to get into the OpTic base before this flag gets too far, but as more kills go in the kill feed in favor of OpTic, this flag looks like it should go home.
That's big. Dead Zone, the bodyguard, ended up going down. That allowed Sentinels a chance to pull, and they do. That all comes down to Dead Zone going down previously when Trippy needed a bodyguard. Dead Zone went down, but it looks like they're still going to be able to reset this flag. 3 go down for Sentinels, and I like that play there. Reset it a little bit to the positioning on the reset, then let it finish via time as 3 went down for Sentinels. OpTic Gaming go up 1-0 in this match. What a very resilient start here for OpTic Gaming.
Dead Zone with perfect efficiency there, like you said, just waiting the timer as long as he needed to and just had the understanding of how much time was left for it to return automatically. Perfectly timed on the flag stump, and now Lucid's got another flag out. He's going to make a pit stop here to return his own flag and also get a killing spree. Gets enough damage on that second player for Trippy to take care of it, and now this flag should start going all the way back. This looks like the early 2-0 lead for OpTic.
Feels like every time we look up at the top left corner of our screen, there are at least 3 down for Sentinels as a tidal wave of numbers have started to roll here for OpTic Gaming, led by their OBJ mastermind, Dead Zone. We were talking about Legend comping for Dead Zone previously on that SSG roster, but now Dead Zone, top Slayer and top OBJer, as OpTic getting a little bit of that magical run, a dueling personality trait there. But now 3 go down for OpTic Gaming. Sentinels have the numbers advantage that they had off the start. Weren't able to do anything with it though, and imagine if it was 1-2, the game would feel a little bit different here. Sentinels still looking for their first score.
See that right there. Sentinels had a lot of players dead for OpTic, but maybe should have timed their push. OpTic's too smart. They're going to be throwing those defensive nades as you come in. They're going to know the timing that you're going to get into the base. Those nades made all the difference. Sentinels, if they just stutter stepped maybe for a second or two, waited for the nades, they could have had a flag out by now. They still do continue to slay out though, 3 dead, which means Lethal should be able to get this flag out, but they're going to have to get more spawn kills to get this further on the map. On top of that, Overshield just came up. They do stop and get that, and that is going to be huge. This could be the catalyst for Sentinels to get their first cap on the board.
Oh, massive grenade though from Formal, and it doesn't take down Boo Boo, but it does take down his Overshield, and because of that he goes down shortly after. So Formal not getting the slay, and I think that example right there is like a microcosm for what this game has looked like for Matt. He's got 5 slays, only 5 slays, but 12 assists. Great example of that right there is Sentinels do in fact put their first one on the board as they're only down 1, 5.5 left.
So important to bring that cap within, or those points within 1. It means that should this timer start to dwindle down, sudden death could be on the table, but it is another 3 dead for OpTic. Boobadooboo in the base, trying to get this flag out. Falcated's there with him. And Formal finally getting shut down. This could be another flag run opportunity, but they have to pay attention to where these spawners are coming from, and Lethal has the awareness to go ahead and attack these players at P1. We'll see if this flag can make it even further on the map.
Flag in the hands of Boobadooboo. Runs out past a little bit of a fumble, and I think he heard footsteps coming through the bottom mid location. 2 players for OpTic Gaming push through. That's Trippy with 1. Dead Zone goes down, but not before putting shots down onto Falcated. Trippy going to try to finish up on the damage, and he does not. Has to reload instead. Falcated gets the slay, and what's going to occur out of that? A reset ultimately, but Sentinels will win the mid-map control after 3 go down for OpTic.
Yeah, Trippy did enough there to at least get the flag returned, but does go down. Like you said, that means mid-map control could swing in the favor of Sentinels, but what can they do with it? Like I said, these low ground positions, for some reason, being very popular so far this game. At this point, OpTic just meticulously getting out of their base. Trippy just peeking out the P door, make sure that he has some teammates to shoot with him. Now that he's taking control of the P side, they look to push into the base of Sentinels. Sentinels have been getting spawn killed for a little bit here, but OpTic have not had a chance to get all the way in the base.
Lucid pulls another flag out. OpTic still up by 1. Another Overshield up soon, and OpTic Gaming, they're about to roll. They're about to get Overshield. They're about to get another flag cap to make it a 3-1 game, but there's still 1 player left. It's Boobadooboo alive in the OpTic side of the base, and if he can just stay alive a little longer, maybe pull a flag out. No, it's not going to be enough, as OpTic will in fact earn the Overshield, I imagine, and a 3-1 lead.
Story has continued for Formal. 15 assists now. Maybe not as many slays as we're used to seeing from him, but the damage output is unquestionable. Falcated's just constantly applying pressure into the OpTic's utility side of the map as he gets the perfect kill, utilizing the thruster on Formal. Gonna also be able to chuck this flag into the courtyard. The rest of Sentinels look to push up, get a couple slays so they can continue moving this flag.
If you'll recall, Eli, it was Formal in HCS Season 1, a top 5 support player, top 5 in assists nearly every single LAN tournament. And HCS Season 1 was the year OpTic won the Halo World Championship. 2v2 for now, after 3 actually go down for OpTic Gaming. Now hopping on board here at the Precision, some cross-map shots into the back of Dead Zone and Formal, as he gets the perfect shots on the player top mid. That's Lethal who goes down now. Precision just trying to push through, protecting the offensive side of the map. The flag is out for Sentinels, but I think it just got reset, so Precision's going to be in a situation, I believe, where he's going to have to do a little bit more work and pull himself. He does. That's exactly what the case is as he continues on through the generator.
Sentinels also were aware of the spawners coming on that P side. This is probably the easiest map to predict spawns. If you're in their util, they're probably going to spawn Fridge. Sentinels knows that with how much experience they have on the map, and they've done a great job to apply pressure to those spawners, but understanding there's 3 members of OpTic alive right now, they accurately decide that it is time to stop and slay. This flag will stay alive, but they've got to kill a couple more members of OpTic before they can punch this in.
Flag goes through, and Sentinels have done enough to keep it close, but OpTic have held on to the lead throughout this match. Holding on to another overshield is Formal, as he earns what I imagine will be the double. Yes, there it is, the reversal no less. As players weak on the P1 side of the map, Booba Dooba, the last player alive here for Sentinels, and OpTic with a minute and a half left. If they continue out with these slays, there's just too much pressure and not enough time and space for Sentinels to come back. What can they do? They need someone to pop off. They need someone to start dealing out more damage. Maybe it's Precision who gets that opening break slay, but Falcated goes down shortly after.
I'm on the side of Sentinels. I'm looking at Precision to die a little bit less. He has racked up more deaths than anybody else in the lobby so far. And I know it's just one more, but he's had the most deaths almost the entire game. You have to imagine with his firepower, he needs to stay alive on the map a bit longer to give Sentinels better chances to get out of their base. Right now, the pressure is too great. They're going to start getting spawn killed. OpTic is approaching here from the utility side. And right now, Sentinels have to figure a way out. Usually they'll send a group of 2 out the P side, start to take some space over there. But right now, OpTic are not going to make it easy.
50 seconds left, and Formal and a duo are in the generator together. That's Lucid pinging in on the yellow side of the map, Sentinel side, as Falcated earns another slay. 2 go down for OpTic, and you can really sense Falcated's aggressiveness here. He knows that he needs to stay alive in OpTic's side of the map, and with 2 down for OpTic, nobody down for Sentinels. Formal makes a hero play though, stops Falcated short before dipping into the 50-yard line, and that could secure the victory for OpTic. One final defensive stand, 3 go down, and Formal is in fact clutching up. Didn't have the slays to match, but now he's got the slays to match the assist, make it one better. 20, 19, and 21 for Formal, having himself a hell of a game.
Yeah, great closing sequence for Formal. You got to think that Falcade is a little upset about that spawn point. Formal did kind of spawn in the perfect position on util, and Falcade didn't expect it. He was starting to run the flag that direction, but perhaps another member of Sentinels was too close to the fridge spawn to block it, and that might be what caused that spawn out. But they've got to get that tightened up and make sure nobody's in the wrong spot if they're going to control spawns against a team like OpTic.
19 assists for Formal, double what I believe anybody else on his squad had. And it's not to say he was lacking in the slay department. Unbelievable performance there, especially so from the likes of Dead Zone, the OBJ mastermind for OpTic Gaming, top fragging in this particular lobby. So it's looking like a great start here for OpTic. Dead Zone, Lucid, Formal, and Trippy all playing their part. I saw a lot of aggressiveness there from Falcated, but it felt like he was one of the only ones that was really able to break through. Eli, what did you see?
I mean, I think it's just Falcated's play style to constantly apply pressure in that utility side. I think Falcated is one of the best Aquarius players in the world. He just seems so comfortable on that map. Always seems to slay out. Doesn't matter if it's Slayer or Flag. This guy is a top performer on the map, and I think it kind of makes sense, his play style. I mean, you've got to be constantly applying pressure in the other team's base. That's usually his job. He was just getting shut down slightly more than I think he's used to, and that's more of a credit to OpTic, I think, than maybe an error on Sentinel's part, but could have been a little bit cleaner in some of those situations for Sentinels.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Sentinels, based on my eye test assumptions, had the early pressure, won the opening break. And again, I posed the question during the game, but I just imagine what if Sentinels were able to get that one score in the first 2 minutes where it looked like they had the numbers advantage over OpTic Gaming. It ended up being a one score, a one poll game for OpTic Gaming in the lead, taking that one 3-2 as we set our sights to live fire Team Slayer for game 2.
And this one could go either way. I think Sentinel's a very good team at adapting on the fly, just coming up with game plans. I feel like you have to be that way in this game for most game types, but it's especially true in Slayer. You know, if you are at a disadvantage, how do you set traps for your opponents to fall into? Because right now, the meta is such that you got to play super fast and aggressive off your advantage state, but I think Sentinel's the type of team that can set up, predict which way they're coming from, and maybe team shoot the first player and flip the situation around, even if they do fall into disadvantage. But they're also going to put OpTic in some tough spots if they're in advantage, so this could be a very close one.
In game 2, I'm keeping my eyes locked on the newly minted member of Sentinels. That's Precision, who, talking about composition and filling in for different players that you replaced. We talked about Legend and Dead Zone earlier. This is another one that follows that same line of thought where Precision fills in for Spartan, and we know what Spartan was capable of on this Sentinels roster, dealing out massive damage, going on running riots and rampages against the top level HCS competition. And I think Precision's a pretty good match for that. Didn't have quite his best game there in game number 1, but not far enough what we're used to seeing from Precision to where you can't not expect him to pop off here in game 2. He's the Slayer I'm looking out for, at least, if not the main Slayer, at least top damage in the lobby. I think he's absolutely capable of it, despite the fact that you got the Season 1 Halo World Champions on the other side.
You're exactly right. I mean, if you guys don't know Precision's name by now, you should. This guy's name is going to be known across all of Halo, I think, by the end of this season. He's incredible. And, I mean, Bubu Dubu and Falcated have said that he reminds them of Shotzi, and that's a pretty bold statement. Shotzi came on the scene, absolutely dominated in Halo 5, now dominating in Call of Duty. But I mean, Precision really does have that level of talent. He's just so individually skilled. He's like an alien, man. It doesn't even look real when you watch his screen. He's just doing unbelievable things all the time. But against a team like OpTic, you're going to have to play your A++ game, and that's what I want to see out of Precision to get Sentinels back into this.
Yeah, we were tuned into Bubu Dubu's stream one day after raiding him. I think you and I just got done playing some matchmaking, and chat was buzzing with questions about Precision. This was right when the change was made, Sparty for Precision, and everybody in chat asked Bubu Dubu, what makes a great teammate? Why do you love Precision so much? And he said, the most important thing I'm looking for in a teammate is easygoing, easy to get along with outside of the game, and relentlessly competitive and aggressive, hardcore even, in-game. Just the will to win and the will to drive yourself to be better every single day. He said that's what Precision brings to this Sentinels roster. So outside of just the slays in-game and the damage he does in-game, I think Precision fits in as a great comp outside of the game as well. We had a chance to work with Precision for a little bit outside of the game, and the dude's just enjoyable to be around. And there's something to be said about players that you enjoy spending time with outside of the game. That builds camaraderie and chemistry in-game. So Sentinels looking to put it all together after a top 16 finish. That is right, a top 16 finish at Arlington. Eli, while we have a little bit of a break, it seems like, before game 2, do you think that was a hasty decision to change rosters? I felt like everybody assumed, oh, they're not going to make a change. It's Sparty. They're going to stick together. It's just one fluky LAN event, but they did make that change. Do you agree?
I mean, to be honest, it's hard to say if you're not in the Discord calls, you're not in the comms with the team. You don't know what the vibes are like between a roster. But man, if you're ever on any team and the vibe seems off and you see a chance to maybe flip up the vibe and increase your ceiling in some way, shape, or form, and you feel like that's the right move, then that's what they did. So I think it's shown to be a good decision so far. Like we said, Precision just extremely talented, and that's no slight on Sparty, one of the most talented players that we've ever seen as well. But there's just something, this game's all about teamwork, vibes, chemistry, coordination, and it doesn't matter if you're one of the most talented players in the world if you're not jiving with all 4 members of the same team.
Yeah, we saw vibing and fiving at the LVT Orlando LAN just a couple weeks ago, and I don't know, maybe that was a prelude to what you need to compete at the highest level of HCS LAN competition, as we are live HCS London coverage. LVT Halo not at the event, but we're doing our best to provide as much coverage as we can back home in Texas for a lot of us. Everybody else, Garrett over in Vegas. Man, props to Garrett. I didn't expect him to be in the Discord at 4 a.m., but he was there alive and well, bringing his same level of humor and dry wit and humor to the Discord. And going back to the vibes, Eli, it's just as important for, I guess, us on the casting side and the production side to have that chemistry. It absolutely plays itself out in the gameplay, in the broadcast. And yeah, just exciting to see. Just tip of the cap to everybody on LVT for showing up early with all the energy and enthusiasm. We've been going since 5 a.m. Central Standard Time for most of us. So it's been an early day and a little bit of a long day, but hey, man, this is HCS LAN competition. Nowhere else we'd rather be.
Wait, are you saying you like tools? That's crazy. Anyways,
I love tools.
No, he's a good guy. We troll him a lot, but It's always fun working with everybody here at LVT. I'm kind of excited to see if this series, just looking at the layout here, if we go to a game 4, I feel like Sentinels are really good at interference strongholds. I've been keeping an eye on their scrims, and they don't lose that game type very often. So I think they've got something figured out. Maybe some of the other teams haven't yet. And then also Recharge Ball, one of Boobadooboo's favorite game types for sure. Always seeing him pop off with that camo shock rifle combination. So I think this could be a spicy series. If Sentinels can get on the board here, I think we might be trailing towards a game 5.
I see the dead display in chat, one of our first Patreon supporters of the podcast. Appreciate you, dude, and welcome to the show. Welcome to game 2 as Sentinels OpTic kicking things off early here. Formal with camo and snipe off the start. You imagine he could really pop off with it, but for now it's Trippy instead of the feed with the double. Matt sets his sights towards the rat tunnel for the no-scope, and that's huge. 3 go down for OpTic Gaming, and they don't allow anything relatively out of that camo snipe combo.
Here we go. Boobadooboo just trying to get immediate intel on this sandbag side, get an angle maybe they don't expect. Also overlooking the sniper. Goes 3 dead for OpTic once again, and Boo Boo with the sniper. If he can take out Trippy here, they should have a good position to maybe start spawn killing with this sniper rifle.
Just feels wrong to see Boobadooboo for Sentinels with that green OpTic sniper in his hands, but it signifies the fact that they took it out of the cold dead hands of Formal, and now Sentinels and Boobadooboo looking to heat up with it. No scope rings out across the middle of the map, doesn't connect as he sets his sights instead towards the garage door, just like we saw with Trippy in the feed, getting the double kill off screen. It's Falcated now with a double of his own, and Sentinels to build a 1 team wipe lead early. 14-9 now. It's a multi-possession lead at that, so Sentinels could potentially spawn trap here, but there's going to be split, it looks like, instead, as OpTic in a little bit of a mini blender. Not quite the full blender off the start, but Sentinels look much better here in game 2.
You're exactly right. I mean, they've played their advantage very well. OpTic have been falling into their traps. This is kind of what I predicted, not to pat myself on the back here, but Sentinels really the type of team that can do this against any team. OpTic right now trying to fight through bottom center. Their plan here is to just get some space on the other side of camo before it comes up, but looks like Sentinels predicted that. They stop it short, and all this time that Falcated has wasted from Lucid means that Sentinels will get a free camo.
19-12. This is approaching a 3-possession game where OpTic need 3 clean team wipes to get back in this one, and it's still early, 19-12, but as we start to get into the 30s, you take a 3-possession lead into that. That's difficult for any team to come back from, as we see a full 2 team wipes, 8 kills plus now, as the lead's built into double digits. OpTic are in that blender that we felt could be brewing in the early goings of this game. Absolutely getting blended up right now. Strawberry banana smoothie. Our Sentinels making out of OpTic Gaming, 22-12.
They're just predicting everything that OpTic's going to go for. They know where that OpTic are spawning. They know what plays OpTic like to go for, and we called out Precision, who's hitting the no-scope. It just seems like no matter where OpTic go, there are 2 members of Sentinels attacking them, and look at the confidence out of Precision. Went for the reach-hal no-scope. They know there's still 4 bullets left to snipe there, but they're gonna wait and probably go for that later. Boo Boo still has this sniper from the beginning. He's had this single bullet in the clip for the last 5 minutes straight, it feels like.
I mean, Sentinels, they're owning OpTic right now, and they're owning their sniper rifle in particular. But the numbers are starting to dwindle here as OpTic need to start to find their form. 27-17 now, and Sentinels do look to take that multi-possession, multi-team wipe lead into the 30s, as Trippy looking to prevent any push through the cuts, has help and support on the big door and B side. 1v1 now with Falcated. And after both get down to low shields, Falcated calls for help on the dummy ramp, and Precision delivers it. Trippy goes down to 1 HP and eventually goes down. What a grenade there. Geometrical takes down Trippy, and Sentinels maintain that 10-kill lead.
I think that might have been a team nade. I don't know where that could have come from. Where were all of Sentinels in that moment? But either way, Trippy going down is a big deal on that side of the map. Sentinels can now hold strong. Looks like it's getting very mixy. Bottom center here, Repulse being put to good use. Still a 10-kill lead for Sentinels, and every trade just gets them closer to the end. Boobadooboo wisely backs out of this fight. No reason for him to reach out if he knows he has a teammate nearby. Just trust that his teammate will finish the kill. And what a perfect grenade now with camo coming up. Boo was in best position to contest it, but needs more help because 3 members of OpTic are here.
35-23. It's a 12-kill game heading into the mid-30s, and at this point, Eli, all Sentinels have to do is trade out, and you might even see them start to strategically play for that. His precision goes for it, but Trippy takes him down, and that's big. 4 go down for Sentinels, so that makes that 3-team wipe feel like more of a 2-team wipe edge, but my God, do OpTic need to stay alive. They need to almost play an elimination style of Halo where if they lose their life, it's over. It's already at that point. 38-29, Dead Zone with a double kill, and he needs more.
Yeah, he gets
it, triple kill.
This looks really good, but what you don't see on the screen right now is the fact that Sentinels were in the worst possible position, back green getting collapsed on, and somehow got 2 kills out of it. So I think if OpTic were going to come back and win this, they kind of had to come back, or they had to really come out on top in that situation. As I say that, though, they continue to slay out without dying, which is massive. They brought it down to just within 6, and it's a 4 dead for Sentinels.
40-35 with the sniper up, and Dead Zone's going to take it. Why not? He's got the hot hand. No, instead drops it to one of his teammates. I'm not sure exactly who he dropped that to. It's Formal. Makes sense. One of the best snipers across Call of Duty, Halo, any first-person shooter title. He's got the snipe back in his hands. Now down to 1 HP. Just wants to stay alive. Cannot lose this resource. Down by 4. Now 5. You need Formal with the snipe, but he goes down with it instead.
Killing spree.
Wow, killing spree for Dead Zone. Stepping up when his team needs it. Lethal does finally take him down. They do maintain a 5-kill lead into the 40s. But OpTic have roared back in this. Once down by, what, 12 kills earlier? And look at this rotation going all the way back around the tower. I don't know if Sentinels expects this. Sentinels are left just gathering intel. They've got to look around the map, figure out where OpTic has rotated. But this is a very smart rotation from OpTic. Just get straight to top tower with the sniper. But Formal's going to, or Lucid is actually the one with the sniper. He's going to have to start hitting some shots here.
OpTic's rallying cry is to bring it within 4 kills. Once it gets to the end of 40, that way they can come back in one fell swoop. They need a clean team wipe, all 4 down, nobody down for them to come back in it. But just as I say that, the lead balloons to 7. Allocated now with the sniper in his hand. 47-40. Repulsor doesn't propulse that grenade back, it looks like, and instead we're almost going to have the snipe in his hands. Down by 6. OpTic can't go down. If they do, Sentinel should have it.
Lethal just caught in a terrible position. He's going to get taken down. Got camo, sniper, 2 bullets to work with. Formal patiently lines up the first shot. Not as patient with the next, but still able to clean up Boo Boo. They can only afford 2 deaths, though, so they've got to play close together. If you're on the side of Sentinels, you got to look for some trades potentially.
This is that 48-49 win condition that OpTic Gaming got themselves back into, needing 1 team wipe to tie up the match. And at that point, it's anybody's game. But did Formal just walk by an opponent? I don't think so. I don't think they recognized him. Formal finds the back of A, and it's just his teammates there. Rat Tunnel has 2 in it, and 2 go down for OpTic. Unbelievable. It ends up being a 6-kill match, 6-kill win for Sentinels. Just as it looked like OpTic were storming back, they fall short. And I just feel like, Eli, in the middle of that match, when it was 12 kills, 35 to 20, 22, 23 or so, they just didn't give themselves enough time or space to come back in that one. They needed way too many slays. And despite the comeback, it just wasn't enough. Sentinels take it and tie the series.
At the end there, Formal had the camo, and he was trying to like systematically clear bottom nests, training, back green, just to see if any members of Sentinels were there. Precision picked the perfect spot, like almost predicting where Formal would be looking. And he sat in the, he's not all the way in the corner. He was up on the box. So just a different level. Yeah, right here. Look at this. So
wow,
because Precision is right on that exact part of the box, most players hide in the corner, but he's just a few paces in front, which is in the perfect spot for Formal to not be able to see him. He is actually on the screen for a second, but maybe his weapon offset made it so he couldn't see it. I don't know, but you got to wonder, you know, maybe if he goes down there, OpTic approach this collapse a little differently. Not sure, but somehow Sentinels from bottom middle find 2 kills here. Looks like they were maybe expecting the push. Falcated gets a melee at the key door, and somebody else gets to kill at the same time. But either way, impressive bounce back from OpTic, but also impressive end-game sequence from Sentinels.
Yeah, at the end there, you could almost sense Formal turned left into A, thinking, all right, I'm about to pinch somebody, right? They had the comms that people were in A. Sentinels were in A, but they scurried away into the rat tunnel and almost baited OpTic into the fragmentation grenade damage at the rat door, and we're able to secure the victory. We're Sentinels as we're tied 1-1, setting our sights to a Game 3 recharge oddball. So it's already now just a best-of-3 series, and could very well see a best-of-3 oddball here.
This one is heating up. I do feel like the series layout favors Sentinels, but OpTic is good at every game type, so it's hard to say how this one could go. I do think recharge ball is a great place for Sentinels to take a 2-1 lead, but both these teams extremely good at this game type. I mean, everyone's been playing this game type since the game came out. Interference, though, is the newest game type that we have, so we're guaranteed to see it now. That's where I think things are gonna get really interesting. I don't know which of these teams has a better record in scrim so far, but I do know that every time I pull up YouTube, I'm seeing Sentinels dominate on interference strongholds, so they're looking quite good on it for sure.
Well, that's part of the advantage, right? A new map, new game mode comes out. If you're the team that has the most experience on it, you have the most wins on it, you have to feel like, despite the fact that it's online, right? It's just a scrim, sure, but I think that does trickle down onto LAN. And I think Sentinels does have an edge, having performed better online on interference. We joked about it at the LVT Orlando LAN, Eli. The curse of interference means we won't get to see it. More often than not, it feels like those matches end up being 3-0s, but in this case, we will get to see some interference, and I'm excited about that. It's a returning map from Halo 5, the Rig. Plays a little bit more open and wide in Halo Infinite. What are some of the biggest differences that you notice? I know you're a classic Halo kid, probably didn't play much Halo 5 like Tools did, but tell me what you know about interference as it relates to the differences from the Rig and now interference.
I mean, I can't speak much to how it played as the Rig, but I've played it a lot in this game, and I can tell you that, you know, when it first came out, a lot of people are favoring like a BC hold and, you know, spawn kill them in A at the bunker. But I think that there's a lot of different holds that can work on interference. We'll talk more about that later once we get into game 4. For this game type, though, I want to highlight kind of the way the meta has developed on this. And that's, you know, if a team can have control of both that A side and gold pipes, they're going to elect for that classic AB stronghold setup, watch each other's crosses. But if you only have one or the other, teams are often just going to rotate this ball over to C and just set up around the silo, get some time out there. But I expect this one to be quite scrappy. There's going to be a lot of slaying on both sides before one team feels comfortable to grab the ball. As I say that, though, an early grab from OpTic means that they should take a strong lead here going into the early game.
Opening break win for OpTic here, and still on respawn, our Sentinels finally back in the mix, and Boo Boo Doo Boo heads right back to it. And OpTic, we talk about the checkpoints or check marks on oddball. You get to 30 seconds first over the opponent. That's a massive advantage. You get there with 30 uncontested seconds and one fell swoop, one hold. And that is a great start for OpTic Gaming. They're in fact going to reach that checkpoint. 30 uncontested seconds before Sentinels even get a chance to push through. Lucid with the shock, ends up trading out. That'll go down, but not before 2 more go down for Sentinels.
This is exactly what I talked about. If you've only got control of A, it might be a good idea to rotate it to C. OpTic didn't feel comfortable enough to do that. Precision's going to now push in through the top, and this could be a Sentinels hold, if not for Formal just being such a difficult kill down here, just buying a little bit of extra time. The OpTic members that come off spawn, Trippy's going to get a kill, but this fight is going to continue. I don't think Sentinels are going to be comfortable to hold on to this ball for very long. This fight is not yet over.
And this all started, if they can finish off on this sequence with Precision, reaching behind his back to prevent the reset down into bottom mid on that oddball. And that heads-up play from Precision actually allows OpTic to get right back to the hold on top A. So it would have otherwise had to scurry down to Camo, maybe rotate it to C, but that heads-up play for Precision ends up turning into more points for OpTic.
Right, and this Camo is coming up right now. It looks like both teams stopping to hold the ball for now, just to grab it. 4 go down for Sentinels. Lethal, the first spawner, is going to spawn up at C side. I think the rest of Sentinels will spawn on this long haul side. That's exactly what OpTic want, though. They want Sentinels to spawn on that side so they can comfortably hold the ball in A. Now that they have top gold, this setup is much stronger than it was previously, and they look to potentially shut out Sentinels. They continue to cycle the spawners. They have been staggered this entire time, and the oddball has just been held the entire time as well.
Well, it's interesting to note, too, that OpTic are doing this. They're not just holding down the fort at A. They got Lucid over at gold. They previously had Trippy in the White Tower, so I mean, OpTic are fully putting down the clamps on Sentinels. We hardly ever saw Sentinels even break through to where they could contest the oddball. And when you got Formal centering with that shock rifle, make it a double. Look in the wrong direction for the triple, but now sets his sights towards the long haul. Had Falcated potentially creeping down on the stairs. And OpTic are going to inch their way, I should say, sprint their way to a 100-0 start here. Talk about regaining the momentum. Unbelievable here from OpTic.
This has been a masterclass in how to adapt and adjust your strategy on the fly. Finally, it's not going to be a shutout. Sentinels are on the board, but they've got to play perfect if they're going to win this round. They do take 2 down. They need to extend out to the gold side if they're going to get a setup here, though. Right now, when they spawn at C, this is what I talk about. Just rotate it towards your spawners at C. Try to hold it on the silo. The problem is, if they end up having to play this ball, OpTic can just grab it off the spawn point.
Consolation prize if Sentinels do end up losing this round 1. At least they got a chance to see and look and feel what it's like to have control of the oddball in this one, as they do in fact get that rotation over to C. Booba Dooba down to 1 HP, just looking to stay alive, and I don't think he's going to have the opportunity to toss it off into the drink. You really have to stretch and press for more time, because OpTic have way too much of it, needing only 3 more seconds. They can play their pace, they can play patient here. As Formal has another camo, this could put the finishing touches on round 1.
Oh, huge kill there. I think that he was shooting precision. Lethal got the kill, though, and Lethal's in the spot to guard the oddball. This is exactly what Sentinels needed to do. And look at this. OpTic are spawning on the C side. This looks like Sentinels could potentially chuck this ball into A and get another hold. But for now, they're going to continue to slay out.
And this is where things, you almost could argue, get a little dangerous for OpTic, in the sense that they only need 2 seconds. This is where we see even the best players in the world sometimes reach a little too early for it, where they don't have the slays, they don't have the numbers advantage. They go instead for those 2 seconds when they need 2 more slays instead. 2 down for OpTic right now, and it's Lethal holding down the cross and stopping what could be a push through from Trippy, looking to take the elevator. As he lands what looks like the sticky. Wow. No, he does not. Ooh, a little bit of a confusing melee battle there for Lethal. Misses a couple, but finally finishes off Trippy. 2 go down for OpTic and Eli. Sentinels have cut this lead in half.
This is insane. They've been playing so well since the trade, but that stick could be a big shutdown. No, Falcade is going to get that kill. Sentinels continue to hold the ball, but Trippy is relentless, just coming off spawn and applying pressure every single time. This looks like it should be the end of the round. Yes, it will be. So finally, after Sentinels roar back and show signs of life, that's the kind of momentum you like carrying with you into the second round.
I totally agree. Again, it goes back to confidence time there for Sentinels. They got a chance to see and feel what it looks like to have a lead, as they not only had, or excuse me, a hold, not only had a hold, but they had firm control of it and almost brought it back. Round number 2 now. OpTic in the lead, 1-0, 1-1 in the series, as Trippy starts off with that camo, has support on the batteries. Curious to see if he goes for the shock, maybe tries to toss up the oddball, grabs the shock instead, lining up his sights towards the tower and the seaside. Precision, gets his face peeled with the perfect shot there from Trippy. 3 go down, and this is looking a lot like more what we saw in round number 1. There's a little bit of a deja vu.
Trippy so patient with that shot, almost turns 2, but Lethal with the Gandhi hop, pulling out some tech from the Halo 2 days, making that headshot a little bit harder to hit. Lethal, though, or Lucid, has the ball at glass, so now that his teammates are spawning at C, likely to rotate the ball towards them. But I think recognizing that all members of Sentinels are currently alive, they're going to try to fight as well.
If OpTic are able to get 2, does take down Trippy instead. Unbelievable here from Booba Dooba and the rest of Sentinels to regain the lead. This is part of that confidence that they built in round 1. Sure, they lost it, but they gained so much from that experience. Now in control, only by 1 second though.
Once again, have the ball at C. They're going to have to play it, though, soon here. The pressure coming in. No, wisely actually do not play it. Maybe understand they have a good chance to win this fight. This is kind of a risk-reward type situation. Don't want to play it too early and risk OpTic getting a hold of it, but they got 3 dead. They can just hold it once again. With camo coming up, they're going to have to leave the ball player, at least for now. Runs into Formal and another member of OpTic, so OpTic should be able to get this camo, but will they be able to force the reset as well?
3 go down for Sentinels, and now is the time to reset that. I loved that play there previously. 3 going down for OpTic. They could have spawned on gold and had the best chance at pulling the ball off the reset instead. Sentinels play it perfectly. Despite that, though, OpTic have a little bit of a rotation going. They don't have the numbers, but they do have the rotation. Precision meets up on the long haul, takes down 2, looking for Trippy, who I think is weak. Yes, Trippy does, in fact, go down, and Precision has the shock. Where do Sentinels want to take this oddball? Back to Gold or over to C? It looks like they're going to take it to C.
Wisely so. They know that Gold really isn't that strong of a position if you don't also have control of A. And look at the push so fast from OpTic to immediately push from A into Gold, shut down the shock rifle player. That's going to give them the opening to push through long haul, which is just an easier place to push in from that than the white hall side. And now if they can force another reset, they might be able to get the ball. But Sentinels have done such a good job of just maintaining the ball on the map as long as they can.
Wow.
And they might actually be able to hold it for even longer back here.
2 for 2 are Sentinels on those do or die situations where you make the wrong call there and that could flip the map. Will at least flip the oddball, but for now it remains in possession of Sentinels, and they are really finding their form at the back of C2. Incredible holds where OpTic push on through, but they go 3 down. And just like we saw in the previous time, OpTic off spawn are able to take down members of Sentinels, and then they play the oddball. Not before building an 81-26 lead here. Sentinels are coming back.
Huge kill from Trippy here. If he trades out right there, no chance that OpTic can get any ball time, but because he gets that kill without trading, all of a sudden they do have a good looking hold. Dead zone controlling space on that glass side, but it looks like Valkata gets through. No, he was spotted, and this shutdown is massive. This should be an even longer hold for OpTic.
Trippy is stepping up as the guy right now. A little hero ball being played as he maintains possession in 2 sequences for OpTic Gaming. To go down again. Trippy still with that oddball. Curious as to what he'd like to do with it. So it looks like he has it at the back of Gold. And despite OpTic not having the numbers advantage, they're continuing to score oddball time. Unbelievable rotation here from Trippy as he's just playing a game of Keep Away.
Lethal, I don't know how he survived as long as he did on the grapple. Perhaps the most exposed part of the entire map. Ubudu is going to clean up the damage that Lethal dealt as well. Oh, Trippy's so tricky with his movement. He gets taken down, and Booba says, all right, I don't need to kill that last guy. I'm just going to run this ball away. I think Falcated killed the player that was chasing him. Precision with the trade. That's massive. Lucid, last player alive for OpTic, means that Sentinels might be able to close out this round.
Lucid going to be forced to overextend here, and I don't think he has the chance. Boo-Boo does take down Lucid with the oddball smack to the face. What a way to secure round number 2, and we said this series tied 1-1 going to a game 3. This oddball probably will as well, and it does. Deadlocked at 1.
So impressive, the bounce back from Sentinels. I mean, the beginning of first round, let's be honest, OpTic just had all of the items. Sentinels were kind of staggering themselves a bit, so that's going to lead to a huge early lead. What was it, 97-0 before Sentinels got a touch on the oddball. So ever since then, though, Sentinels have cleaned up their timing. They're hitting their space a little bit better, making sure they team shoot. They're also getting the ball out with as many opportunities as is possible, whereas they weren't able to do so in that first round.
Oh, this is big to maintain possession of the camo. Lethal does as he takes down Trippy and goes down shortly after. Great comms there, I imagine, from Trippy to call out Lethal on that box as he gets taken down shortly after. Doesn't get to go on a run with the Predator camo. 3 go down for Sentinels. Last player alive is Falcated up against the Plasma Pistol and Lucid as Lucid wins it. He's got a shock rifle there as well. He's got the oddball to grab as well. And the grenade on the Sneaky is going to take him down. Trippy now working through all of the different utilities and items on that Sneaky, and impressively does it quickly enough to rotate instantly into Gold. Trippy has been very quick with not only his decision making, but his rotations as well, and that's been a big reason why OpTic are in it. He's also slaying out 26, 9, and 20, make it 27 after earns the shock rifle reversal headshot. Looking to clean up here on Lethal. But Lethal goes down, and Trippy heads back to the oddball. The timing, positioning, and accuracy from Trippy has been on point.
You're exactly right. This game type is all about taking advantage of those small windows of opportunity to get the ball to safety, and I think Trippy has done such a good job of that. As soon as he can sense the map is safe enough to grab it, he's done so, and that's why OpTic have taken the lead in this third round. But look at the peak shots coming in from Lethal, maybe taking a page out of his young gun teammate Precision's book, but Trippy's just going to barrel stuff him with the shock rifle, and Precision's going to need to shut that down. There he goes.
Trippy's been the MVP for OpTic, but they might need a little bit more. We are close here in round 3. Only 4 seconds And that'll dwindle down, separate these two teams. We're virtually tied now, as Sentinels do, in fact, take the lead, take possession of the oddball. Another deja vu occurrence with that camo on that box. This time it's OpTic Formal instead of Lethal, as OpTic Formal looks to stay alive. Has the reshield, has the reposition, instantly locks back onto the player on Needles. My God. And that was precision too. That's a pretty good gunny he's going up against. Does enough damage on the oddball carrier to help take him down shortly after, and Formal starting to heat up.
That's what you like to see from your multi-FPS champion. This has been an all-out brawl in the third round. It was heavily in OpTic's favor round 1, heavily in Sentinels round 2. And what better way to finish than a barn burner round 3? Sentinels do have a 16-point lead, but we know how fast that can change. If OpTic can win this next fight, they could tie up the rounds. But so many kills are going back and forth here. It's 4 dead for OpTic, though. And look at this. Precision going to chuck the ball to his teammate. And now that they see their teammates have spawned in A, they can accurately predict where OpTic are coming from next. Perfectly times the new grab of the shock, and he needs to hit a few headshots here.
I like how Precision didn't even wait to, do I want to jump across to grab shock? No, I'm going to grab it with the grapple so I can instantly start to put some shots down onto OpTic Gaming. Bodyguard medal means he's protected a teammate 5 different times with a perfect shot there. 67-30 Sentinels, and it all goes back to that round 1, Eli, where they're getting dominated. OpTic looked like they were about to win 100-0, but the regain, the bounce back from Sentinels has trickled down into the rest of this game. But just as I say that, 3 go down, make it 4 for Sentinels. OpTic could get control of it safely to the back of C, but other Sentinels are spawning there. Dead Zone, despite pushing up onto the white hole, has 2 players now to worry about. The Shroud Screen, another thing to worry about. Blind Fire with the grenade takes down 1, but those spawns on the C side for Sentinels make it a little bit harder for OpTic to get control. They finally do. Dead Zone takes it back to C, and can they get back in this?
Look like favorable spawns for Sentinels, but OpTic play it perfect to shut those players down. It ends up being a non-factor. Trippy with the camo here is going to try to rotate around the push from Sentinels. It just seems like the Sentinels are somehow scurrying to their death, but no, Lethal stays alive with help from his teammate. That's massive. The communication must be on point. OpTic forced to play the ball, and what could have been an ugly situation for Sentinels has suddenly turned back into a complete reset.
Sentinels with a reset of their own, drop it into the stacks. Oddball gets rotated shortly towards the white hall. Trippy now stands close to it, but he's got Boo Boo and Lethal to worry about in the long haul. That's Formal's battle to fight now. Oh, and he almost trickles down onto Boo Boo Doo Boo for a potential out DMR, but no. Boo Boo Doo Boo going to stay alive, take down Formal. Now looks back to Lucid on the sneaky. Lucid takes him down. It's a mix and medley of opponents in the back C side of the map. And Oddball gets all the way back out towards the gold side. Formal or OpTic, somebody with a big brain rotation gets it back to gold, and OpTic get back in the lead.
This is exactly what OpTic need right now, but how do Sentinels play this? Looks like they're just flooding into gold quickly, but the nades are coming in. Dead Zone's going to trade out. Formal recognizes he has no more teammates left to protect him in gold, so he's going to rotate it towards the C side. Precision gets a kill in the kill feed, and Formal is starting to wonder what does he do here. He knows he's probably screwed, but somehow turns a kill. That's actually a huge kill in a situation that I don't think many people would find a kill.
Big trade, but a big answer back here from Sentinels. We just saw the lead go back into OpTic's favor. It could go back into Sentinels, but a huge grenade there from Lucid. Gets a good spawn on Mauler or Elevator and gets quickly over to C. Wins the 1v1 against Lethal with the 5 perfect shots. That oddball has been reset. It's back towards the initial starting point. Falcated looking to whiplash or grapple himself away, but he gets whiplashed instead. Camo goes into the suited dead zone. Can they keep him alive? No, he goes down. 5-second game with 90 seconds left in regulation.
At some point, these teams got to start thinking about playing for time. I don't know if it will. If one team can just get a clean squad wipe, it could be the end of this game. And look at that. It looks like it might be OpTic. Yes, they get the clean squad wipe. Lethal first spawner, but he's not going to be able to get in any type of position to stop this. And it has to be a perfect push right here, right now. I don't know if they have time, though.
Trippy has been so good at playing keep away here, and as long as he gets the communication that Sentinel spawn on the C side of the map, you assume Trippy will take it over towards the A side, which he is. Gold frag door, but you gotta watch out. OpTic Formula last alive. Oh my God! 97-74. 4 go down for OpTic Gaming, and Sentinels have life.
That was such a big brain shroud screen from Boo Boo Doo Boo. He spawned blue pipes and he shrouded off the angle so he could not be seen from top gold. Quickly jumps up with the teammate and they just overpower their way into the pipes. And this looks like OpTic have to do the same thing right back to them. It's 2 dead for Sentinels right now. They've got to continue the push. This looks bad for Sentinels.
97-all, 3 go down for Sentinels. And it looks like OpTic are going to milk out the win. Wow. Unbelievable stretch finish where multiple lead changes, multiple possessions changed hands. But OpTic ice up in the end, take a 2-1 lead in this series. And Eli, 1-1 tied. Historically in Halo, the winner of that Game 3 has a 75 to 80% chance to win the series, which is so crucial, especially when you consider the fact that Sentinels have looked like the best team on Interference Online. So you could argue that was a must-win there for OpTic. They do. What a nail-biter of a match. My God, that was electric and exciting. As OpTic take the series lead, 2-1.
Back-to-back perfect pushes. I mean, that goes to show that having control of gold is just not enough. You need more space around it. Both teams breaking that gold setup pretty easily in the end game, and just worked out. The timing slightly better for OpTic. Just going back to that round 1 when OpTic was just so in control of the entire map for so long. Sentinels start to come back, build a little bit of momentum to go into the next round. Lethal getting a nice double kill there. Ultimately, Sentinels tie it up 1-1 in the next round, but man, this one could have gone either way.
Man, it's one thing to lose a Game 3, Eli, but when you just fought it out for 20+ minutes and lose in a nail-biter where I imagine for a brief moment in time, Sentinels are like, all right, dudes, we got this. After taking 4 down for OpTic, stopping them at the 97-second mark. That's a little bit of a mini heartbreaker here for Sentinels. What does their regain look like? What a test for this new Sentinels roster to take early on a Friday, early in pool play. And Eli, this could very well be for first place in pool. So the consequence could not be higher, despite, again, how early it is in the weekend.
Exactly right. Other team in this pool is Quadrant. So we're going to see a lot of awesome games in this pool. We'll have to see how Quadrant can fare against 2 Titans currently from North America. This series, we're going to get to see our first look at Interference in HCS LAN gameplay. And you asked me earlier what I thought about that game type, and I really do think it can snowball like most Strongholds game types, but it's going to be interesting to see which teams have maybe formulated strategies to get out of the spawn trap, because those are usually the teams that can come out on top.
One looks at this insane endgame finish. Here comes Sentinels pushing through with their last second opportunity. They take down all 4, and man, if Sentinels had gotten to 77 seconds before they got to the 73 mark, I believe, they would have won this game. So again, sometimes it feels like we're nitpicking. We're talking about seconds, nanoseconds even, or a couple of feet, a couple of meters of positioning, but it really does come down to that sometimes, Eli, and right there is a big example of it. A 3-second difference in a round 3 oddball. It could not have been closer.
Such a nail-biter ending, man. Could have gone either way. You gotta wonder, like, what if they rotated the ball towards long haul instead of towards A? Like, maybe the spawners on your team can come make a difference. I'm not really sure, but both teams making insane pushes at the end of that one. As we wait for the next round to start, just going back through some highlights here. Hope everybody's having a good time watching London. How many of you guys are watching from Europe? How many of you guys are watching from North America? Who got up at 6 in the morning today to watch some Halo? I want to know.
We had a handful of people in the chat early and often getting ready. They had their cup of coffee warm and ready in the hand. And man, we have a great series in hand here. OpTic versus Sentinels. Got a new roster for each team, relatively speaking. OpTic for Season 3, Sentinels for HCS London. And the rivalry, though, still feels the same. As here we go. Strongholds game number 4. A closeout opportunity for OpTic. But it's going to be difficult going up against the Sentinels that has done so well in scrims online on this particular map in game mode. But just as I say that, Trippy with the early double kill will secure position of a flipped A.
love his opening strat. He just flew all the way through the open bottom nest to E1 and just gets all the way behind the Sentinels push. Don't really see that play very often, but clearly thought out. Maybe they've done some homework on Sentinels opening strat and knew something like that would work. But while they went around and flipped A, Sentinels went and flipped C and now also have control of B. So it's Sentinels with the early scoring position, but Lucid did get that first overshield.
B in control of Sentinels, but it's A and C in control of OpTic. And just like we saw with that oddball end game there, it's back and forth. C now trickling in favor of Sentinels, but 4 go down for OpTic Gaming. That's going to give Sentinels the first trip cap of the match. Oh no, A gets to protect it. So an impressive job off the regain bunker spawns by OpTic. Keeps B and C in control of Sentinels instead.
Yeah, I think Sentinel's game plan is definitely to force the other team to spawn bunker, but also let them split spawn out to Carbine occasionally. You can force the split spawns. It makes it very difficult for the other team to do anything about it. OpTic do a good job to not only cap A off their spawn, but also make their way over to B. But this is going to be a very mixy game. You're going to see all of these strongholds get flipped constantly. These teams are mostly going to go for trip cap opportunities, which means they're going to have to apply pressure to the entire map.
How difficult it is. Just as it looked like A was going to go in favor of Sentinels, Formal gets 1 slay. Not enough to prevent Sentinels from getting A, but it wasn't easy. And Formal's right back in A. Looking to stay alive with a little bait and switch with Trippy, but Boo Boo Dooble has the thrust to get back to safety. Boo Boo Dooble has the chase grenade onto Trippy to take him down as Formal takes A, but an impressive 1v2 sequence there nonetheless from Boo Boo Dooble.
Yeah, I have no idea how he turned that situation. Looked like he was dead to rights. But it is OpTic getting the second overshield as well. Overshield's so important in this game type. Sometimes you can just use it to brute force your way into a stronghold capture, as OpTic look to do that here on the C side. But Sentinels are going to have to start getting some more overshields to prevent what could be a runaway victory for OpTic, as 3 go dead once again. Precision, huge kill here while the rest of his team were coming off spawn. To land a slay means that his teammates all spawn in an advantage state.
Overshield control has been in OpTic's favor throughout this series, dating back to that Game 1 Aqua CTF. It was the overshield control that gave them a 3-2 win. Could the overshield control here in a Game 4 give them a narrow victory, which would end the series 3-1? Sentinels now with the control of B and C, coming back in this one. Only down by 20 seconds as Lethal put some cross shots into the tower. 2 players pushing through on OpTic. They're going to take down Falcated easily, and seeing a lot of 1v2 spot from Sentinels here. But they're still in it, if not with a trip cap. So I don't know, maybe 1v2 is the new 2v1.
I mean, these guys just icing up. They're playing their cover very well. It looks like a 2v1, but they usually have a teammate shooting from afar, just able to take up so much space. They've got a lot of angles to work with. Falcated's going to get a kill on Trippy. And Lucid maybe trying to chase a player, maybe over chasing in a spot like that, and looks to be punished for it. Right now, Sentinels know the spawners are coming on that C side. Look to collapse on the spawn point.
At a lead switch, Sentinels retain it. Up by 20 seconds now and rolling. And Stronghold, it's always close, but you don't want to let Sentinels run away with a 30-plus second point spree, as they might be the first team to reach the 100-point threshold. 3 go down for OpTic Gaming, and I would imagine they absolutely will. Loses the last player alive, and I don't imagine he's going to be able to grab A as the last player alive. He goes down shortly after, and what a time to not stay alive as the overshield is up. And in the suit of Sentinels, like we said, this was OpTic's advantage in Game 1. Now it looks like Sentinels contesting the overshield much more here in Game 4, and they're in the lead, partly because of it.
It's exactly what I talked about here. They're so good at momentarily opening the bunker spawn, going back to collapse on it. Now they open the barrels and carbine spawns, and now they're collapsing back onto this side of the map. OpTic don't really have a lot of good options here. Falcade to get the killing spree double kill. Lethal controlling space on the outside. Precision covering the other side, and there's nowhere for OpTic to go. They're going to set foot in A momentarily, but you have to imagine the members of Sentinels are on their way. Yes, they are. They're going to shut that down in a hurry.
That's a couple of back-to-back futile attempts at A, where OpTic don't have the numbers advantage, and when you step into that hill, it's almost like lighting the beacon for Batman and a couple of robbers in the alleyways. They're going to get taken down more often than not, as that's exactly what happens to OpTic here. Both A and C trickling and flipping, but favor retains for Sentinels. BC control is their route to a triple up on this lead, it looks like, if not for OpTic regaining C. Lethal looking to stay alive here, utilizing every single one of the nooks and crannies on interference, and another 2v1 outcome advantage for OpTic takes down Sentinels. Can they take back one of these cap points to regain some form of control? 3 go down for Sentinels, and it looks like OpTic will do just that.
Finally, OpTic getting their footing. So many cycles in a row getting taken down. Huge win from Precision. Not easy to win the 1v1 against the Thrust player. This new overshield coming up here shortly going to be so important right now. Seems like Sentinels are just comfortable in every configuration. It doesn't matter if they have AB, if they have BC, if they have AC. Every single configuration of strongholds, they're able to maintain a comfortable advantage. They've also got control of top center, which means they do get this overshield. And now, with all members of OpTic spawning at A, they just all dogpile in the stronghold to just force the capture. But I don't know if that's the play, if they're going to go down shortly thereafter.
That was absolutely massive. Precision was the last Spartan standing for Sentinels in a 1v1 with Dead Zone, and he wins it. Because of that, that fork in the road leads to Sentinels trip capping A, B, and C. A goes back to OpTic, but they've been stuck in the back of bunker, almost like hiding from grenade damage this whole time. They have not been on the offensive now. Finding a way to somehow trickle out to C through the tower location, are able to take it, but Sentinels take A right back, and I go back to that 1v1 for the win potentially from Precision on Dead Zone. What an incredible sequence there. Dead Zone with a double though, brings OpTic back in it, but they don't have much time left to work with. Sentinels are almost in the 200s, and OpTic only have a minute.
They do try to at least pressure the trip cap here, but Trippy's going to have to back up. Now, a couple more kills go right back in Sentinel's favor. It seems like whenever OpTic have a small semblance of control, Sentinels have just fought their way back and gotten a few kills immediately. We'll have to see how long OpTic could potentially hold one of these scoring positions. And once OpTic started to get more kills, okay, finally they do stop the C conversion, and that's massive. This could be what OpTic needed to start coming back in this game.
Lucid with the help of Dead Zone able to take down Lethal. Now it's going to be Sentinels with those bunker spawns. This is what Sentinels were doing to OpTic previously to maintain a firm control on it, but it's now Boo Boo Doo inside of B as he takes down two cap points in possession of Sentinels, and they roar into the 200s, doubling up on OpTic Gaming. Stretch run finish here could send us to a game 5.
It was a perfect time for Boo Boo to cap B with the overshot coming up. It did just come up now though, and OpTic actually got the slays. Dead Zone finally puts it in the suit, and this could be massive. This could be a good chance for OpTic to get back into this. Trippy also just got 2 kills of his own, and finally Dead Zone's in the fight with that OS, helps secure A, and if OpTic can start rolling, they could actually bring this one back, but could it be too little too late?
Predictable carbine spawns here for Sentinels, but Dead Zone's not able to take advantage of it. Instead, Sentinels and Boo Boo Doo Boo push through, regain control of B, and they can take down Lucid here. Regain map control as well. Could be the finishing touch on it. Lucid does take down Lethal. Lethal takes down Trippy, so an ultimate trade out in the feed as Sentinels work their way to A. Boo Boo Doo Boo like a turret here, just occupying the B space on the map. Formal cross map shots from C. Boo Boo Doo Boo takes him down to 1 HP. Dead Zone goes down to 1 HP. Boo Boo Doo Boo with 2 members of OpTic at 1 shot. And now he just looks to play keep away, just stay alive. That grenade trickles in, doesn't take down his shields, doesn't connect, and because of that, he's able to take down Dead Zone with the hands. Look at his health! He's got 1 centimeter, a worm's worth of HP, and it was all because of the positioning on the back of B, and he rolls it into 2 onto Formal. Boo Boo Doo Boo popping off in the end game.
So many clutch kills there. That's such a hard spot on this map to stay alive. Usually those grenades come in and just dismantle you in a hurry, but keeps Sentinels alive. This could have been a trip cap rolling for OpTic, but all those plays slow it down. OpTic are coming back a little bit here though. They've been having a lot better map presence in the latter half of this game. Currently has scoring position as well. Trippy just trying to find a way into this fight, but can't get into it. Now finally finds Precision, but all of his teammates die in the process. This looks very bad for OpTic as he finally gets hunted down. Where does Dead Zone spawn? That's going to make a big difference here.
235 and rolling to 125. This could be it for Sentinels. Formal pushes into A off of that bunker spawn again, and it has been spawn manipulation 101 here for Sentinels. Looks like one of the reasons they're so talented online and scrims on this game type is because of that. 244 to 125 now. A trickling in favor of OpTic Gaming, but it's Falcated with the OS. Taking shots on a Trippy as he looks for the back smack. Doesn't need it. Has the teammate support, and that will do it. Eli, we thought this one would go to a game 5. It is.
My God, these two teams look so close. And keep in mind, these are two of the best teams in the world. Like I said, I would not be shocked to see this being a matchup we see in the top 4 on Championship Sunday. But man, they are delivering. Solitude Slayer is our game 5 as well. This one could be one that goes all the way to the end. I could see a 50-49 between these teams.
The two moments in that match for me, Eli, that I think back to are Precision versus Dead Zone for the C cap point. That was absolutely massive. You had OpTic with a 3 down there. Precision was the last player alive for Sentinels, and if Dead Zone freely gets that cap point, it would have been a trip cap for OpTic Gaming. They could have rolled off of that. Another instance where this same occurrence happened was when Boo Doo stayed alive at the back of B, and production is on it. They're reading my mind. How does Boo Doo stay alive with 1 HP? It's because of his positioning, getting as far back into the back corner of B, and then he turns it into 2. Another instance where OpTic would have had a trip cap, but they did not because of clutch plays, one from Precision, the other from Boo Doo, as that sets the stage for a game 5 Solitude Slayer. Here we go.
Man, yeah, huge plays out of Boo Doo. That's what you want to see from the squad captain, IGL. I don't know, some people will say Lethal's the captain, but Boo Boo's been an IGL on every team I've seen him on. This guy, one of the biggest brains in the game, but he's facing off against some huge brains as well. This one could go either way, man. It's going to come down to who gets that early control of the camo, who gets the shock rifle. That 6-minute mark going to be really consequential in this game, I think. So keep your eyes peeled on that timer. At the 6-minute mark is when both the camo and the shock rifle spawn at the same time. So if a team can, get a few dead, get control of the map before that, they could steamroll that to the end. By the way, this is game 1 between ITB and Native. It looks like Native took it 250 to 165.
Ooh, Native Gaming with that renewed lease on life, hopping out of the open bracket and taking still deciding spot in pools, as they unfortunately were not able to get King Nick into London from what I've heard, and that sent them down into the open bracket. I believe Manny, Monster, and the rest of the boys are still competing just in the open bracket. I'm not sure who they picked up as their 4th, but tough scenes nonetheless. Hate to see teams have to drop out, but for every disadvantage, you could argue is an opportunity for someone else, and that's Native Gaming. Two events in a row, actually, as they take advantage of that renewed lease on life, take a 1-0 lead in that series over a difficult Into the Breach roster.
They can't keep getting away with it. How does Native find their way into pools again because someone couldn't make it to the tournament? I don't know, but either way, it kind of it always feels like Native deserves to be in pools, so there is that part, but they didn't earn it. But either way, they're showing up in a big way. ITB looking pretty hot against Shopify, so for Native to take game 1 off of them, they got to be feeling good about that.
In the previous Slayer, it was Sentinels building a 12-kill lead on OpTic Gaming, but OpTic brought it back to within 1 possession, 1 team wipe. 44-48 was the score in that live fire Slayer before Sentinels pulled OpTic into the rat tunnel and naded out for the trades as they took that one 50-44. And Eli, I have to imagine Lunchbox, the coach for OpTic Gaming in the comms, is trying to manufacture a strategy that allows them to just at least stay close in game 5. You cannot go down 12 slays, especially into the 30s. There's just not enough time and space, not enough slays left on the map, and OpTic can just keep it close off the start. That's what I'm going to be looking for here in game 5 as their win condition.
Going back to some of these highlights, this was one of those split spawn situations we talked about where a couple members of OpTic spawned on A, the other 2 spawned at Carbine side. Sentinels certainly manipulating that, or at least predicting it and playing perfectly into it. Doo just seemed to control this B side of the map so well, and it's pretty important, I think, this stronghold in particular, because it's so exposed and so open, so easily grenaded. The team that holds it more often throughout the game is going to win it, because A and C are going to flip a lot, right? Like if you spawn next to it, you're probably going to flip it. But if you can hold B throughout the game, that's a good win condition, I think.
Man, inject that boo-boo doo-boo replay into my veins. I just, the ability to stay alive off of that grenade in the back corner of B, and then utilizing the geometry above him to clamber up top, all while reshielding, it instantly re-engages in the gunfight as soon as he gets back to full shields. Takes a full 6 seconds to get back to full shields from that 1 HP mark, no shield mark, and Formal was right there at the staircase. He was right there at the steps, pushing up onto the snipe tower. So, my God, Boo Boo Doo to manufacture and manipulate time and space to earn 6 seconds on a Formal who's only 6 feet away. Cannot say enough how important that was in this match. It's a big reason why we're heading to a game 5.
Opening strat going to be very important here. I know you've not had a lot of time to get your feet into Halo Infinite. You know, you're having all those PC issues, so you weren't able to play for very long. What do you feel like, what do you like to do off the start here on Solitude?
Get you the shock rifle. So I guess in this instance, I'd be trying to work Formal. Find a way to work Formal into the shock. I think the important thing, if you get the back A spawns, I prefer to push through and take the A ledge. I just think taking the high ground off the start, I think the A spawn is the disadvantageous spawn to have on Solitude, but you could make a case for it being an advantage, at least off the start with that high ground. So to answer your question, that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, I think that's a good one. I think getting up to the A ledge, you've got eyes on camo, anybody rotating towards the shock. Although the timing of the other side, if they just beeline the shock, they're going to be out of your sight line by the time you get to A ledge. So I don't know. I've been seeing a lot more people using the combat evolve trick now that there are a set of plasmas that spawn in front of both areas. So there's actually some lineups from like Glass, for example, to combat evolve the shock rifle all the way to poster stairs. Or if you're on the blue side, you can actually combat evolve the shock all the way to the blue ramp. So be interested to see. I think that the lineup just takes a little bit too long for these teams to go for it. They're like, okay, that's going to be one less gun in the fight for camo, so we can't afford to do that. But it'd be really interesting to see a team start to utilize a strategy like that.
OpTic versus Sentinels, game 5 starting soon, as I assume players not only took a chance to use the restroom after their game 4, but I imagine the strategy is what took just as long. That conversation before game 5. It's the opening day of your HCS London event. You want to make sure all of your P's and Q's are on point. So I imagine Chig for Sentinels, Lunchbox for OpTic Gaming are really making sure that the strategy is sound, because again, how important the opening break is. You can't lose a game. Excuse me, Eli, I messed up my famous saying. You can't win a game early, but you can lose it. That's exactly what we saw from OpTic when they went down by 12 in that game to Slayer. So again, I think Chig trying to find a way to maintain that advantage. Lunchbox looking for a way to flip it.
It's a great point. I feel like the coaches do not get enough spotlight, but we've got some of the best coaches in the business here in Halo, as I think the players are loading up. But what you're going to see here is a lot of aggression whenever a team gets the advantage. And this is new. I haven't seen anyone beeline the commando and immediately put it to work, but Lethal getting some great damage down early here.
Lethal goes down, but he gets a lot of damage down onto OpTic. And 2 go down for OpTic. Boo Boo Doo Boo. Lethal's damage right here, you could argue he goes down, but he allows Boo Boo Doo Boo to sneak away with the camo, and he's now putting it to work, taking down Formal, and now he has the shock. I actually believe his teammate took the shock. Interesting, but not so much in the sense when you consider how Boo Boo Doo likes to play. He likes to play aggressive. He likes when his teammates are pulling distraction and bait, and that's exactly what happens here. Boo Boo Doo Boo gets the free headshot onto Lucid, gets the assist with the use of the shock rifle on his previous teammate, now turns it into 3. Optimal value out of this camo off the start, has Sentinels in the lead.
So patient to go for the 3-shot beatdown. A lot of people panic in that situation and maybe melee too early. Boo Boo Doo Boo too stoic for that. He's going to calmly get the 3-shot beatdown on Trippy, and that does give them a 2-kill lead. It looks like it could have been more, though. I mean, you could argue with camo shock should have a bit more than just a 2-kill lead going into this stage of the game, but let's see how they play from here.
Sentinels do a good job. They lose some numbers, but I don't believe they've lost the shock, an important power weapon to hold on Solitude. Nice bait and switch there. Falcated, working through with his duo, with his buddy on the planner side of the map, and that was executed to perfection. But just like you talked about, Eli, you feel like Sentinels, based on the eye test, should be in the lead, maybe even by more, but this one's tied, 10-all.
Not only that, but Lucid has the shock. He's only got one burst to work with. Don't let that extra bullet fool you. It's not going to do much of anything. But they know Lucid's location. They got some great grenades here in the lift side. Lucid doing his best to dodge the next set of nades, but this camo's coming up right now, and he probably wants to get a kill to make his team have an easier time grabbing it.
Camo spawning now, and you want to make sure Boobadooboo can't get it. He can't. He's on the respawn screen. One of the best camo players in the world gets neutralized. Lucid taking down one more with the assist, takes down two, and now OpTic have their first lead of the match, 14-11.
Not only that, but they have 4 Sentinels to spawn blue, and this is the famous spawn that got strongholds taken out of the game. But how do Sentinels play it? Looks like they are going to try to hold off space on both sides. Precision going to be caught by the camo player, though. Dead Zone looks like he's forced his way to the A ledge, and it's a clean squad wipe for OpTic. Not a single kill in favor of Sentinels, and this is the type of momentum that you do not want the other team to have on Solitude. They have forced another condensed set of spawns out of Sentinels. Sentinels need to play out of this if they're going to somehow stay in this game.
OpTic are doing exactly what Sentinels did to them in game 2. The only difference, this is a do or die decisive game 5 where your pool play finish can be on the line. Both teams vying for a first place finish in pools, looking to advance as far along as they can in the championship bracket. Shock back in the hands of Precision, and that's huge. Lucid wanted it, but Precision takes him down, and sitting at 1-6, this is Precision's chance to get back on the board, and if he does, Sentinels could get right back in this.
Exactly right. He finds 2 spawners, gets 2 body shots. I think he forgot about this player hotel, though. There should still be a player behind him. No, maybe that... Okay, Formal was taken down by his teammate, so now he can just move forward without concern. Has teammates both left and right. That is exactly what you want to see if you're the sniper player. You want to see your teammates taking some of the pressure off of you. Hits 2 shots, but he's been unable to land a headshot so far, and that's a big deal. OpTic are able to survive.
Precision just trying to maintain his life, but falls into Lethal's chase grenade. 19-23 now, so Sentinels have brought it back, but again, I don't think they can win this unless Precision is the Precision we know and love. Lethal with the killing spree goes down shortly after. 20-26 now, as OpTic still have a 6-kill lead. First camo went into the suit of Boobadooboo, but it's been all OpTic ever since. They've possessed both of the next 2 camos, and at that 6-minute mark, like you were talking about, Eli, I gotta imagine Sentinels gotta have it. They want to have the win.
It's the only way I think they can come back into this right now. OpTic are rolling, trying to get more value out of this camo. Lucid also has the repulse just in case. Does put it to work here. Has another teammate there pushing in from LR. Dead Zone just perfectly placed to follow up on that kill. Now Sentinels are stuck spawning away from each other. This spawner is at snipe, but you know with Trippy there, the other spawners are spawning at Tram. So Sentinels really being put in the blender here.
Man, that is tough for Sentinels. Disadvantageous squad spawns where they're all 4 holding hands. Disadvantageous split spawns where they're split from each other and not able to really have the angles and support that they need to keep each other alive. And at this point, that's the name of the game. 22-32 now as OpTic continue to roll. Another 3 go down. Formal repulses up to the top of LR, works his way towards an opponent. That's Boobadooboo looking to scurry away, and that's going to be tough for him to stay alive. 2 go down for Sentinels once again. OpTic are rolling here in game 5, icing up.
Sentinels really at this point are banking on the camo shock at 6 minutes, but I don't know if OpTic are even going to let them have a chance at it. Who does get a clutch kill here, does secure this side of the map, but wisely going to retreat back to his teammates. Also grab the thrust pack on the way. But 10 seconds until that camo and shock come up. Who's going to win this next fight?
Formal looking to stay alive at 1 HP. Throws a chase grenade out. And right now at 27-38, Eli just staying alive is a win condition. Even just trading out here is a massive win condition. Instead, he just stays alive. He just won't die. Formal started off a little rough there in that game 1. Wasn't able to get on the board for a couple minutes, actually, in the slay department at least. I believe he was 0-5-5, so he was contributing via assist, but now we're seeing the Formal we're used to seeing. 12-7-7 now as he leads OpTic Gaming, and he's got the shot.
the way Lucid moving around the map.
So this is a map on mode.
Looks like he was finally shut down, as we had a little picture-in-picture from the other series. We'll get you guys updated on that, but this one looks like it is over. OpTic have been absolutely running away with it, controlling the whole map, controlling the sandbox. It's up to Formal to get a stylish finish as he gets the headshot killing spree on Lethal. And I think Sentinels know it at this point, but they're going to keep trying. Oh my God, Formal, can you miss a shot?
Wow. Formal 2.0 KD, and almost feels like we're seeing and witnessing Formal 2.0. The evolution of a player who's been around for decades just continues to get better and better as OpTic Gaming take game 5, 50-33. What felt like was going to be a psycho thriller was a little bit of a snooze fest there. OpTic, take it easily.
I mean, they just got momentum and started controlling the spawns. That's all there is to it. I mean, that's how Slayer is played right now. That's how Sentinels was able to build such a big lead early in that second game and then, you know, ultimately close it out. So, I mean, props to OpTic. These guys, like I said, this was my pick to win this weekend. We'll see if they can prove me right as this tournament goes on.
What have you seen recently from OpTic that has you feeling that way? I watched the narrative with Onset and Bravo recently, and they argued the big 3 is no longer, and it's not that it's a big 4, 5, or 6. It's a big 2 now, they said, between SSG and OpTic. What has you feeling like OpTic could have the edge over the previous champs and SSG?
I mean, to be honest, it's still between those two. I agree. I think OpTic has just been working really hard since Arlington, and not to say SSG haven't, but I think that OpTic kind of have something to prove, and you're full of a roster of players that play better when they have something to prove. So going into the last open that they won, it just felt like everything that they've done is by design. They're playing with a lot more structure, coordination, but they're also recognizing how to speed up when they need to against some of these faster teams. I think they're looking very good right now.
All right, there you have it. I believe we are getting ready for a talent shift. If not, we'll be happy to do another series, but I believe that'll do it for us, Eli. This weekend, we've got 2 new episodes of Tide the Leader, the new Halo podcast, exploring the past, present, and future of Halo history with McWin and Collect. 2 episodes you guys do not want to miss. Once the broadcast ends here on LBT, fire up that podcast to get a little bit more insight and perspective on the minds of those competitors as they throw down at HCS London. Just kidding. We are tied. Native versus ITB is going to game 3, and we're casting it. All right, series tied 1-1. Let's keep it rolling, Eli. I'm more than ready, more than down for it. But we will take a short break, so we're going to regroup, rehydrate, and don't go anywhere. When we return, game 3 Into the Breach versus Native Gaming, tied 1-1.
We could have very easily have seen a regulation complexity win in that game number 1. And I'm not going to lie, that would have really changed the layout in terms of the landscape of the Faze tournament, right? To drop a game number 1 to a team that is significantly lower seeded is not how you want to start. So Faze will be able to keep their head held high as we take a look at some keys to win for these 2 teams.
Yeah, some of the key storylines, I think, for both teams, right? CTF being key for Faze, which is somewhat of a surprise. I felt that was one of their strongest game types, right? Because CTF, traditionally, you're going to have power weapons, right? You're going to have snipers, you're going to have whatever it might be to try and control a map. And you look back to their history on Aquarius, right? How many incredible performances we've seen from them on Aquarius capture the flag. It's almost as if it was their kind of tempo game type, right? The one that you would guarantee that they would win every single time that you saw it. And 3-2 are somewhat surprising for them, but also shows that if they can make those little adjustments, then maybe it's going to be another string they can add back to their bow and push themselves back into that grand final. But game is back underway, and you can see the Faze have already had a great start here. 7-2 is the score.
Yeah, 7-2, of course, now able to restart matches with score lines here. So we will see that in action for the first time. They will be playing to 50 here, so none of the old math that we used to have to do with Faze playing to 44. We will play this game to 50, and we will be able to resume the score at its exact score line. And from there, we will now see Faze in the lead 10-4.
I felt like the engineering team was like, we cannot let Onset have to keep doing math. It's getting
I will say, yeah, our terrible math probably led to this feature. So
you're welcome, everyone.
Yeah, we're quite proud of that.
However, Complexity not too proud of that push, as Faze will manage to take down 3 players, as Royal 2 will stay alive at the back of the blue silo here. Will get the trade, surprise, surprise. Another player who is just so good at getting trades in situations that you feel like he shouldn't. And at 14-7, they're doubling up at the moment here. spot and trying to push in to make something happen, and might have just created a little bit of an opening here, but Snakebite does have that shock and still has 3 shots to play with.
Spartan somehow just outside the blast radius of that grenade, somehow stays alive from Tower 1, ekes another kill out. As you say, 15-9 now. Snakebite with the very, very dangerous boomstick in hand. We'll see what he can do with the shock. All 8 players alive on the map, waiting for the push.
One thing I love about how FaZe play this game type, when they have the shock rifle, they know that Complexity have to push to get information, right? And that means they're going to peek. And if you peek, in the words of Wes Price, usually these FaZe players will teach. 16-10 is the score, but the pressure is starting to come in, and Complexity doing a really good job of just jiggle peeking around a few angles there, making sure that they weren't going to be easy kills. And now the collapse is starting to come in, but Royal2 and Renegade picks up the kills, which kind of throw the timing of this flank off for Ryan Noob. He's not able to get there to collapse on that damage.
In addition to that, nice little burn of the shock as well, coming in from Snakebite to burn that last shot. As a result here, 22-11, all eyes on bottom middle.
Camo coming up again, like you say. And Frosty, with the kills going in the favor of FaZe, just in the build-up to this little passage of play, it should be a very comfortable pickup for him. Does manage to wander in as well with that camo and pick up the beat down without being traded out. And at 21-13, now is the opportunity to make the play and be dynamic. Here is one. Snakebite picks up another. Ryan Noob sees the camo and decides, I do not want any of this.
Very, very nicely done here from Frosty. Uses that shroud so well to just isolate the 1v1 battle, then loops around tower to clean up the kills. However, he might get caught out here, tries to get some help. Nice teamwork here coming in from FaZe. They managed to keep everyone alive on the map, and they're just fine with that here because they're up by 11.
And now they can just wait to play around the next one if they want to. This kill lead is so advantageous for them because it's such a strong position on the map, and especially with Renegade just holding down this shock rifle, it means that FaZe have a lot of freedom to play with. Can't quite connect with the headshot there. Even though the body shot was good, FaZe weren't in a position to actually clean that up, and Frosty now finds himself as last player alive, and Descender wants him dead.
Was a momentary 1v1. It's a nice job from Descender that somehow uses both grapples to get in and get out. Very well done. However, it's a long road for Complexity. They still trail by 10.
However, starting to make this comeback. Frosty's going to be challenging. And these are the kind of moments where you need to hit the big shot. It has to be a headshot. You cannot let Frosty get away with this kill, because otherwise that's going to happen. It turns into 2. And Descended, just by narrowly missing a headshot, allows FaZe to just take control over again.
It does, and now just like that, they're almost doubling their opponent's scoring. What looked like for a moment we might see the game come within about 10 or 8 kills. Instead, now a 12-kill lead here for FaZe once again. However, they do find themselves 3 dead. Royal2 is your last player alive for the squad. And then in the end gets a trade, but I think it's actually a team kill based on the number.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to LBT Halo's continuous coverage. Overkill? Oh my God, that would have been twice that we cut into an overkill. In this case, though, just a triple, as we are in Game 3, tied 1-all. ITB, though, with the 1-0 lead.
ITB really impressing me. We saw how much damage Wuchen was putting down on the map versus Shopify. I have to see if he can replicate that. I think that level of damage could be enough to overcome it. Native. Right now, they do have that 1-0 lead. Gilkey doing such a good job with his camos. Recognizing it's more important that he stays alive around the hill than it is for him to milk any time right now. Because if he can buy enough time for his teammates to show up, it's going to lead to even more hill time. That's exactly what has happened. ITB go 3 dead, and Gilkey can comfortably sit in this hill. They could potentially tie this 1-1.
Gilkey was such a massive pickup for Native Gaming. Maybe he didn't perform as well as we would have liked to have seen online. They did get a top 6 in one of those open series. Gilkey, though, is a guy that just performs on land. He's a land performer, as he ultimately goes down there now before securing 80% of the hill time for Native Gaming. But it's just Barcode alive now for that Native Gaming squad, as Woodham has possession of the hill and stops the clock. Native Gaming are going to have to come off spawn and break through and break this setup one more time if they want to tie it up 1-all.
Woodham still the only person in pools on mouse and keyboard, as far as I understand. Are a few talented mouse and keyboard players in the open bracket, but he's really putting on display the capabilities of this input. I mean, we saw him running the flag earlier with that instant flag grab, those quick flicks, look up in the sky. I mean, the way he moves around the map, though, is what impresses me the most, because he's so young. How does he already know how professional Halo flows? I mean, maybe that experience from Splitgate adds up, but and this is a young talent that I think, you know, is someone that we could look out for on top teams in the future as well.
Yeah, wouldn't be too crazy to think that Woodham would be a guy that would get pulled across the pond just like Legend did to compete on one of the top rosters in the world, as 2 go down on each side, hopping on board with the aforementioned Woodham, as he's got possession of the hill, looking to possess the cross from Gilkey. Good shot to descope Gilkey. But it looks like Woodham is going to go down. 2 down on each side again, but in that neutral situation, Native Gaming are finding the OBJ efficiency. Barcode needs to find this slay in gold, but he goes down instead to Z Mighty's. A big win there. Could give possession back to ITB.
I don't know how Barcode got into A in the first place. If you spawn there, that's an error from ITB. You've got to control that elevator side. Being in the hill is actually not close enough to block the elevator, as we see some body disrespect coming out from Mighty. Build himself a little bit. Let's see if he can fill himself with the shock as well. But finally, this is the type of setup that ITB was looking for. Hopefully they have a player blocking the spawn in the elevator, but what a shot there through the grenade smoke. Are you kidding me?
And I can hear the proverbial screams of the EU crowd as they cheer on their hometown teams in ITB and Quadrant. Z Mighty's putting on a show for the hometown crowd as he lands another couple of shots and doesn't get the slays on those last 2, but it's the 2 on the scoreboard that matter most. ITB regain the lead, 2-1.
Chick with a massive clutch 1v1 here in the pipes as well. This is going to earn the rotation through the long haul. Shut down Gilkey, who has nowhere left to run, and now he can set up at the top of glass where he can rain down fire on these spawners in A, make them a little bit weaker before they show up at the C plat. That's exactly what he looks to do here.
Despite previously scoring, ITB have 50% on the next hill, so to win the previous hill and the rotation, it's a big win for them, but they go 3 down. Jimbo, the last player alive, as Native Gaming are going to be able to secure the camo and some points on the board.
Native need this hill. If ITB get it, that would be a 3-1 lead, which is sometimes a recipe to just play time the rest of the match. But if Native can tie it up here, they absolutely keep themselves alive. Keep in mind the series itself is tied 1-1 right now. So ITB from this position do have a good push. Might want to start taking some space over on the A side. It does look like someone is migrating over here to Whirlpool. Tries to use the grapple, but gets shut down by Barcode. You could tell that Barcode just predicted that that's what ITB would go for, and that's some heads-up awareness.
Man, nice regain here from Native Gaming on this particular hill where ITB got the first few points, and a lot of this bit has been led by Barcode, sitting with 11 slays, pushing in through the back of C now. Woodham. That's sneaky, and I believe he's been called out. That's why the grenade goes out. Chase grenade. Great use of the grapple to avoid the grenade damage. Reposition. Get Woodham down to 1 HP, and now he's back against the wall. Barcode putting the emphasis onto Woodham, taking the fight to him, and he takes him down. Ultimately, can he stay alive with the clamber on a sneaky? No, he goes down, but not before an impressive sequence from Barcode that has Native Gaming on the brink of tying this match up.
Look at this. Mighty staying alive long haul. He's got to be careful, though. He needs to get these shields back. He did take 1 extra tick of damage, which meant it's going to be delayed. Finally does get the shields back. And this is exactly what ITB needed. It's just Wutum and Mighty alive over here, though. The spawners from Native are moving fast. And they have to hold off the pressure. This hill is going to come down to the wire.
McGuinn looking to lock down backside of blue. That should at least prevent ITB from getting fortunate long haul spawns in this case scenario. And there's Chick, though, on it. McGuinn down to 1 HP in the corner, just looking to stay alive. The cross shot from Batledge could combine for a Chick slay here, as both are going to be able to stay alive. 3 up for Native Gaming, all 4 up for ITB. This hill could not be closer. The winner of this next gunfight wins the hill. 2 go down for ITB. This could be the finishing touches here for APG and the rest of Native as they take down 3, make it 4. Double kill for APG. And the match is tied 2-2 with 1 minute left.
The world champion stepping up when his team needs it most. That's exactly what you want to see. And look at this. They've already got perfect positioning for the next hill. They're predicting the A spawners, but wow, some insane grenades come out instantly. I don't know where Wutum threw that grenade from, but to shut down the hill player that fast at a disadvantageous position is amazing.
And you're right, Eli. Had ITB made it 3-1 with 1 minute left, sayonara, good night. We're on to game 4 instead. We're on to hill number 5. Less than 60 seconds left in regulation. Both teams vying for slays here before they vie for control of that hill. Chick looking to keep Jimbo alive. A chance to 3v1, 3v2 bait and switch, but Native Gaming have it handled. Gilkey clutching up with the headshot onto Mighty's. He's going to get sent back down to low HP, but the cleanup comes through. 3 go down for ITB. Heads up finessing there from Native Gaming. The 3-person bait and switch. And then Gilkey smartly drops the shock off the map. You can almost see Woodham. No, he's not looking for the shock. He's looking for the next opponent as he helps take down APG and Gilkey. But Native Gaming edge out the scoring here. 26 seconds left. This one's likely going to sudden death.
That was some insane looking sensitivity from Woodham, only possible on M&K switching targets like that. But right now, the Native in the hill, and this very likely will be the hill that ends this game. It's unlikely that either team will be able to get another point after this. And Native have been in it comfortably. Woodham does get a kill. Two go down for Native. APG, last player alive here in A, and he's not in the best spot right now. He's going to finally get shut down, and I think the plan for ITB is to control both A and C to force Native to spawn in gold. If they can do that, then the members of Native have to expose themselves in batteries before they can get to this hill.
Big slay for Barcode, but he's got to get back in the mix. Wow. Pushes forward, and Woodham has the cover. Woodham has the cross, but 4 go down. McQuinn's the only one alive in the hill. Oh my God, just as it looked like ITB were going to secure it in the final seconds. McQuinn with a 1v1 for potentially the win. 90% to 90%. What an insane finish.
They've got to start dogpiling in the hill. If you're ITB here, you've got to jump in. They do, but it's not enough. Native steal it in the last moment. Technically not over yet, but all Native have to do is keep ITB out of the hill for the next 15 seconds. Looks like Chick spawned close, though, and might have a chance to step foot in.
Thought Native Gaming had it, then we thought ITB had it. Ultimately, Native Gaming do have it. 3-2 is the lead as the final seconds tick away. That will do it. What an icy clutch up there from McQuinn as he's able to secure not only the slays, but the final hill time. And that was a mosh pit at the end there, Eli. Spartans raining down like hail in Texas, as it wasn't enough for ITB. They had the presence in the hill, but Barcode, McQuinn, APG with that double kill on the C platform previously, ice up, and you had Gilkey just being Gilkey. That's all you need if you're Native Gaming as they take the win in the series lead, 2-1.
What a close game. We saw Woodham with an insane Jiggle Peak win on that player that was at C Silo, and then immediately backsmacked APG for the double, but then as soon as he goes down, it's a 4 dead instantaneously, and that's what opened the door for McQuinn to get a little bit of extra hill time that led to that victory. What an insane game, though.
Man, another match to catch our collective breaths as we'll do just that, sending it back to the A stream, and we'll be right back. Once the gameplay continues, we'll be back for Game 4.
Your teammates to get back on the map is important as Renegade wins another 1v1 there. As unfortunately for Ryan, the Bulldog didn't quite bite as much as it needed to.
Let's see. Spartan now no damage. That was still 2 dead. This should be safe. We'll see where the pressure is going to come from. Huss is on plat. Ryan Noob on plat as well. Based on the pressure, this one should go.
One thing I do love is how they're Sherpa in this back, though. Descendant sees the overextension on the tower. Spartan gets the rockets. It's great prioritization. They will get the touch on this one to take it back home, but they also need to get the re. They do exactly that, and there is life here for Complexity.
Really good composure. Renegade is 9-4, and somehow against that, Complexity still gets the first flag in. And even though, as you said, they absolutely get ripped and blamed off the opening, it looked like it could have been a fast one. Instead, Complexity plays the next 3 minutes very, very well, picking up even more kills. I like this play from Spartan. Grab the kill, go ahead and double back. Free rocket on the snipe as well. Get some great comps to make sure that their snipe stays at home. Renegade in the end wins that one, but it was good shots from Spartan. And now, after 4 minutes of play, just about, they will lead 1-0.
It was interesting, wasn't it? Because FaZe were trying to play for the Complexity sniper, and Complexity were playing for the FaZe sniper. That's why you see Ryan Noob in this position now, and I think he's just going to try and waste this one out. And man, this is because of how Royal 2 started the game, by the way. He doesn't want to give this weapon back. He wants to keep weapon advantages to Complexity. As Frosty now only has 2 bullets to play with, that could be the difference.
What a sound to hear as well, right? Some medieval warfare tactics. You hear someone at the top of your tower just burning all your snipe ammo 1 shot at a time. It's quite a psychological bit of warfare as well. 8:16 left in the game. Frosty top tower with snipe.
Waiting for some openings as well. You can see Frosty's recognizing that his teammates aren't in positions to watch his side of the map, so he's going to do it himself. Huss is going to challenge aggressively. Royal 2 did get that Complexity sniper though, so Frosty now has a little bit of a free reign to move around, but Descendant shuts it down. Now Frosty's got to be careful and watch his back.
2v2 on the map, and this is an interesting battle there. Bulldog repulse up against the snipe, and somehow Frosty, in the end, comes out on top, also steals away both the Repulse and the Bulldog. Doing everything he can to stay alive here, picks up another one, just holding down Sword.
This is one of these situations where it's like, hey, everybody, 8 players on the map. There is other places to play but Sword. But all of the toys are there, so I get it.
He's playing Firefight, and Sword is different ways of opponents are coming in. And to be honest, unsurprisingly, that's what Faze has been doing for most of the game. It feels like playing Firefight in Sword, looking to lock down that part of the map. They still trail here, 1-0.
Ronnie with the double kill in the feed means that Frosty's going to have to just try and pressure and maybe retreat back to his side. And it's understandable why there is this battle for Sword, right? The Bulldog is such an easy kill in and around this area, and if you have a secondary like that sniper rifle, you open up so much of your opponent's side of the map. That's why you're seeing it being fought tooth and nail over at the moment for both of these teams, and you can also see where the respect is being given here by Descendant for the push, because he knows Frosty has that Bulldog in his hand, and they also know the overshield's coming up. So Royal 2 is going to grab that one. This is an opportunity as Complexity find themselves 3 dead. Faze have the goodies to work with.
As we said, Faze always playing the full game clock. 644, oh boy, that's a prayer of a rocket. Neither one of those will hit. Tell you what, if he hit that mid-air one, that would have been something else. In the end, what looked like it was going to be a momentary piece of a Faze advantage, it is not. Also, great shots. You saw that Royal 2 had that overshield he's trying to get into Sword. Descendant stays alive in Sword, and even when he went under bridge, the spawners took that overshield off. Regardless, though, despite being 2 dead earlier, Frosty's going to start a run.
Yeah, Frosty's starting this run because he knows he's the only player on the Complexity side of the map. His teammates are kind of being farmed a little bit on his side, so he's looking for an opportunity to maybe work with Snakebite, who's going to overextend, just to force this flag back and maybe force Complexity to turn around and make some decisions.
Ooh, did not know someone was long haul. The flag, though, will stay. 2v2 on the map.
Well, it's 2 dead at the moment, and you can see Faze, they're trying to push up on the high side to think about getting this touch. On the other side of the map, though, Complexity are thinking about playing for that sniper rifle to try and shut it down. Now, can anyone get a touch? The answer is no, but Frosty did enough by just getting that flag out to force Complexity to make a decision. They couldn't all in on a Faze flag themselves. They had to make sure that one went home.
Renegade with Snipe now was watching Snipe 1, however, he will rotate as that Snipe will be grabbed, so there will be a sniper battle underway momentarily. Interesting there that Frosty unfortunately got the flag caught on the Needle ledge, the top of Needles just before you get in. Maybe that flag would have gone a little bit further if that battle in long haul.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to LVT's coverage of HCS London. Native Gaming versus ITB Esports here, and Native Gaming iced up in that previous recharge King of the Hill. They got a 2-1 series lead because of it. As we hop on board here with your world champ, APG.
APG just trying to shut down the rotation, deny access to his base on this side. He must have a call out that someone's nearby, kind of looking around, but this is always a battle of the snipers, and it looks like Mighty's wins the sniper battle against McWin. Usually the player that gets the sniper on their side, and wow, I just realized that I said McWin, and that's just Mikowski's bad influence on me coming through in my casting in real time. That's insane. However, looks like the flag is being pulled by Nate, looks like by ITB, but Mighty needs to kill these spawners if this flag's gonna get home.
Be a good way to regain some of that momentum that Native had in the end game, ultimately winning that game 3. Really close back and forth. They were McWinning, you could say.
Yes.
And now it's ITB Mick regaining the lead in this series, at least, or at least the momentum, I should say, of 1-0.
Sniper goes down. APG gets the kill on Mighty's, but that's a huge early lead. We know how difficult it can be to cap on this game type. Looks like they have a flag out of their own, though, does Native, and 2 dead as well. This flag looks like it should go all the way home. I don't know if there's a chance that somebody can stop this. APG gets the clutch stick on the Chick, and he was going for more as well, and he does. Oh my god, 2 back-to-back insane sticks. Tries to convert that into a flag round, but Woodham finally shutting that down.
Is that Reed 18 or APG as he lands back-to-back stickies to get Native Gaming back in this fight? 1-1 now. And this is not what we expect out of Argyle CTF. We got some action early. You'll love to see it. 2 minutes off the clock and already 2 scores.
This is insane. The pace of this game type has increased so much since the Bandit came out. Also, the flag did get moved a little bit closer to the outside of the base, so props to HCS for making that change. I think it made a huge difference. This next set of snipers is going to be so consequential, though. Looks like McWin able to steal the sniper of ITB. Should have their own sniper as well. It's 4 dead for ITB. This does not look good. I don't know where these spawners are going to spawn, though. It looks like one does spawn back base. Gilkey shuts him down immediately, and the map control from Native is insane right now.
Gilkey with veteran presence on the map. I'm calling that a ninja for the killing spree. And those previous D-scope contested shots, I mean, that's the veteran Gilkey as he kind of sort of nades himself there. I'm trying to hype him up, but hey, they get the lead 2-1. You don't need Gilkey on the map if he fries like he did previously. With that killing spree, spurs Native Gaming to a 2-1 lead, and the action continues here on Argyle.
Absolutely. I mean, just 3 minutes into the game, we've got 3 caps, 1 minute caps each time, but now could it go the other way? Looks like this cap has a good chance to go home as well. 2 dead for Native. I don't know if anybody on the side of Native is in ITB's base. And look at the throw from Mighty, a little bit risky. If he messes that up, that could be terrible, but he's gonna also get the help from Jimbo to shut down the flag, and if they can shut down the next set of spawners, this one's gonna go home.
Oh my god, woo! Bridging the gap, jumping the gap, tying the match at 2, as this has been the most awesome game of Argyle CTF we've ever seen. Where was this all 2 years we've seen it, as Woodham can see all with that mouse and keyboard, looking left and right quickly with just a simple flick of the wrist. Now spots McWin down to 1 HP, gonna melee him in the face, elbow to the jaw, takes Austin down. And Gilkey, though, look at the presence of awareness from Woodham. That surprise pull potentially from Gilkey was not a surprise to Woodham and the rest of ITB. They have the comms, they now have the slays, and I imagine they'll be able to shut this down if Woodham earns the double, which he does. Unbelievable presence of awareness here from Woodham. This one's back and forth, tied 2-all.
Unbelievable pace of play so far. This next sniper spawn in 30 seconds. This is going to be where one team could potentially end it as well if the pace of play continues. We see here, McWin just making it difficult for the other team to get control of these events. So important. Can absolutely deny access to multiple parts of the map from here. Look at this. He's just rotating quickly around, checking to see all the different routes that ITB could be going for. Chick's going to have a sniper. And look at this play from McWin. He's trying to go steal the sniper from ITB, but here's a call out one-shot Woodham on the pistol side. Shuts him down. Jimbo's going to finally shut down McWin, so perhaps the sniper will go in the hands of ITB. What can they do with it?
McWin with some good opening shots on a Jimbo, but it's the teamwork that makes the dream work there as Jimbo gets a little bit of help. Woodham with the slay, his protege, the teacher and the sensei, live from HCS London. Another assist for Jimbo. As McWin now at the halfway portion of the map, a crucial battle ensues for the 50-yard line, and the winner of map control here could very well win this map. And if Native Gaming take it, they take the series. McWin with another 1v1 on Woodham, but he takes him down. Controller supremacy for now as he demolishes mouse and keyboard.
Woodham with the late jump tech. I imagine that's maybe even harder on mouse and keyboard. Movement a little bit more difficult. So impressive that Woodham has even added that to his bag of tricks here. But McWin is still somehow alive, and that's a lot of snipe ammo to find off of Chick. But no, Jimbo's going to get the assassination coming out of nowhere. The snipe's going to change hands once again. Now it's 2 dead for Native.
It's like the Spider-Man meme, but there's an assassination medal plastered over everyone's spider face. Oh my God, unbelievable plays in the vents as we're still tied 2-all. Plenty of snipes to work with, a full rack in it. As Gilkey versus Jimbo in a 1v1, and McWin helps take down Jimbo. Gilkey still with possession of the snipe. A sniper with 3 shots left in it lies in wait at the vents. And if Native Gaming can get a hold of it, this could be trouble. Another 1v1 now. And Chick wins it. The reversal on APG. 4 go down for Native Gaming. This could be it for ITB. This could force a game 5.
They got the clutch touch. This flag was about to return as well. Woodham's getting shot from across the map. Gonna have to wait for his shields here. He does. The patience. Will anyone be there to stop him? No.
Oh! How? 3 go down though. APG
last player alive.
has a hero potential. He's got the double. Oh, but he won't earn the triple, and that will do it. Jimbo puts in the third and final score. 5 minutes left in Argyle CTF. I don't know, man. A lot of talk about whether this should be a competitive game type, but if it's played like that every time, I'm with it.
Absolutely unreal gameplay out of these guys. I think we got 4 caps before 4 minutes had elapsed, so they were pacing towards faster than 1 cap per minute across the board. And then, of course, it goes to a standstill for a while. Finally, some clutch plays back and forth, and Man, what a game that was.
Whew. Wow. ITB find themselves in another game 5. Previously against Rebellion, they were not able to take that game 5. But we're going to take you guys back to the Alpha stream while we wait for the conclusion of this epic series, game 5. We'll be right back with it. But for now, the A stream.
Stats don't mean everything sometimes, right? Huss in that game goes 18 and 26, but you would say probably 2 of the biggest kills, the most important kills defensively in that game were Huss. And 2 kills that probably didn't have the right to get. The one against Snakebite with the Rockets, where he goes into the Walsh and wins that fight. And then the one right at the end, where Frosty is in a position to maybe win that fight, run that flag, get it moving. Huss wins it again. So stats, not all kills are built equal, as we like to say. And those 2 are absolutely massive to impact that game and the fact that Complexity came out on top.
You're also really curious there, as you saw, Snakebite gets one shot, as you said. Huss essentially brings him to no shields, and Snakebite goes from the first BR into flag to try to take down Descendant. It felt a bit rushed. You wonder what the comms were, right? Because Snakebite's red flashing shields wrapping first BR with rockets, which is a high-risk play. You have a lot of opportunity there, and all it's going to take is 1 or 2 shots to take him down. He does get taken down by a fadeaway jump from Descendant, who stays alive at S1. So there must have been comms from the Faze side saying, we have to run this now. However, they were not able to get the timing right. Complexity is on the board. They are back to life and only 1 game away from tying the series.
And let me tell you, the next game type, live fire oddball, and oddball in general, not been a happy hunting ground for Faze in recent tournaments and recent times. We know it's one that they can slip up from time to time. They can do a little bit too much. So Complexity are going to be more than aware of that themselves. And they're probably thinking, hey, we get round 1 on the board here. The pressure is all onto Faze. We could be looking at game 5.
That's exactly it. See what they can do here. And the series has certainly heated up just a bit. We'll start things off with Complexity here. They trail now only by 1 game.
I always feel like the first 20, 30 seconds of ball time here is going to be a real kind of psychological blow for whoever doesn't manage to get it on their hands. If it's Complexity and they go down to Faze, it's like, oh, this is going to be an opportunity now where they have so much comfort. They don't have to worry about that objective too much. Whereas if it goes the other way to Complexity, then Faze are going to start to feel a little bit more nervous than they were. However, Royal 2's going to get that first camo. You can see Renegade has the snipe off the rip as well, and the opening strategy, well, it's all Faze.
Look at this here. Royal 2 does not even engage. Great trigger discipline. They're going to wait, they're going to drop, and they're going to shoot together here. Needs to stay alive. They're able to do it now. 2v2 on the map. 3 dead. Spartan's your last player alive.
Spartan last player alive.
Probably plays it.
We'll get the play ball, and I think it's a smart play from both players, right? Royal 2 wants to keep the camo. He wants to fight the next team fight with camo available. And Spartan wants that ball to be reset so they can fight for it. However, he's got to worry about what happens to Royal 2 because his teammates have found not only he's going to be taken down, but he can clean up the damage, and now he finds himself a snipe.
Yeah, nicely done there. They maybe could have kept 1 more kill off the board if they played that a little bit better together at back tower. However, the more important thing, as you said, was to use all that camo to now have the 2 shots left in the snipe as well. So far, making them count in terms of damage. And most importantly for Faze, they're up 28-0 here.
Sentinel going to be challenging. And now he can challenge a little bit more because elsewhere on the map, his teammates have won that fight. And that's going to be Faze finding themselves 4 dead. A really strong push there from Complexity. And it's their opportunity now to answer back. 28 points early for Faze here. That's the early psychological advantage.
Look at this.
How strong can Complexity be?
Look at the wrap here from Ryan. He was not afraid. I think everyone was thinking the same thing. He's not afraid to wrap around and just absolutely start ripping.
All right, here we go. Another game 5. This between Into the Breach and Native Gaming as we're tied off the start. Nobody able to take an advantage off the opening break. But it's APG making it away with a 360 repulsor possession of the Stalker, but he goes down shortly after. But it looks like McWin is able to grab the Stalker instead. That's the power weapon on the map that you want to control.
APG really stepping up his game this series, wants to will his team to victory. This is going to be a tough one, though. This game type always so stressful, man. There's so little room to breathe as McWin is going to get the perfect kill with the Stalker. I think this guy is underrated with this gun. People don't talk about it enough, but he is one of the most accurate players with the Stalker in the league. I would not be shocked if he gets a couple more perfects here.
Yeah, APG goes down previously, but essentially brought Repulsor and Stalker over to McWin. So he's able to retain possession of a crucial power weapon on this map, and it's that 1 kill difference, that 1 kill edge that they have in the hands of McWin as he pushes up now. Has a few perfect kills left in that Stalker rifle for now. Playing for audio, and a weak opponent there. Picks off his positioning, but wow, they scoot through a little bit quicker than he anticipated. down to 1 HP is another member of ITB. Another one goes down to 1 HP, and there's only 7% left in that Stalker. Probably can't do much with it as Chick, but who knows? Chick is somebody that probably could do something with a 7% in a Stalker. Doesn't do much there with it instead. But it's ITB who regain off of that nice start from Native as they're up by 1 now.
Up by 1, but do they have the map positioning? Wutum has not revved the engine up just yet this game. Yet to get a kill. Does have 3 assists. But you got to see a player like Wutum on this map outputting damage for his team and hopefully following up on the damage as well. Look at the push, the pressure from ITB. So insane right here. They get 4 dead if they can take down Gilkey, yes. And now they should be able to predict the next set of spawns based on where they spawn. Looks like they do now understand that spawner should be in C. Jimbo's going to grab this shotty and back up to safety with his teammate.
I like this play here a lot by Jimbo. You do not want to go down and give Native Gaming 7 shots to work with in that shotgun. And he's rotated so quickly over here to the driveway that Native Gaming might not be privy to his location. They are not. APG takes a couple shotgun shells to the face, make it 2 for the double. Repulsor gets him back to safety. No, he goes down shortly after, but not after 3 go down for Native Gaming. Time after time, ITB win the net positive outcome in these gunfights. 21-16 now as they got a 5-kill lead.
Miquin has that shoddy repulsor combination, so able to utilize both here if he can find an opponent. I like his positioning here with this kit because he can easily get a kill if someone decides to round the corner. But look at the patience. ITB really slowing it down here. They're just going to spread out along that A side and not really give Native any free kills. It looks like no matter where Native decide to approach, ITB should be ready for it.
21-17 now. Native Gaming with the shotgun in their hands, but with only 2 shells, it's going to probably take a melee in addition to 1 shell to take down 2. That's exactly what occurs. McWin with the double kill now has a new power weapon to work with in his hands, 63%. So this could be huge for Native Gaming. They're down in this fight, but they've had better sandbox control, you could argue, which based on the eye test, again, they're not in the lead now, but this could flip. Here we go. Austin with the shots into 2. The Chick with some defensive gunfire, and the flank from Jimbo takes down McWin and puts the Stalker back into ITB's hands as they're in possession of the lead as well, up 2.
It's really been the tale of the sandbox. I mean, whichever team has held it has gone on a spree. That's how ITB built their lead with the Stalker and the shotgun and the camo. As Jimbo runs through, gets a headshot on 1, body shot on the 2nd. Body shot is massive with the Stalker. It immediately takes your opponent to half shields. That kill is going to get cleaned up, and it looks like a now 5-kill lead for ITB, and that is massive on streets. They should be able to collapse on the spawners as well. Look at this, all of Native spawning in the back of C. How do they play from here? They probably need to fight for space, but nowhere they go is going to be safe.
No hesitation in the eyes of Jimbo as he pushes straight forward with that shotgun. Love the decision making there. And I love especially, Eli, how it's the opposite of what they did previously. They made the wide flank rotation previously with shotgun, so that's maybe what Native Gaming expects. Now Jimbo just pushes straight through, holds forward on that left analog stick. 32-23 now as ITB have opened up a massive lead. Can Native Gaming come back down 8?
Barcode just hoping and praying that they've forgotten about him, which it looks like they have. Also has help, but no. As soon as he reveals himself, also gets taken down. It's an 8-kill lead. And if ITB can hold on to this and continue to aggress, I don't see any way Native can come back into this, but Native, they have a plan. They're coming up with a strategy. Looks like they are hiding on the purple side, and nobody knows Barcode's location just yet. If Barcode can spring into action at the right time, he could bring them back into this, but he is being so patient here.
Ammo up soon. Maybe that's what Native Gaming are vying for. Barcode trades out. I was keeping an eye on him ever since you mentioned him, Eli, and he trades out and down by 8+. This is not the time to play for trades. You almost have to shimmy shake and bait in a trade.
Wow.
Attempt for ITB, back up, take the headshot slay. You got to start playing that risk reward factor here as Native Gaming do not have enough slays on the board to play for any more trades. It's getting down to the nitty gritty. They're still down by 8, so they're still within reach, but they got to find a different gear to their game here in a game 5 that determines the series winner.
Love this. So ITB recognize that Native are pushing heavily through this cafe side. They just rotate away and say, yeah, go ahead, push through. We had 3 guns waiting for you. And they just set the trap and they get 3 dead. Native are getting shut down time and time again on each of these pushes. And they only have so many pushes left.
ITB on home turf, making streets look like their turf. As Chick pushes on through on the B rails, has teammate support, has the ping, and green light means go. A weak Gilkey is a free kill, all things considered, for the likes of Chick. Such a big pickup for this ITB roster. Previously on Quadrant, who's hosting this event, Chick has been the difference maker. Chick has been the key here in Game 5. He's got the most slays on a killing spree to close things out. Chick, have yourself a Game 5.
He's got the shotgun and 2 shells left to work with. Also knows these spawners are trapped in PD. Maybe didn't know. Looks a little bit surprised there, but it's just 2 kills to close this one out. And this is the second Game 5. They lost the first one, but winning the second means that they could secure a second place spot in this pool. Massive stuff for ITB.
Wow, unbelievable there. Let's head back to the Alpha stream as we kick it to the boys on the main stage.
Camo on 5. Camo. Cuts. He's cuts. He is cuts.
Enemy has the ball.
Camo slap, guys.
Enemy has the ball.
Well, you didn't really need a listening to hear that from Spartan. Just a growl, a primal scream across the main stage. And why wouldn't you at this point? It looks like Faze are on the ropes.
Unbelievable stuff here, and if there's any pro that's primal, it's definitely Spartan when he starts to heat up. He's absolutely done it, and guess what now? The combination here, snipe and camo. Can he continue this run? Almost a fade away. Gets caught up on the bags.
Yeah, that could be a really, really important kill from Snakebite as well. Making sure that Spartan doesn't get away just over that lip with the camo and the sniper rifle. That could be the difference between trades coming in the next few moments or Spartan starting to take your team apart. 55-20 is the score. Faze find themselves 2 dead, but again, it's a scrappy battle in and around the scoreboard.
Wow.
And not for the first time, Huss just wins these important 1v1s to give his team the advantage.
That was 3 dead, as you said once again. So impressed with Huss this series. We know just how talented he is, but he has been absolutely popping off. 21-17 at the moment.
Ball is down. Pressure on Huss to hit more shots, but not going to be able to do so. And not an easy turn the odd ball over. Might turn that sniper rifle back over as well. Now, Faze, what have you got in this situation? Complexity are 3 dead. Last player alive is going to be spawning his teammates in and around green, and this is the opportunity to put time on that board. Royal 2 also has that sniper rifle, and it looks like FaZe are starting to find just a little bit of form, but again, Huss just being a nuisance.
Very good play there, as you say, from FaZe. Huss is able to get away with a kill, however, it would still be points on the board and control for FaZe. They're now just 5 points away from tying the round.
And how things can change so quickly is just a moment of control. This is why FaZe are so good. If you give them one opportunity, they, majority of the time, will turn it into a win condition for an entire map, for an entire series. And that's what they're doing right now. Complexity have got the ball back in their hands for a moment, and Royal 2, well, he just ninja Spartan by the looks of things. We'll have to check that one in the kill feed, but maybe that's a little momentum shift in the favor of FaZe.
Huss doing whatever he can to stay alive back here. He's getting, manages to somehow just pull off a Karma-esque kill across the map. Great listening to those comms. Picks up another one, still 3 dead though. Ryan Noob is your last player alive down bottom middle.
And again, it's a scrappy battle for this oddball. This time it's going to be won by FaZe. You can see Snakebite was trying to buy time, trying to make sure that he was just jiggle peeking around that corner to buy the time for his teammates to clean up the damage bottom mid. And from that, now you're going to see FaZe go into a lead in round number 2 here.
I think a lot of people are thinking back to that moment, right? Spartan with camo and snipe. It's a very different universe, wherever that parallel universe is. It's a very different one we can presume here, but instead it's FaZe now leading by more than 10 points.
3 dead for Complexity again. And you wonder if the battle cry from Spartan just woke FaZe up a little bit. Maybe they were feeling a little bit half awake, a little bit half asleep, whatever side of it you want to look at. But now they certainly have got those eyes wide open. FaZe looking strong in the end here. This has been such a strong run, almost uncontested.
It really has been. Great angles here once again from Frosty. Good shots as well on Huss. One fall from each side, however, momentary advantage here for Complexity. At the moment, they stop the run, but it's 81-58. Really only one more FaZe hold required to tie the game in rounds.
It looks like FaZe are just valuing their lives a little bit more here. They're trying not to get dragged into that trade game. The Complexity have been playing so well. Sniper rifle did fall down bottom middle, but it looks like oh no, Frosty actually finds it top middle and stays alive with it most importantly. 85 to 58. Like you say, only 15 points needed here for FaZe to close this round out and send us to a final round, but that's looking like hard work to do still.
Descendant just takes all the way to sandbags. It looks like these two players are going to still try to find each other. A little bit of a mess here back at house. These next kills will determine where this hold goes.
Ryan's got a QT and he's causing so many problems because they can't quite finish him. Finally, Royal 2 is going to find the kill onto Ryan. Oddball is down in house and FaZe are just playing keep ball at the moment, keep away. As Frosty will clean up the kill onto Huss. Knowing he's got that sniper rifle, he knows he can hold down a lane. And FaZe are kind of toying with complexity at the moment.
Yeah, they're starting to look a lot more comfortable. This is their normal form here. 3 were dead. Ryan Noob was your last player alive once again, and as you just saw, he was a spawner. Looks like maybe trying to push top mid, but Snakebite will continue scoring.
Snakebite finally decides it's time to try and close this one out with ball time. Huss is going to poke bottom middle. Shields are going to go bye-bye. As Renegade goes in for that trade as well. Renegade having a pretty solid game at the moment, 26 and 23. It's not the outstanding game that we expect to see from him sometimes, but he's doing enough to keep his team in this league.
I love the conservative play here coming in from Frosty. Wasting snipe ammo despite leading 94-59 just shows you kind of exactly how they're playing, what their mentality is.
Bubble down, Frosty doesn't go back up the chimney in the way that he would have wanted to, and the longer this stays scrappier, you just think maybe there's an opportunity for complexity, but FaZe keep winning this trade battle. Finally, it looks like they might be in a position to grab this oddball spawn. His last player who can really challenge, and that is going to be FaZe, who are going to tie this oddball game up. We're going to a deciding round 3.
Wouldn't have it any other way. Guess what? These two teams tied exactly 93-93 in slays after 2 rounds. This series has proved to be a fantastic one already. We're already into our round number 3. Next round will win the game. Of course, if it's FaZe, that will be the end of the series. If it's complexity, we will force a game number 5.
I gotta say, in that last round, it really felt like FaZe finally found the pace. And not only of that they wanted to play, but also the pace that complexity were trying to play. They have adjusted so well in that second round, and that's why you saw so much more control.
Wild series of events here at top tower. Huss was your last player alive. However, he'll be taken down, which means a momentary 2 dead off of your 2 spawners coming in for the side of complexity. World 2 doing everything he can to stay alive on C-Box. However, Descendant with a very nice nade. Let's see what Snakebite could do with the camo snipe. Okay, that's what the man can do.
There's your answer, and this is what the difference could have been, right? Snakebite was the player who took down Spartan with that camo snipe in the last round, and that was what gave FaZe that advantage, because this is what can happen.
In the end, Spartan will get a play ball, try to fight a 1v1, and he actually isolates the 1v1 very nicely in dummies, and now Snakebite still has to deal with him.
Oh, boy is down bottom middle. Spartan.
No problem.
That's what we call an enforced sleep. Ryan going to be challenging top middle as well. Does have a repulse still to play with here. Ryan is trying to challenge, but Snakebite is winning everything. Finally, Huss will slow down this run as he sits at 25 and 23, Snakebite, after the end of that life. Renegade now gets that ball out back towards his teammates, and with 2 dead for complexity here, you would expect a little bit more of a lead to establish here for FaZe.
Yeah, even though it's only a 13-point lead or so on the board, those kills are big momentum boost. Snakebite is doing it all on his side of the map. Just like that, they will now start to outslay 104 to 100 overall across the game, but you gotta feel like kills like that are big momentum boosts for the side of FaZe. Leading now by 21 in your 3rd round.
And after that run as well, Snakebite not only in the positive, as you would expect, he's got more than double the next teammate on FaZe as far as objective time as well. So we say it a lot, but he's still doing it all at this point as Huss finally breaks this tower side setup for FaZe, and it's been strong for them so far. Complexity now need to take advantage of this. Need to get the numbers back on their side, and Huss is trying to do exactly that.
It really is a great call out. I mean, how much respect can you give to Snakebite? You look across his numbers, they look great, and as you said, you look at the objective category, and it's absolutely insane. 114 points of ball time on top of the stats that you see on your screen. We'll see what Huss can do here from dummies.
You can see Huss is kind of stuck between making a decision here, right? He wants to play for that camo that's coming up, but he also wants to be in a position where he can help his teammates out. If the play does become forced,
oh my God,
I'm pretty sure that Snakebite had that camo, but he doesn't anymore.
No, I think Oversold is going to be down there. We'll have to see exactly how it's going to be played. Unbelievable. We'll see if it's still going to be available. It looks like the power-up might have just fallen, so we'll keep a very close eye on that. But Huss with unbelievable timing between the drop slide and the repulse and the spike. We'll keep a very close eye on what happens at dummies from this Descendant push, but back now to Nest, 31-7.
And it's the FaZe setup around the tower again that's proving successful for them, right? They've got the sniper rifle back again, and this is where the time has come from. Being able to set up on that island, up on the tower with the most impactful weapon that you have on the map. Just allows you to lock down so many lines, and with the talent that you have on this team in any of these players' hands, you expect to see kills pop up, but it's Huss again with a strong challenge, an aggressive challenge, and maybe that's what's needed at this point to try and stem the flames that are starting to pick up from Faze.
Oh my, is he gonna do this? You can't drop down on Royal 2, an unbelievable 1v1 against Spartan. That's a highlight reel play, grabs the sniper, somehow quick scopes Spartan off a C-plat and hits the no-scope, the final shot to not get the trade. And at a moment like that, you felt like Complexity was about to start to bounce back. It was 3 dead for Faze. What a play from Royal 2 to keep this a 40-point lead.
50 points now on the board in this final round of oddball here for Faze. Complexity flooding over on the dummy side, but Royal 2 hits yet another body shot. Can't hit the next one though, as Ryan will take him down. QT's going to be in the hands of Renegade here, who's trying to be aggressive, trying to push up onto the nest to clear some space. And the oddball is still in the hands of Faze. Complexity are struggling to get within striking distance to force a play ball at the moment. Faze are running away with this.
No additional QT coming in from Renegade just yet. Does have the option to go back to nest if he wants to here, but going to opt to hold back green.
Rotates coming towards Garage as well. Renegade going to be aggressive with the last bit of his QT to try and get that kill, get that trade. And finally, it looks like Faze will fall, and Complexity will be in a position to maybe collect that oddball, but it's all been about the tower setup. Faze have looked so good that they've had that sniper rifle in their hand and the oddball. It's been difficult for Complexity to deal with.
By the way, both teams now tied once again at 121 to 121 in total slays. However, the scoreboard is a very, very different story. Faze still leading here by 50 points.
Renegade and Royal 2 get kills, and not only is that important in the context of the game clock, in the context of getting that oddball out of the hands of Faze here, but the camo is coming up as well, so Huss is going to have a lot of work to do, and I'm not sure where that camo did go, and this time it's Frosty who wins the 1v1 against Huss. As Royal 2 emerges from the battle around the power-up with the power-up itself, and even though Complexity have that ball in the back of green, you expect the kills to go in the favor of Faze here.
Here comes the push. It's immediate play ball as well. 2 dead for both sides. Royal 2 gonna not opt wisely to get the ball. Instead, he's gonna look for a kill here at C.
Spotted out. Stays alive smartly though. Make sure you're making the most of this camo. 1 kill, 1 trade, not worth it in that situation as Huss tries to put some more pressure on. Complexity trying to scrap this ball out again, but I think they've recognized they need more kills before they do so.
Let's not forget, it was just 75-9. So Complexity has done well to bring this game back within reason. However, as you said earlier, there's still a lot of work to be done.
They forgot about Royal 2.
Haven't taken down Royal 2 yet.
They forgot about Royal 2, and I mean, they just managed to walk in, get 1 trade, and now there's space for the rest of Faze to do work. Descender will slide out as last alive.
Play ball maybe?
But even though the play ball might come in this situation, and they try and force it, Renegade has a snipe. So another snipe. That's 3 in a row now have gone to the hands of Faze.
Ooh, goes for the ninja as well. Almost gets the timing there on dummy door. A lot of pressure coming in. Somehow comes away with that shield. That's a miracle. Kills traded out 1-1. Most importantly, though, 1 minute remaining. We need to see some pretty long and consistent holds here, and it's 3 dead for the side of Faze. Frosty is your last player alive. As you can see, he making a cut push here, and now a 1v1 with Descendant, who needs to win this one. He does! And now this game just got a lot more interesting. We are less than 25-point gap between the two.
I was going to say, the one slight issue, even though things are looking good for Complexity, is the power weapon is in the hands of Ryan, right? He's got the sniper rifle, which means he can't be as effective on doing damage as he wants to. You're seeing that in effect now. He has to drop that ball to make sure he's using that sniper rifle, but he's doing it pretty well at the moment. Royal 2 picks up 1 though. Renegade trying to flush him out. Renegade wins the 1v1 as Ryan cannot connect with that headshot.
2v2 for just a second. Renegade with shields up again. That's bad news for Complexity fans. 2 dead still on each side. See if this ball gets played here by Spartan. Probably going to be a safe play ball. No, he doesn't. He prepares to play ball, but he manages to hold. We are tied at 75.
And Complexity will go into a lead. It looked like this was all Faze. It looked like there was no way back into this round for Complexity. But they have shown they are made of sterner stuff here with just 33 seconds. And falling left on that game clock, there is an opportunity for Complexity to maybe send us to game 5.
Oh boy, look at this. The first pick went to Complexity. However, now Camo in Royal 2's hands. Game in his hands. What play does he make here?
Well, one thing he can do and guarantee that he can do is get that play ball. But do Faze want to do that? Do they want to force the ball back to bottom middle? Or do they want to pick up the kills around the ball and see if they can keep it on? Instead, they play for the kills. They get the 4 dead. The ball is reset, but Faze have the ball back, and Complexity will have to break.
What are they going to do here? They need to make this push count. 10 seconds left on the game clock. 5 seconds separating the two. Here comes the push.
Looks like Complexity make the call to flood top middle. A trade is going to be good. But for what side is the answer? Royal 2 is trying to flank at the moment. Frosty is running away with that ball. Ryan have got the kill onto Frosty. As the ball will be played bottom middle. It's a 2-second advantage here. And it looks like they will be able to protect that ball Faze.
Wow.
They leave it late. They cut it close. But Faze will win the series.
What a piece of game management coming in at the end. The double spike with 3 seconds left on bottom middle to ensure any ball carrier would be eviscerated by those 2 grenades. Really well done there in the end on the side of Faze. Out slaying in the end 146 to 141 across what has already been a historic game of live fire ball. Faze in the end will close out the series 3-1, but you feel like that doesn't tell the full kind of story of what we just saw.
Yeah, late game composure, put it on a t-shirt, sell it because you should buy it. It's just a Faze mantra at this point, right? They leave it late, but the late game decision making and the timing, the recognition of how much time they have to make plays is so good in those moments. And even though it was an amazing comeback in that round number 3 from Complexity, it just wasn't enough. And as you look at your series score right now, you can see that Faze, they will claim it at 3-1, but some of those games were incredibly close.
They absolutely were, and this was a series to remember, to be honest. We were excited to see what Faze is going to bring, and I think this was really for both sides. For Faze, I think fans on that side are going to be really optimistic about the rest of this tournament. I think Complexity, a lot to be proud of from that series and a lot more tournament play, undoubtedly, to look forward to.
Yeah, a lot of work for Complexity to do, of course, moving forward, but like you quite rightly say, very good signs for them. Very close games outside of that game number 2, of course, which was heavily in the favor of Faze. But Complexity, we always talk about them being a team who can go on a run, who can cause some upsets. Well, they've just shown the type of gameplay that would prove that once again. But the question still remains for them, Andy. How do they get over the hump of beating one of these big 3?
That really is the question for them, and a lot more tournament play luckily to come. I think this was really for us, not only on the first series of the main stage, but just for everyone here in the room as well. A great way to kick off this event, and just a reminder that things in Halo Infinite have really never been closer.
Yeah, it's a really good point. And you're looking at Faze here, you're looking at the answer to the question that we were trying to make, and are they going to look a little bit flat? Are they going to look like a championship winning team? Well, they're showing those championship winning moments in these final few games that we saw. So Faze looking very strong, and Faze looking like the team to beat.
They certainly are. Hello, Mark.
Hello. How are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
You're not Andy.
No, actually, we just evolved.
Oh, it's good to have you lot. How are you?
I'm very well.
How did you find that series? It was stressful, to say the least, to commentate.
It was stressful, but I do think just nice to see some signs of life from Complexity. Although screaming across the stage didn't quite have the desired effect, I feel like, for the series and how they meant to go on in that oddball, unfortunately, especially in that second round here. But yeah, it was a nail-biter at certain moments and aspects, and I'm excited to see what Complexity kind of do with the rest of their tournament run here as I say goodbye to Onset and Bravo. Thank you so much for that wonderful commentary here. We're looking back at some of the highlights now, and of course Faze just really doing Faze things. Take a little bit of time to wake up sometimes. Their alarm clocks are a little late often at some of these lands, but when they do wake up and they ice up and clutch up, it is the plays that you want to see, and they always somehow get it done. They have it up their sleeve, and as we say hi to Clutch and Tony back on the desk, gents, what a great series. I think for so many different reasons, but it was nice to see, I think, a different page out of Faze's book, especially in an oddball, because oddball recently for them hasn't been their strongest suit. Were you happy with what you saw from the Faze boys?
Honestly, no. I think they should have been a little bit more efficient, but they still got the job done. Complexity was actually a very surprising feat throughout this series. I think that they played better than I expected, especially against the likes of Faze. They gave themselves a lot of opportunity in this series. They're going to be kicking themselves for not being able to push it to a Game 5. That all-ball game was as close as it could have been, especially after the lead that Faze blew open the door with in round 3. But Game 1 was another winnable game for Complexity. I felt that they let slip through their hands. It was a 3-1. The scoreline's a little misleading with the graphic there, but Complexity should have probably forced that to a Game 5. Faze started a little bit slower than what I would have liked.
Yeah, they certainly did indeed, and obviously warming up as they go along. Yeah, 3-1 is the final score there for folks at home. The graphic isn't quite accurate, but
Felt like a 3-2.
It did. It almost at times definitely did feel like a 3-2. What did you pick upon, Tony, especially maybe in that oddball game? Because Faze started to really run away with things in that second round, especially the beginning. There seemed to be a lot of power in their hands, not just the weapons, but just in terms of the control and presence on the map, but not a lot of time ticking, I think, with some of the slays coming forward.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really fun oddball round to watch, a really fun oddball game to watch total. But I even want to go back to what you said in that game number 1 that felt like it could have been complexities. And one thing that kind of stood out to me personally was Sparty. Like, Sparty was absolutely destroying. The amount of slays that he had to get, maybe like 29 kills, and the rest of his team were maybe tied at about 13 apiece. But then going into game 2, it was a lot different of a story. I think it was maybe 3-11 in that Slayer, so that ain't gonna be enough in the Slayer. And if they maybe got a little bit more of that game 1 energy, maybe they come out on top and maybe we're talking something different.
Yeah, for Spartan to have the tournament that he had at Arlington with the difficulties that he was facing, and then to come out and play in the first game like he did, I was like, Spartan the dog is back, baby.
He's
29,
back.
That was everything Complexity needed, and if he can bring that firepower to Complexity, he will be able to replace Precision, and they can have similar success to what they expected with Precision. But like you said, if you looked at the stats that we were just taking a look at on the graphic, Spartan only ended up with near everybody else's kills when he blew the door wide open in game 1. That tells you that the rest of the series, he kind of started to falter. He started to fall back. We need to see a high level of consistent Spartan the dog in order for Complexity to win a series of this magnitude. I don't think we saw that, and we ended with FaZe having the better of Complexity once again because of it.
Now, one that was a nail biter was that map 1, and Tony, I know that you pointed out a kind of stemmed from the busyness stemmed from Descendant right at the end there, and how FaZe managed to kind of rip that one away from Complexity. Talk to me about that moment as we look upon the clip.
Yeah, we're taking a look here at about a minute and 53 seconds on the clock. Is it really when, actually, we're a little bit actually further back than I thought we were, but eventually it's Descendant that gets this camouflage. We're looking at the slays here, roll 2 up high, couple slays go in favor of FaZe, but eventually it's Descendant that grabs that camouflage. They hop in towards that hill, and everything looks good right there. Bravo and Onset talked about the fact that should we have the camouflage in the hill? I was like, you know what, that's a good question. Then eventually, FaZe come out with the first 2 slays. Descendant gets out of the hill to stay alive to go up S4, plays his life really well, but then chases down like a 1-shot kill towards bottom mid, and that was the issue right there with it. As soon as he chases them down bottom mid, I'm like, that's the turning point right there, because then he dies. If he stays alive, maybe he buys enough time for his teammates to come off of spawn, but the moment he died with that camouflage, the moment he missed that opportunity to get that kill, and more importantly, missed the opportunity to take away timing from FaZe, at that point, FaZe took over, the game was over.
It really is. It is very small decisions that often are the difference between winning and losing, especially the ones at the end. But I've got to say, FaZe looking fantastic. They're going to be happy with that one. Definitely things to talk about for sure to clean up on as they go forward in their pool. And of course, we were looking at Pool C there. It was FaZe versus Complexity. FaZe will go at 1-0 in their pool. They have yet to play Cloud9. And we do have some scores coming through as well from Pool D. We have ITB Esports. They managed to get the one over on Native Gaming. We were kind of talking about that one earlier on our prediction, and really that's exactly what we were anticipating, I think, from the ITB that we saw earlier.
Yeah, it looks like ITB were able to find some momentum from that Shopify Rebellion, finish business against Native Gaming roster, a team with stacked veterans with so many accolades. Like we said, I said if ITB can play consistently at the level that they just did, they'll beat Native Gaming. It looks like that was the case off stream.
It certainly does indeed. I've got to say, for the other pools, Pool B, we've seen already OpTic, we've seen what they bring to the table. They managed to go to a game 5 with Sentinels, and they did edge that one away. And this is some of the replays that we actually had with ITB and Native Gaming on a different stream here. And as we're looking at this is the Slayer to send it all the way for ITB to take that series in a game 5. And gosh, from what it seems right now, it was pretty damn close.
Something about ITB, they find themselves in a lot of game 5s. They had a lot of success in those game 5s in Arlington. Already losing one today, they found themselves in another one with Native, and apparently coming out on top. Well done by ITB to show some resilience and some ice that they once had in Arlington, and we know what that means. That could be in store for them. If they're beating teams like Native, even if it goes the distance, that can start the momentum to another tournament run.
It certainly can indeed. I've got to say, they're looking definitely like one of the Europeans' finest currently. I think the fight that they've had already from day one is something that is so typical, and I'm really excited about their championship bracket play and how they're going to fare there, because they need to be really impressed with themselves. I think they've had, you know, they had quite an easy run in Arlington, I think, for their placement. They're probably kicking themselves at a couple of their results, and they could have gone a little bit further and maybe been tested a bit earlier on. But right now, they're going up against teams that are bringing the heat, they're bringing the fire against them, and so far they're holding their own. So really impressed with ITB, and can't wait to see what happens for them in the championship bracket as well. But coming up next, we do have Quadrant versus Sentinels, our home team. They're going to be in this very room on this very stage, and hopefully going to be putting on one hell of a performance for all of the fans that have come from all over the world to come and see them as well. Folks, we're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, we will have that one set up for you guys. We'll talk about it on the desk, and we'll see you right after this.
The HCS London Major.
His opponent at bay, and for now, the Pride look to have their first score on the board. This will tie things up at 1.
Love to see the discipline that I'm seeing from Cardboard. This new meta where camo's on every map, you gotta know how to get the most value out of your camo, and he's done so. Triple kill to add to it. Can he make it to overkill? This man knows how to use a sniper as well.
Cardboard looks to put it to good use. I believe this is a solo sniper, though, after that incredible triple, followed up by the double kill, no scope. Cardboard is popping off here early. Wow.
I told you this man is a problem. You do not want to play against him, and especially if he gets a sniper rifle, putting that nice no-scope to work early, and they've got a good setup for this hill, and he's not done yet.
Couple flags out on both sides, though, as the red team seems to have the edge, though. 3 go down for Pride. Make it 4 as Morgan lines up the headshot. Got another one here. Great recognition of the spawn.
Besides, I think it's Native Red and Sentinels, the only non-OpTic SSG or Faze teams to even place top 3 at one of these tournaments. So, I mean, Sparty has not missed a beat. Oh, absolutely insane. Almost gets the overkill. They lose a player in the process, but it's a 3-for-1 trade in Sentinel's favor. And they're going to continue to roll here. Looks like 2 body shots, but they both get the chain effect. That means it may be a triple kill for Valkated. We said we hadn't seen him much, but he is here, and he's popping off with the overkill extermination. Attack, but barely misses. He's got to be upset about that one. Wow. The spawn trap a lot of teams. The problem is Sentinels is not making it easy.
Yeah, shout out to Valkated there on that overkill, and shout out to our observer, 99th, as he seems to always have his eyes on the POV that's most likely for a multi-kill. And
into gold, we know the next hill moves back to batteries. Didn't even try to kill the hill player, instead favoring that transition play. Ubaduba going to launch himself in, make sure he does at least some damage before taking down, but Metis with a mean double kill. Super clean, but Sparty's got one better. He said, oh, you can get a double kill? How about a triple kill and a little bit of hill time? How about that? Player to die on OpTic in quite a while. This strip cap's already looking powerful. You can already see OpTic spreading out, getting control of the map, and man, this guy just picks up a controller and he's right back to his old ways. Look at that. He might even make it. Oh, okay. I thought he was going to hit the triple play any serious tournament match. They are talking to one another. They're having conversations. They're playing through every situation. Hey, okay, can we go to B here? All right, yeah, I'm pushing this way. I've got some damage here. This is a good time to go. You know, they're just feeding each other.
2 players off in both directions to gain some space. This is a fragile position. Mental can take advantage of it. Mental's out of ammo. He has nothing to work with here, Elliot. The Ditch is going to be able to refill the ammo count for now.
All right, Eli, here we go. OpTic Gaming versus the Stainers. Every time we thought a previous team was going to take on OpTic Gaming, they went down in the bracket, maybe looking a little too far ahead. Combat evolved off the ceiling as Formal catches it, has the shock in his hand, put it to good use off the rip. Headshot for 1.
It does support the scene overall. Recommend to check it out. Lots of cool stuff in the shop right now. Look at the repulse, talking about cool stuff. The player basically killed his teammate with the rocket there. There's a map with a shock rifle on it. This man is probably going to grab it. He grabs the shock, tries to grab the ball, faces some pressure, decides to drop it, and it's suppressed with the overkill extermination. He's going to also throw his life away to get the ball into safety.
On the stats that don't show up for Boobadubu is time after time he makes plays that don't show up in the stat sheets outside of the wins and losses more often than not wins. As Sparty shoots down the platform to get a little bit of that trickle damage onto Soul Snipe. Allow Rebellion a chance to regain the lead as they are in striking distance. of the Sentinels, but Sentinels are in striking distance of winning round 2. Which way is this one gonna go? Suppress gonna have a lot to say about it, and he's got the double, making a triple. Could be all 4, pushing through the Whitehall. Not to end up on Twitter. No, oh my God, Suppress gets that player down to 1 HP. Almost his second overkill of the tournament from Suppress. Not the overkill, but it's enough to regain the lead here for Rebellion. To Suppress is absolutely popping off with this shock rifle. Looking to end the round here as the last second push comes through from the A side, and Suppress keeps hitting shots. Doesn't even need a reticle or a HUD.
At this moment, you got to get the kills that matter. Like we talked about, we got to get a few kills in succession so we can start to progress across the map, get control of B and C once again. Right now, Space Station not going to make it easy. Eco with the flawless positioning.
It looks like Neptune going to take down Eco. 3 go down for SSG once again, and this should start the time. No! Bound with such a clutch slay that Oddball was about to get grappled in for some scoring, but Bound takes him down. Isn't able to stop the scoring, though, as Native are able to recollect and regain.
Honestly, great awareness from APG. Grabs the grapple off of Neptune's body and does what Neptune tried to do just a moment prior. Does get the ball into safety, despite a great play from Bound. Bound, though, not done yet. It gets the ping on the camo player. I think might have also got a little bit of damage on him. Monster going to try to use the grapple with the plasma pistol. I'll tell you right now, walls can't allow you to do that. That was just a good play.
Aided with the double kill on the Rockets off screen, while the Turtle still having plenty of snipe ammo to work with. That includes planting 1 onto the hip of Kratos, as a flag ends up being pulled here, but a no-scope out of Rob the Turtle. Oh my gosh, that must mean there's at least 1 rocket to continue to fight for, and now that Overshield is coming in, this doesn't seem like a very fair fight, and you send that rocket right back to sender, and Gunplexion not done, still going to grind forward. 3 down, go crowd pleasers, and although that's a favorable spot over toward the Mangler side, people shit are still pushing up, they're still putting down damage, and for going 3 down, luckily Hated wins a pivotal battle against Rob the Turtle. Gunplexion seemingly coming out of nowhere, though, with the Overshield and Bulldog combination. Now you overrun the Mangler side, another 3 down, a triple kill out of Gunplexion, almost gets the overkill. That player's hiding, but you can't hide for Gunplexion, at least not for long. Pseudo overkill for him. He's gonna keep it going here. That's 5 kills in a row on the way to moving this flag forward. Crowd pleasers, where are you at? Kratos, he can't even get off of his side.
As his camo dissipates, it's a potential they heard the audio cue. He looks for an opening, but not going to be able to find one. Has to back up. Has a repulsor to do so. Down to no shields. This is the opportunity for TSS to push it.
There's no shot. This man is still alive at the moment. Then puts the last shot with the Bulldog in. Then gets the perfect kill with the Stalker. This man should have been dead 12 seconds ago. But 3 down go TSS. A killing spree out of Persecute. He shouldn't even be alive right now.
Well for Rebellion. If you get cycle around the map, not so much overextending, but working his way through as Snakebite works his way through the body shot on the aforementioned cycle. It's been all Faze clan. Frosty here with the shot in his hand, just looking to play Gatekeeper. A 3 push up at the top A side. Talk about commitment as Rebellion push all the way through into A. But 2 go down for Rebellion. Faze answer it right back. Talk about defensive positioning here. Frosty on his own little flank, mini flank, takes down the Preston. That might just do it. Rebellion goes 3 down. OpTic needs just a few more. Trippy, though, down to 1 HP. Gonna have to hit this sneaky jump to get back in the fight. And he misses, gets repulsed. He loses sight because of it. And this could spell trouble for OpTic.
Best chance for OpTic to maintain their control in this hill, but with him taken down, there is an opening for Space Station to go in. Perfect grenade, takes that play to perfect no-scope. Stellar with the play of the game so far. Almost the overkill, but Formal shuts it down, stays alive. Dixon, he's still going to be one of the toughest players to beat in the world. Looks like, though, Space Station with the better opening strat. Bound going to get 2 kills and secure this OS. They get 3
and a triple. As Bound opens up the way we're used to seeing. He's Sparty flank up to Snipe. He's going to claim that for himself now. That territory now belongs to Sentinels. Boo Boo Doo takes the Ninja! Oh my god, man, he's back belongs to Boo Boo Doo as he lands the Ninja. Don't out VR Drunk 2. Oh my god. Cleaner looks. Not that clean though, as the pressure is on. The attention is on his head. Oh, Stellar on the head of Lucid. Takes him down with a quick scope double. SSG were able to tie it 2-0 with a minute and a half left. This reminds me of that comeback they made on Aquarius where they're down 0-3, and they've got another flag out. Stellar with the final snipes in his scope, lands the no-scope on dead zone, and this could just spur the series win. If he lines this one up on Formal, it could be all but over. And Stellar lands the shot, opens up more space for SSG on the map. To go down on each side, Renegade with a snipe, Renegade with a no-scope, make it a double. Wow, that's a delayed double. Could have had a triple, might still. Bound goes down to 1 HP. Down that A side of the map. Renegade gets the opening break slay, though, on bound, so that's going to give Faze Clan the chance to push through. They do, in fact, hit the A side of the map, but Eco with 3 shots out of that DMR in a melee. Takes down one. Thought he had a sticky there. It actually lands on the player's suit. There's the sticky grenades. He does, in fact, despite the error in play, the 60-second mark.
Eco so disciplined, understanding how important it is for him to just survive on this part of the map. Tries to deny access to Faze, but the sneaky play from Snakebite slithers his way through the blue pipes unseen, comes back to bite them in the back. In A, I think a member of Faze might be at the glass here, which is going to make it even harder. Yes, Royal 2 with the triple kill from glass with the shock rifle.
Going to extend into A. Instead, they're going to force that spawn trap for Faze Clan. Monster with a chance to spawn snipe these opponents. Gets the perfect shot there on Snakebite, and this could shut the door on Faze as Monster lands the double kill. Camo's up, but it's not even going to matter. This should do it for SSG. Monster locking down the series potentially as he does with another snipe.
Rotate there, and the first kill favors OpTic Gaming as Dead Zone takes down Manny, but Druck does answer back. Lucy gets a kill of his own. 3 members of OpTic start to push forward, but Druck hits a clutch snipe to shut them down. Formal gets lined up and tapered, faded out as he goes for the active camouflage, but ends up
again as the spawns potentially come out on that blue side. Talik playing patiently though. He's gonna wait for them to jump right in, and the bait works.
Excellent shot from Talik with the shock, lining up the second. Wow. Dead Zone. We'll see you in 10 seconds. 3 down once again. Go business. But Talik is putting damage on the shock in the hands of Lucid at the moment here. Swish off a screen. Double kill to start this push. Swish actually able to take down the third one, systematically breaking down OpTic Gaming's defenses by himself as Swish goes in for the 4th kill. But this one's Lucid. It might just go a bit different. Now OpTic are trying to move in, but they're 2 down themselves. They need to get business out of this hill, and they need it right now. This is it. The kills are going out. Lucid with a clutch double. Business was just a couple seconds away from taking the 3rd hill and the lead, but a triple kill out of Lucid shuts things down. Going half down there, make it 3-4. There's only 1 more player that's currently waiting for his teammates to come off his spawn. It may just be too little too late, and with Lucid still having the shot, he's by himself, but he's a 1-man army at this point, spinning in circles. Forget the strong side. We're gonna call that the Lucid. We're gonna call that the TW, where you just put your head down and start spinning in circles. You'll have to earn it. You'll have to fight your way off a spawn. It looks like that's exactly what Rebellion are doing.
Yeah, Rebellion got really fortunate there. They got the left spawn, the triple kill on a trippy triple. Trying to do all he can against 3 players on this side of the map. Suppress gonna pick that one up and punch it into his chest, and this is where they get their lead back. Or they bring this closer, I should say. 17-10. Make that 17-11. Suppress doing work with a camo. A triple kill comes out of him.
That ball's been
defeat.
This is my time. I'm on the rise. Can't hold me down, I'm too fly. This is my time. Ready to shine. Brighter than all of the lights. Cause when it's game time, seconds away and the game's on the line. There ain't no doubt in my mind. Beating the buzzer like, this is my time. This is my moment. You better bet that I'm on it. Ready and set, I'ma own it. Blast it to 10, then keep going. There ain't no coasting. I never settled on.
Hello and welcome back. Shopify Rebellion Native Gaming going to be going at it once again in the pool play section of HCS London. I'm Tools. Joined with me is Active, and we have a best of 5 ahead of us.
I'm excited for this one. Native's been playing pretty well today, which is cool to see. I think they're attempting to reach that ceiling that they know they can reach with this type of roster. I have to see something more, right? Against Shopify, this is a good time to do so. Obviously, Shopify struggled, I would say, a little bit at the LVT Orlando event. And I don't know, like, I think maybe when it comes to that time difference as well, maybe it kind of snowballs. I really like this Shopify roster, but if Native Gaming has a chance to do anything, they can build off a bit of momentum. You know, we've seen them play pretty decent today. Mikwin's playing pretty well. If they can continue that on, maybe they take out Shopify here.
That, man, I get what all you're saying, right? Native, I think they've been playing well. I think Shopify has probably been a little bit of a downtrend when you look at their recent results. But Shopify Rebellion, to me, is not a team that's looking to just break into that big 3 conversation. They're a team that's looking to make grand finals this tournament. And I think that is going to be the success that Shopify Rebellion needs to come away with in this tournament. I personally, on the record, I think Shopify Rebellion will make it to grand finals this tournament. I'm just high on these guys. When I look at the composition of this bracket, of these players on this team, I think they're going to have that ice factor. That their ability to just win on Slayers, I think, is one of the best in the HCS, if not the best in the HCS. And I think it's going to let them clutch up a lot of Game 5 scenarios as this tournament goes on.
Something I've seen with this tournament is like games are really close. So you saying Shopify make it to the grand finals, I agree with that being a possibility. I think that this is one of those tournaments that we may not see that big 3 in the grand finals. Maybe we don't see a Faze in the grand finals, or we don't see an OpTic in the grand finals. Yes, in their respective pools, obviously, all of these guys are 1-0. But I think that there's potential for Proton. There's potential for Shopify to get into that grand finals. I mean, I'm excited to see what happens, right? I think you got to talk about, you know, that obviously that time difference. We got to talk about that jet lag that kind of comes into play when you travel long distances like these teams have. And this is the first time in a while that NA has had to deal with this. I think maybe you won't see the repercussions of that right now, but as this tournament goes on and as you start to gain that fatigue as the day goes on, it might start setting in, you know? I mean, a shout out to you guys, all of LVT, being up since 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning, just to get this show going. I mean, you yourselves know it will start to build up. It will start to get you more and more tired. And as the day goes on, we may see some of these teams crumble under that.
Well, that's the thing that you have to really think about right now. You know, obviously teams are probably going to be feeling that jet lag, but if you're a European team, you have to place well this tournament, right? Like, you're not going to beat the accusations, that the mud that will be thrown on your name if you do not get at least top 8 in this tournament with all these North America teams flying over, dealing with that jet lag. It's imperative that they play well. And what we already saw Shopify Rebellion clutched up against one of those European teams. We'll see if they're able to have a more stable performance against Native Gaming here, as we are into the first game, and Shopify Rebellion already doing Shopify things. This is their bread and butter. Aquarius flag, have a flag out, And what could soon be on its way with Suppress just living in the back base.
Yeah, Suppress having that overshield and having that good start, you would expect this flag to go past the halfway portion of the map, but it's Native Gaming instantly coming through. Suppress with a massive double. That's going to slow things down just a bit, but they still have to get a couple more kills here, and it looks like they'll do that. This is a big win. Almost gets the kill on the Gilk.
Well, the most impressive thing about that whole sequence, it's not Suppressed shot, it's not his position, it's his patience throughout that entire play, right? He's in that back base, he can try to make something happen, try to run that flag through. No, he stays calm, he isolates his angles, gets great shots down range, and eventually gets the important kills to follow through. And who else but Cycle to cycle through the position, right? Takes over where Suppressed left off. Those two combining for 10 kills already as Mental punches in this first flag.
Yeah, that's gotta be rough. The flag doesn't go in, but it most likely will. It's honestly Shopify Rebellion that recovered. That flag made it all the way to Native Gaming's base. And now it's a fight once again, though. This flag, as easy as it looked to be put in, it looks like it's not going to be so easy. That top center control is massive. The flag gets returned as well. It's Cycle trying to do some damage, trying to pressure here, but my goodness, that flag return.
It was a pestering Mikwin that causes all that to happen, right? He's in that back base. For him, it wasn't about getting the kills. It's about buying time and space, getting shots down, keeping the opposing team in the doorway, preventing them from ever touching that flag, and eventually getting the return. The problem for Native Gaming is the follow-up. There has been none in this game thus far. The overshields, the power weapon, the position on the map is going to kill you. They have to be able to get a clean 3-4 down and get control of this map, start to stabilize this game, because Shopify Rebellion, they might not have a flag on board, but they are certainly winning this game.
Yeah, structure is king. We're seeing that come to fruition now. It's Soul Snipe taking out a very important player on the top center of the map. This flag will go in. Cycle's gonna punch that one with 3 down out of the side of Native Gaming. It's Cycle waiting to push outside of his base now. Mikwin's the first one to fall. That flag does go towards the utility side of the map, and it will pass the 50% portion as well. That's 3 dead. Barco's the only one forward. They get him as well.
Well, you're seeing why I have the Shopify Rebellion team doing so well in today's tournament. It's because of their ability to control the map and to always be putting influence onto whatever's most important. When you talk to teams around the HCS, they say that the Shopify Rebellion team, it feels like Space Station Gaming levels of speed. These guys are fast, quick, and to the point. They understand where to fill, where to be, and that's why as soon as you saw that first flag go in, the second one was already on its way, because these folks know the second they have an extra little bit of damage, a kill to pounce upon, they're going to take as much of the map as possible. It's imperative for Native Gaming to find the first pick, get the first kill, prevent Shopify from taking space.
We got to talk about this man on your screen right here. It's Suppressed 12-6 already and being a nuisance in the base of Native Gaming. Shopify, once again, you talked about priority, and that's exactly what they do. They take care of the most important things on the map first. Step-by-step process. That flag is out, but overshield is coming up as well, and they want to take that, but they end up going down here. It's going to be 3 down for Native. I believe Shopify are going to get their 3rd overshield in a row.
I think Mikwin might have been able to steal it, but the problem is, yeah, he gets the add overshield. Everything else has gone the way of Shopify Rebellion. That flag still further towards their base. It's going to be up to Mikwin making a big play of this heat wave to stop this flag.
Yeah, Mikwin, this is all up to him. The heat wave in play. Ends up getting 1. A lot of pressure on Suppress, but Suppress sliding through. He's going to get 1. Gets the damage on the second as well. Cycle is going to clean that one up. And like you said, Mikwin getting that OS, getting that power weapon, it wasn't enough.
Native Game, that's a big blunder from them. It almost looking like a high school kid just graduated. They need to get their priorities straight. They're going over, trying to do too many flashy things, trying to find the kills in the base. No, that flag is out in front base in the open while the opposing team is stuck in their back base. Stand on the return. Get the return in. Instead, they try to get all these kills. They try to get their cake and eat it too. Instead, what ends up happening, Cycle's able to get it at the last second, grab that flag and put it back home for a 3-0 lead. Native Gaming need to clean up their gameplay.
When we talk about being in a blender, it's Native Gaming in a blender. Finally, it looks like a bit of life is shown. Gilkey was the last one alive for a moment there, ends up getting that return. It's suppressed once again in a powerful position on the bottom of the map, and you wouldn't expect bottom of the map to be powerful, but the routes that Suppress can take, he can get behind the enemy team, he can get behind Native Gaming and put the damage in that is necessary. Overshield coming up in 10 seconds, and as I said, that route is gonna gain him a kill. 2 down for the side of Native. Make that 3 as Barcode falls as well.
Suppress! Killing Frenzy! He's got the triple out. He's looking like Luka. In that first quarter, 3 flags on board already. It's been because of him. 23 kills, just 8 deaths this game. He's been unbelievable. And honestly, it's so impressive because of how forward he's been on the map. He is getting in engagements. He's searching for those gunfights. He just can't lose.
This is one of the factors that we've always talked about when it comes to Shopify Rebellion. If Suppress is playing like this, Shopify look like an unstoppable force. Soul Snipe starting to feel good as well. Ends up getting that kill. It's going to be top center control for Mental. The spawns come up, but a little bit of a flank from Gilkey. Gilkey will fall because of that. Somehow Mental is still alive and goes immediately back to top center once again. APG stuck inside of his base, has to fight Soul Snipe, but he's got to run away. The pressure's too much. It's mounting upon the side of Native Gaming. They can't get out.
The problem for Native thus far has been the disconnection between the teammates on the map. Well, yeah, Mikwood's going to get that triple kill, but there's no follow-up because everyone else had to go down in order for him to get that position. I'd like to see Native start holding hands a little bit more on the map, daisy chain their way up, and ensure that they have each other's bandits ready to strike. Shopify Rebellion's been so efficient at capitalizing off assists throughout the games. Look at Mental and Cycle in particular. 24 assists combined with the 2 of them. It's allowed Suppress to be as successful as he is on the map, and Soul Snipe's catching up right there with them. This has just been a brilliant performance from all 4 of these, and it all starts with teamwork first, right? It's not about the individual talent. It's not about the gun skill. It's about understanding when you have help and capitalizing on it.
Spawns come out in the back of the base, and Native once again gonna die off a spawn. 3 go down. Barcode's gonna be the last one alive. He's in fridge, maybe overextending towards that P side, but this 4th flag is already past the 50% portion of the map. Gilkey maybe in a position to get towards utility. APG alongside of him, but Mental winning a big fight there with the help of Soul Snipe. Another push comes in. Gilkey still alive through the cycle of his entire team dying, and an overshield in the hands of Cycle gonna make this very tough for Native Gaming to stop.
The 1-2 punch from Mental and Cycle was too much right there. And it all starts with understanding priorities on a map, right? For them, they were running flag. They could have kept running that flag. Instead, they realized the timing's not there. They have to go back and prioritize the slays. And slay they did. The 2 of them responsible for all 4 kills on the map, eventually leading to the 4th flag gap in this first game.
Native with a last-ditch effort end up getting 2 down on the side of Shopify. It's Mikwin trying to push in to get the 3rd. He will get it, but once again, look how much damage APG is taking to just get this flag an inch forward in front of the base of Shopify Rebellion. They are not allowing anything to happen. The pace is too quick. Native Gaming 4 down once again, and it's Shopify with a quick return of the flag.
Look how quick they are to be forward on the map. Yeah, Cycle doesn't get another kill to continue on that trend, but where is he when the opponent's going 3 down? Oh yeah, he's in the back of the opponent's base. They're realizing that, yes, we can't lose a gunfight right now. Let's start accelerating the game state. Make sure that Native Gaming feels as if they can never not be in a gunfight on the map. Finally, Shopify go 3 down, and we've seen impossible things happen before. For Native Gaming, it's about starting the game now. It's even. You just got to put 4 on the board in the next 2 minutes. We've seen it done before just a few weeks ago in Orlando. Barco could put this first one in, and Native Gaming need to have a very clutch 2 minutes.
This is the start of something great. It's a 2-minute overshield, though, that really begs the question. The Then again, look, that flag makes it to their base. Native Gaming trying to do all they can, but they can't do enough. It's 4 down once again for Native. The 5th and final flag is being pulled, and only 1 minute and 45 seconds remain. Look at this flank from Soul Snipe. Everything's so easy when you have the OS. He's going for the triple, and he gets the assist.
We're breaking Geneva Conventions out here. The war crimes are being committed with how Shopify Rebellion set up that trap. And that's what it was, a trap from the start. They were able to get into the base, clear out one side, force in that fridge spawn. And normally, hey, that's just a free flag run through the util side. But no, Shopify Rebellion's thinking one step ahead. What do? They get that overshield on the hands of Soul Snipe. He pushes into that fridge, occupying all 3 spawns at the same time, forcing out a split of the next 2 players, leaving a 1v2 that's very easy for Soul Snipe to clean up, and essentially putting another 4v2 on the map after it, where Native Gaming simply didn't have the numbers to deal with the pressure that this dynamic duo, Suppress and Soul Snipe, were able to put up that game. Looking like LeBron and D Wade in the early 2010s. I mean, look at these two, 7,200 damage apiece, 30 and 28 between the two of them. Shopify Rebellion, yeah, they're legit.
Well, we talked to Soul Snipe at the LVT Orlando event, and he mentioned how uncomfortable he felt at that event, right? Yeah, a little hot, and I get it. I can't play when it's hot either. I can't stand playing in the heat. But honestly, he looking comfortable right now. Like you said, 7,200 damage between Soul Snipe and Suppressed. I mean, just a beautiful showcase out of both of these guys. I love to see it. I love to see the aggression of this squad when they're playing confident. The killing frenzy right there from Suppressed. I mean, just beautiful top control, beautiful control of the overshield. Nothing went wrong for this Shopify Rebellion roster.
And at that point, right in the game, it was 23 kills for Suppressed. Soul Snipe had 12. Look at what the work that Soul Snipe did in the second half of this game and how he just increased his slaying output to basically catch up to Suppressed. Impressive work from Mikey, and a big up for him, because he was very disappointed with himself after Orlando. That's the one thing he said after the event. He said, "Hey, I need to learn how to handle myself when I'm in situations that make me uncomfortable. Yeah, the heat was affecting me. The venue wasn't exactly what I needed it to be, but I have to be able to work past that. That's not a you problem. That's not a their problem. That's a my problem." And that's what he's done. He's gone into the lab, and he's had a frustrating day today, right? He's the first match on stream. It took about 2 hours, it felt like, for them to get that first game going. They had to move setup. He had probably one of the most frustrating experiences you can have at a LAN. What does he do when he comes back to that stage once again? He shows why he's one of the best in the game. Absolute stunning performance from him.
Absolutely love that. 100%. Wish him the best as the tournament goes on. But we move on here to Cloud9 versus Faze. This is Pool C. This is on the C stream, of course. We're going to be covering the 3 down for Faze right now, and an opportunity for this man on your screen. It's Tusk to pull this flag through the utility side of the map. I don't know how far he'll make it through, though. There is a lot of pressure in the mid side. It's going to be Renegade he has to deal with. Damage goes in. He ends up staying alive. I love this play by Tusk. Stay alive, get those shields back, and allow your team to rally through. And he does just that. The timing is beautiful. The flag will be continued on, and Tusk is still able to do damage through this light.
And remember, Faze, they just got done playing on the main stage just a little bit ago, beating Complexity in a 3-1. And the real question marks around Faze is, are they going to be able to continue proclaiming themselves as a big 3 team? Thus far, you know, we're seeing some shaky moves from them. This isn't the Faze that we expect. The world champion from just a few months ago. Right now, Cloud9's giving them the business. Overshield's back in their possession. They're out slaying. Tusk hasn't died yet. This is just incredible work from Cloud9 against the world champions.
Yeah, you got to look at Snakebite and Frosty too. Frosty finally putting in his second kill, but that flag cap will go in as well. A 2-0 lead here for Cloud9 thus far, and it looks like that pressure that we saw a little bit out of Shopify Rebellion, Cloud9 seem to continue to have that same type of pressure. They're just not, Faze is just not able to get out of their base right now.
Yeah, they gotta kill Tusk. This guy's causing them way too many problems. It's a 1v1 with Renegade, and finally, they take him down. But Tusk has been on a new up and up performance ever since we saw him at Orlando. Obviously, he was teaming with 3 of the best players in the world, but they were able to take down a red-hot Shopify Rebellion. He was a big part of that, and so far a big part of the success for Cloud9 in today's game.
Tusk playing slow in the base of Faze right now. Faze has a flag pulled out. You can see it there at the bottom of car. Tusk looking for an opportunity to pull a flag of his own. He does. Just to delay just a bit. That flag is returned. Now Tusk tries to win a fight, but it's Renegade you're up against. 9-8 so far in this game is Renegade. Starting to heat up just a bit. You see, once this happens, we talked about Tusk being shut down, but Renegade, he's on a heater.
Well, the important thing for Cloud9 right here, get space. You have to get out of your base, and great job finding that first pick. Tusk understood that, yeah, my teammates are stuck in that base. I need to use them as bait for a second. Get behind them on the util side. Is able to find that first pick, and he might just find a little bit more. Tusk stays alive, 11-2 to start this game. This has been masterclass from him. I just hope that they don't run out of steam, right? Faze at any point in time can turn on the engines. For Cloud9, you need to put this game away. Capitalize on flag caps wherever and whenever you can get them.
I mean, just a beautiful job by Renegade there to completely delete that overshield. Cloud9 could have used that to potentially get another flagpole, but with it being off the map now, it's the Spectre with a heat wave, and something we're seeing out of this Cloud9 roster is the control of the sandbox, but it's not helping them too much here. The kills still come out. Snakebite with a triple kill, and now the heat wave is in his hands.
That's fantastic work by Snakebite to get behind enemy lines. That's the one thing that that Faze has been missing all game, is they've just been battling on the front lines. No one's been able to be in that flanking position, and this is beautiful work from everyone over on Faze. Snakebite pulls in that flag. As he does that, you see the rest of Faze collapsing in on the P side. So they're able to pull the flag before the kills even come through, and then basically use all that time that Cloud9's on the respawn to get it back home.
Well, flag will be pulled here, so Faze in a little bit of a standoff, but a couple of kills will completely change that.
This is a fake standoff. There is no standoff here. Faze has just such a dominant position on the map. They're ready to meet Cloud9 at that point of attack, and that's what's been missing this game, right? So often it was them trying to get to that point of attack and having to deal with Cloud9 players that are already in position or already working on that flank. Now Faze is able to dictate the pace, and you see the difference, right? They're able to get the kill feed to go in their possession and to get that first flag on board.
Well, next to us coming up in 22 seconds, it's Tusk immediately towards the top P. You see his spawns come out on that fridge side, so it's up to Tusk right now to live in this scenario. Very important life out of him, and he's able to get the kill onto Renegade as well. That is 2 down for the side of Faze, and it will be 2 more that defend that flag, but top control in the hands of Cloud9.
It's dangerous for Faze, though. Look, 2 of them trapped at that back base. If Cloud9 can stay alive and just keep applying that pressure, break your way through that doorway, this could be a flag cap opportunity. And so far, I'm impressed with Tusk, right? He's top mid. He's just trying to stay alive as long as he can. Buy his team time to get into that back base.
All the pressure will come out here. They are on the back base of Faze, like you mentioned. Snakebite's gonna get a kill, though, in the kill feed to trade out for Renegade. It's a couple more Cloud9 players pushing in, but immediately deleted as Frosty puts damage out and just continues to pressure this Cloud9 roster. 3 down for Cloud9. Frosty's still on the aggression, but decides to back off intelligently here and allow his team to push up.
Well, one of the most impressive things about Frosty is his ability to play the follow-up, right? You see him get that first kill. What does he do? He 180s immediately, starts putting more damage down range. He's very quick to get himself into the right engagement. So far, Faze has done a great job of battling their way back, but they haven't quite been able to get that control that they're looking for, and it's largely been because of the holes in their defense. They're leaving too many lanes open for players like Sav and Tusk to find, and you can see that reflected in the score sheet, right? Look at Sav's 13 assists this game. That's him understanding where his teammates are, being able to be in that right position, right timing to help them find the important kills on the map. That's the reason why Faze has really been struggling to get that game-tying flag capture in.
Once again, Faze looking for some control, but instead they're 3 down. World 2, last player alive is going to get 2 on the side of Cloud9. This will stall things just a bit, but he's not able to stay alive. It's Suspector with a nice cleanup there. Nice steady shots by him. Looking to push up as OS comes up in a second here. This is going to be the point of contact for both squads. Renegade a bit too aggressive. The OS in the hands of Suspector pushing on through, and now it's World 2 that takes a beating as well. Oh my word! Suspector, a lot of damage, but is that the value you want out of OS?
It was a high-risk play at the beginning, right? Suspector just got away with it. Risky plays from Cloud9. You'd hope that they'd have a little bit more payoff than it did there. The only thing that really accomplished at the end of the day is preventing Faze from being in an attacking position. But even then, you can still see players like Frosty and Renegade having no fear going into this back base, but it might just have costed them. Cloud9 just win gunfights all across the map, and, well, Tusk was already pulling. Heads-up play from him to ensure that this flag will be home before the spawns of Faze can even stop him.
Love that by Tusk. He ends up going down, but that flag will go in. It's a 3-1 lead, and we got to talk about the bottom center of your screen. The time that's left is 3 minutes. Very important for the side of Faze. If they want to answer back, it has to be now. But like you said, those individual fights just continue to be won here by the side of Cloud9. 2 down for Faze once again. It's Renegade doing all he can, and all he can is 2 kills, a double to stop that pull.
Oh, I like that work from Renegade. I would have liked to maybe see him keep that forward position and just trust his teammates to clean up that third player. But if you can get the next flag cap in these 30 seconds, right at the 2-minute mark, you're going to have another overshield that comes up, and Faze can parlay that into a third flag capture for their team. This is very much not over for the side of Faze. Plenty of time to work with.
Well, this flag looks like it is going to go in here for Renegade. No one really in position to stop. There are a couple players in the top center, so Renegade intelligently getting his shields back.
Just let it go. Cloud9 needs to let this go. They need to ensure that they do not let this overshield go to Faze. Set themselves up for success later on by giving up this first flag capture, but 3 go down. Septify's not even in a spot to help. If I'm Renegade, I don't even pop that overshield. I'm holding on to it as you know that there's no one that can deal with you right away.
World 2 ends up getting taken out, though. He does pull that flag towards the bottom center. It will continue, but it's going to be Tusk looking to stop it. Gets the kill on to Frosty. A little bit of a 360 style points. Renegade with that overshield that we talked about. He had the heat wave as well. Utilized that. He's not able to get a pull, but he will finally get one. It'll be 2 down for the side of Cloud9. But Cloud9 continue to get slays on the board here. World 2 looking to answer back, but he cannot find that kill. The damage output, though, is it enough is the question. No, Cloud9 come out swinging.
The big blunder from Cloud9 all started with that overshield play. It's not that they gave up the overshield, it's the way that they gave it up. They all went down as it came up. They're going to have to be able to perform with their back against the wall now because of those earlier plays. They do find that return, and 1 minute on the clock. Faze have a lot of work to do. That's a big mistake, not getting that flag back home. Time going to be an important factor as Faze is on their final push.
Septify is the player that needs to live here in this situation. A trade, not so good, especially when 3 of your teammates are down. It's Sav, the last player alive now. Getting shot from the top center. Oh my gosh, that's a really aggressive push by Frosty, but that push will be a kill, and this might go in.
I'd say almost too much of an aggressive push by Frosty. I don't think you need to trade out there. You have that player's information. No, now you're really depending on your teammates to winning some crucial 1v1s. And well, Tusty's been a monster all game, and he'll find another double kill for his team. And the question is it enough? Because Frosty's trying to guarantee this. He's taking on the whole team.
Beatdown will go in, though. No one's going to be able to clean up that kill. Renegade has a chance to get that touch. OS coming up, but I don't think it's going to be much of a factor here. Flag is still there. Wait a minute. This OS might play a factor. It's going to be World 2 who decides to go for this OS instead of that flag. That flag is still down. They're looking to touch it. They get the touch, but Cloud9 are all over it. 2 down for the side of Faze. Make it 3, and the last player goes down as well. Cloud9 will take game 1 of the series.
It's just an important piv at the bottom of P1, understanding that they had to win the fight for Overshield. That fight goes their direction, and Cloud9 put a massive blow on a juggernaut in this tournament. Faze, the world champions, bleed early in this game, and fantastic performance from Tusk. You have to give the man his flowers. The way that he performed in that game was paramount to Cloud9 finding success in today's tournament. It truly is important for Tusk not only to be that field general that directs everyone and just makes smart heads up play, but he needs to be able to have games where he's the top fragger, where he can keep up with players like Suspector and Septify and hold his own weight. And so far, he's performed admirably to that challenge.
Yeah, for me, it was that last double, obviously performing the entirety of the game, but Tusk getting that double at the very end there kind of solidified pulling that flag a little bit further. Making sure to get that return was Cloud9. Very staggery, very, obviously just rushing towards that flag return, stacking on top of it. A lot of damage was output, but no one from Faze in a position to get those stops. You see it right there on the screen. It's Tusk, 29 and 17, a 14.3 KDA out of him. And I talk about him so often as that, that player who was a coach for Faze for a little bit of time now, looking to showcase that he's not done just yet with his competitive career. And like you said, I agree with you, getting better every day.
It's sort of a feast and famine situation for Tusk in that game as well, right? A lot of flanking plays. That's not necessarily a bad thing, right? Because he obviously feasted that time around. My only question is, can you keep that consistency up? I think the tandem between Tusk and Sab was so impressive to watch, because Tusk hitting a lot of those back flanks in order to get easy shots and to get good kills for his team. But Sab was the player that set up a lot of those plays for the team, him being a lot more aggressive with his gameplay. I believe we saw him with double-digit assists, also a higher death count, but just below on those slays. So far, fantastic teamwork from Cloud9 is really what makes the difference between them and FaZe in that first game.
Well, as you can see in the series layout here, Cloud9 do take that game number one, and honestly, it was FaZe that had sprouts of control, I guess, those little moments of brilliance, but
well, there's two flags that didn't get home, right? Remember that Faze, they had two great flag opportunities that Cloud9 were able to stop, and one of those was due because Renegade, I believe, had a flag fumble where he lost a little bit of timing, and a little bit of timing goes a long way at the highest stage of Halo, right? You have to be able to perform every button maneuver at 100%. You cannot afford to fumble out some of those flags. And remember that last game, the last flag play, they were patient, but they weren't patient in the right way, right? They left that flag out into that front base. They're very cognizant that they need to get slays, but I don't think they knew that they need to go for that overshield a little bit earlier. I'd like to see half that team maneuver their way over to that P side, secure that overshield, and use it to secure that flag. Instead, we saw a lot of risky plays at that front base that just did not go their way.
Well, taking a look at some of the replays here, it's the triple out of Snakebite, and this was one of the moments where I think FaZe got some control out of it. Again, it was looking really good that they could bring this game back, especially when they were down 3-1.
Remember, Snakebite, the reason he got that triple kill was that was the first time in the game where we saw Faze put on a successful flank on Cloud9. Cloud9 had just done a masterful job at understanding where the gaps were and not letting Faze get behind him. The one time Faze got behind him, well, it ended up being a triple kill for Snakebite. The only flag that would really matter in the game for Cloud9.
Well, game 2 underway, and what a way to start it. Cloud9 up 1 in the series and 4 down for FaZe. So you love to see that start out of Cloud9. They immediately continue to hold this C side, not really pressuring the spawn of FaZe, just pretty much sitting back, waiting to put that damage in, and that allows FaZe to push towards his camo. It's a big kill from Septify, but Frosty comes out on top of it.
A risky plays from Cloud9 to basically overload on that green side as camouflage was coming up. Felt like FaZe should have been able to get away with this camo, but they've been very slow and methodical on their pace for this camouflage, finally grabbing it, and this is their opportunity, right? You need to make a statement in this game too with how game 1 went in the favor of Cloud9. It's important for FaZe to not only answer back with a win, but I think a statement game is needed here.
Well, sometimes you see teams wait out that camo, wait out that 30 seconds, but it's Cloud9 playing very aggressive. Even though FaZe have that camo, They decide to push on in. They end up getting 3 dead momentarily. They hold a 10-8 lead. 3 down once again for Faze, and now Suspector with a snipe on top tower.
And this is where Cloud9, I think it's important for them to realize that the first pick is what matters the most. And it's not necessarily even the first pick. It's the first bit of damage, but Suspector will take that. Yeah, it comes right away, and it's going to slow Faze's roll. They're not going to be able to push for anything for free as the numbers are evened out.
Well, Suspector, with only 1 shot left, ends up missing that. Rallies towards his team on the camo side of the map.
I really like this rotation. Give up the tower side, get back towards your team. You understand that Faze already won that backside. The only thing I don't like about it is I think you take a little bit too much of an open route, letting players just get a couple little too many chip shots into them. And Cloud9 feeling the punishment because of it.
Well, Snakebite sneaks on through. New camo coming up here in about, I believe, 15 seconds or so. That'll be a factor. Couple trades come through. Suppress is gonna, Suspector is gonna get that double. He's 5-4 to start this game. Faze have taken the first lead of the game. That QT, whoa! What just happened?
He sent the back!
QT! That's insane!
He sent the sticky back with them. He said, hey, express delivery through the quantum realm.
You never have a dull moment with Halo. 3 years in, and I see something for the very first time ever in Halo Infinite. What an incredible send back of the sticky there. It's going to be 18-20 because of that. Renegade going directly for that snipe here. This is going to be an important part of the game as Renegade hits the first shot. It's going to be 2 down for his side, but Suspector the last player alive on Cloud9.
I can't believe he sent that thing back.
That was nuts.
Renegade, though, this sniper, right? This is what you've been looking for all game, and this is where Faze is the most success. They're going to have the most success in the game is when they have a snipe in their hands. You got 3 of the best snipers ever to do it, period, in Halo. Renegade, Frosty, Royal 2, any of those 3, you are happy with them having a sniper. They all have different play styles with that sniper as well. Cloud9 knowing that that they cannot give up free kills. Look at them sending all 3 down through the bottom of the map. They are very, very aware that he is in tower. They are trying not to give this tower snipe any angle.
So much respect, and you gotta love that. Sab, he's gonna get a kill onto Frosty. Roll 2 trades out too, so you saw that right there. It's Renegade on the top of tower, getting everyone's attention, and it's Faze, the other 3 members, pushing in aggressively, making sure to get those kills, and because of that, they have a 4-kill lead here, 22-26. Tusk, oh, the timing. Tusk is gonna live for just another moment. Renegade spots the QT. This is Tusk's opportunity to push through. You can get some damage on a Renegade, get him off a tower. It'll allow Septify to push on through, and that could be the break that Cloud9 needed.
Problem is they haven't got the spawn trap that they want immediately. I would like to see a little bit more pressure from that sandbag side onto green so that the sniper could have felt a little bit more comfortable with shooting out towards that nest side. Instead, Faze were able to get enough space, get behind that sniper, and immediately break the setup that Cloud9 had.
The pace slows just a bit. Camo up right now. Both teams vying for that control, but it's going to be Renegade who's looking for an opportunity for a flank here. Information will be there on both players. Yeah, this is a good play by him. He's going to push in to get the kill onto Sab. It gets cleaned up anyway, but now he's got to fight some players with Royal 2, and that will be enough. Look at the cleanup. That was beautiful by Faze.
And Renegade's not done yet. I think he's not even going to wait for his team here. He's going to try to find these players as quickly as possible.
Playing lower again.
Everyone just left Septify. Hey, you gotta feel for the guy. I mean, there's nothing you can really do in that spot. They all just left, and now they're all getting descended upon. And that might have been the longest range pancake we almost seen in the HCS. But this has just been methodical from Faze, the way that they've decimated these setups at Cloud9. And what gets scary is how they went down right there. Right, Cloud9, they're not all dying at the same time. They're dying split away from each other. So often we're seeing 2 go down, and then 5 seconds pass, and then another 2 go down. Yep. For Cloud9, that makes it so you have to play extremely slow, and you have to be very aware of where pushes are coming from. It allows so much freedom for Faze to play with, and Royal 2 doing Royal things. 3 go down. He's still alive. Sam, you better hide. He's coming for you.
That was an incredible triple with no shields. Ends up getting 2. You love to see that. And you see a lot of talk about Faze not being in form. You see a lot of talk about Faze maybe not being as hungry because they won that world championship. I beg to differ here. It's 44-31. Faze is coming alive, and Royal 2 is the one to make it happen. 21 kills, make that 22, and only 7 deaths.
It's just been fantastic work from Faze. And what we talk about, right? We talk about making a statement game. Royal 2 very much having a statement game in this Slayer, but it was even until it wasn't, right? And that's explosiveness from Faze. They can just take over a game at any point, any time. That's why they are the world champs. That's why they've had so much success. I mean, what you got 6 world championships between these players, I believe. It's truly a team that has to be feared at all points in time. And they show why. Just a fantastic performance, and it really starts with Royal 2 with some of the insane plays that he was making throughout that game.
Yeah, we got to see. We have 2 beautiful clips there that hopefully we can get a chance to see. But regardless, just a great statement by Faze, right? That first game, obviously very upsetting to go into that first game and end up losing at the very end, even though you brought it back a bit. And then they go into game 2 and they just absolutely dominate. I believe this is the send back here. So QT sends back the stick, return to sender, cluster luck as well. So he got a double there, right?
I'm so mad. I'm just so mad if I'm Renegade, right? Frosty comes in, he's doing his thing. It's like, oh, he gets stuck, he immediately comes back. Renegade's like, I'm just standing here, man. Like, what are you doing to me? You didn't have to QT back. You got repost. You knew what was gonna happen.
Oh man, that's the first time this is the first time I've ever seen a stick be returned, but it's the first time I've seen that and a cluster luck as well. So this was insane as well. No shields, the triple, I mean, also repulsed the nade back so he doesn't die and continues to pressure to help with this kill as well, or to secure it, make sure Sab's not able to get away. Just a beautiful showcase by the world champs. But let's take a little bit of a step to the side here and go towards Shopify Rebellion versus Native Gaming. Shopify up 2-0.
Shopify basically staking in that game too, shown off stream, but Shopify Rebellion, in my opinion, looked to be in top form, and this is exactly what I wanted to see with them playing against Native. Native having a very close game against ITB that Shopify Rebellion also went to game 5 with. This gives me a lot more confidence about my prediction of Shopify Rebellion reaching to a grand finals this weekend. They've been fantastic in this series thus far.
Yeah, I believe I don't know, I'm sorry, I'm not sure who we interviewed, but there was a player in that LVT Orlando event that we interviewed that talked about Shopify, and if they are confident, if they play confident, they can win tournaments. And you know, if they play in that confidence, and we're starting to see a little bit of that confidence here. It's going to be suppressed with a beautiful shot. Has Camo as well, the shock rifle in his hands. Camo's going to run out. A little bit of a bad time for that to happen, but he does have a flank. Gets one, not able to get the second. Gilkey shuts him down quick, but the push comes out from Shopify. It'll be 3 down for Native Gaming.
I saw Suppress wrap in that corner with a shock rifle, full shields, knowing that there's another 2 players and thinking that was going to be a triple kill, right? That's the confidence that he's inspiring with his gameplay at the moment. He's been top fragging every chance he gets, and he's just a one-man army to deal with. And you put him on a poster. You might need to hang him up.
Oh my goodness. You love to see that too, because if you've got confidence like that to challenge something, right? Some of the time it ends up where you end up going down, and it's like, okay, well, you know, that player is gonna not gonna respect you as much, but you gain respect by challenging a fight like that with no shields, getting that shot off like Suppress just did. 9-7 to start here. Native though got a bit of ball time. They take their first lead here in round number 1 of oddball, and the rotation will come back towards the back of Hydro, and this will be an opportunity if they need to play this ball. As the pressure comes in from Shopify, they'll be able to do so, and here comes that pressure right now. It's going to be Soul Snipe. Ends up getting 2 on the side of Native Gaming. And also some ball time. APG, the last player alive, he goes down as well.
The problem with the setup for Native Gaming is that they're very defensive in the way that they hold on to that ball. You have to take space. You have to try to meet these players further up on the map. You can't let them get into white for free. And well, suppressed. We talked about how confident he is. It's almost to a level of delusion that some of the challenges this man will take. He doesn't care if he's one shot. He doesn't care if you're across the map. He has the most confidence of any player in the HCS that he is going to win whatever gunfight you put him in, no matter the odds.
It's so important to have that delusional confidence. Able to get that trade onto Mikwin. 2 down for the side of Native, but they trade out 2 on Shopify. Cycle will get a massive kill there on the pipe side. That'll gain him control of the bat ledge, which is such an important spot to be. I love that he gets this grapple as well. So now he's going to be able to get ball into pipes as well as the shock rifle. Regardless if he goes down, it is grapple inside of pipes. Mental with a double. That's a massive double. Look at him putting damage into APG as well. Great job by Mental. He'll get ball and he'll go to pipes.
Right, that's the important thing to notice, right? Mental, he was weak. He didn't need a challenge, but he's got a challenge because he knows his teammates there, and he knows that one extra bullet of damage is the difference between a good team and a great team. Great teams find that extra bit of damage. They understand when they can and can't get away with murder. And well, so far, Shopify Rebellion, that's all they seem to be walking away with. It is just murder. Any chance they get an opportunity to win a gunfight, they're on top of it.
Cycle a bit overextended there, though. He ends up going down, but it's a couple trades that come out. 3 down for Native. Mental ends up getting the beatdown kill there with the plasma pistol. Camo coming up as well. I'm curious if this ball will get rotated towards C, especially with the pressure that's coming out from the white. It's going to be suppressed.
This is fantastic work from Shopify Rebellion. That all starts with Mental. He could have just picked up that ball and taken it back to safety, right? But he saw a player at that doorway. He understood, I can get 2 bullets of damage here. That gives enough time for Suppress to push through that doorway and get an opening pick for my team to have basically the 100% safety net of we are going to win this game once you get that first pick. And that's long range help, right? They're a duo on the map, but they're nowhere near each other. It's understanding angles, it's understanding help, it's understanding your responsibility in the moment. Yes, objective's important. Damage, timing is always the most important.
That's honestly very well said. It just looked like Shopify had the entire map, and like you said, trusting those angles, so important to the success of a team. Somehow, Mikwin stays alive with the camo. They're not able to find him just yet. Oh, they do. Suppressed. That's a big kill out of him. It opens things up for the rest of Shopify to push on in, but a great defensive hold here by Native. And this shock rifle is a big part of it. And Mental finding some sort of pixel angle there, able to get that kill. That shock rifle is down, but APG, he's going to go down as well. And it'll be Shopify in control once again, unless Mikwin does something here, and he does! A double out of him!
You think APG teamed with Ola for a while? You see the way that he plays this game? That's a man that understands the value of life, right? Understands that you have to just stay alive for as long as possible. Play that corner, peek your way through, get that extra bit of damage, and let your teammates come up. Yeah, it's a great double kill for Mikwin, but it starts with the dirty work of APG, and it's going to get Native Gaming. They got their good chunk of time from it. The problem for Native has always been you have to win the team game. You can't just you can't be making impressive plays when your back's against the wall. You have to be proactive on the map. You have to be able to find the first pick and force the play rather than react to the play. And that's what Marco just did. Brilliant play from him to break through, find 2.
2 go down. They come off a spawn, but that camo gonna be important here. Comes up in 3 seconds, but barcode.
Hey, sometimes you got a place to be. We'll see you in 8 seconds.
It was really fast to jump into that water. Didn't want to give the kill, but there's the camo now in the hands of Suppress. Talk about his confidence here. We'll see if he's able to put this camo to work. At least information is given.
I'd like to see him be really fast, try to get behind these players in pipes before they can even make a play happen. The thing is, sometimes you have to go smell the roses on your journey. Finds an easy kill on APG, and he's in just a deadly position, separated from the rest of his team, but in a spot where you can help them as pushes come through, and it really leads to 4 going down. And this is where the game gets spicy. Oh, he's got a shock rifle and camo. You best be hiding.
I love that. Again, re-peeking. No shields. It's going to end up costing, though, as he does lose the shock rifle there. Mikman somehow gets that beatdown inside of batteries. Gilkey going to catch and intercept the ball. And that'll give Native Gaming a bit of control here. They do have the cross as well. You see APG waiting for a player to push through. That'll make that ball player feel a little bit more safe in Gilkey. Soul Snipe, though, look how they immediately take over the glass side. It's going to be a little bit of ball time here for the side of Native, but Shopify are pushing in. 3 down goes Shopify. Last player alive is Mental. He's stuck in the batteries. A clean sweep by Native.
And the strongest position Native's had all game. They just split the map in half. You put a line right through top gold to A, and on the left side of that line was all of Native Gaming ready for the push of Shopify Rebellion. The problem Shopify Rebellion had is they didn't push multiple lanes at the same time. You have to distract those bandits, get them disconnected. Instead, it was just an easy team shot for Native Gaming.
Gilkey looking for an opportunity to maybe play this ball. Feeling a bit confident. He does do a little bit of damage there to allow maybe Mikwan to clean up this kill. And because of that, Cycle will fall. Look how quick Mental is to get this ball. Maybe a little bit too aggressive here. If a nade hits him, yeah, he's going to end up going down, but somehow stays alive. The ball does get knocked away. That's not going to allow him to put this ball inside of pipes. But Suppressed has this camo. We'll see what he's able to do with it.
Suppress has just been the facilitator, the power up today, and I cannot stress how impressive he is. The shots that he hits, that's across the map, makes that 5 shot look like the easiest thing on the planet. Soulsight gets the kill off the pad. Suppress follows up with a shot of his own, and it's really the delinquent duo, Suppress and Soulsight, that have caused mayhem. Dottie and Mikey have just eviscerated Native Gaming once again, teaming up for over 50 kills in this game.
And they know the spawns too. It's Soul Snipe immediately ready for them. Finally, Native find a little bit of a break here, but Mental, the damage has been done. So much ball time being acquired by him. 128 seconds of ball time for Mental. Native Gaming will have control of the pipe side. Barcode, he's the first person, the first point of contact. Does a lot of damage, but only one of those players get cleaned up. Finally, another one does. But again, it's Shopify Rebellion continuing to pressure through. All 4 down finally. It'll be Native in control of the pipes.
What's important for here is Native to get that setup once again, right? You had a clean setup. This time, APG doesn't have any help on the right side. And what do you see happen? Cycle spawns at glass. Shopify Rebellion's going to have some great timing over here on the collapse. They lose their fights over on the A side. Yeah, you're going to win this one, but there's help coming in from the back side with the spawner and Cycle. That all comes from Native Gaming not having enough space to deal with Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, 1 by 1, the ants go marching in, and 1 by 1, they get taken out. That should solidify this game for Shopify. They need 8 seconds, but really no one in position right now. Suppressed has the cross here. Gilkey's going to try and push on through, but he's not going to have any timing. And there it is. Shopify Rebellion with a 3-0 sweep versus Native Gaming.
Hey, Cowabunga, man. That was that's the Ninja Mutant Turtles right there. Donatello, Michelangelo making some plays right there. Donnie, Mikey, those two were so impressive. Watch out for Suppress and Soul Snipe in this tournament. It sounds like they're ready to take that next step in their career, and it's gonna happen this tournament. I'm telling you, keep an eye on Shopify Rebellion. In my opinion, this is a team that's grand finals bound.
Well, let's shift our focus here to Cloud9 versus Faze. Cloud9 tied up in the series. Faze with a very convincing game number 2, and that's Slayer 50-34, I believe. And Cloud9 obviously winning that game number 1. It's Faze with control of the ball. 15 seconds for Camo. Snakebite playing this slow. Very interesting angle here, waiting for a potential push through the blue pipes maybe, or towards C plat. Sab's gonna go for that camo. Snakebite's gonna be ready for him, but Snakebite is completely surrounded at this point, and he ends up falling because of it.
Well, I like the setup that Faze has right here, right? They're creating a dynamic play by having control towards C and gold at the same time and holding their ball in long haul. They're basically giving a lot of faith to that ball holder to understand rotations and to understand where he can and can't go. They opt to go towards that top gold side, and basically, even though Cloud9 prevents Faze from getting ball time, they're never going to be able to quite get the kills that they want to have that satisfying kill plus ball setup time. Instead, it's just kill after kill for Faze as Frosty patrols the middle of the map. There's nothing else to call this. This man is checking every spawn with this shock rifle.
This is the Frosty that scares so many players and so many teams when he's playing like this. We'll see if he can continue on this tear, though. This push will come in. It's World 2 with the trade there. Oh, a massive kill by Sap, but again, Snakebite's up top. He's going to be able to stop Cloud9 from grabbing this ball. It's a 1v1 situation. It's a massive win by Snakebite if he's able to do it, and he does. A reversal comes through, and he'll maintain control of the ball inside of pipes.
The ball.
Yeah, and what's been interesting about the setup from Faze, right? Traditionally, when you play this game, you play positions that have easy play ball ability, right? Top A, so you can throw it out in the pit. Over at back C, so you can throw it off the map and reset the ball in total. What we see from Faze so far in this game has been positions that don't have much playability inside of pipes, inside of long haul, but have dynamic options instead, because they trust that they're going to be able to find slays and work on rotations and try to maximize value. Cloud9, it's been a painful choice for them every time that they've had to play in. Do we focus on going right for that ball? We have to find the players that we are unsure of their positions, and so far it's just been working time and time again. The painful choice, the decision was made, right? They had to go get ball. What did they give up in the meantime? Camouflage goes into the hands of Faze. Nothing feels satisfying for Cloud9 in this game.
Yeah, Cloud9 trading camo for 2 seconds of time, not going to benefit them too much here. It's Frosty with that camo. Septify is going to be his first victim, ends up taking him out, waiting for the spawns that he knows are coming out onto that elevator side. And you can see it's Cloud9 playing a bit slower here. Finally, they'll make a move. They decide to make a move towards the camo player in Frosty, and he's going to make them pay for it with the double.
And I feel like we're seeing Faze go through this metamorphosis in these last few plays that we've seen from them, where we're seeing them transition into this team that has these great rotations throughout the map. They're playing very fluid throughout the game, whereas before, like in game one, we were seeing them try to set up and make these team pushes happen. Instead, we're seeing fluid movement to get nasty triple kills, and he's gonna get the overkill off spawn. Frosty's doing nasty things.
Nasty Frosty, what are you doing over there? It's Faze, who are dominant here. They allow that game one to go into Cloud9's hands, but have answered back ever since, and now they have one round in oddball. But like I said, Frosty, it's a flip of a switch sometimes, and I agree. A metamorphosis is a great way to put it. Faze look really, really good, and it's Faze, it's Frosty, I'm sorry, who gets this massive overkill to make a statement to say that we're here. We're still a top 2 team in the world.
Yeah, I mean, they're saying, hey, act like you've been here before. You can't just win one game and think you've won the war. It was just a scratch, and Faze has been just pounding on this counterattack ever since. This has been fantastic work from them. And Royal 2 sets up the remote detonation. Look how away he was from everyone else. That's a great understanding of what's happening on the map, knowing the numbers, knowing what's going to come next, and he's finding Septify right on spawn once again. Cloud9 are feeling the heat.
This is what makes these top players so good. His immediate turn towards that elevator side, knowing a spawn will happen, knowing a spawn will come out there. And now it's Snakebite trying to get this ball rotation towards the C side. Somehow he makes it through, has grapple as well. Look at the assistance by Roll 2. Snakebite does fall, but a lot of damage has been done to the push to Cloud9. It'll be slowed by a bit.
This is honestly the first time that we've seen in this game where this ball has been in a true neutral position with both teams fighting for it for the first time. It might be Cloud9 that comes out on top. Tusk understanding that I need to get this into a play position, throw this thing off, let my spawners, I'll spawn up over on the pipe side, make the play for this ball.
Well, the ball will get played, and Faze will immediately pick it up once again. Frosty has to get that kill on the pipes, and he does just that, and now it's the rest of the spawners coming out on that elevator side. We're all too aware of it. Trying to track all the players he can. This is so good.
He is the perfect isolation player at the moment. I don't think I've seen a bad play from him this game. And what's been so impressive about it, right? He's been on the island the entire time. Normally we expect Royal2 to be that player in the back lines, trying to get shots across the map, being that player that has that incredible cross-range shot. This time, he is forward on the map. He is playing on an island, playing isolated ball, and finding great timings on players where it's not a gunfight. It's an execution squad. One Royal2 has been obliterating Cloud9.
Well, he's about to get tested as the push comes through from the white tower into Cat. Looks like they decide to reroute, which allows Royal2 some pressure here on the catwalk side. Because of that, he'll clean up Stab. He's got another player in Septify, but he's got a couple of players. And again, maximizing his life, he takes out 2.
Fast rotations. This is going to be important for Cloud9 to recognize what the next play is as early as possible. Where are the spawns coming from? Where do we focus on this first pick? And I don't think that came nearly soon enough. You saw how fast Faze was on that push. It started with Royal2. I mean, it started with Renegade over on the white side. The spawners happened to be in pipes. They immediately flood together, and the timing was perfect. They push in and just collapse on Cloud9 like nothing ever happened.
Well, Cloud9 finally a little bit of control here as they get ball towards the elevator side. One of the players ends up disconnecting, I believe, unless it could be an observer glitch. We'll see. But Camo coming up in 22 seconds. It looks like it was a disconnect there. So we'll get back to you as soon as possible. But I want to actually ask you, if you don't mind, a little bit of a breakdown in that round number 1. What, like, I know you talked about it a little bit, but kind of, you know, tell me why Faze were so dominant. Was it just Royal2's playstyle? What made them so dominant in round 1?
I mean, Royal2 is giving them so much freedom by being such a strong, isolated player on the map. And this is the same thing that you can take in matchmaking, right? When you're on an island, the difference between you getting a couple kills and playing well and ensuring that you maximize your value is the difference between a team having very strong fluid setups and teams just getting eviscerated with the reduction of numbers over by the ball. Faze is playing perfectly. That's the only way you can describe that first round from them. It was perfect Halo at all points in time, having very dynamic setups that allowed them to that gave a lot of priority to letting that ball player make the decision of where they wanted to rotate. But we have more Halo action, right? We're gonna get that lag out figured out. Instead, let's go look at what's happening over on the main stage in Game 5 between Quadrant and Sentinels.
From the crowd as well as tension starting to raise now. You can feel the shift in the room as it's an 8-kill lead for Sentinels. We've been in a lot of home arenas, OpTic, SSG, and now for Quadrant here. What have they got left? 7 kills behind, only 14 needed for Sentinels now. It's still within touching distance. But there is an element of control now for this Sentinel squad who are really setting the pace of this game, denying the speed that Quadrant want to play.
Just taking this thing out of the game. Forcing Quadrant to think about the decisions a little bit more. More risk, less reward. Down by 9 now. Boo Boo pushes forward, looking for a bait and switch. Snipe drone gets 1. Falcade answers back with a double kill. Precision's there as well. 7 required. And Quadrant just have not got going in this game 5.
What a turnaround this has been from Sentinels in this game. As soon as they were given that little bit of wiggle room to take control, boy, have they seized it. And what an important game it could be when we look at how Sentinels, how far they can go in this tournament, whether they can reach that top 4 placement again that we would expect from a team like this. To be able to push themselves into the top 2 of this pool would be massive for their chances. And at the moment, it's trending that way, but there's still a small amount of hope for Quadrant here. Just need to deny some of these kills, but Lethal happy to take the fights.
Double
and that
kill.
double kill might be the first nail in the coffin here for Quadrant.
When Lethal's hitting shots like that, Quadrant and everybody else better be put on notice. 4 required now. It's a long road back. There's still some hope. The crowd start to get loud, and maybe they believe. But do Quadrant 2 more in their favor. It's a 4-kill game now.
This is a split spawn at the moment for Sentinels. They are under pressure. Quadrant have to take advantage of it. Start to pinch, start to prod, start to put as much damage in with precision. Dancing around, but it is now a 3-kill game. Camouflage in the hand. It's a 2-kill game. And all of a sudden, is it falling apart for Sentinels here as Quadrant begin to believe?
Hold the phone. Maybe there's a chance. Lethal falls. 1 kill required. 3. Precision locks it in. Game 5 victory for Sentinels.
That's one of the most animated reactions I've ever seen from Lethal on the main stage as well. So you could see what it meant for him to silence the crowd, to silence the home team. A huge win for Sentinels in their chances of moving forward in this competition in an advantageous seed. For Sentinels, it is, of course, about getting that victory and how good it's going to feel. But for Quadrant, they now have to go into the series against OpTic Gaming, knowing that they were only a few kills away from taking down Sentinels.
And how often do we hear that about a lower seeded team or even just a European team that they were so close? And they'll go back to the hotel later on, they'll analyze the footage and they'll say, if this had just gone our way, if I had turned left instead of right, maybe the whole complexion of this series is different. And I want to speak about Sentinels, about the bounce back in that game 5. You go down 3-0 in that Argyle, which typically is a very good game type for them. They bounce back in the Slayer. And they look dominant at times, up until that little nervy finish, but it's always seemed to be in the bag.
Even though it was a nervy finish, you could see that the call-outs were very much communicated effectively by Sentinels. Just that damage that was done with beatdowns and the one-shots that were available. Precision in particular, putting himself in harm's way to ensure that he did clean up what was available and to finish that game. 50-47 looks very close, and it was. I think when Quadrant look back, it's going to be that King of the Hill recharge for me. The initial 2 hills where they were a little bit flat off the back of that Slayer, and again, that could be pressure. It could be one of those moments where they were so high off the first victory, it gets shut down immediately in map number 2 on the Slayer, and then they start to think, okay, maybe we're not going to be able to do this for the fans here. Very impressed with the response from Sentinels, but we have to look at the positives for Quadrant as well. It's not like this is going to be the end of their tournament, right? It's still just pool play for them. The downside is now they have to go into the OpTic series with a win. They need a win to give themselves that chance of getting into the winner's bracket rather than playing through elimination.
And that is, you spoke about the response that they can have in maybe at the end of that series and in that series in general, but you speak about it on the horizon for them now. Up next, OpTic Gaming. They don't even have to leave the main stage. They can leave all their stuff there, get comfortable. But now they're playing against one of the heavyweights, one of the big boys, and OpTic Gaming, they're going to be coming to play.
Does help though for Quadrant. They are warmed up, they are on the stage, but of course you're going to have the kind of feelings, the overwhelming feelings of what's just happened in that previous game. We start to ask the questions to your teammates. Why did we lose that one? What went wrong? And you need to have that conversation because it's an important conversation to have, but then move on very quickly to start to look at the next series layout. What do we need to do different to be able to beat OpTic? The good thing for Quadrant and for you Quadrant fans is they've done it before, and OpTic will know full well that Quadrant will come to play here in this final series of the day.
Well, one man that did come to play is Boo Boo Doo Boo. Blaze has got an interview. Take it away, fella.
Thank you so much, Shurs. London, show some love to Sentinels as they come out on top and they continue throughout the tournament. I got Boo Boo Doo Boo with me on the main stage, and you know, Boo Boo, especially with a metabolic age of 12, you're gonna be in your prime for a very long time. How does it feel to get this win in this tough environment?
I mean, it feels great. We're on like a losing streak on LAN. That was our first win in like 4 series, so got that out of the way. And I love playing in front of that crowd. That crowd is super energetic, and we just feed off of it. Honestly, playing in like the main stage is just so intimate right now. Like I can just feel the energy anytime. It's like drums beating and stuff like that. It's super sick.
Definitely is, okay? And, you know, let's talk a little bit about gameplay. You know, you saw the map series. You saw you was going against Quadrant at home. What was the game plan to take them down? It was a close game 5 series.
Yeah, I mean, we don't get to practice them at all since they're in Europe, you know, so kind of like a wild card, like knowing how they play, you kind of got to adjust like mid-series. But, I mean, it felt pretty comfortable. That Argyle, we kind of trolled it, like just getting 3-0'd, slammed. So we definitely got to look back at that and like try to fix our mistakes going forward. But the rest of the series we played pretty good. I think we won both the Slayers, right? So that's good. Slayers win tournaments. So.
Slayers win tournaments. And then lastly, right here, how does it feel to be at full force with this squad? Last event didn't come out the way you want, but how does it feel to have the squad firing off on full cylinders?
I mean, it's vibey, bro. It's vibey. I mean, I love Ethan, I love TJ, I love Mike, I love Kyle. It's a really good squad to be a part of, so I'm really excited to just continue this run.
All right, best of luck to you, boo. And that's going to do it for us here on the interview. Lottie, let's break all of this down.
Thank you so much, Blaze. It's all love on Sentinels, and they're going to love the result at the end of that series. It was close. It was a nail-biter. There was so much fight in both of our teams, but Sentinels, they get it done, and they're very happy with that result. You know, you can see on Boo Boo's face, he's like, oh, thank God for that. That's over, because playing in front of the home crowd is no joke. It's difficult. Although he's feeding off of it, he knows he was up there as the villains, obviously, with the hometown crowd. And gotta say, Sentinels, they were lights out, but so were Quadrant. So many moments to talk about here. And Tony, I want to talk about some of the outliers that you're seeing in that first game, especially in the strongholds. Such good objective work, and the Slays as well, they were very even.
Yeah, I mean, you're seeing the highlights literally right now here on Livefire. There was actually even as far as Slays. They both had 66 kills, which is crazy to think about because Quadrant had 100 more points, or close to, I'm sorry, 94 more points. Close to 100 more points than the opposition. That just tells me the objective efficiency is there, and we called them the best stronghold team in the world. They might still be in that conversation.
They certainly could indeed. And I've got to say, from strongholds to King of the Hill here, it got very close at the end. I remember saying, nice try, boys. That, unfortunate. Couldn't quite get that last second in this hill here at B, and it was really, really difficult for them. But things changed. The tides were totally different in this Argyle game, and how wrong we got it. I mean, you couldn't predict it if you tried, Harry, to be perfectly honest, but that Argyle CTF game was so clean.
Honestly, what were we talking about? Like, we were totally wrong. Like, compared to what we expected with the CTF track record, going to a game and map in particular where you have to be so structured and coordinated, they did it perfectly. And one of the reasons why was due to the fact that every single time they pushed in or getting quite close onto their flag, Sentinels was not trading any kills. And because they weren't traded, there's always going to be 4 members of Quadrant alive every single time they go for those flag grabs. But they pinned them down and put so much pressure and suffocated them perfectly on start side every single time with all 3 flag caps. And what makes it even better is that they didn't overcommit to the objective a lot of the time. They made sure just to play it safe, reslay again, just keep a track record and eyes on exactly where they're lurking, what they're going to be. And what adds to that is how they adapted. They knew the routes which Sentinels were taking. They knew exactly the counter-attack they're going to provide in order to try and get it back. And every single time, Vader's got shut down. Glory went off the snipe a number of occasions and just did what he does best.
It's funny you actually mentioned that, because one of my notes is Glory's looking ever so comfortable up there, especially with the sniper in his hand. But you can just see the elevation of his gameplay across this title has been so nice. And obviously, Quadrant saw something in him to pick him up, to kind of put him in that mix and that roster. He's looking really good up there. So I'm excited to see the rest of the growth of this Quadrant roster. I don't think that this kind of situation here with Sentinels and not winning that final game 5 is going to be the end of it for them. This is the beginning, the heat up of Quadrant. I'm excited to see what they do with the rest of the weekend. Of course, that did end 3-2, and here are the stats across the board here. Tony, picking up on anything that you want to talk about here? Is there anything that's really standing out to you?
Yeah, I have 3 shout-outs.
Go on, shout them out. 1,
Precision, you were absolutely incredible, and you were incredible all series long. What you did in game number 2 was absolutely amazing. 17 kills, matching Snipe Drone on the other side of things. Going into that game 5, a big reversal to give you guys momentum, and then you're the one who got the final kill. Quadrant were clawing the way back into it before that little jiggle peak reversal with Arcade. So definitely want to give a shout out to Precision. Also want to give a shout out to Lethal as well. And the stats show it. KD wise, he has really stepped it up. And you see a 1.27 KD. And my last shout out is going to be to the crowd. This home crowd was on fire for Quadrant. And I promise you, it helps more than you think. I would imagine. Was there a marching band in here? It was absolutely crazy in here. So I'll say my shout out to Precision, Lethal, and this home crowd, because they were incredible.
Yeah, they certainly were. Yes, we had a trumpet and drums. It was getting electric in here. So
We
I
had the
cannot
full
wait.
orchestra,
We did.
pretty much.
We had pretty much everything. And of course, you can't forget the crowds who are joining in and getting really involved there with the chants and everything, which we love to see. But you're so right there, I think, in terms of the Sentinel side of things, two incredible players who have not only just stepped up in this series, but have been doing it from the series we'd seen previously too. I mean, Lethal at one point, he was dropping, he was in the 30s, high 30s, way before everyone else in the lobby. This guy's also on fire, which is just amazing to see that growth out of this team.
And even on Sentinels, normally you see the falcated or the precision with the in the Slain department, but Lethal just coming out strong, 1.27, not something you normally see every day. Going from track record in scrims is not somebody who's been accustomed by. He's been extremely good at support, extremely good in getting that damage dealt, but the fact that he's slaying on top of that is just ludicrous in itself. And even Snipe Drone as well, you're looking at the glories, or like in terms of like bringing that slaying power up a little bit more. It was Snipe Drone the entire time.
Indeed, it was. I love to see people feeling super comfortable up there on the main stage. Here's pool play for you guys, and things aren't actually super comfortable for a couple of our teams. Now we've got some scores happening on the board here, and as you can see, we have Pool B filling in very nicely, which is where we were just at, folks. Sentinels, they will take that one over Quadrant.
All right, we're back, and you know things might be a little bit different than what you've seen, right? You see zeros all across that kill death, but the score on the board. That's right, because we have the ability to put that score on. Looks like there's some issues going on over there, so they're gonna figure that out. But we'll be right back with some more Halo action as soon as possible. Instead, let's shoot it back over to the Alpha and listen to what Lottie and the crew have to say.
Pool D as well, currently heading that one very strong. Open bracket team, what can you do? What have you got? The upsets are going to get harder and harder for our open bracket teams as we're kind of seeing things fill in here. Have you got any open bracket teams you got your eye on? I know it's Europe. I know we had Native Gaming. They bumped up, you know, now to pool play. But are you hoping for a potential upset in some of our pools, Tony?
I mean, I really am. I got my eyes on a bunch of teams. There was actually one squad that was supposed to be in pool play. You know, you got Monster in the crew.
Yes.
I believe, I want to say Shock is filling in as their sub, as opposed to King Dick, who couldn't make it. That's still a very, very good squad. So watch out for Rami, watch out for Manny, watch out for Monster, and of course you got you also have Shock coming in as that sub. They really still can make it out of pool, out of open and into pools.
They certainly can indeed. Well, folks, we're going to head to a quick break right now, but when we come back, we have Quadrant once again on the main stage. They aren't going anywhere. Their seats are warm and they're ready for a dub, but it's going to be against OpTic Gaming. Can they do it? This is a rivalry, folks. We'll see you right after this.
The HCS London Major is presented by AMD and by
Welcome back. We got some more action. Looks like HCS putting up that Delta stream, and well, Space Station Proton making their work happen over here. So far, Space Station up 2-1 in this series as we move into a pivotal oddball. Proton, first time that we're seeing Druck on land in over a year's time of competing with this Proton roster. I'm Tools. Joined with me is Active as we bring you guys the action.
Yeah, I mean that's a long time, being off land and on. It's just unfortunate, right? The visa issues and all of that. But now he's got a chance to prove himself on this Proton Gaming roster, which I think gave a lot of teams a run for their money, at least in scrims. They've definitely put up a fight, and we'll see if they're able to do that here against SSG. It looks to be a little bit tough thus far. It looks like a 2-1 lead for SSG. SSG also have the lead in oddball as well. We get a little bit of audio. Thank you, HCS Red or whatever that was. But now we can hear the action and get that dopamine that we love so much.
And it's always better when you can hear these guns fire. But either way, SSG seem to just be having a dominant game in this oddball thus far. And it's just been equal work from all sides. You see everyone sitting within 4 kills. They all have 4 kills. I mean, how often do you see that one, right? It truly is equal work at the moment. With this camouflage coming up, it's imperative that Proton try to prevent this camo from getting too much value. You already know SSG is going to get it. And bounce at me. Oh my God. Oh no. Okay, he's doing just filthy things, and unfortunately will not be able to get away with his life. But SSG just playing a fantastic game thus far.
We talk about Druck not getting a lot of land practice, but Bound, one of the players, and Legend actually, 2 players from SSG were able to attend the LVT LAN, and they ended up winning it, the LVT Titans of Orlando LAN. So they've got that little bit of land practice coming into this event, and we talked about the new network update and what that could do to change LAN, and it looks like a lot of the players, at least from what I see as SSG go 3 down, are very happy about how LAN feels now. So interested to see if maybe that going to that LVT LAN helps Bound and Legend out coming into this London.
Tell me if I've seen a trend, right? So as we've seen today, Shopify Rebellion looked really good, clutched up a game 5, won 3-0 versus Native. They went to the LVT LAN. We saw it right now, Space Station, right? They've been playing extremely well, in particular players that went, Bound and Legend. They've been playing really well. Tusk, a player that went to the LAN, teamed with Bound and Legend. He basically punked Faze on that first game, dominated. It almost feels as if all these players that went to the LVT Orlando LAN are playing better on LAN.
I think I think that calculates pretty well. Collecto, he's just dominating. Doesn't need a LAN apparently. But it's not going to be enough. I mean, all the while, look how much damage he's doing, what he's able to do on the map. It's SSG who just run away with the ball, and they only need 11 seconds. I mean, this is crazy. SSG are dominant.
The thing about this game is it's just felt so easy. It doesn't even feel like they're really playing Halo. It feels as if they just had so much domination that they've just been running around and finding kills. But things might just change. And remember, every game type in Halo Infinite has been built around the comeback mechanic, right? And this kid's now, oh, don't you dare do that. That was just, he's filthy. Yeah, there's nothing else to say.
He's so good. Meanwhile, we got a couple players, going to the LVT Orlando Titans of Orlando LAN to practice. Stellar is apparently warming up for this match, playing with Warthogs. So, interesting to see how all these players kind of get warmed up. It's Bound with the camo in his hands. Has to stay alive here. Trying to be found out. Oh, that's massive, right? Because you allow that camo to disappear and then try to go for that beatdown cleanup, but Druck was ready for it.
Yeah, he gave him the people of Canadia's elbow. You know what I'm saying? The northern elbow, as it were, just completely eviscerates the camouflage. And Proton Gaming, I mean, it's not a surefire thing, right? But slowly and surely have been getting their way back into this game. Space Station Gaming going forward down, and the real damage that was done is look how long it's taken for these last two spawners to get up. So Space Station Gaming gonna have to wait a long time to even contest this ball.
Yeah, they've got that B-side anchored as well. It's Collect for me, 16-9. But we're on board with Talik, who's getting a bit of ball time here. Gonna force the play ball, and just in time, because it looks like SSG going in.
Eco's just ready, yeah, on top of that ball, expecting that ball to be played, and there's just no one that's going to be able to get to him. And in time, it seems as he's been playing in that corner just one more second. And what do we say? Never say never, right? In Proton Gaming, as long as there's an opportunity, they'll try for it. And big win by Talik. Bound could have easily ended that game with that kill. Instead, Proton Gaming have the setup this time, though. They have to play perfect.
When that ball was tossed, there was a player from SSG that was right near that ball. Could have doubled back, but decided instead, I think it was Bound, decided instead to go back towards the tower side. And like you said, anything is possible at this point in time. It's going to be Eco trying to get a kill there. Couple trades come out. Collect's going to be the first one to fall on the side of Proton. Two of his teammates will follow through with him. That ball is played, but is there enough pressure on the bottom center of the map? And it looks like there is not. It's going to be SSG that take round number 1.
Well, I'm not necessarily angry about that round if I'm Proton. Yes, this is an elimination game, and you have to take it seriously, but you were down 90-7, right? Like, you were able to make it kind of a competitive game towards the end, right? You can try to carry that momentum into round 2. Player that you're really looking for to step up is Druck, right? This is his first land back in a year. Collect's been playing fantastic right now. If you can get that duo of Collect and Druck, these two slayers on the team, just to start pumping, this could be a really dangerous Proton team.
Well, I think it's going to start with this camo. It looks like camo was not popped. Eco holding on to that with the ball. And so it'll be last shot now with the camo in his hands. He's spotted pretty quickly here by, I believe it's Bound. Bound does enough damage for Legend to clean it up. Once again, Legend and Bound, the combination of players you love to see. They work so well together, but it's not enough. It looks like Proton riding that momentum you talked about, taking his ball back towards the tower side.
This ball away from Proton, away from Space Station Gaming, and the reality is that Proton needs to be pretty quick on their plays, and that sticky might have just caused enough mayhem for that play ball not to be a reality. Last shot's playing a dangerous game. He's just taking it in. He's trying to go for the fight. I would have wrapped that thing back tower, try to get a play spot and milk some time. No, he gets right into the face of them, and this is a very fast and aggressive team from Proton, but I think sometimes they're a little too fast, and they aren't quite as objective efficient as they need to be, or necessarily prioritize that objective the way that they need to be.
Big live by Legend right there to make that jump towards the tower side. He's able to get the spawns for his team and able to get ball, and that tower setup, it's going to be up to Proton Gaming to break through here. This wall is strong, though. The first kill does fall. And now last shot looking for more, gets 2. 4 down for SSG. But the ball does get played. So now Proton rotating that ball towards the tower side. The spawns come out towards B. And it's Proton that have to fight once again, all the while getting ball time.
Bound trying to win that crucial fight against Collect, but Collect has been the one shining spot for Proton in this game thus far. 21 kills plus 7 in this game, really trying to outpace Space Station on those slays, and so far I think it's been working to decent effect. If the rest of the team can just increase their output on that slaying column, I think Proton can absolutely make this comeback happen.
Well, camo in the hands of Eco. Oh my gosh, he tosses a player towards Eco. Eco gets one, gets the second as well. That camo value is definitely good for the side of SSG, and I can't believe what I'm seeing here. Stellar somehow stays alive that entire time.
He's terrorizing them.
And he's gonna get the snipe. What?
He's just bouncing them out. He said, hey, you guys deal with this. I'm not trying to shoot my gun. He's been just an absolute absolute disaster for Proton to deal with, and so far he finding his picks stellar. You know, honestly probably the best sniper in the game, getting his little body shot in before they have to play this ball out once again. And this is the thing about Space Station, look how quick they are to play that ball, right? Even when they win the eventual fight, they'll play that ball early because they're confident that they can just win the retake. And that's what I want to see more of from Proton, right? Just be confident in your ability to win the retake. Understand that you've gotten your value, be quick to get it, and just play whatever comes next. Play whatever gives you the best odds of success.
Well, they play that retake. They get ball towards the Brute side, but it looks like a rotation towards the Camo side of the map. They're going to allow Bound here to anchor. 67 points and counting. Player makes it on through. He gets deleted pretty quickly. Legend gets a kill on the feed. Eco does as well. That's 2 down for the side of Proton. And it's just them trying to fight for their life here, while getting pressured by SSG. The spawns are staggered, and SSG are taking advantage of it.
All around, this has been, so you see all this fight happening over at tower, right? And the problem with that for Proton is, yeah, you're fighting over at tower, you're trying to win some big kills. The problem is the ball's not at tower. It's all the way at A, right? So Space Station effectively pushed all the players at Proton towards tower side, and then just Legend was like, yeah, I'm just gonna rotate this thing. And that's the one surprising thing. You'll look at this team and you'll look at these Slayers, and obviously Legend, I think the best player in the game at the moment, in my opinion. But he's also the objective player for this team in Oddball and in flag games because of how fast and heads up he is at making decisions on rotations. It's honestly scary how much Halo IQ Legend has and how he's constantly making the right play, the right rotation to maximize value for his team.
Look at his stat line here, 22, 14 assists, only 15 deaths, but also 74 points of ball time as well.
Enemy has the ball.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. SSG potentially going to win multiple events this year. Already won one, but just looking really good with this Legend pickup. See if Proton has some sort of an answer for this. Collect's been popping off still, 27 and 12. Vitalik has that camo. It's going to run out. You'll get a kill with it still. And that ball will be in the hands of Proton. So a double kill out of Talik could allow some ball time to go into the hands of Proton, but they got to get a couple more slays still. And it's Talik that does just that.
Oh, Talik's been doing a fantastic job of just making sure he's helping his teammates at the right spot. And, you know, all of those end up being kills for his team, but just a fantastic job of patrolling in a middle position. He basically got 3 kills looking in 3 different directions in quick, rapid succession. And really, you've been waiting for Talik to kind of keep up with that slay. You usually see him at that top of the slaying board at the end of the games. Usually has like a top 10 KD every event. So that's something Proton's going to need from him if they're going to come back in this game.
Well, Collect does have that sniper. Ball's not played, but it might reset here in about 5 seconds if it's not picked up. It looks like it does get picked up there by Proton.
Enemy has the ball.
Collect just doing his best to do as much damage as possible. He's got a couple players pushing him, and the B spawns come out as well. So he ends up going down. 3 go down for the side of Proton Gaming. The ball does get played though, so that's good for them. And it's SSG immediately down the bottom center of the map, and they potentially will take this second round.
SSG just making a high-risk play right there, never punished. That's insane. They all dropped. The nades were there. They just didn't do enough damage, and Proton has to be frustrated by the result. They played it right. They were ready. They're baiting the ball. They're throwing their nades, but sometimes it just doesn't work out.
Well, let's shift our focus here to Cloud9 versus Faze. It's going to be a 1-round lead here for Faze. They've got the second round. They've got 28 points, I'm sorry, in the second round as well. Snakebite is going to be that player that kind of anchors this side of the map, puts that damage into the players crossing on that glass side. And it's going to be 2 down for Faze. So an opportunity for Cloud9 to take advantage of this. They get ball and they rotate it right towards the Renegade. Renegade's there to try and get some slays, but he'll at least force that play ball, which is huge for the side of Faze.
Somehow Snakebite has just done the nasty. I don't know how he's alive. Does he get this next kill? The Sinister Serpent just getting kill after kill. What was that from Snakebite? He somehow was able to stay alive and just got that little bit of extra value out of his life, and you know, doing some sinister things. The Serpent able to find two, and that's just fantastic plays from Faze. But unfortunately for them, the ball rotation from Cloud9 just a little bit too fast. They're in a great spot to break this early on, but it's going to come down to the opening slays.
Royal 2. Looks like Frosty dies on the back of Hydra. Royal 2 aware of that, ready for this push from Tusk. Tusk has to win this fight, but an intelligent back off there. Respect shown towards Royal 2. Knows staying alive is much more important. A trade comes out in the pipes as well. The Shroud screen gets taken towards that catwalk side to allow Tusk to push on forward, but Royal 2 is ready for it every single time. A massive kill by Royal 2 allows Faze to get the ball, and now Royal 2's got the cross.
Oh, what do you notice about Royal 2 once again? Where is he? How is he? He's alone and isolated on the island once again. He makes the big play, and this is why Faze is so dangerous, right? Is you can make whatever play you're going to make, but the problem is that you can just let Royal 2 be by himself, and he can handle one or two players, whoever you bring. He's confident he's going to win it. So suddenly he's the value of two players in one, and it allows you to overload on the other side and just have faith, have confidence that Royal 2 is going to make the big play.
And he's still alive too, which is insane. Snakebite gets 2 kills on the elevator side by himself.
Oh, no, you don't do that. Come back here, Frosty. Pick up this ball.
Oh,
you making this man pick it up? Look, instantly. It's just not the right play. Don't make that man pick up the ball.
Yeah, Roll 2's hot. Maybe Frosty feeling it a little bit as well.
Hey, yo, what?
It's tough. Hey, listen, it's tough when you have 3 players on this roster that can pop off at any moment. We saw what Frosty did in that game number 2. 60-35 now. Faze have a pretty sizable lead. 2 minutes left. But finally, Cloud9 showing a bit of control here. That's just going to be deleted, though. 3 down for Cloud9. Faze make 1 push happen and immediately get control.
Frosty knows the spawn so well on this map. Multiple times we've seen him just fly at someone the second after they spawn, and that's how he got his overkill earlier on this map. Instead, Faze just seems to be rolling away with this thing, and Snakebite's going to send it right back. He's going to use his camouflage to be that first line of defense. And this is fantastic. Don't do it again. Back. Oh!
Wow.
God!
13-6 out of Snakebite, willing his team forward here. A player you know, we talked about the three Slayers on the team, but I mean, at any point, all 4 of these players can flip that switch. Snakebite's definitely doing so right now. It's really big by Tusto to get that kill. 3 down for Faze, make that 4, 2 spawn, and now it's Cloud9 in control here. Not a lot of time to catch up on either, but look how fast Renegade is. They're not expecting that push, but he ends up going down for it.
I don't think anyone was expecting that push. That's what we call delusions. Delusions. Thinking that you can just make that push and nothing go wrong. That's what you. That's the thing that only the best players in the world can get away with. Having that much confidence that they can just take whatever fight they want. No team help, no nothing there. Renegade immediately gets shut down and punished. And honestly, like that kill, might just be the difference between Faze and Cloud9 winning this game. Like Faze hasn't been able to put together a strong team push for the last 30 seconds because Renegade died so early.
Yeah, Renegade went down, then Frosty, then Snake by all individual deaths, and now Renegade goes down again. So you might just be right. It might be Cloud9 here that take this round. It's going to be Tusk playing forward. This is a good play. He's got a flank on 2 different players. Can he get the kill, though? No. Renegade turns around, takes him out. Ball played towards the bottom center of the map. Renegade trying to get that kill onto Sab, who's the forward player, but Sab gets a big kill onto him. 91-80. Faze still trailing.
I'm not mad about that play that Tusk made, right? Even though it doesn't work out and Faze ends up getting that ball and getting a little bit of time out of it, I'm not mad at Tusk because Tusk is trying to make the game-winning play, right? He's not trying to make the safe play and try not to lose. He's trying to win this game. Smart plays by Frosty, right? You see a blueberry on the ground, you wait, you poison it, wait for someone to run over, and, well, eventually it does the work for you.
Somehow Royal 2 ends up getting taken out by Tusk, who was Royal 2 is trying to get that ball into a position where they could get a little bit of ball time, though. Frosty has been popping off. 5 seconds left. That's all Faze, that's all Cloud9 need, I'm sorry, to tie this up, and they do it. They tie it up at 1. We're going to round 3.
He tried. Getting there in time to grapple, unfortunately. It's just a weird angle when you're trying to hit that grapple at a low plane. Trying to get that grapple slide. Frosty, unfortunately, just couldn't get it to work out. For Walsh, you'd be proud? Yeah.
That was a nice nade, slid right into it. Couple players weak from the side of Cloud9, though. Are they going to get cleaned up is the question. Snakebite falls for Faze here. Renegade taking the smart angle, blocking off lots of lines of sight. This is beautiful because he's able to continue to do damage here. A bit aggressive, though. Cloud9 get away with that camo, and Snakebite could pay for it as he walks into 2 players by himself.
I just want to point out how brazen Renegade has been on this play. So his teammates all went down for camouflage. He says, I'm going to get the BR. I'm going to play a long-range cross instead. He gets up to glass. He gets shot. He doesn't get the kill on the cross player. No, he just moves forward through the middle of the map, continues to challenge while down in the gunfight, runs through the bottom middle of the map in the openness. No one takes care of him. He eventually breaks through the doorway. Now he's getting ball time for his team. How brazen can you be on your push? And it works out perfectly.
Yeah, sometimes that timing is all you need. Renegade continuing to get ball time. He's got the most ball time on his squad right now, which you don't normally see, but you got to do what you got to do if you're Renegade. Snakebite looking for help on the Hydro fight. He ends up winning the 1v1. Renegade ends up falling to a flanker, though. So now Snakebite all alone. He potentially will get taken out as well.
Great shots down on both sides. The shock rifle is really going to be a determining factor in this game. We've seen it so far. A couple times it's landed in Cloud9's hands, but they really haven't been able to string together big map control through the shock rifle, and I think that's been the difference. Remember that first round, that shock rifle was making some impactful slays. It was the combination of the shock rifle on one side, Royal 2 on the other, that felt like it was the game-winning formula for them.
Well, you see the shroud screen pinged right there and the camo coming up. That only means one thing. And it means 4 down for Cloud9.
just the worst timing ever for Cloud9.
Not able to do anything. I believe that will be camo in the hands of Faze now. Snakebite does get the ball, rotated towards the pipe side. Tusk tries to be aggressive, tries to get as much damage as possible. There is another player in Sab that makes it through the gold stairs. That stick not going to connect, though. Sab does get taken out, and you see Faze playing a bit more structured here, taking out the pieces one by one. It's an elevator spawn, though, and ends up taking out Frosty. It was 3 down momentarily, but all the while, Faze continuing to get this ball time.
I just want to point out Frosty's position when he makes that play, right? He's bottom white. His teammates are over at gold. Traditionally, right, you want that player at A. Frosty doesn't care about the A spawn because he knows how powerful bottom white can be. He has access to the crosses on both sides when they go in to try to challenge that ball. He says, hey, you want to spawn A? That's great because you're going to push towards ball. No one's going to push out towards white to challenge a ball carrier that's at gold. He gets great amount of damage down, gets that cross map shot onto top gold that you would never get from any other position, really just showing off how powerful spots like bottom gold, like needles on this map can be, and it gets Faze a huge chunk of time.
Well, you see Tusk trying to rotate it towards his teammate and Spectre on the long haul side. Frosty gets a kill on the feed. Renegade's going to trade that kill out, so that's a safe grapple here with the ball, and that's a safe hold here on pipes.
And look, Frosty immediately pushes out A. They're going to be able to get that A spawn. My question is, where do they go next? Look how Renegade is putting pressure into white. They're not really happy with holding at A. They want to push out through white and try to get themselves over at C, have a more dynamic position with that ball. Doesn't work out for them that time. I think maybe trying to be a little bit too greedy on the map this time around, but I like the ideas from Faze, right? They're never content. They're always going for the game-winning play, hitting a good rotation rather than just getting your bog standard setup that every team has practiced countless hours on breaking.
In my opinion, that was a really big blunder there by Cloud9, right? They know the spawns are coming on to C. That's a camel that's not now in the hands of Cloud9, and all the while, they're getting ball time. They could have brought this round 3 back, but That might come back to bite him potentially. It's the Spectre trying to fend off the pressure from Royal 2. He cannot. That's 2 clean kills for Faze. And an opportunity now to continue this pressure. Royal 2 not missing a shot. 3 down for Cloud9. And it looks to be Faze who are trying to end this game.
Royal 2 just plays such a frustrating angle from the perspective of Cloud9. You see the one-shot player, you just can't get the shot in on him, and eventually he reversals the whole situation, puts you on the respawn screen, and that'll be a game victory for Faze as they go up 2-1 in the series. Fantastic work from them throughout that entire game. And Royal 2 MVP thus far. This guy has been absurd what he's been able to do isolated on the map. What he's been able to do while one shot, playing his angles perfectly, making sure that he gets maximum value. It really has been the Royal 2 show thus far. Remember, guys, these stats are not quite indicative of what actually happened throughout the game. We had that first round that we had going the fans of Faze, and then we had the crash in round 2. So those stats, not quite the exact stats that we had, but you are seeing Faze, I think, just outperform that one stop better than Cloud9 when it comes to slaying.
Well, you saw that first win from Cloud9 in game number 1 on Aquarius CTF, a very close game. Cloud9 pretty much had control the entirety of the game. Faze bringing it back towards the end, but then the live fire, very different game. 50-34. We go to recharge on ball, which, like you said, a little bit of a crash there, a little bit of a shift in momentum, but Faze come out with that one. And now we go to interference, previously known as rig. We're going to be playing strongholds on this. What do you think of this game type and map combination? Does it play similar to Halo 5?
Yeah, except there's one cringe spawn over at B. Don't get put in the nest spawn trap. Let me just tell you what, that did not exist in Halo 5, and it is brutal when it happens in Halo Infinite. We'll see if Faze or Cloud9 are able to accomplish that later in our broadcast. For now, let's move it back over to the Alpha, the folks over at HCS, and listen in as we got a matchup between the home crowd and the fan favorites, Quadrant versus OpTic Gaming.
No, gets spotted out, hits by the nade.
Not a lot of time. Formal's got to make a play with this camo if they want to deny this game from being all tied up. Here comes OpTic once again. Dead zone, Formal, both find kills. It's a 3-on-2, and OpTic have taken over Yard and will take control of this game here with a second point if Quadrant aren't able to get back into Yard. Trippy finds a double, and that guarantees the point for OpTic.
And they aren't even afraid just to double up inside the hill there. OpTic, like you said, taking that second point. But as it was getting down to the wire, they felt that anyone that could see someone on the hill, they could just turn and double team. Don't need to push somebody over towards Flowers or push someone over towards Gold Ledge. Just turn and fight anyone who desperates towards the hill.
A great patient play from OpTic rewards him with the second hill. That camo from Formal, he took his time, he got his kills, he made sure that he was there on time as well. So Formal playing absolutely flawless, doing Formal things now, continuing to stay alive as the rotation towards the third point. OpTic are able to kick open the door from a Quadrant setup once again. They take 2 down, and Formal and the boys are in hill number 3 as well.
Yeah, just doing everything right here, trying to lay down these shots over towards Gold. But now meeting resistance from every direction. Great thrust by Formal, gets through, but meets a second player over at Blue and Market.
So a phenomenal retake coming right off respawn from Quadrant. They're going to be able to jump right back into that hill. 2 minutes and 26 seconds on the clock, and I love the advancement.
I love that play by SLG. Not letting a single person get even in towards Yard, so they don't have to worry about that gold angle. He's cleaning up shots from players who are weak at driveway and over at the loop. The only downside of this is where are the spawns going to happen for those players on OpTic?
Yeah, it looks like Lusa was able to get camo while all of this was happening, but they are spawning so far away from this hill.
All right, into our game number 4, Faze. Just one game away from securing their victory against Cloud9. And it's on the newest map in Halo Infinite. Interference, fan favorite from Halo 5 when it went under the moniker of The Rig. Now back in HCS competition.
We'll see if Faze can continue on their run here. I feel like they look the strongest, obviously, in that Slayer game. They look like they had full control the entirety of that game. Game number 3, I would say, was a little bit different. It was a back and forth, maybe towards the side of Cloud9, just playing better Halo. But here we have, it's going to be Tusk trying to get this seaside control. The push will come in from the tower side, though. It's going to be Renegade very aggressive, ends up getting the kill with that beautifully placed nade, and he's fighting the spawners as well, still alive somehow, finally taken out. And it'll be Cloud9 gaining some points.
I think Renegade got a little too trigger happy there as he pushed into C. Get that first pick and then work on establishing the perimeter spawn. Play into that back catwalk. Play towards that carbine. As he was fighting Sav, you saw that next spawner come up at carbine behind him. That's just how powerful that initial spawn point is. It's almost, you almost have to push through the map in order to play for your hill.
Well, Cloud9 have played the rotational game pretty well here. They continue to score. It's going to be Royal 2 all by his lonesome. Has the crossfire from B, though. It's going to be Snakebite and Renegade putting that damage into the spawners on that C side. Royal 2 playing his life really well as well. Look at the damage he's able to do. Overshield coming up here shortly. We'll see if that plays a factor. Nice little trade there, but it's 3 down for Faze. Cloud9 look to be in control this entirety of the start of this game.
Oh, Tosh just able to get away with that overshield is going to be a big help to them as well. Just really denying it from Faze always going to be a big priority for the team, but Cloud9, I think I've really been playing well, and it's all been thanks to this 1-2 punch of Tusk and Suspector. And it's strange to say, like, usually Tusk is that objective glue player whenever we talk about him. Obviously, everyone likes to talk about his coaching pedigree when he was with Faze over at Season 1 and how he's one of those players that just understands timings and Halo IQ. But he has been slaying today, and it's been what Cloud9's needed. It's the reason they've been competitive. But the other thing is, like, you're playing against Faze. I mean, it's Frosty. He's going to get double kills. He's going to do nasty Frosty things. But so far, I feel like Cloud9 has really answered the call. They've been playing really well, and I'm glad to see this team step up.
Well, all the while we were talking about it, it's Faze that now have the lead here. They've got B and C pretty much locked down. You see Septify trying to find a break there on the Renegade, but that's going to allow Frosty to kind of push through. He gets cleaned up. B will potentially be taken here, but it's Faze still in control, trying to flip A now. Tusk, yes, agreed with what you said. Tusk has been playing phenomenally, continues to do so here, but Faze really just rotating around the map extremely well, able to continue to get this time C finally being flipped.
I think Faze may be a little too eager to take a lot of space on the map there. They get the trip cap, and it lasts for a solid 3 seconds before it goes into the way of Cloud9. Cloud9, I think, been a little bit more methodical on the map and how they approach the space that they're gathering. I think what it's going to come down to is whether Cloud9 can deny plays of Faze. Faze is always going to go for that jugular blow whenever they feel like there's an opportunity to do so. If you're able to stave that off, play a long game, that's your winning condition, right? That's how you're going to win, is by making this thing mixy.
Well, Snakebite staying alive on Engine 2 there is going to allow him to push up. Renegade gets 2 kills in the feed. It'll be Septify and Tuts, the last 2 alive. You can see a lot of damage being output here, and it's Snakebite now. The jugular you talk about, a triple cap potentially locked in for Faze. It'll be spawns on the A side, but Faze will continue to aggressive.
Watch Faze here. Watch Faze. They want to be aggressive here. Unfortunately, Renegade went down early, and that just causes the whole house of cards to fall down. 3 join him on the respawn screen, but Faze had them trapped at A, and they were just leaping at the opportunity to collapse in on the spawns. The problem is the timing just wasn't there. The first player goes down. You see the ramifications from there.
I mean, talking to some of the players and people who watch Faze, it's Renegade who's been, Snakebite's been trying to reel him in, and it's those aggressive plays that sometimes work, but sometimes a little bit too aggressive, and when he falls, everything else falls around him. You see the Cloud9 off of a couple of kills here, will take control of A. They've got that.
This is where Royal 2 is really dangerous. You do not want to let him just stand in this tower. In Halo 5, there's a lot of ways to get inside that tower and to find breaks, but he is going to be dangerous if he's able to get to power positions like that time and time again on this map.
Well, he ends up getting taken out there, and it'll be Cloud9 that take that double cap once again. The spawns come out onto that carbine side that we talk about so often. And because of that, Faze are able to fight through here. But Tusk and Sab get 2 kills in the feed. Suspector and Sab ends up finding that 3rd kill. And now it's Royal to an open field by himself. The triple kill for Sab. And Cloud9 continue to score.
They're playing for this overshield. This is risky from Cloud9, but if they can get these kills quickly and capitalize on those players at A, it could pay dividends in the end, right? You have that overshield. You know that these players are having to break out of A. Win your fights, play for the trip cap.
Sab trying to withstand the pressure coming in from Renegade here. Renegade gets a kill. It's going to be 2 down for Faze, though, so that 1 kill traded for 2. It's not what you like to see. And it's Tusk with another 3 down for Faze. Cloud9 going for the triple cap with 2 dead. This could be devastating.
Who else but us to be that first player in the right spot, right time, able to get into that back bunker, kill the spawner out. Now, this important part for Cloud9, win the follow-up. You have to win this fight over at B.
They're not able to. Renegade gets a kill. They end up taking out Frosty. Tusk finds a way down to the bottom side of the map. He ends up getting taken out as well, though, and it'll be Faze that answer back. Renegade puts his toe inside of A, and now it's Faze scoring.
I want to see Cloud9 put up that pressure. They're winning slays. I want to see them just pick up the speed just a tad bit more. What we've seen from Faze is they've been playing extremely fast this entire game, and although they haven't had the most success in the slays, right, it's about even. They're still playing risky trade for trade Halo, but they've been fast and efficient on the plays that they've made. And Cloud9, they've been a little bit more slow and methodical. The problem is that Faze has just been scoring in the interim much more often than Cloud9. That's what needs to change on the second half of this game.
Well, as the pace picks up and the dust settles, it's again Cloud9 scoring. OS coming up in 10 seconds. Very important for Renegade to live in this situation. Ends up playing the low side. Can't shoot down that overshield, though, so you'll have to play a different route here, and he does just that. He definitely wants to get this OS. He's got some help there onto Frosty. The thruster saves him, but OS may have fallen off the map.
He's got help on the backside. Renegade, I was going to say Renegade wants to be aggressive there, but unfortunately his own airstrike is going to cause him to fall down on this map, and that might just be an opportunity. But capitalizing on mistakes like that are what Cloud9's going to need to do if they're going to take this thing to a game 5.
And trades back and forth will continue as this game goes on, but it's a 2v2 situation now as Renegade looking for this tower control, looking to find a player maybe that spawned on the A side. Going to end up rotating around here, just looking for that first pick. There's Tusk. That's the player he was looking for on that A side of the map. And they make it through the tower somehow as well. Cloud9 scoring, but not only that, they've got that first kill, and they've got the information on Faze as well.
Cloud9, for the first time in a while, they're winning the game. And you have all 3 players of Faze trapped over at this elbow. It's time to win some big fights, but when Faze has their back against the wall and the game is on the line, what do time and time again? They win the fight that matters. The all-important pivotal goes their way. This game is certainly not over for Faze. They're going to be able back to get in this back in the scoring position. And what I say earlier, watch out for this man in the tower position. You got to prioritize Royal 2. Thankfully, you cut him down before he causes any more damage.
All the triple kill by Suspector. That's 3 down for the side of Faze. Frosty goes down as well. Gotta give props to Frosty for challenging that, but Suspector not gonna get that over. It's A being taken by Faze now, B being converted by Cloud9, so it's scoring for them once again as they slowly approach the 200-point mark. It's Cloud9 looking to take advantage of the knowledge of the spawns on bunker side, but Snakebite makes it through somehow, gets the double in the trade as well. 2 down for Cloud9.
The overshield coming up. This is a big opportunity for Frosty. He's going to be able to get this with no real pressure from the backside. Sab, the only player alive at the time. You get into B, you got to be careful about the nades here.
OS is important in this scenario. It's Frosty. I like how he has that information on the player on Carbine, but shifts his focus to this bunker side, takes out Septify. An important player. I love the pace of play here as well. Slows down, waits for damage from his team, able to clean up the kill finally. It'll be 2:36 and counting here for the side of Cloud9. Faze, the last player alive, all the while his entire team falls around him.
Cloud9 just moments away from getting this game. Faze needs to find a hill, and they find it now. They only have 2 more seconds. Game 5. Are we coming? Snake plays by himself. There's nothing you can do. The Snake is down. Oh my God.
Wow.
Cloud9 taking them the distance.
That's just, we're just not used to seeing this, and I'm just confused, honestly, because we saw dominance in that game too. I understand it was a Slayer. I understand Faze very strong in the Slayer game, always has been. But it wasn't only just the fact that it was a Slayer. It was just their gunny. Like their individual skill was where we know it to be in that game too. But it's just so disjointed in every other game. It feels like they're very inconsistent, and I'm not sure what it is. I mean, you talked about the aggression at Cloud9, that they needed to be more aggressive. We saw that at the end of that game. We saw their aggression pay off.
Yeah, they were doing a great job at getting into engine and putting pressure on bunker, but not blocking the bunker spawn. What really the recipe success came down to was Cloud9 did a fantastic job in that back half of getting aggressive, pushing into those spawners over at bunker, but at the same time, always anchoring their back spawn, not letting players get behind them, not letting them spawn out, and just continuing to put pressure on the spawn at bunker. I think at the end of the day, it frustrated Faze as we go back to this OpTic Gaming and Quadrant series. We're in game 2 right here, folks. Game 5 going to be here as soon as possible. In the meantime, we're going to listen in with Clutch and Walshy as they bring the action between OpTic and Quadrant.
Sprint, or it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. Either way it goes, those expert runners are better than you. Yeah. Those marathon runners can run a faster mile than I can the whole time. So what are we talking about here?
Absolutely. The chaos ensuing over towards elevators going to give Quadrant now a 2-kill lead. We're crossing the 40-kill mark. This is where things get interesting, especially when their 2 are separated by just 2 kills. The push out of pipes is the bravest thing I've seen today. Dead Zone opens the door for some space for OpTic Gaming. Lucid gets a double himself. All 4 down for Quadrant, and OpTic take a 1-kill lead.
And do they have them all trapped on one spot? No. Somebody over at pipes, SLG at pipes, split spawns over at elevator, and that is huge for Quadrant because they got all stuck in one location. That could spell bad news about SLG, the hero of this game thus far. Let's see what fight he takes. Wow. Goes against 2022 MVP Lucid and does some damage that can't be returned.
And Lucid's 16, 5, and 11 himself, so he's trying to keep up with SLG, but doing that right now seems like an impossible task. A 3-kill lead, 46-43 for Quadrant.
Just do not go away from this POV because you know this player wants the game in their hands, trying to find where anyone is at. Like we said, when you're in these stalemates, it's where the mismatch is at. What information are you gathering? Sometimes even no information is good information, saying we don't see somebody over at, Needler or Pipes or wherever. But right now, both teams just trying to peek out, get a little bit, and then they're going to commit as soon as they feel they have a number advantage or a damage advantage.
OpTic are traditionally so good in these moments. When the game slows down and they get the information, they traditionally make the right play every single time, it seems. What are Quadrant thinking? Do you try to force a play with this 3-kill lead and just trade it out towards the 50 mark? Or are you going to make a mistake that you regret for the rest of your tournament?
Well, I think you have to assess, are you winning in this trading of time? Is your team going to have the advantage again, the camo or the power-up? And Lucid knows where 2 people are at long haul. Says, challenge me, bro. I will go for this trade right here. You come up, we're both dead.
Yeah, Lucid so confident in this position. Doesn't hit the plastic pistol shot. Gets knocked down to no shield. Pays for it with his life. A kill is traded out, but camo now in the hands of Quadrant as you're seeing that player jump up turbine. It does get traded out. OpTic Formal rips the camo player's head off with shock. This is a big one, and SLG gives you the big one the Quadrant need to make it 49-47.
49-47, Formal has a shock rifle, but they are scared of trading out anything. As soon as one person is too close from OpTic, expect the charge to happen. Formal trying to get any sort of pick, needs to make them fully punished before they make any charge across the map.
Quadrant are not in a position they want to be in right now, all stuck in pipes, and Formal changing positions with the shock rifle is going to catch someone off guard. Snipe Drone doesn't take the first, but the second one is true from Formal. 49-49, they find 2. Last 2 players are alive, and SLG gets the 50th kill, and ends the game for Quadrant's favor, tying the series up 1-1.
Thank you, SLG, for that game. Obviously, it's a team effort, but from what I saw from SLG, he was doing some individual work right there.
The fact that he's the man to end the game as well is massive for this team, for their confidence coming in. You're lost to Sentinels. You're trying to gain some momentum in a must-win series if you want to go into the winner's bracket. OpTic Gaming takes game one in a very lengthy King of the Hill. You're thinking Quadrant, are they going to run out of gas? Is all the momentum that they tried to muster up during the break just all for naught? But what a response out of this team to tie this series up going into game three, and what a response from SLG.
Yeah, and you're right too. You're like, all right, is SLG gonna slow down? You know, he went 8-3 or so at the beginning, and nope, kept that pace up the entire game, kept that KD up the entire game, and with it, keeps their team in this series. OpTic is a squad that you do not want to go down 0-2 against.
Now as we shift our focus to game three, Empyrean CTF is gonna be the name of the game here. Taking a look at the highlights from game two, but Empyrean CTF, traditionally such a strong game type for the likes of Lucid, Formal, and OpTic Gaming. But how dominant of an Argyle CTF we saw Quadrant play against Sentinels has got to give you a little bit of hope for the Quadrant fans out there, for the hometown team, that their CTF game has looked very strong, at least the little we've seen so far here today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Argyle, like you said, it's not the exact same as Empyrean. Both these teams were looking pretty good at this when you look at their past stats from Arlington. It was Quadrant being 1-0 on CTF Empyrean, and OpTic were 2-0 on this mode from last round.
Okay, you know OpTic's good at this map, especially with the history that those guys have in their careers. Trippy, Dead Zone, Formal, how many hours of Halo 3 they played, and Lucid's good at everything he does. I mean, he's a basic male model up there, dominating the competition, an MVP, a world champion. I'll stop with the accolades. I could go on, though. But you know, if you're Quadrant, and what you saw from Argyle, I think it transitions to Empyrean.
I think so too. I think there's a lot of transferable skills.
The double snipes, yeah.
All right, folks. Game 5. Cloud9 trying to do the impossible. Make the giant bleed. Septify does a great job of getting this opening start. Shock rifle in his possession. Cloud9 have the goodies. Can they execute? Is the question.
Make them bleed is definitely a possibility here. I mean, Cloud9 just look really good, and Faze honestly don't look 100%, at least in my opinion. It could be a mixture of Faze not being 100% and Cloud9 just playing really well. And this man on your screen right here, Tusk, that Septify was just looking at, he's the man I'm kind of watching as this game continues forward. And again, the X factor is the LVT Orlando land. That's exactly what it is, right? Tusk is playing out of his mind. Septify ends up falling. But that's, I think, the big factor. Getting in that land practice early, so very important.
Just a tough spot for Septify there. You could tell every time that he held that shock rifle, he never felt comfortable.
Yeah,
and that was because he didn't have any support on that right side. I think it was imperative for him to get back towards his teammates. Look how Snakebite's working back towards his teammates. That way he can be very comfortable knowing what's to his left and right, and to choose the angle that's best for him.
Well, he ends up getting a body shot, and he's going to thrust into safety here. That spawn could come out onto blue for Suspector, but no, ends up being towards the back of Tram here. Snakebite getting space on the map with this shock, though. He's got one thrust to work with. And look for a pick here. Suspector is the first one in his line of sight if he decides to push forward. Ammo coming up. He does not go for that pick on a Suspector. Suspector decides to peek now. You can see a very safe game here on a Snakebite. Gets the reversal perfect and continues to stay alive. An important thing to do, especially with Camo coming up right now.
Well, Snakebite's position alone is really stopping Cloud9 from being able to do much over on the nest side. They know that, hey, we can't really peek out, right? Because the shock rifle is going to blame us if we do. Instead, they finally have to push him and get rid of it. But by the time they do, that shock rifle's value, it's been maxed out. Faze has been playing a fantastic game thus far, and now for them, for the rest of this game, with a 6-kill lead, you just play trade for trade. The Cloud9 is going to have to force a win here. And that's a position where FaZe is very confident. They know that they have the best gun skill in all of Halo. You have 3 of the best, actually 4 at this point, that are going to go down probably in the top 10 Halo players of all time. All 4 of these, when their careers are done. For them, trade games, that's easy. You're so confident in any gunfight you get in.
Now they've got him trapped at snipe side as well. World 2 playing the role he plays so comfortably here, just doing maximum damage, gets the double kill, gets the killing spree. We saw FaZe in that game 2 Slayer. We're seeing it again here in game 5. 23, ladies and gentlemen, 23-11 is the lead for FaZe.
Is the problem with Slayers for teams like Cloud9 against FaZe is that FaZe just has so much freedom on what they want to do. Look at the spawn trap. They're just cycling on the map. What spawn trap do we want to force next? Oh yeah, all 4 of these players are at yard. You didn't get the first pick. Uh-oh, it's a knockout. There's nothing you can do when you get put in this position. Tusk is desperately just trying to find a spot where he can help his team spawn and have dynamic positions on the map. He's done that. He has top gold. It's imperative that they get a numbers advantage.
He ends up exposing the angle, though, to Tram side. Even with all those with the knowledge of all those players being inside of Tram, he ends up going down first. An important position, maybe not taken advantage of. And Campbell coming up here at the 8-minute mark. And it's going to be Tusk once again off the spawn. A couple kills come out for the side of Cloud9, but those are immediately traded by FaZe. And Frosty with a shock rifle going to make things interesting as he gets the first, looking for the second, but Septified takes him out.
The thing about this map is that double-digit leads can disappear just like that. We saw how FaZe put up this lead. It was by spawn cycling different spawn traps on the map. If Cloud9 can get a clean 3-4 down and force a spawn trap, they can do the same to the world champs. The problem thus far is it's not easy to win a one-on-one against these guys. FaZe aren't going to easily go down without getting traded out. And you really only have 1-2 more gunfights max to get that 3-4 down before your win condition is just gone.
You can see they're getting a bit desperate here as Cloud9 looking for those one-shot players. FaZe doing such a great job of staying alive. They've now mounted a 20 kill lead here. Did FaZe. And it continues on as Renegade hits another perfect 5 shots into the head of Cloud9, continuing their aggression. FaZe pushing in on the staggered spawns, and they're not letting loose on this grip. Tusk, the last player alive. The spawns are now known, and FaZe will push once again through Cloud9 spawns.
Cloud9 just moments ago we're at an all-time high, firing on all cylinders. We're battling with FaZe and the objectives, and you get to that all-important game number 5, and suddenly the feet below you start to lose their foundation. You start to sink through that cloud, and suddenly they're falling. There's nothing that has gone right for this team. One last chance. Tusk has gotten the camouflage, and you need to play perfect. And then on top of that, you need a miracle to happen. On top of that, you need God on your side. There is not much that's going to be able to get you back in this game.
Yeah, you can see FaZe just continue to trade kill after kill. It's Cloud9 that had the camo. They had 2 kills that were clean, and then again, FaZe come off a spawn. They get those couple of trades, and now it's Renegade once again. You have to win a 1v1 against one of the best players in the game, and that's the thing. What do you do at this point? Roll 2 has a shot, 3 down for Cloud9, 46-27. 4 kills, 1 squad wipe is all FaZe need to win this series.
Probably you get a 1v1 with Renegade. It's like you're going salsa dancing with him, and oh boy, did you not bring the right shoes. You know what I'm saying? He gives you that wiggle, and it's just too much to deal with every time. Cloud9 slowly able to claw their way back into a position where stake isn't on the menu. It's just 1 more kill, and hey, this game's over. You're playing for dignity right now. Are you getting staked or are you not? And
you are.
It's medium rare. Great job by FaZe. Game 5 clutch up. Everything that we expected from this team, but at the same time, those woes that we are thinking about FaZe with their online performances, with their scrims not going as well these last couple of weeks, might be creeping into their land gameplay. Yeah. It's full play. It's too early to sound the alarms. But if you would have told someone a month ago that FaZe is going to Game 5 against Cloud9 on LAN, then you would probably be saying FaZe isn't going to be the team that we all expect them to be.
This is how FaZe generally start Fridays, though. In my opinion, we've seen them go to so many Game 5s where, you know, they inch out the victory. These were very, very strong Slayer victories, but we just know FaZe to start off like slower, it seems, and get these Game 5s in pool play, and then Saturday show up. I 100% agree that, you know, their online, you know, their online scrims can definitely bleed into LAN, but I think this is a case of a Friday. You know, instead of the Mondays, FaZe are dealing with the Fridays right now.
Well, we're going to transition ourselves back over to our main match. OpTic going up against Quadrant. Let's head back to Clutch and Walshy as they bring us the action.
Them out of scope and not making it easy to get any picks.
Nothing flashy done by Trippy, but the job is getting done. He gets finally taken down as the snipe ammo gets wasted. Dead Zone and Formal will still be here to control the OpTic training side of the map. SLG trying to push through camo, needs to wait and try and buy time for his team, but there will be no help from his team. They get taken down, and OpTic continued to push through green and camo this time around to find success. 3 go down, Seek is the last player alive, all 4 down, and now here come OpTic Gaming.
Moving just so fast over in those areas, hitting every curb slide he can, and just always at that front line you see.
Oh, Trippy takes down Glory, starting to run the flag, and surely OpTic Gaming, the rest of them, can anchor the setup here for Trippy to get this flag all the way through camo to take a 2-0 lead here with just 3 minutes left.
And just moving too quick across. They're also going to come back to a nice sniper that's just spawning, and they can take this as fast or as slow as they would like.
Trippy, 26-5-14, the difference maker here in Game 3, the lifeline for OpTic when they need him to make a play. Trippy has made a play in this Game 3, and because of it, they have a very comfortable lead here, in time all of a sudden becoming a major factor in Quadrant's opportunity to keep this series tied.
Now let's see what happens. We've had Dead Zone with the sniper here back of the base. Unfortunately, ineffective with there in that situation. But I want to see who else from OpTic is stepping up to create that extra space. We saw Trippy being super aggressive, going for lots of grabs, pushing out really quick, but also had Dead Zone leading a lot of those charges.
Yeah, it's the aggression duo of Trippy and Dead Zone so far that have created those opportunities. Formal and Lucid sitting back towards the training and sword side of majority of this map. But OpTic Gaming's control of the power weapons have been a real story to tell. As I say that, we're on board with Trippy. He's found himself the rockets, and he's looking to push that 27 kills towards 30.
Yeah, and I think the best defense is a good offense. Just take a little bit more space, and then you can go back and clear out your base if needed. But one thing we've seen from less experienced teams is sometimes they'll turtle up once they get that lead, and you start to see that their game plan falls apart as they don't have that aggressiveness, as they don't have that option in their playbook.
You don't think you'll see that out of OpTic Gaming today? The veterans themselves, the world champions themselves, and Trippy continuing to bulldoze his way wherever he pleases right now. 3 down for Quadrant, another flag being pulled, and OpTic are trying to end this due to caps and not time.
And look at that same duo once again, Dead Zone and Trippy, all the way over at the Quadrant base, which they were not expecting. They were expecting, sure, they could push through on bridge or push through a little bit. They weren't expecting another flag grab at this point. They were going for a long flank through runway.
If the situation was different, Trippy might have felt more of a need to desperate for that flag. But with a minute on the clock, they let that flag get returned. They reset. They make sure that they don't go 2-3 down in a situation that could get Quadrant any sort of life. And with that veteran play, Trippy and the boys on OpTic Gaming look to close this one out with 40 seconds remaining. Quadrant have got to get a pull now.
Yeah, that's such a good highlight there, Wes. Knowing when to give up a cap and just go for slays. That separates the best from the best. They just are going for every little advantage. They're not going to create those windows where you're going to get counter capped on, or we're going to set the other team up to have their miraculous run.
Conversation versus risk versus reward, right? And what the state of the game is, what you need right now. If you need a cap, it's a little bit different of a situation, but you don't need a cap with 10 seconds on the clock. OpTic, all they need to do is stand still at this point, because there's no way Quadrant are going to be able to take Game 3. OpTic have done the job. It was a grind, it was a battle, but Game 3 will go in their favor, and they now take the series lead once again, 2-1.
A slugfest there between these two squads, but OpTic landing more blows kills going in favor of OpTic, 90 kills to 69 kills there from Quadrant. So just kind of outslaying, outpacing, and also just more touches. They were so many times across over on the Quadrant half of the map, pulling that flag immediately.
Early on in this game 3, as we're taking a look at the highlights, Quadrant felt like they were going blow for blow with OpTic. They were shutting down what OpTic wanted to do. But there was just lapses and moments throughout this game as it transpired on the focus of the power weapons and the power-ups. The trumpets in the backgrounds trying to fire Quadrant up have got to be hilarious. But, I mean, the rocket control and the overshields, as soon as those were coming up every time, it felt like OpTic started to get the better of Quadrant. Quadrant not able to really set up for those power-ups and power weapons as they need to. And when you give a player like Trippy rockets and overshield to play with, he's going to have a big stat game, and Trippy does what he does, a big stat game with those power weapons.
Yeah, just going absolutely off with those weapons. And also, like you said, anytime they had those kills or advantages, they were just flying towards the flag.
And notice how immediately, as they started to transition their focus from the overshield and bridge side towards the green and camo side, they started to have so much success, right? It felt like Quadrant didn't have an answer for the amount of pressure that Trippy and Dead Zone were both putting into their Neeler, into their Mauler, and the havoc that they were creating. It really was that spark of a counter cap where you thought Quadrant were going to take the lead, where that game completely shifted in momentum. However, the snipes from Lucid, the one kill onto the flag carrier from Trippy, and then the double from Lucid was the spark that ignited the flame that became OpTic Gaming in the second half of that game 3.
Yeah, they just absolutely took control, like you said. All those counter cap opportunities, they took advantage when they had that window open. But now we're looking into game 4 here. Live fire, oddball. Looking at both their HCS Arlington stats. Both of them 1-0 in this game mode at last.
Undefeated.
Undefeated.
Can't lose it.
What happens when an unstoppable object meets a, immovable, or unstoppable force meets an immovable object? We'll find out with these two 1-0 teams.
Yeah, I don't have the answer, but what I can tell you, Dave, is as that game 3 continued to go on, OpTic started to really feel like they had no chance of losing it. The control was always in their favor, even at times where they lose a guy, or they may have one guy overextend and he's the first one to go down. OpTic were still in a position where they could manifest control of the map and not give up too much. On a game type like Oddball, I feel like that is such an important quality to have. Let's see if OpTic can continue that, or can Quadrant find an answer or replicate that same level as the battle comes underway. SLG is going to open it up with the first pick, and that's a good start for Quadrant fans here. Camo's coming up momentarily, so these kills and the control of the early oddball time is usually a strong indicative of what's going to happen here early in this game 4.
Yeah, Lucid trying to hit those shots onto Glory or Snipe Drone, but teammate in the way, so trading out a little damage there. But this ball is not in a safe spot. These teams are just going to be vying for a garage control. You see them instantly going over towards the garage window because they realize they control that. They control the garage. They control the ball.
Yeah, OpTic aren't able to get that ball into a real secure position, and as they go all 4 down, that camo pops up. The ball is going to be picked up by Quadrant, and with Snipe Drone and camo in hand, the ball setup is going to be a perfect house setup for the side of Quadrant. I don't know how Snipe Drone's getting shot right now, but somebody has some eagle eyes over on OpTic Gaming. They're able to knock him down to no shield, trade the camo player out, and that is a massive kill on the side of OpTic Gaming.
I would say massive kill for OpTic Gaming, but also just a bit of a miss from Quadrant. You have all 4 down. If there's one person shooting your camo player, you should be able to be in a little bit better of a spot to punish that, or at least cut off somebody from just charging right into garage.
Yeah, OpTic's so quick to break what was a very strong setup for Quadrant. That could be a big problem as this game 4 transpires right now. 27-10, OpTic taking the lead, and Lucid doing things that should not be done. The double kill as he repulses top mid was awesome. The ball gets rotated towards green as well, so OpTic not only going to gain a significant lead here, but should be in a good position to play once their setup is finally broken.
Look at this, Trippy just buying some time there, trying to halt these members from top center so that they know Nest is clear, but it's been broken. Here comes the charge. You know they're coming from garage, you know they're coming from Nest.
But Deadzone's going to be able to drop that ball. He's going to be able to play that ball. It's perfect shots from Sika that will force the play ball. Formal's still going to be over here. Narrowly takes down Sika. It is a double kill for Sika, but look, the ball already gets reset, and Trippy already has it in his hands, and he's taking it away.
One thing about OpTic, at least in past seasons, I always felt that they were the best ball rotation team in the league. I'm not sure if that's still true here
I think
in 2024.
I think it is. Rewatching Arlington, that was something that I thought was unbelievable that they were able to do so consistently. Their reads of where to take the ball and when to grab it and put it in a position where respawners can compete for it, you're already seeing that pay dividends here once again in London.
Yeah, that last one was wild because we saw 3 dead, Trippy the last one alive, and he runs over to his spawning teammates, and all of a sudden, OpTic are contesting this ball in a situation where they were 3 down.
Right. What you thought was going to be a window for Quadrant to maybe try and get the ball in their hands, get it to a place where they're set up. OpTic denied that because the last player alive is making such an impactful play. It's 57-10 now. Quadrant find themselves down 47. Snipe in the hands of SLG could change everything, however. It's a double for SLG. The ball gets neutralized for a moment, and this should be the first real Quadrant setup we've seen since that camo play.
Yeah, first Quadrant setup, you have SLG with Snipe, and he's not missing. One thing you also brought up, Wes, was you said, all right, when you're on fire, what are you doing with your team? What are you having them play a little different? When it comes to OBJ, you need to have your teammates just grab that. It doesn't matter if you have Snipe or not. You say, take this ball, I'm destroying right now, let me go do some work.
There's something about having a teammate that is so objective, eccentric, that he is always near the ball, no matter what the play is. Trippy seems to be that player here for OpTic Gaming, as Deadzone as well. A duo continuing to impact these objectives. Deadzone with 53 seconds. Trippy with the other 4. You got Lucid with 1, but a 58-24 lead right now for OpTic Gaming. Quadrant, maybe not getting outslayed necessarily, but the objective efficiency continuing to be in OpTic's favor as Trippy once again, last guy alive, runs away with the ball.
Yeah, and that's so frustrating. You feel like you come out ahead in those slays or engagements, and all of a sudden you're like, wait, when did they get out there? What's going on here? And then that's where frustration seeps in. You start to charge across the map, maybe not taking the exact route you should take. You get punished for that, and you're back in respawn.
Yeah, you feel like you're almost getting robbed of the good plays that you feel like you're making. Unfortunately, the best plays to have the op ball in hand, and right now, Quadrant need to find a way to do so. 69-24, Deadzone, ball in hand. There is a player towards camo in Seiko, but he's got to wait for his teammates to respawn if he has any chance to try and break another OpTic Gaming setup.
Let's see what Deadzone decides to do with this ball. Trippy ends up getting taken out. He doesn't have a teammate right with him, but looks like the fight for camo is the play. Actually scrapping up his last couple seconds. Eventually gets taken out by Glory. Now ball in the hands of Quadrant. Do they decide to keep it garage, or do they decide to rotate it over towards green?
They're going to be forced to try and compete for this camo right now, and that's going to make this situation so difficult for Quadrant. It's actually Formal that sneaks away with that camo. He says you can have the ball for just a moment. This camouflage seems to be the more important factor for OpTic Gaming, and now somehow the setup gets broken. Formal finds himself with camo ball. He's going to throw that to a teammate, and this round is starting to get ugly on the side of Quadrant.
Yeah, prior to that ball getting thrown out, it was OpTic getting the kills, OpTic getting the camo, OpTic getting the ball, but Snipe Drone at least equalized those numbers out.
Lucid, the last player alive for OpTic Gaming, they're able to get a kill onto SLG. That's going to ruin any chance of a setup the Quadrant has. They try to rotate the ball towards Cuts, but the rest of OpTic Gaming are going to be here so quickly that that ball gets shut down. The Slays continuing to go in their favor, and Lucid in a one-on-one is able to trade, keep that ball neutralized, and neutralization of the ball right now is good things for OpTic.
Yeah, and what can Sika and Quadrant do here to get the kills they need and get a setup that works for a while? You don't need just 15 points at this time. You need to get a setup that you can hold for 30, 50, 70 points.
Right now, they haven't proved that they could do it, at least against the likes of OpTic. Such a strong off-ball team, such a difficult team to try and find any efficiency or hold a setup against. And OpTic are showing you why. They are so quick. If one player is alive, they can ruin everything as they continuously do it. The ball waits so long in that cuts area that it gets reset right now, and all of a sudden 38 seconds on the clock. Time starting to become a factor as well for a win condition for OpTic here in round 1.
Yeah, it's looking like OpTic are just going to try to run this clock out. As I say that, Deadzone grabs the ball, rotates it on over, and looks like he faked towards pillars, then ran back towards key door? I can't tell. But there's also some power in the route you take with that ball. So many players just adjust instantly, saying, all right, they're going to come out this way. I'm ready for it. Yep, they commit to a route, and they double back. Just like that, Deadzone scooping up the last 3, 2, 1 point there, and that's round number 1 going for OpTic Gaming.
A dominant round 1 here in game 4 for OpTic Gaming, and Quadrant have got to figure out a way to hold a setup stronger than what they did in round 1 if they want any chance at this game 4 being close.
Yeah, the scary part there for OpTic versus Quadrant is OpTic had 54 kills to Quadrant's 51. So only a 3 kill difference. You basically consider that even in slays. But the objective time, complete different story.
There's an 80-point difference in the objective time there in that round. OpTic Gaming so efficient, such an annoying team to try and compete against. 3 go down. Dead Zone is the last player alive with Snipe. That ball not being able to be picked up by Quadrant because they know Dead Zone is watching it with Snipe. And even this camo being in a favorable position for OpTic Gaming to compete for. Quadrant seem to be spread out on the map, and that could be really difficult to try and deal with Dead Zone on this camo push. They do get a couple of kills towards that camo, and that's forced Dead Zone back here, but he still has his eyes on competing for this camo.
Yeah, knows that the last players are down low, grabs that camo, gets the damage, and now looking for the spawners. Glory gets traded out. Where's the next one? They know it's dummy door.
Yeah, Dead Zone playing this so perfectly, so patiently as well. The ball in OpTic's hands. Dead Zone does get spotted out. Multiple members of Quadrant looking for him. Which way did he go? Which way did he go? Able to find the first kill. Asika does get a melee onto him. That ball still towards the other side of the map, though, and OpTic's setup is broken, but they have a 15-point lead to play around once again.
Broken to a degree. I mean, Dead Zone drew too many players over there towards C-Plat. Even when they get that kill, they aren't able to collapse on that ball right away. And if they don't get that kill, they have a sniper behind them over towards the tower, which is not a comfortable position to be in.
Yeah, I mean, they're so busy trying to deal with camo Dead Zone, trying to figure out where he went, what's he doing. He's playing mind games with them, and in the meantime, the ball still in the hands of OpTic, continuing to be a nuisance. Every single player for OpTic making this such a frustrating experience for Quadrant. The differences between these teams has not been seen to this level until this map mode combination because of how dominant a team like OpTic Gaming can feel like it is to play against. And Quadrant do have a couple of kills in their favor. The ball is in-house. If they're able to take down Formal, this is the moment we've been waiting for. Quadrant with ball in hand, a full house setup. Can you find where OpTic are coming from and stop the push?
And I like this too. They're also getting the ball in a position where they can play ball. At any other times we've been seeing Quadrant die with the ball, they're tossing the ball out of a window or something like that, but OpTic are actually able to grab that ball instantly after they get the slays.
This is the first round of slays we've seen Quadrant have with ball in hand. They should be able to make this round very close. Camo is the focus for OpTic as Trippy gets taken down. Lucia's going to be able to take down Sika, and I believe Camo got burned. That's why SLG is going to leave this area alone. Ball is still in-house, and SLG's in no man's land as the rest of OpTic have been able to take that ball and rip it away from the likes of Quadrant, bring it back to green, and get in a position to play it if SLG can make enough damage.
And you gotta wonder, were Quadrant supposed to play that? Or were they too confident they were going to get those kills? You could see the confusion there, the hesitancy to toss that ball off, thinking that they were going to get their numbers advantage, and because of it, ball didn't get played. Ball in the hands of Trippy. He's going to rotate this over towards Garage, realizes it's clear, but somehow, Sniper from SLG, was it? Or no, it's Glory.
Oh, wow, a double that he should have got. Would have been nice, didn't get though, and now Formal might make you pay. He is taken down, but the setup for Quadrant that would have been, if Glory was able to find that kill on the Formal, would have been so strong at this point. The ball still in their hands, however, just not even a 15-point game at this point. Quadrant starting to get some slays with these setups are looking much different here in round 2. Can they keep this up?
I mean, they got the points on the board. We haven't seen them get one of those setups where they get the extended point, period of time from the first round. We've now seen that. We've now seen them scrap back 10 points here and there. They've started to figure out a little bit, but is it too little, too late? OpTic are so close from closing out this round 2. They still have the ball over in Garage. Can they get the slays?
So much damage from Trippy. He's able to not only take 2 players down and no shield, he even finds a kill as well. So 3 members being taken down by the likes of Trippy and the rest of OpTic Gaming with a little bit of help. 63-47. Somehow Quadrant have come off respawn and gotten the damage advantage, the numbers advantage, and back to a setup in the back of house. Quadrant have struggled from this position before, but they find the first kill. That's a big one right now. Dead Zone spotted out as well. Narrowly gets taken down by SLG, but a ton of damage from SLG could give them the advantage they need. Formal is the last player alive, forced to Quantum back. He's eventually taken down, and look at that. Quadrant will take the lead here in round 2.
They get the kills, they get the time. Now, I would love to see them rotate this ball over towards green. Yes, that's easy for us to say as we see where the spawns are at, but forced OpTic to divide and conquer. Force them to have to decide between camo and stopping the ball. Glory, run over towards Rat Tunnel. Gets the one-on-one against Dead Zone as he was getting shot in the back, and ball just gets technically played. I guess if you throw it back to the spawn point, you can call it play ball.
But Quadrant had the numbers. 3 were down for OpTic momentarily. The ball back in the hands of Quadrant. Make it all 4 down for OpTic Gaming. Spawning over towards green is not where you want to see OpTic spawning if you're an OpTic fan. And 81 points and counting for Quadrant as they bring the ball out towards the key door here. Still, OpTic members from Respawners are here to shut this down, but a 20-point lead is the biggest lead we've seen from Quadrant since game 2.
And it's just chaos at the end here. Quadrant just trying to scoop up whatever kills they can. They find Lucid at the big door, not able to get the finish there. Lucid taken out too quick, and that's 3 down. What can Dead Zone do?
Dead Zone spawning over at green. He's in no position. They need to get this ball in hand and force OpTic's hand. 83 points. You can get this narrowly to close to 100, if not 95, and force the hand of OpTic to push in places they have no business pushing. A couple of kills go in their favor. The ball, I believe, is neutralized here as Glory going to make his way towards it. He knows OpTic Gaming are trying to bait this ball. There's 2 members in that key door on both sides. Glory's going to have to play this one slow and hit a shot.
Oh, Glory gets the opening right there, gets that kill, and does not get that follow-up damage onto Dead Zone, but damage has been done, and time's been bought. OpTic Gaming are totally fine and comfortable right here. They're not too worried with the clock having 1:15 left on it. They are happy to slow this down, slay out, and then rotate ball.
It felt like Quadrant had numbers advantage so many different times throughout that process, but no time was awarded towards them. 86 is where they have stalled out, and OpTic are bringing this ball to tower. Dead Zone in a position where he can play this ball if too much pressure comes his way, but he is going to try and get this game as close to tied up as he can. He's taken down very quickly. A great kill from Quadrant will reset this ball. Glory with snipe in hand. If he hits a shot, they can take this to a round 3.
And SLG putting the pressure on right away with this ball reset. I like this play from Quadrant. Do not let OpTic get comfortable. Don't let them spawn to full force and push back. Glory grabbed the last 2 points there, and that's going to be a tie game we got here.
Let's go, Quadrant. We get a round 3 here in game 4, and what a different story that round 2 was from round 1. Quadrant started to figure out how to hold a setup.
Not even just figure out how to hold a setup. Outslayed OpTic by 16 kills in that last round 2. I mean, when you have the other team half dead the entire game, you can do whatever you want. If you don't want to pick up the ball right away, I guess it still just works out.
It was a one-on-one between SLG and Formal to kick this round off. Formal 5s, SLG picks up the snipe, the ball. He says, take the ball, I've got to pop off. Jumps up top tower with snipe now in hands. Can he find the first? It's an easy shot on the SLG. Formal in a position to get his team a significant lead here in round 3.
And instantly play balls it, decides to keep this top control. I like this bait. Don't need to overcommit in direction. But it's just the curse of competitive gaming timing. You look away, that's when they're going to pop out. And Glory, what can he do with this camo? He sees the threat. Does the threat see him?
Glory needs to kill Formal here. The sniper is the bigger threat. Trippy not the bigger threat here, but Formal doesn't spot him even though he shoots. But Formal hits the no-scope and the body. You gotta regret that decision, and Glory with the camo fails to make the play to remove snipe from the hands of Formal, and Formal will make Quadrant pay.
Getting that killing spree, keeping this tower control. You just saw, like you said, that hesitancy from Glory. Not sure if you commit towards the sniper, get the finish towards cut. Great positioning from the players from OpTic, but like you said, just panic. You know somebody on Quadrant's side was panic calling out Trippy, and he was like, I gotta help that. It sounds like there's direness in this person's voice.
I think I just saw an overkill in the kill feed. I can't quite tell with the camera of the player, but immediately Quadrant come off respawn, break the setup of OpTic, and although Formal hit some great shots, especially taking down the Camo player. The game nearly still all tied up, and Quadrant rotating this ball to green should be able to get a play ball situation if they see too much pressure. However, that ball carrier was by himself at green. Nobody back green to play this ball. SLG trying to get his way back there, finds a kill, hits a G slide, finds the ball, and they don't need to play the ball, Dave. All 4 down for OpTic. Quadrant had the slays to pair with it, and they will take the lead here in game 4.
Quadrant playing so much better here as the rounds go on. They are committing to grabbing that ball faster. They're rotating. They're dictating where the ball goes.
Another round of slays in Quadrant's favor. Now starting to gain a significant lead. Camo coming up, and it's in the hands of Snipe Drone. He doesn't choose to activate it right away. Instead, he deals damage to Trippy, wisely backs down, gets it into a secure location before activating it. And now Quadrant with the house set up, Camo in hands of Snipe Drone, have an opportunity to blow this round 3 wide open.
Barely misses that 3rd shot before the melee, but that player gets smashed off at bags. Lucid, the last one alive, but does not see the rotation opportunity. Yes, he does. Somehow gets the ball all the way towards dummy door and gonna try to buy some desperate time here for the OpTic members to spawn. SLG and Quadrant opt to just go for the slays. So that play was effective there from Lucid. What should have been more time for Quadrant is now a dead ball.
Another individual play of rotation of the oddball made by OpTic Gaming to make this more frustrating for Quadrant to deal with. They are in the lead, however, up 24 at this point. Glory going to repulse top tower with Snipe. A lot of OpTic members had their focus on him, but nobody's facing him at the moment. He's able to take down Lucid. He's traded out eventually. The ball gets neutralized back to bottom middle, and it's this time around, it's Sika that's going to be the annoying oddball player as he grabs it immediately, and Trippy now trying to play catch up to try and deny a setup for Quadrant.
Yeah, Trippy wants to be active in the fight, but doesn't want to commit too fast and get caught out in no man's land just like that with the sniper. So Sniper in the hands of Snipe Drone. No damage with that bullet, but kills just being traded back and forth. Can Formal and crew stay alive here? Sika, the only one alive. Looks like we're going to see an OpTic Gaming setup over in the garage.
OpTic have a full setup, trying to get this game back to a tied situation. 46 kills for Snipe Drone, leading the lobby right now. I don't know when that happened, but Snipe Drone is popping off right now. Snipe Drone's taking the no shield. Formal going to shut him down before he makes it a 47th kill under his name, and Formal extends the setup for OpTic Gaming.
Formal still trying to stay alive over in house. 2 members down for OpTic now. Make that 3. Lucid, you're the last one alive. Can you make a play here on the ball? You're spotted out and likely to be finished up. Lucid and Trippy both down for a moment in time. And when you have the ball, in many cases, you're okay to trade slays like that. If you're trading slays and rotating the ball in the correct direction, you will win that trade in theory.
Look at how annoying Quadrant are being with this oddball. OpTic are getting kills, but every single time this ball is getting picked up by no shield players and moved just a little bit further. Finally, Quadrant go all 4 down for the side of OpTic Gaming. They're able to stop that ball from rotating across the map. They're able to get a setup of their own. And Lucid has picked up the fresh camo, has chosen not to activate it yet, playing a little bit greedy. Now that he's popped it late, the camo will live longer, but no, it's a beautiful grenade one-shot on the top tower that reveals him and takes him down, and all of a sudden what was once a very powerful situation from OpTic is now immediately erased by 1 grenade.
Yeah, 1v1 for a short bit in time, but Quadrant should have a good amount of information, knowing that dead zone was over at tower and that players were spawning over near nest or green. Now, what did they decide to do that?
Oh,
I don't know.
Wow. That 5 from dead zone was something to watch. 56 and starting to climb. This game will be all tied up momentarily. These trades are insane. These shots are even more insane. Dead zone with the second back-to-back 5 will push the series or the lead in game 4 for OpTic Gaming here in round 3.
Yeah, we highlighted in round number 1 when OpTic were going even in slays, they were dominating the objective. However, as soon as Quadrant were able to heavily outslay OpTic, they took over in game 2. What do you do when OpTic are outslaying like Dead Zone right now?
Dead Zone is unbelievable right now. The difference here in round 3 that have given OpTic the opportunity to gain this lead. It's just 17 points. As Dead Zone goes down, so does Trippy. The duo's down. Formal gets taken down. Lucid was momentarily the last player alive. Spotted pillars, knocked down to no shield. The ball being rotated to green so that it is in a position to be played if OpTic apply enough pressure back green. Seek is going to be back here. He's going to throw that ball off the map. He's taken down. 3 members of Quadrant are on respawn. Snipe Drone has got to find a way to deny this ball from rotating towards tower.
Tie game, essentially.
What a melee.
I like that route from dead zone. Going to be able to pressure that ball right away if it was grabbed. If not, you can just double team down there.
Snipedrone not only gets one kill, but gets a melee into the second. It gets the damage advantage for Quadrant. They also get the ball in hand. They retake the lead 81-80.
Ball going towards back tower. Formal does not want that to go, but knows that it's a trap. He realized someone was not watching immediately from Plat, and it's too good to be true. Your spidey senses start to tingle, and you're like, this can't be right. Where's this person at?
He says it's quiet. Too quiet. Checks his corners, and because of it, he's able to get that kill. That ball gets played. Formal goes back to bottom middle, picks up that off ball. 10 points is all OpTic need. Where is Quadrant across the map? No one near Formal, and Formal with full shield and 97 points looks to put this ball in an unwinnable situation for Quadrant. And OpTic find a way to close this series out before it goes to a game 5. And that, although wasn't a game 5 for us, that was one of the closest series we've seen between these two. And if there were questions of will this be a rivalry, if Quadrant can play at that level consistently, the answer will be yes.
Yes, I mean, Quadrant are looking scary good. I mean, just such a difficult pool, though, as you look at the players that have played so far. Sentinels, terrifying. OpTic, top 2 team in the world.
It's just so tough when you find yourself in the pool of death, especially with a top 12 seeded Sentinels, where you know that they belong somewhere inside the top 6, probably top 4. The fact that Quadrant had the deck stacked against them coming into this Friday, nothing to hang their hats on, but it doesn't remove the fact that they will start tomorrow in the elimination bracket, most likely, and what that means for the rest of their tournament as far as needing to play flawless from here on out if they want to show the home crowd what they're capable of here this weekend.
Yeah, you're right, because you can't sleep on anyone coming out of that open bracket regardless. If they come in flat on that one series, their tournament run is over.
Yeah, I don't see them losing.
I don't foresee that happening.
An open bracket team. The big question is what does that early elimination bracket run look like? How does that bracket play out? Because those winners bracket round 1 teams will go to the elimination bracket, and some of those teams are going to be very strong. You could see another Sentinels. You could see one of our a complexity or something, and those are no pushovers. Quadrant show you that they are competing against 2 of North America's top 5 teams, I would say, and pushing them just about to the limit, if not to the limit of game 5 in both their series so far. But still, that's not going to get the job done. You're going to have to find ways to win series, and you're going to play against great teams here at this London Major. The big question for me is, how does it all play out, and can Quadrant muster up the strength to push themselves across a very long Saturday and Sunday bracket?
Well, yeah, we've got lots of questions for Quadrant, but I also got a lot of questions here for OpTic. Blaze, take it away with Trippy.
Thank you so much, Walshy and West. London, give some love to OpTic Gaming as they continue on in this tournament. Now, Trippy, as you know, the house was against you. What was it like playing in this environment and being in a tough pool of death throughout this entire day?
I think it's been great for the team. I think being in a tougher pool, a Quadrant and SEN, great practice leading into Saturday. So I know we love it. It's a great start to the tournament. And the fans, I mean, it's been crazy. Like, even Quadrant, other series, it seems like people are loving it. So it's been awesome.
It's been absolutely electric in the venue today. Now, you know, you've been to London a few times. How you like being back on this side of the pond, having to play on this side of the world? What has your London trip been like?
It's been great. I mean, other than the cloudy weather, I will say, that's the only thing. But I mean, no, being internationally and being able to just travel and play Halo is like a dream come true. So it's been awesome.
There you go. And lastly, okay, you know, what are you proud of for you and your squad to accomplish throughout this pool play today? And what do you guys want to look forward to tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm just super proud of our ice. A lot of those games came down to the wire, and we just really we're cool, calm, collected, and just closed out the game. So it's a great look going into Saturday, and I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be fun.
Hey, keep doing what you're doing, okay? You guys are gonna go far. Show some more love to OpTic Gaming, everybody. That's gonna do it for us here today. Lottie, let's close it out.
Thank you so much, Blaze and Trippy there, and GG's OpTic Gaming.
GG.
Whew, I bet you're sweating up here. Do you want me to give you a second?
Oh, I'm
before I come
actually
to you?
sweating. It's a problem. I'll solve it sometime when I get a break. I don't know if those actually exist.
I'll tell you what, just take 40 seconds while I go to Tony. Just have a little breathe for a second. Tony, I mean, watching that, it was electric. We knew that this was a rivalry matchup. We were questioning about the fact that the rosters had changed slightly as well, how that would look, how it would play out. The results have been different because OpTic Gaming, they take this one and they definitely look like the more dominant team, but the fight Quadrant had in them, it was formidable. I think something that I had noticed towards the end there in that final one for me was how uncomfortable Quadrant could make OpTic at certain times. They could take them out of their comfort zone, things got a little bit chaotic, and I felt like Quadrant actually thrived in that environment. They liked dictating that pace and making OpTic feel super uncomfortable. And we saw some kind of chaotic energy coming from the OpTic Gaming squad. They managed to get control back again and relinquish the kind of force that we know them for, which is methodical, to be honest. How did you feel like the two matched up, especially with the different rosters this time around?
I mean, they matched up amazing. I mean, you talked in the back, and you used the phrase dictating the pace, and Quadrant actually had the ability to do that many times within the series. Even going to that game number 1, they outslayed them by a few slays, but also out-assisted OpTic Gaming by 15 assists. Now, obviously, OpTic, they had a perfect run for that last hill to close it out, and that was the efficiency coming in. But that game 2 Slayer was crazy. SLG with the 17 kills, including the final one. There was so many times where Quadrant really were dictating the pace, but it's OpTic Gaming.
Yes, it really was OpTic Gaming. I was really actually excited by the fact that OpTic were able to kind of put themselves in these situations against Quadrant and come out of them. I think there's a lot of times where you're going up against a roster, you start to become uncomfortable, the pace is being dictated by them, and it's hard to get out of those kind of scenarios. I was really impressed with how OpTic managed to work things around. I know it's late, I know they're tired, I know things haven't been going exactly to time, but managing to rally together and do that against a rival that they know has a hometown crowd against them is really difficult to do. So that tells me, 1, a lot about their mentality, and 2, a lot about this skill on this roster. And OpTic Gaming, they're out to play. Wes, are you just about ready to pop in?
Yeah, I'm here.
All
and
right.
It's an unbelievable series. I was not expecting Quadrant to play this well against how good of an OpTic team I think this team is. They had so many windows of opportunity for even more success that they let slip through their hands, and that's what when they watch the rebroadcast tonight and go over a VOD review, they will see that this series was very winnable if they had played a little bit better, if certain situations had gone in their favor that they had advantages in, but they allowed OpTic to make the play and not themselves to make the right play. But OpTic Gaming, if you make mistakes like the ones Quadrant were making, you cannot beat a team like OpTic Gaming, and that was a series that proved that. Quadrant showed that they had the individual skill to compete with some of the world's best players. It was just small decisions that really dictated some of the significant amount of opportunities that OpTic were able to have. I think if Quadrant are able to fix those, they become so much scarier in my eyes.
I just want to say and highlight here, looking at the stats, it just shows you how close this series truly was. Yes, it was a 3-1, it didn't go all the way to that game 5, but that is okay because you can see moments of complete and utter chaos happening here. Look at 30,000 damage Seeker had, the only one in the lobby with 30k damage plus. That's huge. And then you also see, just in terms of the slays, it's very even across the board. There's not a huge amount of differential between the two. And we kind of touched upon slays here as well, Tony, where often we found Quadrant kind of outslaying OpTic a little bit, and certain advantages throughout the series where, yes, at certain points in time they were outslaying, but they weren't necessarily winning. You know, what's that telling you about this Quadrant roster right now that they might need to clean up going into tomorrow?
Well, it's really that objective efficiency. I mean, the fact that you can outslay, out-assist, and lots of times out-tempo the opposition. We've now seen this now in 2 different series where it's just that objective efficiency that just they have to maybe fix a little bit, which I think they have a right head on their shoulders. They're gonna do that film review. They're gonna theory craft. They're gonna get there. On the other side of things, I love my stats, but I almost feel like this was really misleading because I feel like Dead Zone started off a little bit slow when it came to the kill department. He did, but in that final game, not only was he really flying out in slays, 39 kills, which wasn't the most as far as his team. he had the most assists. He had the most ball time. He had very impactful and very unselfish plays. I remember one where he grabs that camouflage, Formal's down to one shot. A lot of players might bait their teammate to stay alive with camo. No, he puts himself out there, makes himself the shield to keep Formal alive, then gets out and allows Formal to get there. It's just a lot of unselfish plays. I really love the way Dead Zone specifically played that game 4.
Yeah, I feel like every single time we were seeing a massive play from OpTic, it was Dead Zone that was doing it. Whether it was even just small things like ball rotations that buy his team so much time, Dead Zone was on his A game in that series, and they needed him to be on his A game to get that series out of the way to deny a game 5. So shout out to Dead Zone. I don't speculate the pickup at all, and I think that this further solidifies that OpTic Gaming picked up someone in Dead Zone that when they need a player to step up and make plays that are going to impact the outcome of the game, they don't have to be the flashiest, although some of them were. Dead Zone is a perfect player for this team to answer the ring of the bell when OpTic need him most.
Without question, he is always a game changer on that roster and has been since the time he joined it. So incredible stuff from the entire team to get through that absolute grueler. Let's take a look at the pools right now though and see the updates coming forward. Of course, today has been pool play day. It is Friday of your London Major. And as you can see on Pool B, OpTic Gaming 2-0 sitting nice and pretty alongside every single team that have come in here. So top seeds are looking pretty good right now. No major upsets, although we were looking at that Pool B clutch about, you know, the pool of death and how it was doing, because obviously Sentinels, Quadrant, OpTic Gaming, that is a really difficult competitive situation for all three of them, especially with the seeding coming in as well. Quadrant coming in as the underdog. I know they finished 0-2, but what I will say is they didn't play like an underdog today. Today they played like they were meant to be there, like they had deserved to be there, and honestly could have deserved a win or two. There were small little situations and margins that might have changed the outcome.
That's the difficult part about this, is when you watch Quadrant play today, they played against 2 of the 5 best teams in the world, in my opinion, and they went toe-to-toe. They went blow for blow. They were swinging fists with the best in the world. And right now, being 0-2, although you feel like you played great today, you didn't come away with a series win, and that still will put you in the elimination bracket come tomorrow, as long as the open bracket team doesn't just start throwing around and creating an upset where it becomes a game differential, which I do not expect an open bracket team to compete with Sentinels and OpTic. So I think Quadrant will still be forced to go to that elimination bracket, and that's a tough pill to swallow, because you're like, we're not playing bad.
Yeah.
We just played 2 great teams. But if you want to be a great team, Quadrant have expectations of being a great team, you got to find ways to beat other great teams, because there's only so much room at the top. Quadrant are going to kick themselves for not being able to create an upset today, but their tournament is not over, and we'll see how resilient they are and how their headspace can stay into it throughout the rest of this weekend, because that's going to be such a difficult task, knowing you have no room for error going into the elim bracket.
Quadrant obviously feel like they're one of the best teams in the league, and they should feel that way. But coming out of this pool play, obviously full of death, I think no matter who comes out of open, I think they win it. And I think even though they're going to start off in the elimination bracket, the way they play today, they're going to be the best third place team as far as that's in pool play.
That's no question.
Going to that elimination bracket. So, I mean, it's going to be tough, but you're going to play someone maybe that's lesser skilled when you one that you can win, as long as you beat that open bracket team and you can just build momentum, make a run from there. So Quadrant, your tournament is not over yet. In fact, I would say maybe it could be like a new beginning right now for them, because you got Sentinels, you got OpTic out of the way. It's smooth sailing from here, baby.
Indeed. Look, it's a rebirth, right? Coming into the championship bracket for Quadrant, but it was phenomenal. A few people also with momentum on their side is our KD leaderboard, of course. Here's our top 5 coming out of day number 1. Stella on the top of that pile. Cycle, Suppressed. They remain here from Shopify Rebellion. They were there in Arlington. They have bumped down 1. Legend is in 4th spot, and Tarlik is in 5th. I got to say, some phenomenal slayers on this leaderboard here. I'm not really surprised that SS Jesus is on the top of that, because usually he finds himself on this throughout the entire weekend. And a 1.57, that's a very handsome KD coming out of day 1.
Part of the benefit of being the 1 seed is you have the easiest pool, but part of being the 1 seed also means you're probably the best team in the world, and you have the best player in the world. Stellar has been doing this for a long time, and there's an argument to be made for him and the likes of Legend from what we saw from Arlington. So two of the best players in the world, separated by a couple of Shopify Rebellion players, gives you some hope for maybe what's to come here and when this goes to the winners bracket, because Shopify have been a team that we have called out to watch. They're surely playing well with stats like that.
They certainly will be indeed. Well, I'll tell you what, I've had an absolute blast today. I know we're a bit tired. We've been doing a lot of games, covering a lot of things, red zoning, but it has been so much fun. And we've seen some banger of a series already. So I don't know what tomorrow's going to bring. I do know Championship Bracket is going to be that next level up, which I'm really excited for Quadrant, because I feel like if this is how they're performing on day one against some Titans, surely day two, they're just going to be up a gear, right?
I just worry about what the bracket turns into, because all of a sudden, they're going to have to play one of those 2 seeds eventually for like top 8 or for top 6. And which 2 seed is it? Because there will be your Sentinels. There will be very difficult teams to try and take down, your ITBs, for example. And that's going to be such a difficult test. That's a must-win series. You have to win one of these series if you believe you truly are a top 6 team. They're playing great, but there's no room for error. There's no more room for mistakes. There's no excuses that are coming out. There's no more VOD review nights after the next series. So you got to get the job done now. If you're Quadrant, you got to refocus. You have tonight to go over things, but no more room for error.
Tell you what, though, you could argue that this pool of death has been a very good platform for them to prepare for some of those Titans coming into tomorrow, because they know exactly how it feels to be up there on the main stage against some of the best in the world. Folks, tomorrow, Saturday, brings our championship bracket, but things kick off at 10:30 a.m. for you guys at home. If you do want to tune in across all 4 of our streams, we'll be having the open bracket. It will be continuing on. We'll find out who is coming in to those pools and who will be sitting where, any upsets that could be occurring. It's going to be amazing, so please do join us for day 2 of London tomorrow. We're going to get some rest. I hope you guys have enjoyed pool play. It has been phenomenal. We'll find out all the scores on the board tomorrow. Folks, get some rest. We'll see you tomorrow for more HCS London Major.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to LVT Halo's continuous coverage of HCS London. We got a big one here, Eli. This feels way too early in the day, way too early in the tournament for having such a consequential series, as we have Sentinels taking on OpTic.
This is an insane match in pools. I could absolutely see this being a match for top 4, top 3, maybe even a grand finals type appearance. Maybe I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but I do see a lot in this Sentinels roster. I think OpTic has been hitting a stride recently where they're feeling as powerful as they were in that season 1 towards the end of it. But right now, Sentinels also feeling as powerful as ever with precision on the roster. And I feel like Lethal playing with a bit more energy as well. So this could be an intense series that goes the distance.
Sentinels win the opening break and have early pressure in the OpTic base, but Lethal trades out, and that could be big for OpTic. That's a trade win condition for OpTic in that it hopefully pushes the Sentinels roster back, but no. OpTic go 2 down, and you see Formal here. He steps back into his base to play from a more defensive standpoint. As he now pushes in, looks towards the generator. Dead Zone pushing out. That should mean that the rest of OpTic are going to push out into the generator, but Dead Zone goes down by himself. The assist comes through, but numbers are going to dwindle. A little bit of a missed timing from the OpTic gaming crew here to start, and Sentinel should have the first pull, but OpTic do a great job to continuously trade out. If not for these crucial trades in their defensive base, Sentinels would already have a pull, if not a 1-0 lead.
Lucid absolutely clutching up. Last player alive gets 2 and then a 3rd as well to clear his side when Sentinels had firm control of that utility side, which is so important to run a flag on this map. For Lucid to shut that down as the last player alive is absolutely massive, but the pressure has been heavy on OpTic's side of the map really since the game started. This looks like maybe the first opportunity that OpTic has to get out of their base. But as I say that, Falcated still in their utility, just pulling more attention backwards. Somehow wins that fight against Trippy as well. And that means that Sentinels once again will claim ownership of OpTic's utility side. But it's OpTic on the other side. We've got members of both teams on both sides of the map.
Yeah, you can see Dead Zone there wanted to push out and then looked back over his left shoulder like, wait, Falcated's still there? As Falcated, a thorn in the side of OpTic Gaming. Flag out for now. As Lucid with the overshield gonna have to play more defense. That flag is out for Sentinels. So Sentinels, it seems pretty even in trades and in slays, but it feels like Sentinels have the early edge. Lucid and OpTic thankful that they were able to grab this overshield and stop this run for now.
Right now, slays heavily on the side of Sentinels. Looks like they have just been winning a majority of the fights right now, which is not easy to do against OpTic. Lucid going to try to find a crafty kill bottom middle. 3 do go dead for Sentinels, but this could be OpTic's chance to finally get into the base, get a flag out, but if not for Falcated playing defender here bottom center.
Boo-boo. Looking to stay alive. Now it's pressure from OpTic Gaming in the Sentinels base as Trippy and the rest of the boys have pushed through. Flag already out in the courtyard as Trippy looks to continue the run, but he goes down. Unfortunate timing there. Lethal's the only player alive for Sentinels, and he's able to make a miraculous stop. That could have been huge if Trippy's able to continue to stay alive, continue to run that through the P side. A rare P run there for Sentinels. Ends up getting reset as we have an even 2v2 feed. Looks like things are going to reset in totality here, as it's been very difficult for both of these two teams to get any offense going off the start.
Interestingly, I'm noticing both teams playing a lot of low ground positions. You know, this map traditionally known to be super important to hold high ground, but both teams just trying to find sneaky routes through bottom center, and it's going to pay off for OpTic here as Trippy's going to get this flag out and into the util. Spawners of Sentinels just came up, so they're ultimately trying to take a lot of space, maybe trying to get into the OpTic base before this flag gets too far. But as more kills go in the kill feed in favor of OpTic, this flag looks like it should go home.
That's big. Dead Zone, the bodyguard, ended up going down. That allowed Sentinels a chance to pull, and they do. That all comes down to Dead Zone going down previously when Trippy needed a bodyguard. Dead Zone went down, but it looks like they're still going to be able to reset this flag. 3 go down for Sentinels, and I like that play there. Reset it a little bit to the positioning on the reset, then let it finish via time as 3 went down for Sentinels. OpTic Gaming go up 1-0 in this match. What a very resilient start here for OpTic Gaming.
Dead Zone with perfect efficiency there, like you said, just waiting the timer as long as he needed to and just had the understanding of how much time was left for it to return automatically. Perfectly timed on the flag stump, and now Lucid's got another flag out. He's going to make a pit stop here to return his own flag and also get a killing spree. Gets enough damage on that second player for Trippy to take care of it, and now this flag should start going all the way back. This looks like the early 2-0 lead for OpTic.
Feels like every time we look up at the top left corner of our screen, there are at least 3 down for Sentinels as a tidal wave of numbers have started to roll here for OpTic Gaming, led by their OBJ mastermind, Dead Zone. We were talking about Legend comping for Dead Zone previously on that SSG roster, but now Dead Zone, top Slayer and top OBJer, as OpTic getting a little bit of that magical run, a dueling personality trait there. But now 3 go down for OpTic Gaming. Sentinels have the numbers advantage that they had off the start. Weren't able to do anything with it though, and imagine if it was 1-2, the game would feel a little bit different here. Sentinels still looking for their first score.
See that right there. Sentinels had a lot of players dead for OpTic, but maybe should have timed their push. OpTic's too smart. They're going to be throwing those defensive nades as you come in. They're going to know the timing that you're going to get into the base. Those nades made all the difference. Sentinels, if they just stutter stepped maybe for a second or 2, waited for the nades, they could have had a flag out by now. They still do continue to slay out though. 3 dead, which means Lethal should be able to get this flag out, but they're going to have to get more spawn kills to get this further on the map. On top of that, Overshield just came up. They do stop and get that, and that is going to be huge. This could be the catalyst for Sentinels to get their first cap on the board.
Oh, massive grenade though from Formal, and it doesn't take down Boo Boo, but it does take down his overshield, and because of that he goes down shortly after. So Formal not getting the slay, and I think that example right there is like a microcosm for what this game has looked like for Matt. He's got 5 slays, only 5 slays, but 12 assists. Great example of that right there is Sentinels do in fact put their first one on the board as they're only down 1, 5.5 left.
So important to bring that cap within, or those points within 1. It means that should this timer start to dwindle down, sudden death could be on the table, but it is another 3 dead for OpTic. Boo in the base, trying to get this flag out. Falcated's there with him. And Formal finally getting shut down. This could be another flag run opportunity, but they have to pay attention to where these spawners are coming from. And Lethal has the awareness to go ahead and attack these players at P1. We'll see if this flag can make it even further on the map.
Flag in the hands of Boo. Runs out past a little bit of a fumble, and I think he heard footsteps coming through the bottom mid location. 2 players for OpTic Gaming push through. That's Trippy with 1. Dead Zone goes down, but not before putting shots down onto Falcated. Trippy gonna try to finish up on the damage, and he does not. Has to reload instead. Falcated gets the slay, and what's gonna occur out of that? A reset ultimately, but Sentinels will win the mid-map control after 3 go down for OpTic.
Yeah, Trippy did enough there to at least get the flag returned, but does go down. Like you said, that means mid-map control could swing in the favor of Sentinels, but what can they do with it? Like I said, these low ground positions, for some reason, being very popular so far this game. At this point, OpTic just meticulously getting out of their base. Trippy just peeking out the P door, make sure that he has some teammates to shoot with him. Now that he's taking control of the P side, they look to push into the base of Sentinels. Sentinels have been getting spawn killed for a little bit here, but OpTic have not had a chance to get all the way in the base.
Lucid pulls another flag out. OpTic still up by 1. Another overshield up soon, and OpTic Gaming, they're about to roll. They're about to get overshield. They're about to get another flag cap to make it a 3-1 game, but there's still 1 player left. It's Boo alive in the OpTic side of the base, and if you can just stay alive a little longer, maybe pull a flag out. No, it's not going to be enough, as OpTic will in fact earn the overshield, I imagine, and a 3-1 lead.
Story has continued for Formal. 15 assists now. Maybe not as many slays as we're used to seeing from him, but the damage output is unquestionable. Falcated's just constantly applying pressure into the OpTic's utility side of the map as he gets the perfect kill, utilizing the thruster on Formal. Gonna also be able to chuck this flag into the courtyard. The rest of Sentinels look to push up, get a couple slays so they can continue moving this flag.
If you'll recall, Eli, it was Formal in HCS Season 1, a top 5 support player, top 5 in assists nearly every single LAN tournament. And HCS Season 1 was the year OpTic won the Halo World Championship. 2v2 for now, after 3 actually go down for OpTic Gaming. Now hopping on board here at the Precision, some cross-map shots into the back of Dead Zone and Formal. As he gets the perfect shots on the player top mid, that's Lethal who goes down now. Precision just trying to push through, protecting the offensive side of the map. The flag is out for Sentinels, but I think it just got reset, so Precision's going to be in a situation, I believe, where he's going to have to do a little bit more work and pull himself. He does. That's exactly what the case is as he continues on through the generator.
Sentinels also were aware of the spawners coming on that P side. This is probably the easiest map to predict spawns. If you're in their util, they're probably going to spawn Fridge. Sentinels knows that with how much experience they have on the map, and they've done a great job to apply pressure to those spawners, but understanding there's 3 members of OpTic alive right now, they accurately decide that it is time to stop and slay. This flag will stay alive, but they've got to kill a couple more members of OpTic before they can punch this in.
Flag goes through, and Sentinels have done enough to keep it close, but OpTic have held on to the lead throughout this match. Holding on to another overshield is Formal as he earns what I...
Welcome back, everybody. Hello. We just watched day 1, pool day. Tools and active. How are you guys feeling after that incredible first day of pools?
You know what? It's been fantastic Halo throughout. I feel like we saw some great games, right? We're going to go back to that OpTic Gaming match a little bit after it's all that freezing and stuff is done. But couple notes of who I'm really impressed by. Shopify Rebellion first off, I'll say it now, I'll say it loud and proud, I'll say it for all 6,000 of you so that you know to book it when I say it today. Shopify Rebellion will be in the grand finals come Sunday. Woo. They look incredible. They dominated against Native Gaming. They played a very great series against ITB, clutching up in a game 5 after they had like a 45-minute delay. Shopify Rebellion is my team of the weekend. Book it. I will stand on that business.
So
How are you feeling
I was
about
gonna say,
active?
yeah, for me, it's I gotta see more. I mean, yes, you got ITB, yes, you got Native, but I think Shopify have to have that test, that one test that's gonna take them to that next level for me, right? If you beat a Faze, if you beat an OpTic, once we get to bracket play, then I'm like, okay, we got something going on here. But right now, I haven't seen enough personally.
All right. Well, I feel like I heard Tool saying that Shopify Rebellion's up for grand finals. Is that your prediction here?
That's my prediction. I'm gonna stick by it. I'm very confident in Shopify Rebellion this time around. I think they've been playing extremely well. I think they showed resilience today, right? They're the first team to come on broadcast. They were having problems, right? And it's so easy to check yourself out and not be ready to come out and play. And I felt like they set themselves right. They played a really close series against Into the Breach, which is a very good team. I think a team that many have underrated coming into this series. Big Shopify Rebellion fan. I imagine we're gonna have Shopify Rebellion and Space Station Gaming as my top two, but you know, things can get hairy, things can go wrong. OpTic Gaming, Faze are obviously good, and they played extremely well this weekend, or I mean I should say just today. We got still a whole weekend to go.
We do. Day number 1 only. I feel like I heard your prediction, but Active, what's your prediction for grand finals?
Oh, that's a tough one. The thing is, the way I look at it is some teams on Friday, they don't really bring their full potential, I guess is the right way to say it, right? When it comes to bracket play, then you start to see these teams pick it up, like Faze flipping the switch, right? And a whole different Faze is seen. Or OpTic. Obviously, all these teams have played well today. They end up as number 1 in their pool, but I need to see them face that bracket play test when they're faced against these other top tier teams. That's what I really need to see. If I really had to come up with the grand finals, I would say it's going to be SSG and OpTic. I think they both look really good right now. It's a little bit safe, you know, obviously coming from Arlington, it's a little bit of a safe prediction, but I think SSG, I've said it time and time again, are going to win multiple events this year. I'm going to go as far as to say is SSG is going to win this event as well.
All right, SSG on the side. I think we should all write this down and see if this is how it's gonna go down. Are we gonna probably see some bets here? See who's gonna, if Tools gets the prediction right, or Actor gets the prediction right.
I'll say one thing before we go.
Okay.
I'm playing Fantasy Halo this weekend.
Mhm.
I got a group of 8. We did our buy-in. You know, a little bit of prize money on the line. When we looked at the top KD, I think Louis has it already. We have the top KDs of this weekend.
Ooh.
My first overall pick was Stellar. My second overall pick was Cycle. I think I know what I'm talking about. These two are fantastic players. Cycle is going to be an all-star this weekend. Keep an eye out on him. And then I like to label them as the delinquent duo, Suppressed and Soul Snipe. Those two have been playing incredible together as well. There's a reason why I'm high on Shopify Rebellion, but I feel like Space Station is going to be that true test. Space Station look just unbeatable at times. Legend coming back over to Europe, not necessarily the home crowd buff, right? He's from France, but you know, the French famously love the Brits, right? So I feel like they're going to get along just well, and that there will be no animosity in that crowd towards them.
We'll have to see there. I love seeing also we saw Suppressed earlier today get a killing frenzy in one of the matchups as well. Like it's been incredible to see this team just really settle into that top 4. I'm talking about Shopify Rebellion. Settle into that top 4 placement and see if they will set in that top 4 placement or maybe even break into top 3 this event.
Honestly, I mean, honestly, Suppressed has got this like unwavering confidence. We talked about it a little bit during our matches that we cast together, Tools. If you bring that same confidence from pool play Friday to bracket play tomorrow, oh man, like we're gonna see the best Suppressed possible, and I think that'll carry Shopify. I think Shopify are gonna place really well. Do they break that Arlington placement of 4th? I'm not sure. But they do look good. I will 100% give Tools that. I hate agreeing with you, Tools, but I will agree they look extremely good coming from these Pool D matches.
Yeah, I'm with it. I think they look really good. I'm, you know, Tim, handshakes across the board. I'm with it. I'm with you.
We're looking at Pool C right now with Faze. We were trying to see if Faze was going to be bouncing back this LAN. They have not been performing the way we're used to seeing Faze. And starting on day one, they're looking all right there with a 2-0 on Pool C. It's Pool C is not like the craziest pool to be in. They almost did. I remember a game where versus Cloud9 where it wasn't as easy as it should have. I don't want to say easy, but it wasn't as challenging for Cloud9 to be up against Faze in that one game. How do you feel Faze's performance has been on this day number 1 on pool play?
Faze's performance this weekend, I think, shows that they've had experience and they've done it before, but the signs of weakness that we've seen online are true, if that makes sense, right? Like Cloud9, pretty good team, not a team that should be taking Faze to game 5s. Faze should have had probably 2 3-0 sweeps if we're talking about that world championship roster that we saw late last year. Right, this year it seems as if things are going to be a little bit mixy for this team. Right, they're having close objective games. They're not quite getting the wins that we'd expect from them. We are seeing them clutch up in the important moments though, and that's the Slayer, right? That 50-30 in game 5. That's the Faze that I think we're going to see this weekend in the clutch moments, and that's why I still have them finishing at least top 4 in the tournament today.
What about you, Tim? What are your thoughts on Faze and how they've been performing this weekend? Do you see them on that top 3?
Oh yeah, I mean, my thing about Faze is, yes, I was a little bit disappointed in that Arlington placement. Coming into this event, I think that once again we see a slow start from Faze in pool play. I think that will change, but that being said, I talked about Shopify Rebellion not having, obviously not having the strongest pool, I would say. Faze, I don't think they have a very strong pool either. I think Complexity is a team that's going to give them, that matches up pretty well against them. But for me, Faze really again showcased their talent in bracket play. But I agree with Tools. I'm not seeing a lot out of Faze when those moments come through where they need to be clutch and they need to close out a game. They do. They closed out those 2 Slayers really well. We know them to be a great Slayer team, but at the same time, I'm not seeing that objective efficiency out of them. I'm not seeing those objective games be very strong, and I need to see those happen tomorrow in bracket play.
I do want to say that they are competing in London right now, so there's jet lag. We also had Renegade also post on Twitter that he had 3 flights canceled as well, so he had trouble also getting to the event. So I wonder if that's going to put a little bit of pressure on him staying focused and the rest of the team staying focused for this LAN. I think it's very important to be able to focus up on that day 1. Hopefully we will see them. We've all experienced jet lag, I believe. How do you feel it could be a great way to maybe overcome jet lag, or what could be the, how troublesome could that be for you?
Just be built different. You know what I'm saying? Jet lag, for me, it's like just sleep on the plane. What's the problem, right? Like we've seen how people having problems with their flights, but for me, I just sleep on the plane. I don't get jet lag that bad, but I can understand why people have it. But at the end of the day, you knew what was coming up, right? You knew that you were gonna go play in London. You had to be prepared for that. You have to overcome. And to me, you can't use it as an excuse. Like those EU guys that come over and play in our tournaments, they don't use it as an excuse. We can't do the same when we go and compete over in Europe. You just have to be your best self at that day.
Good point.
True that. I feel like it's time to get in a listen in the highlights of Shopify Rebellion versus ITB Esports.
Pressure through the driveway, gonna repulse out. Mouse and keyboard, the flick movement, you can't do that on controller. He gets out of dodge, plays his life, and now with the man advantage opportunity here, ITB can get some significant time with 1 round of slays.
Same place where Wu-Tong was pushing through the loop side. Now you see Shopify Rebellion do the same, but they're sent right back. 3 down for Shopify. Only 1 left. Solstice gets the kill, but he can't stay alive. ITB win that engagement.
He's doing a good job to neutralize this hill to make sure that Shopify don't get too much significant time, but Suppress making plays with this camo can set them up to make this at least a 1-score game.
Down 0-2. They really need Suppress to go off with this camouflage. They also need ITB to go 3 down. They literally got just that. The final player will not have any impact at all. That's Mighty's that ends up going down, and the first hill should be going to Shopify Rebellion. How do you not see him?
He stuck him, though. A beautiful stick. They go up 3-1. That is such an unbelievable lead for them to try to play around here in this game. Let's see if they have what it takes to get 1 more round of Slays.
1 more push for Shopify Rebellion. 1 more round of Slays is all that is needed for ITB to close this one out. Cycle tries to make his way through the loop side. He doesn't get the kill onto Mighty's, but now it's a 2-pronged attack. Now with 3-prongs, you got presence on yard, loop, and driveway. But can you execute if you're Shopify Rebellion? Jimbo, now the final player alive here. He's 1 shot, but he can't get it.
But look how much time Jimbo just bought. Respawner's already in yard. Mighty's with grenades going to be able to do some serious damage to these players. 3 players for Shopify, all eating the grenades. Almost picks up a big double on the side of Mighty's. He is traded out. A 2-on-2 situation. Tony, look how close these points are.
It's Rebellion holding out ITB at the moment here. Wutum's trying to find a way in. He's going to have to fight his way through. Drop from the heavens to get that melee. Now here comes Chick to replace him. The final seconds are in. That's ITB stealing yet another one.
They get the point. They go up 2 points. Now 2 minutes on the clock. He has the camo, but with 10 seconds, he's all by himself and forced to try and make a play. Let's see what he does.
The moment he shoots is the moment ITB are calling him out, and now that he's in the hill, they know exactly where he's at, but he still rips 1. 2 goes down. That's huge plays coming out of Cycle and Shopify. That should net them this hill. 5 seconds. It stops as the hill is moving. You have to get in this next hill, and you cannot get out.
Immediately recaptured by Shopify, and they will have a setup that ITB are forced to break.
Luckily for Shopify, you have that grace period to move from 1 hill to the other with no time going down, and only 1 second since you started. You're over halfway done right now. ITB, you can't choke this.
4 seconds on the clock. The hill carrier taken down. Soul Snipe, the last player alive. He's going to slide into it, but here comes the ITB pinch. Wutum and Chick will put a punctuation on game 1, and ITB will show you that they're here to play in this series. And your opportunities. So maybe not a terrible point of view to watch from Chicks, but he's not having the success he needs. Cycle having the success he needs, however. 12, 4, and 7, a big double kill from him with the shock rifle, even able to stay alive and just be a nuisance. 41-33, it's an 8-kill game, but as we continue to get closer and closer to 50, Shopify gets closer, tying this series up and have even more room to play around.
He's the 2nd youngest pro in the scene to my knowledge, but man, he plays like a vet. That shroud was huge to keep him alive and keep him in the fight, and just big plays come out of sight.
Mighty's with the
overkill. Mighty's with the answer back. ITB, they're not out of it.
The support, it crumbles over towards the elevator as Shopify ignore the camo player on the map. They found the kills they need to make this a game in their favor. It ends with the camo player eventually getting taken down.
And snipe out the 1-shot Wutum ends up right back to the black screen, but Jimbo's moving a flag, and Menso is still going off. That's a double out of him. And Menso now going to push forward here. Snipe in hands, has a teammate with them. It's a 1-2 combo as they look to clear out their base.
Big shots out of Mental, deny a counter cap opportunity from ITB Esports. A killing spree now from Mental, and if he doesn't hit those snipes, ITB would have had that flag through camo.
Still has 2 to work with right now, making 1, but Soul Snipe finds the first. A long-range rocket is going to connect. That's Jimbo. That's why he's the power weapon master in the lobby. Overshield ends up being shredded. That sniper not going to go out. So lots going in favor of ITB, and that includes a flag going in 2-1 lead. And not only did they get rockets, but they also put Shopify Rebellion 3 down, so they're going to be in this space. They're going to know where the spawns are coming from. They are in a perfect position to maybe cap this flag as another 2 down, a fresh 2 down for Shopify, and Chick takes down a 3rd. Cycle does win his pivotal battle, but right now, Chick, he gets a trade. Convert that into some offense as they approach the base of ITB, but Jimbo ends up behind enemy lines. He gets the pull. Nobody's on spawn. This is going to be it. ITB are going to upset upset here.
There's no chance Shopify can stop this. Jimbo with the flag in his base will once again take the lead, and ITB with the upset in Game 3 will take the lead and at least guarantee themselves at a chance at a Game 5. The Shopify need to hold this setup strong, already up 55-18.
This ball right now is going to use his bait at the moment here, and Wootum flying right past Suppressed, and an easy kill for him means a punishing round of slays in favor of Shopify over ITB as they grab that ball, and this is some good time for them.
Yeah, this round starting to get out of hand now. 63-18. Shopify starting to pick it up in the slays department. The S7 and the hands
is Shopify, and they already have 80 seconds. ITB now needs to come off a spawn toward that green side and needs to get in quick. This is the final push. This is it.
Last push of the round right now. Multiple players getting taken down. Early cycle pivoting from one player to the next. Finds himself a triple kill. All of ITB go down, and Shopify respond from the loss in Game 3 with an early, quick round 1 victory.
I want to start a thing now. Them boys just got cycled. I'm gonna start it. It's cool. Don't look at me.
It's not that bad.
No, don't look at me.
I said it's not that bad. Round 1 and this early round 2 is dominant from Shopify right back in this series. It feels like every time ITB try to get some momentum, somebody steps up for Shopify.
And then finishes off that kill. Almost 70 seconds here for Shopify Rebellion in the 2v2 scenario. This next slay will give Shopify the advantage. That's a double, that's a triple, and that's ballin'. ITB, you're gonna have one more push off a spawn.
That's gonna do it, ladies and gentlemen. Our first big series of the day is going the distance. Shopify tie this series up, and we'll find ourselves on Aquarius Slayer, the first to 50 here shortly.
This is ITB's opportunity to put them 3 down and keep that map control, but you notice Mighty, he's getting chased down to one shot. He goes, Soulstar trying to find the angle. He ain't gonna get it. A big kill out of Mighty's right there. Slows down Rebellion just a bit.
Mighty's staying alive once again, gets himself in the bottom middle. Is anyone from Shopify able to get an angle onto him? Look at Suppress trying to overextend. And it's a 7-kill game. ITB starting to feel a little bit more nervous. The first overshoot of the game goes to Shopify here. Heat Wave in the hands of Cycle, and they're looking to push with this overshield Heat Wave. A lot of damage, and staying alive even more so important for Cycle right now, as another clean wipe onto ITB, flush out the closet, and push the lead to 10. It gets traded out. Wootum gets taken down.
Double
2 kills
kill.
now for ITB. It makes it 49-39. The push is unsuccessful. The overshield is wiped, and Mental gets the 50th kill to avoid the upset, and Shopify rebound in games 4 and 5 to take down a very feisty ITB.
Shopify Rebellion looking stronger than ever before, and there's so much room to grow. And speaking of room to grow, Space Station Gaming has been the strongest they've ever been. Is there room to grow for them in this event? Look at them right now, 2-0 in Pool A, Tim.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Legend is already one of the best players in the league. In fact, Tool says he's the best player right now, and I would almost agree with that. But the thing is, he has growing to do, right? He was the best player in EU, comes over to NA, ends up on a roster of very talented players and very intelligent players in like Eco, and he's playing so well with Bound. This Legend's just gonna grow over time. He's just gonna get better and better, and as he gets better, Space Station Gaming ceiling rises as well. Like I said, I think they're gonna win multiple events. I think they win this event, and they're looking dominant already.
I mean, Space Station Gaming are the champions from Arlington, and they're coming back to win another event. Now, I want to put a spotlight here on Proton Gaming because they had a great, incredible run through the online tournament, and right now they're sitting second place in Pool A.
But Proton, I think, is a team that's gonna come out and surprise some people today, right? So a team that came together the last second, right? Collect was not on that team a week before a week before the London qualifiers happened. He gets joined, they win that London qualifier, gets them this spot in their pool, and I think they played extremely well. Now, obviously, you have to put their stats with a little bit of an asterisk when you look at it, Vitalik's in that top 5 KD so far. When you look at number 7 and number 8 for the weekend, Collect and Lashar are joining them there with a 1.27 and a 1.19. Druck finally having his appearance back at LAN once again. It's been forever since we've seen him. I'm very high on this Proton Gaming roster, but it's going to come down to winning big games on Saturday, and that's the one thing that we need to see from this roster, right? We know that Talik and Druck have been able to go far in tournaments before. We have not seen the same result from Last Shot and Collect, so it's going to be a very mixy day on Saturday where they're going to need to ice up and play well. I believe in them. I want them to succeed. The question is, will that happen? And, you know, sometimes we want something to happen and it doesn't happen, but I'm a big believer. Big ups on this. I think Collect has found a home where he's going to really be able to shine on this team.
And that's what he's been looking for, that home. Will this be the home for Collect? Now, moving on to Pool B. Let's talk OpTic. OpTic made a change just a few months ago, bringing in Dead Zone. I want to know how you guys feel Dead Zone has been fitting in an OpTic game. I mean, this team is such a consistent team. We want to see them in top 3 and land this event. How is Dead Zone fitting in, and how do you guys feel that OpTic has been playing?
Honestly, I think OpTic's been playing really well. I think Dead Zone's a great player, and I doubted him a little bit in Arlington, and I made that very clear. I doubted the change. I thought APG was a great fit for this roster, but as Arlington went on, Dead Zone continued to impress me. He's got the firepower that OpTic Gaming needed. I'm still not seeing 100% out of OpTic, and that's just me knowing that they can be even better than what they are so far. Sentinels take them to a game 5 here. You can see it was a very convincing game 5, but still, I want to see more out of OpTic. I want to see what they're capable of. I want to see them back on that world championship level that we once know they could be at.
Yeah, I think they've definitely been building that chemistry ever since they got Dead Zone. Now Sentinels, they picked up Precision, and we can see that they took OpTic to game 5, and I would love to talk about Precision's performance, how Sentinels has been looking on LAN with this new squad.
I think the Sentinels team is a team that's completely reinvented with Precision on the roster. When you look at his KD today, it's not like the most impressive thing. He's at a 0.99, but he's still playing extremely well. I think Sentinels looks like a fantastic roster together at the moment. They took OpTic to game 5, right? And I think that's what they need to do on pool play. Figuring out how to win game 5 against OpTic, that's something that they can save for Saturday, save for Sunday, when it comes back to them. But a lot of potential with this roster, and the reality for this team in particular is it's going to come down to game 5 performances. The one thing that I think is reassuring for me when you look at this team, right, they were in the pool of death, right? 3 very good teams in their 3 good teams in this pool, with Sentinels joining OpTic and Quadrant. We still see Falcade crack the top 10 KD, the only player from those 3 teams to crack the top 10 KD in today's tournament with a 1.14. And that's what you need from Falcade this entire weekend. It's something that he plays well, but it's something that's been missing, where he's supposed to be that player that is that top slayer for the team. If he can really fit into that role this weekend, I think the Sentinels team goes far. And so far, they've been looking extremely impressive, in my opinion. It's a tough luck of the draw for Quadrant. I think this is like a nightmare scenario for them when we look at this pool, because of how good Sentinels and OpTic Gaming look right now. I mean, these are 2 teams that look primed to go far in tournament play.
I mean, look at Sentinels right now in this highlight here. Precision. Look at his KD. They brought firepower. They've been winning a lot of Slayers as well. Tim, I want to know your thoughts on Sentinels and what we're seeing here.
Yeah, Precision's a great player, and I think they compared him to Shotzi. We're talking about one of the best players of all time in a very short stint in Halo 5. That's a big comparison. That's some praise that Sentinels are giving Precision. There's a reason why Sparty got dropped for Precision, and honestly, at first I was like, oh, Sparty, Sparty's got that really high ceiling. I think of maybe a bit of consistency problems that I would say out of Sparty, but they bring a very consistent Precision, a man who doesn't miss ever. And honestly, again, another player who will grow over the year and will continue to get better.
You know, my favorite thing about Precision, it really is, he just looks so comfortable, so confident, and just ready to, he looks like he's ready to be in these top teams, and I'm just excited to see how he's definitely going to be growing. Now, I'm glad, Tools, that you brought that Pool B was the pool of death, because looking at Quadrant, it might look to anybody just looking on paper here that Quadrant has an 0-2, but they had incredible matches against OpTic and Sentinels. It was not easy for them, and they've been bringing it for they are in Europe, they're in London. Quadrant is definitely going to have the crowd cheering on for them, and they bringing on a show. How do you guys feel Quadrant has been dealing with Pool B having Sentinels and OpTic there?
I feel like this has been heartbreaking for them, to be honest. Like, right, you're at the home crowd, you have everyone behind you, and you've fallen in some close series, especially that OpTic Gaming one that we just saw before we ended today's broadcast. It was literally heartbreaking to see them lose that game 5, but as we see them play against Sentinels, right, it was a lot of back and forth between these two, but I just felt like Sentinels looked that just little bit better throughout this game, throughout these games, and I just want to see maybe how they deal with that, because the open bracket teams that are going to come out of today's tournament are going to be really strong. And for them, they played against 2 good teams. They played in the distance, right? But if they don't come out the gate strong, they could end up not qualifying for winners bracket. It is a reality that they need to face, and they need to be strong and ready for whatever team comes out of that open bracket.
Then why don't we go ahead and take a listen in on this last matchup, Quadrant versus Sentinels.
Games by 70 points, so they're already in the driving seat, and they're looking to just push themselves over the finish line now. But we know Sentinels are a team that could come back into things right at the very death here. But Quadrant, they're locking in, they're watching Big Door. One last push here for Sen.
How many times have we seen a team get stopped here and lose the game? They cannot do it. They cannot afford to. 2 go down for Sentinels, and that's enough for Quadrant to claim game 1.
Just wasting ammo at this point, knowing that he's about to be pushed. Does come out with something, though. Glory still just keeping Quadrant in this one.
Glory pulls out a little bit of magic. And will that drive the team forward now? They've gotten a staggered spawn, and they can collapse here.
Oh dear.
Glory's dived in a little bit too soon, though. It's going to be a trade. Seeker with the use of the thruster pack gets the kill.
Thought he almost duped himself with the thrust for a second. Sadly, they weren't able to get the camouflage, though, and Lethal, if he can clean up this kill, it puts them just 5 away from taking the second map. Snipe Drone doing very well to just be an awkward kill, though. Again, not allowing the easy trade. Eventually, the grenades will be his demise, but now we're going to see Sentinels with a chance just to surround the Quadrant roster, because they have the extra player, they got that initial pick. The delay of the kill actually may have helped Sentinels, as they're only 4 away from taking map 2.
Make it 3. Lethal tried to close distance to go for the trade. Unsuccessful on this occasion, though. Falcate over towards Loop, pressing forward. Seeker could have been the point of contact. He got tagged up just a touch. He'll know he's there. Snipe Drone on the driveway. Continues to take damage. SLG there too. 1 kill required. And it could be coming the way of SLG if he's not too careful. Glory's there to help. And it is. Lethal locks it in. 1-1 the series steps. Glory's in pipes. Boo Boo's gone hunting, and Boo Boo's found one. Perhaps waiting for that shock rifle to come off the spawn, looking to grapple it. It is up now. And he's going to tip over and scoop it up. Grappling now over towards C-Plat. Straight in the face of one. Can he lock in the second one? The answer is no. But will just about Spider-Man his way out of dodge.
Yeah, just about survives, and all the meanwhile was enough of a distraction to allow Sentinels to pop that second point on the board here.
Here's the fire over towards Boo Boo Doo Boo, but he's got a player positioned behind them. That's perfect from Sentinels. Do a little poke damage, back away, your teammate gets the kill. Seeking a 1v1, Seeker wins it.
It's a lot of 1v1s that we've seen Quadrant just coming out on top of. Had they not, then this game would have already been done, but they're just keeping themselves alive, just doing enough. Snipe Drone trying to do exactly the same. That's what they need. They need to be stepping up. They need to be winning these fights, as they will lock in a second hill. But
Precision, standing guard. Glory slides forward, but straight into the crosshairs. Running out of time. Seeker's in the hill. Can Sentinels clear it out? Camouflage for Lethal. Soaring forward. Eviction orders in hand. Seeker's taken care of. Lethal steps out, but Quadrant's still in the hill. Quadrant's still holding, but that's all they have time for. 4 dead. Sentinels win.
Sniper rifle. Glory's found 3 kills elsewhere. It's all 4 dead. The flag is moving, and it's all looking good for the green team.
The man from Cork can do it all. 3 kills with the sniper rifle and picks up the flag as well. You can be an objective player and a slayer at the same time, it would seem. He's a 2-on-1. You've heard of Swiss Army knives. This one's Irish. 1-0 to Quadrant.
And boy, did they need that.
This flag appears to be making inroads now towards home base. Glory not doing a lot of damage, but as I say that, rips the face off one. The flag down. Quadrant patiently waits. Snipe drone slides in. 2-0 to score.
Just temporarily. Third flag's on the go here. And it's Glory again at the helm, saying, look, you run it, I'll get the kills.
He's been clinical so far. And I'll tell you something, if Quadrant are going to win this, it's off the back of what he's been doing. Snipe drone driving this one home. 2 in the grave for Sentinels. Takes damage, gets shut down. Is there anybody else on hand to slide in and punch this one home?
Glory's there, Seeker's just below, they need to work together. Boo Boo's going to have one last ditch attempt, but he goes down. Here comes the slide, and here comes the game. As we're going to a game 5, Quadrant will not fall.
Team forward. He gets cut down without having too much of an influence with the weapons. Falcate gets 2, and a big 2. SLG back tower. Both teams continue to jiggle pieces.
Small amount of hope for Quadrant here. Just need to deny some of these kills, but Lethal happy to take the fights. And that double kill might be the first nail in the coffin here for Quadrant. Start to pinch, start to prod, start to put as much damage in with precision. Dancing around, but it is now a 3-kill game. Camouflage in the hand. It's a 2-kill game. And all of a sudden, is it falling apart for Sentinels here as Quadrant begin to believe?
Hold the phone. Maybe there's a chance. Lethal falls. 1 kill required. 3. Precision locks it in. Game 5 victory for Sentinels.
Heartbreaking loss there for Quadrant, but they've been playing so well. I believe that they can definitely bring it up, hopefully on day number 2. Why don't we take a look at pool play? Our pool bracket right here, our pool chart, because we want to really talk about somebody that we haven't talked about yet. I wanted to highlight Native Gaming. Native Gaming has been getting comfortable with their squad, but we have not seen what we wanted to see from them. They had a matchup against ITB, a matchup that they had, a series that they had to win. Native Gaming, Tools, tell me what's going on with them.
Yeah, right. It's a team that's getting comfortable with themselves. We haven't seen what we wanted to see from it, but we're seeing light of it, right? It's just breaking through, right? We're seeing that promise, especially during this match against ITB. They go the distance, right? 5 games in this series, and honestly, I felt like Native was gonna do it with how strong they came out the gate in this game. Native in particular, I want to highlight Gilkey. This man was making play after play for his team, especially early on in this game. I think that this team is going to have to revolve around him. I think we're seeing I'd like to see them start funneling power weapons and other things to a player like Gilkey. I want to see him step up and take that mantle for his team and start being that more of a main slayer role, which can be like something a little bit selfish that's hard to do for certain players to have to take up and start that mantle. But I think that when we looked at bar for bar how Native played against ITB, I think they were right there with them. I think they're just out of reach.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. You talk about Gilkey. On the other end of things, I got to talk about Wootum, right? On the side of ITB, it was a must-win game against Native, right? And Wootum just showcase again what mouse and keyboard is capable of. And I understand, I talk about it very often. I mean, I have a right to. Wootem is making impact here, and I love to see it. I love to see what kind of plays he's able to make. Even games where he's not slaying out of his mind, he has so many assists, so much damage being output on the map, and that just it comes down to what keyboard and mouse allows, right? You can target switch so quickly. He's able to do that damage, and then it opens up for the rest of ITB to push forward.
I think you're right on with. I think Wootem's been an X factor for ITV, and I think that Wootem. Honestly, I don't know if this is crazy or not, but I feel like Wootem should be getting opportunities, kind of like how we saw Barcode get opportunities. Where if I'm an NA team, I'm thinking about it, because he honestly looks like a cheat code on the map sometimes too, of how he's able to put damage down on maps.
Yeah, and his damage, and then the capability of flag running, right? We didn't see any flag running clips there, but there was just this capability in an objective game, flag, oddball, whatever it is, where you can legitimately rotate so fast. You can cap those flags so quickly, and it's really important to have that type of player who plays that back roll, who's able to put down that damage, but also can play that objective and push in aggressively. The one thing I will say is, when you have a mouse and keyboard player on your team, it's really difficult to win those very close range individual pips. And yes, that's a weakness for the side of MNK, where controller's stronger, but on the flip side, you have that long range capability, and I think that's huge for any MNK player. So yeah, 100% agree, NA teams should be looking towards picking up Wootem.
I feel like there's a bit of a bias here, Active, considering that you love mouse and keyboard and you're wanting everybody to transition to keyboard, but I think there's something to say about mouse and keyboard gameplay being something that's up and coming. It's new to Halo, and it's exciting to see how this could possibly even change. Whoa, what is that?
We see 3 mouse and keyboard players competing right now in the open bracket over in London. In the lower bracket right now, Fluffy Aimers is going up against Mindfreak. Mindfreak has 2 mouse and keyboard players, and then Monster playing on mouse and keyboard on those Xboxes over in the open bracket right now.
Oh, did he actually do that? Did he decide? Because I saw him tweeting. He said, "I'm not sure what to do. I don't know if I'm going to play on controller or mouse and keyboard due to the Xbox and the play space." So he decided to play MNK. That's awesome.
Well, some of the videos I've seen coming out, I think yeah, he's playing.
Cool.
Tim is just waiting for a full mouse and keyboard team. There's just one more player, and it would have been a full mouse and keyboard team over there in London. The open bracket, guys. 2 teams have already qualified: SWAT Esports and Reversal Perfy. Thoughts on these 2 teams? SWAT and Reversal Perfy.
SWAT
you take
Esports.
It to us.
I'm so happy about SWAT Esports. I gotta say, I'm a little bit sad that they had to play against Mindfreak to get it done, because I love the Aussie boys. Like, those guys are great vibes every time I see them at events, and they're getting better week in, week out. It's harder for them to improve because they don't have the same competition that teams in LATAM and North America have to scrim against. But SWAT Esports is a team that I think can really represent for Mexico. I'm glad that they were able to secure themselves that pool play spot 2 events in a row in which they were able to do so. Tapping buttons is legit. This is a team that I'm excited for. My question is, I don't necessarily know who's going to come out and get that top seed out of these 2 teams, because Reversal Perfy, I don't know if they beat SWAT Esports on points, so we don't necessarily know where they slot up and whether they're going to Pool C or Pool D yet. But I think SWAT Esports might be able to create some damage down there.
Reversal Perfy has been a team that has been making some, they show up to all the NA online events. Tim, give me your thoughts on Reversal Perfy and their performance so far.
I mean, it's great to see them up there. The big thing for me is Common, right? The guy's been a part of Halo's. Like, I was matching up against him in MCC Halo 3. Like, the guy doesn't stop grinding, and he hasn't really had his opportunity yet, I think, to be on a roster that can make waves. And I think this roster, Reversal Perfy, this is his chance to kind of come along with these other, Cherished and Squad and do some big things. I think Reversal Perfy can go pretty far here.
We'll see. Congrats to the 2 squads that have already, qualified for these 2 spots, but we have 2 spots left to contend for. I want to know, both Tools and Tim, what teams do you guys think will take these last 2 spots?
This is the hard one. So who I think will take it, right? Fluffy Aimers and Bittersweet. Who I want to take it, Bittersweet and Mind Freak. I would love for Mind Freak to make some sort of upset happen here.
Yes.
The Australians, I'd love to see them represent, especially because they have those 2 mouse and keyboard players on that team. One thing you notice, you see how that station just went green? That means game 1 just started over there, over in London. So we're going to get results as we continue on with this post show. But I think Fluffy Aimers will win it. They're just such a good team. Obviously, losing King Nick has been a big blow for them. I believe Alex Shock is filling in for them this weekend. So this is an opportunity that Mind Freak, in my opinion, cannot let pass up. They need to play well and prove that they can beat a team like Fluffy Aimers.
For those of you catching up and wondering who Fluffy Aimers is, this is the squad. If you guys were watching NA, this was still deciding, and they're missing King Nick at the moment. So if you're looking at Fluffy Aimers, that's why we're talking about this is still deciding, and they were making some noise also in the NA scene, and looks like their game has begun over there because the show might be over on the Halo stream, but we're here, and the bracket's still going on over there in London. So there's still people in the event playing right now, and Mind Freak and Fluffy Aimers are facing off each other. We're trying to keep you guys updated as the scores do come in. Now let's take a look at the pool chart once again. Pool C. I feel like there's still teams here to talk about. Let's talk about Complexity. Spartan has been picked up. It's Ryan Noob and Spartan teaming up once again. They're no strangers to each other. How are they feeling? How do you guys think they're performing here on Pool C?
Yeah, so I'm gonna be honest, when it comes to Complexity, I think that they have a really high ceiling, but it comes down to Sparty, right? I think Sparty can play incredible. We've seen him be loud at this event, and what that tells me is Sparty's feeling good, right? He's feeling confident, which is so important. I think Sparty's mental is a bit shaky, and that's okay, because mine is too, right? It's part of life, but when he's confident, run away. When he's the dog, get ready to get bit. This guy is insane, and I think he's the X factor for this team. If he can perform this weekend, my goodness gracious, look for Complexity to break through.
Something I'd love to talk about with you, Tools, is Spartans. The pressure that he must have on him after not having the best performance in the last Arlington event due to health reasons. Now he's on a second LAN, and now he has to perform well. He has to perform well. What pressure do you think he might be having while performing here today?
I think for him, it's almost like a chip on his shoulder where he's wanting to prove to the world that was more of a fluke. I know he's been working a lot on getting better mentally and physically so that he can perform at that high level, and I think that's probably going to be key for him in the future. So far, I think he hasn't been performing bad, right? He has a 0.92 KD, second highest for his team, only behind Descendant, who's hovering around that 1.0 area. He's keeping up with the team. I think that they took a game off Faze, which is great, right? The problem is that when you look at the other team in the pool, Cloud9, they took 2 games off of Faze, and they looked very good in their pool play match. So there's going to be a lot of stock put into that Complexity Faze match, and one thing that we're not really talking about is that Cloud9 Complexity match. I believe it got delayed until tomorrow. You know, Cloud9 is going back to the hotel tonight. They're all 4 getting in a room. They're putting on the VOD of Complexity versus Faze, and they are trying to dissect everything Complexity did in their match against Faze to try to get any sort of advantage.
Why don't we go ahead and take a look at that Faze versus Complexity match.
To start the game almost perfectly, you would say. Objective type. This is a great example of what Wes was talking about, right? He's doing objective, he's doing slaying, he's picking up power-ups, he's controlling the map, and he's almost put Faze 1-0 up. But more importantly, he's playing his life perfectly as the camo is going to pop.
This is unbelievable. Look at this. Might be the killing spree on screen.
There
yes, indeed. The shot caller himself picks up another one, and now it will only be a dip of the toe. He's going to do it himself as well, and that will be Faze on the board. An unbelievable clinic from Snakebite. Could be able to step in. They haven't done it yet, though, and now they should be able to finish with an island.
Oh, but there's the kill. There's the kill. Complexity still find themselves 2 dead, but another double kill here from Snakebite should calm things down for just a few seconds. The race looks like it might be run by Royal 2, but it's another trade in and around that hill. This is carnage, and nobody looks like they want to lock this one down.
Sentinel knows he needs to stay alive, but he has to challenge this kill. See if he can get
it's huge.
A big win for Renegade there.
Renegade with that win might have just won this hill as well. Ryan is the closest player to that hill. And he won't be able to step in. So with just 5 seconds left on that game clock, Faze will tie this one up at 2-2, and next hill's going to win it.
Down to the absolute wire, but
we were so close. But close isn't good enough. Faze are the team who played to that last second better than anyone in the Halo Championship Series, and they're showing it again here.
Just about tied here. Faze will now inch into the lead here. Moments away. Final push from Complexity.
Royal 2 gets that first kill though, and that means that it's going to be a desperate push, and Renegade is just thinking it's time to pad some stats. A double kill for him, Complexity 4 dead, and Faze go 1-up in this series. And Frosty, with the kills going in the favor of Faze, just in the build-up to this little passage of play, it should be a very comfortable pickup for him. Does manage to wander in as well with that camo and pick up the beatdown without being traded out. And at 21-13, now is the opportunity to make the play and be dynamic. Here is one, Snakebite picks up another, Rhino sees the camo and decides, I do not want any of this. They don't have to make too many plays now. It's up to Complexity to get them 3 dead, to get them 4 dead, and when Renegade's already picked up the next power-up in this camo, it's going to become a tougher and tougher task to do.
Yeah, this is a terrifying cushion here. Might even pick up another one. He does. Another double kill. 3 dead. Does not trade. They're up 39-27. And to be honest, a team like, here's another one, of course, takes out Spartan. He's running back Hydro, kills everything that happened to pass through that zone. Now they're up 41-28.
That's not going to be the case. Turns it into a triple kill himself. Clears out his side of the map almost by himself. And now he's looking to line one up on Ryan, but Ryan is, of all the players, the one not to give you the opportunity for the OV. But Royal 2 says, I'll take someone else down.
I was going to say, Ryan Noob's been there way too many times before. Sparty is 1 hit on the cuts. We'll see if Frosty can clean this one up. Should be able to do so. It's a good battle, though, coming out of Spartan to make sure that Frosty, the flag runner, is no shields, but not enough, as the flag carrier will have his shields returned. Now a second chance at this run.
That's unfortunate for Ryan, the Bulldog didn't quite bite as much as it needed to.
Let's see. Spartan now no damage. That was still 2 dead. This should be safe. We'll see where the pressure is going to come from. Huss is on plat. Ryan Noob on plat as well. Based on the pressure, this one should go.
All right, there you guys saw it. Guys, we have something prepped for you all today. Let's take a look at Pool B really quick, because I saw a lot of people in chat that were trying to catch up with everything going on. And our last game that we saw was OpTic versus Quadrant. Here we have OpTic and Quadrant facing off against each other. Let's go ahead and take a look and jump into that game to see what happened.
Not a lot of time. Formal's got to make a play with this camo if they want to deny this game from being all tied up. Here comes OpTic once again. Dead zone, Formal, both find kills. It's a 3-on-2, and OpTic have taken over Yard and will take control of this game here with a second point if Quadrant aren't able to get back into Yard. Trippy finds a double, and that guarantees the point for OpTic.
And they aren't even afraid just to double up inside the hill there. Not letting a single person get even in towards Yard. So they don't have to worry about that gold angle. He's cleaning up shots from players who are weak at driveway and over at the loop. The only downside of this is, where are the spawns going to happen for those players on OpTic?
Yeah, it looks like Lucid was able to get camo while all of this was happening, but they are spawning so far away from this hill that the point is perfectly captured by Quadrant after the retake.
It'll be tough, especially this first half going towards OpTic. Lucid not taking any chances, takes it in his own hands, gets a perfect right there, and keeping control of the Yard. Pressure on Snipe Drone. He's in a 1v2. He's going to try to charge the fight. Nowhere to go. You either run to Lucid.
And that's a problem, because Snipe Drone's going to be a staggered respawner right now for Quadrant. They're even able to take down Glory. And it's a perfect 7 hill for OpTic.
If you want to make sure you're going up 2-0 here from the OpTic side, just absolutely on fire. If I remember correctly, when I was watching SLG versus Sentinels, he won a fight he had no business.
That one, he's able to transition on to a kill on Snipe Drone and to another kill. So that one-on-one, how impactful that was, because of Formal's impact on the next combat loop was massive.
Yeah, that's the biggest part about this game, is as you win that 1-on-1, are you getting some extra shots after? Are you getting a melee in?
Just 2 kills. The push out of pipes is the bravest thing I've seen today. Dead Zone opens the door for some space for OpTic Gaming. Lucid gets a double himself. All 4 down for Quadrant, and OpTic take a 1-kill lead.
And do they have them all trapped in one spot? No. Somebody over at Pipes, SLG at Pipes, split spawns over at Elevator, and that is huge for Quadrant, because they got all stuck in one location. That could spell bad news about SLG, the hero of this game.
Yeah, Lucid so confident in this position. Doesn't hit the plastic pistol shot. Gets knocked down to no shield. Pays for it with his life. A kill is traded out, but Camo now in the hands of Quadrant as you're seeing that player jump up Turbine. It does get traded out. OpTic Formal rips the Camo player's head off with Shock. This is a big one, and SLG gives you the big one that Quadrant need to make it 49-47.
49-47. Formal has a shock rifle, but they are scared of trading out anything. As soon as one person is too close from OpTic, expect the charge to happen. Formal trying to get any sort of pick. Needs to make them fully punished before they make any charge across the map.
Quadrant are not in a position they want to be in right now. All stuck in pipes, and Formal changing positions with the shock rifle is going to catch someone off guard. Snipe Drone doesn't take the first, but the second one is true from Formal. 49-49, they find two. Last two players are alive. Something I didn't know we'd be trying to say here as this one's kicked off. The series all tied up, and OpTic Gaming looking for a response after a Game 2 loss.
Oh my gosh, does not get the back smack onto Dead Zone and gets the trade out in the end, but that's such a roller coaster of events. You expect to get a kill on the Rockets and have a Rocket player, but that flag is already moving? Are you kidding me?
Spawning towards the courtyard does take a couple bullets of damage once they get his shield back. His teammates are pulling the flag. SLG finds a pick. SLG finds a body shot. SLG gets a nade onto Formal as well. A lot of damage that may be able to get capitalized on from the rest of Quadrant, but where are they? Seeka's coming through green. Two players in the training. Seeka finds them both, but that flag carrier did get shut down by OpTic. Nobody on Quadrant in a position to run that flag, it appears, and it will be a battle for map control that we're seeing. And
so what control they have over on bridge and training?
There's two down for Quadrant. One does come off respawn, but here comes OpTic Gaming across the bridge. It appears they have a snipe as well, and Trippy is here to stop the cap. Seeka takes down Trippy, though. The flag not being returned just yet. Loose sit down. Nobody on Quadrant spawning near that flag. The return comes through, and it's the Trippy Lucid duo that shut it down themselves.
As I say, that Dead Zone grabs the ball, rotates it on over, and looks like he faked towards pillars, then ran back towards key door? I can't tell. But there's also some power in the route you take with that ball. So many players just adjust instantly, saying, all right, they're going to come out this way. I'm ready for it. Yep, they commit to a route, they double back. Just like that, Dead Zone scooping up the last 3, 2, 1 points there, and that's round number 1 going for OpTic Gaming.
A dominant round 1 here. Taken down very quickly. A great kill from Quadrant will reset this ball. Glory with snipe in hand. If he hits a shot, they can take this to a round 3.
And SLG putting the pressure on right away with this ball reset. I like this play from Quadrant. Do not let OpTic get comfortable. Don't let them spawn to full force and push back. Glory grabbed the last 2 points there, and that's going to be a tie game we got here.
Let's go, Quadrant.
It's just the curse of competitive gaming timing. You look away, that's when they're going to pop out. And Glory, what can he do with this camo? He sees the threat. Does the threat see him?
Glory needs to kill Formal here. The sniper is the bigger threat. Trippy not the bigger threat here, but Formal doesn't spot him even though he shoots. But Formal hits the no-scope and the body. You gotta regret that decision, and Glory with the camo fails to make the play to remove Snipe from the hands of Formal, and Formal will make Quadrant pay. The fresh camo has chosen not to activate it yet, playing a little bit greedy. Now that he's popped it late, the camo will live longer, but no, it's a beautiful grenade one shot on the top tower that reveals him and takes him down, and all of a sudden what was once a very powerful situation from OpTic is now immediately erased by one grenade.
For a short bit in time, but Quadrant should have a good amount of information, knowing that Dead Zone was over at tower and that players were spawning over near Nest or Green. Now, what did they decide to do with that information? I don't know.
Wow. That 5 from Dead Zone was something to watch. 56 and starting to climb. This game will be all tied up momentarily. These trades are insane. These shots are even more insane. Dead Zone with the second back-to-back 5 will push the series or the lead in Game 4 for OpTic Gaming here in round 3.
Yeah, we highlighted in round number 1 when OpTic were going even in slays, they were dominating the objective.
They retake the lead 81-80.
Ball going towards back tower. Formal does not want that to go, but knows that it's a trap. He realized someone was not watching immediately from plat, and it's too good to be true. Your spidey senses start to tingle, and you're like, this can't be right. Where's this person at?
He says it's quiet. Too quiet. checks his corners, and because of it, he's able to get that kill. That ball gets played. Formal goes back to bottom middle, picks up that out ball. 10 points is all OpTic need. Where is Quadrant across the map? No one near Formal, and Formal with full shield and 97 points looks to put this ball in an unwinnable situation for Quadrant, and OpTic find a way to close this series out.
Incredible their game there for OpTic, and heartbreaking loss for Quadrant there on their home. Quadrant, it's just OpTic is such an incredible strong team. And speaking of incredibly strong teams, well, I want to hop into the open bracket. Actually, the 2 squads that have been qualified already is SWAT Esports, and they've been flown all the way from Latin America, and they've qualified already for that one of those spots in pools. I want to hear from them what they have to say about their qualifications.
This is the open bracket. We are here, at the other end of the winners bracket as well. We're here with Nugget from SWAT LATAM. You guys just beat Mindfreak 3-1 to make pools. Firstly, how does it feel?
It feels great, man. I think that winning in the open bracket was the first step. Now we gotta focus on the second step, that is performing well on pool play. And after that, if we qualify, we need to perform well in the championship bracket, so we're not like really getting comfortable.
Yeah,
we know that we need to keep playing, perform well, and do the correct decision so we win in our matches.
And obviously we haven't decided pools yet, but is there any pool that you would want to go into?
I mean, as I told you in the last interview, we don't care in which pool we get. We just need to focus on our shit and win.
Perfect. And I guess last question for me, LATAM, ANZ, like the two kind of I guess some sort of lesser regions, how does it feel to get one up over them?
I think that we're like the underdogs, no one believes in us, but I think that once we prove that we're good, everyone will start to respect us. If we're playing in the open bracket, we want to show to the world that we deserve a pool play spot, because everyone was saying that we didn't deserve that. And now that we're performing well and proving people wrong, it keeps motivating us.
Perfect. Mate, that's been Nugget, that's been SWAT LATAM, this has been Open Bracket.
You tell him, Nugget. Guys, SWAT Esports is looking for respect. They feel like the underdogs, and they're looking to prove that they're not the underdogs. They're looking to show everybody that they're here for a reason. I want to hear you guys' thoughts on how this team's performance has been so far.
Well, I love the response of he doesn't care what pool he gets in. He doesn't care about who they're going to play up against next. To him, it's the mission is to represent, right? It's to be worthy of being a Halo pro and being guaranteed that pool play spot, and I respect that, right? And it's time to show that you've been working towards that. The team is good enough. This is the best team we've ever seen from Mexico, period. There's no team that's ever been better than this team here today. They need to come out out of their open bracket into pool play and at least make their matches competitive. I think they have the right mindset, and I'm honestly really excited to see how they play tomorrow morning.
I'm excited to see a team from Latin America qualify. So shout out to everybody from LATAM who has been also watching and rooting for their squad through open bracket. Tim, any thoughts on Nugget and what he just said?
Yeah, I mean, LATAM has been looking for an opportunity to get involved, right? And this is their opportunity. I love the confidence out of him. I love that, their mindset, like Tool said, is in line with what needs to happen. There's a big road ahead of them. Whatever pool they get in, it's going to be a difficult task. And all I can say is, vamos.
Vamos. There you go. Congrats to SWAT Esports for qualifying for that first spot in pools.
Whoa.
Whoa.
We can't just let it get. He said
What?
He said vamos. That was like the most white vamos I've ever heard.
Let me hear you say. Let me
Mike, come on. What's wrong with it? Vamos? She just doesn't do anything. Like
What's the problem, man?
I just feel like if I would have said it, she would have.
I would like to.
All right, Aliak, go ahead. Give us a real one, Aliak, please.
I would like to say that Tim's vamos was actually pretty. It was really good. I've heard Tools say some horrendous English words. Okay, let me hear you say it, Tools. Let me hear your vamos. Come on.
Tools. I feel like this is a witch hunt.
That's what I thought.
I feel like y'all put too much pressure on me. But hey, SWAT, La Am, vamos.
There you go.
Good
That
job.
was good.
Have a good tournament. I'm ready for it.
That was good. If there's any Latin peeps in the chat, Spanish-speaking people, let me rate Tools' vamos right there. I would love to hop in and talk about our second team that qualified already. We already know that Reversal Perfy has qualified for one of the pool spots. Let's go ahead and listen in what they have to say.
Guys, it's open bracket. We're here kind of at the end of winners bracket. I'm here with Cherished from Reversal Perfy. They have just made it to pools. Mate, how does it feel, firstly, to get to pools, and secondly, to beat an EU team to get to pools?
You know, it feels incredible. Last time I made it, I had to play through Open was last year in Arlington, and we actually played the exact same team, and we beat them there too. So coming into here, I knew they'd have a little bit of a mental block against us, especially Mose, because I always yell at him a lot. So it was a lot of fun, that series, and I was looking forward to it for sure. I dropped a nice little 55 bomb at the end of the last game. That went hard. We played really good as a team overall. Yeah, a lot of unfortunate shit happened to us today, but we powered through it, through the adversity and everything, and I'm really proud. I couldn't be happier with how we did.
Perfect. Obviously, we won't know exactly yet which pool you're in, but which pool do you want to be in?
Honestly, we don't really care what pool we're in, because at the end of the day, you're gonna have to play everybody in champ bracket and to win this tournament. You know what I mean? So we're actually more open to getting into a better pool, just so we can get better practice in those reps and just close out a series, and then we're in champ bracket and ready to go against the best teams in the world.
Awesome, man. I guess last question, obviously you're still in this event, but are you also excited for Atlanta, kind of SSG, kind of those majors as well?
Absolutely, man. This has been my dream my entire life to do this. I didn't get a chance to until Infinite came out. So every event I get to go to, I really cherish it and take in everything that's happening. And I'm really grateful to be where I am and to be able to compete, especially coming to a place like London here to compete. Man, it's a dream come true. Genuinely, it's a dream come true. Being surrounded with great people like you, it's a dream come true.
Appreciate it. Yeah, guys, that's been open bracket. Congrats to Reversal Perfy, the first ones through the pools.
Congrats to Reversal Perfy, and we just heard it from Sheris how excited they are to have qualified. They flew all the way to London for this, and they've made it. They powered through. I want to ask him, what did he power through? Was it jet lag? Was it tournament delays? What was it, Sheris? Let us know. Congrats to Reversal Perfy and Cherish for this qualification. What do you guys have to say about Cherish's Cherish? I can't now. It's say English words now. Now it's me. Cherished, cherished, powering through this and qualifying.
Well, 55 bomb, right? Impressive performance when he needs to play his best. I like that he's chirping. I'll say I've been watching all these videos that the European Halo League's been putting out. Shout out to Euro Halo League on Twitter. They've been doing phenomenal coverage of the entire open bracket this weekend, but there's not that much chirping from the EU folks. You know what I'm saying? Come on, where you at, Euro boys, huh? But I'll say I think Cherished. I think that team's ready to go. I think they know what the job is, and I think they just had fun today. They knew that they were gonna get through.
I feel like we should see what's been going on in the venue. I feel like we haven't gotten a cam from the venue. What's been happening over there? I don't know. Let's see. Let's look at this.
What the fuck are you doing?
Oh. Jeez. Hey, that's good old Mind Freak right there. Hey, two mouse and keyboard players on the Xbox. That's a big upset, by the way. That happened earlier in the bracket in that round 4. That's awesome from Mind Freak right there, getting that beating Bittersweet like that.
I like that the vibes are vibing in the venue. We got to see the screams. Expected. I was actually looking at, oh my gosh, ITV. They've been so active on Twitter lately, and I think they posted their win against Native Gaming. Was it? I'm not sure what squad it was against, but they were aiming at them. They were so yeah, Tools. There's been some screaming in the venue. I feel like you just missed it out, huh? You want to be in London?
I want to be in London so bad right now. And look at this. This is big news. Mind Freak just took game 2. Fluffy aim, and that one could be going the distance. Both our series in the lower bracket right now at 1-1 apiece. Yo, the competition has to be crazy. I wish we had an observer in there right now.
Too.
Oh,
anybody with a phone somewhere?
Yeah, we need someone with a phone on the floor.
There's got to be someone in the chat.
What's going on over there? We want to see. I'm going to show you guys. So what we're looking at right now is the contenders for the last 2 spots. There's 2 spots left for pools, and they're just fighting their lives for it right now. Tools, you said Mind Freak was one of the contenders on your side, and wait, hold on. You say Fluffy Aimers and Mind Freak? No, Bitters.
No, I
what were your predictions for the last 2 spots?
Fluffy Aimers will win, but I want Mind Freak to win. You know, and then Bittersweet is. I think Bittersweet will win on the other side.
You agree there,
I'm
Tools?
the same.
I mean, Time.
I'm the same. I want Mind Freak to win. Scoob is my boy. He's the one who started mouse and keyboard Halo. Okay, he deserves a spot, and we need to see as many mouse and keyboard players as possible. I'm biased. I want mouse and keyboard at every station. I want Royal 2 on mouse and keyboard. Put Lucid on there. Put Formal on it. I don't care who it is. Let's just get the whole Halo, the whole HCS on M&K. M&K only tournament next tournament.
I want to see if there's who in the chat actually plays here mouse and keyboard. I want to see. Let's see if Tools has got his conversions over there. Who's converted to mouse and keyboard? Or if you're controller, tap controller.
Controller gang all day, every day.
Oh, same.
That's me. I write my emails with my keyboard.
Oh, here we go again.
I work. My keyboard is for work. My controller is for play. But you know what? When I'm playing, I'm putting in work because my controller act like 2. So controller gang, roller gang all day. Give me that auto aim. You know, honestly, I don't know what the mouse keyboard players even have to complain about. They have auto aim themselves too. You know,
it's not auto aim, Tools. Okay,
it's not
it's friction, brother.
Dude, friction. Oh my god.
It's friction. Listen, let me explain the difference, okay? Your controller pulls the reticle to the target. It's like, come on, reticle, over here. This is where you're supposed to shoot. On mouse and keyboard, it slows it down, okay? It's very different. It's very different. You need a bot to help you aim, and I don't. That's just how it goes.
Well,
for once, I agree with Tools on something.
Yeah,
I agree.
I'll just say the history.
For gaming, keyboard is for working. I will say, Active, you say that we need the little bot to help us aim, but I don't know. Sniping on mouse and keyboard is kind of way too easy on Halo. Come on, you know wrong. It's cheating. You know it's like cheating. You know.
We're a little overpowered. It's okay. Don't tell anyone though. I don't want 343 listening and nerfing us like. We're starting to make a resurgence. Like we're the 300 Spartans against. You know, we're good. Just. You know, we're good.
Hey, LVT here, just dropping in. It's 2-2, mouse and keyboard all day, baby. All day.
Bang! That's what I'm talking about, man.
I'll say we 1v1s in front of a bunch of people on the biggest stage possible, literally in a Major League Baseball stadium on the biggest screen possible, on that Crown Vision Royale. The controller gang came out on top. That's all I gotta say. That's all. You know, if I could, 1 second, let me unscrew this real fast. Let me drop my mic real fast for you, Tim. Nah, actually, my arm's gonna go up like crazy if I do that. But hey,
I think I just grew another white hair. Yeah, I think another one just grew because of you.
All I gotta say, we just know the result is controller gang all day, every day.
He didn't want to rematch at Orlando, by the way. He was scared to rematch me. In fact, if you go check Tools' Twitter, I think he tweeted something about me on his Twitter. Some nice words. It was really cool.
Yeah, a man that needed to go to work, was doing work, making sure that broadcast at Orlando was getting it done. Somehow leaves his PC to go do work, and people infiltrate.
What?
I'll have you know, identity theft is a serious crime.
Eliak, help me here. This man is unhinged.
I'm coughing because unhinged. You want me to help you?
Yes. Listen, I take back
I'm
what
the victim.
I take back what I said about controller.
I'm not helping you right now.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm alone.
I I will say though, Tim, I did see a bunch of mouse and keyboards in the chat though. I think there's definitely no prize on mouse and keyboard. I think that is definitely true. But maybe one day we'll just have to just get along, you know?
Yes.
One
maybe
day.
One day.
Maybe one day. I want to challenge you two into a game of who gets that Halo Pro. Let's do it. Mouse and keyboard versus controllers, though. Let's see.
You know what? Do we compete against each other right here?
Yeah.
I'll probably be wrong, to be honest. I'm not good with faces.
All right. Well,
I'll try though.
Well, who do you got, Tim?
Falcated.
I was literally thinking the same. I was thinking Falcated right away.
Ty?
But
I don't know.
Is it that simple?
Whoever's standing there is just very like, he has like a very like a proper stance. I don't know. He's like very straight and very like, you know what I mean? Like he's not like there's no flow. It's like more like I'm standing here. I don't just, you know what I mean? Like it's just very.
You know what
What's
I'm waiting?
the word
You know what
I'm
I'm waiting
looking
for? You know what I'm waiting for? The Guess
What?
That Halo Pro Woo Tim edition, where he's holding up the keyboard. I'll get that one right. I can tell you, I'll get that one right away.
Cheating once
He's like,
again.
oh, I see box. Oh man. All
You
right,
see the
let's go
chat
sing it up,
saying,
right?
chat saying,
it's
Falcated. It's me. I see Walshy. No, it's not Boomer Edition. Jimbo. No, I don't know who it is.
Did you just call retired Halo Pro Boomer Edition?
I did. I didn't do it on purpose though. I like how Tim is.
Hey, I'm a boomer. I'll tell you right now. Like, oh my gosh, I can't react to the staircase. I fall often. So yeah.
Yeah. This is not retired Halo Pro Edition. But I mean, maybe it is. We could have been thrown as a curveball here. I see a lot of Falcateds in the chat. You both thought Falcated, right?
Yeah, I will say I said it first. So
what happens if it's a tie?
Yeah.
Well, I think we both get it, but we can clear it up and see if any of us want to change it over. Ooh, that's not
Falcated. Trippy. That's trippy.
You think it's trippy? Is it trippy?
I don't know.
I feel like the
trippy.
shoulders aren't broad enough for it to be trippy.
This is not trippy.
Dude, this is so hard. Man, who's got a little poop?
Skinny lethal.
Who's got a little poop?
I'm gonna go
feel like-
Spectre. Someone says chat says
trippy.
Spectre.
I'm
I'll go
going
Spectre.
Okay.
That's not a bad guess. All right, let's see if it is the Spectre.
Wow.
God damn!
Cheater.
Let's go, Riddick. Let's go, Riddick. Yo,
This one
Riddick
doesn't
nailed
count. This
that.
one doesn't count. You guys are reading. You just picked us off of chat. I don't know.
Oh yeah, he's like the chat's there to help us.
Let's go, Riddick. Let's go, Riddick. Let's go ahead and take a look at the next one and see if you guys guess this one. Oh.
Druck.
Ooh.
What in the Simpsons?
Yeah, I was thinking Druck right away. Druck, maybe Talek.
I just see a Simpsons character.
No, yeah, but Talix goes straight on. He's got this smile, right? I don't know. I think this is Druck.
Tetrify in chat
definitely get
says
the Druck
Druck.
vibe. Someone said Tusk.
Lethal. Someone just really wanted to be lethal. That's his third time.
If he says it enough.
Yeah, it's like maybe this one it'll be lethal. I don't know. I what's going on with the head though? Is this a hairstyle or is this the head? You know, their face. What in the blur?
It's hard to tell with the blur. Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah. Do you guys want to clear it up? Do you want to use your clear up blur
Yes.
Yeah, let's clear
token? All right. Let's clear the blur.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh my
that's
gosh.
not Druck.
That is not Druck.
That is. Oh my god. He would kill me if I forget his name for sure. But I definitely forgot.
Man, who is
Oh
this?
my god. I have
got
it.
a
I
bigger
have it in
head
my
than me,
brain.
so.
Soul Snipe? Could it be Soul Snipe? I feel like the hair is not curly enough.
Chat saying Frosty. Manny.
I think
Legend.
Frosty actually. Yeah, I can see Frosty. I'm gonna go with Frosty.
Frosty.
I don't think it's Frosty.
Kowski said Descendant. I feel like it's. Man, I really want to say Soul Snipe, but I feel like it's not correct. But I'm gonna I'll double down on it. Oh, Eco. I'll lock in with Eco. I'll take an Eco.
Isn't Eco usually wearing like a really cool like hoodie or something with like a
Usually, but I don't
right?
know. It's kind of summertime. It could be hot.
Summertime. All right. So you guys doubling down on Eco?
Someone said Sika. You know what? I'm gonna go to Sika.
Wait,
why you
that
keep
could be
changing?
Sika.
You can't change it over and over.
Just chat. Yeah, we can change it until it shows up.
Oh, all right. Well,
Wait, Tim, what's your pick?
I forgot already who I picked. I'm gonna go with Talik.
Okay, Talik, and
I'll
then
go
so you're
Sika.
going with Sika.
Yeah.
All right, let's clear up and see who wins this one.
I swear to God, if it's Soul Snipe. Oh, it's
Drift.
Yo, that's so hard,
Nobody got it.
dude. That's so hard. Louis trying to torture us over here.
There you go, guys. Learn your LATAM players.
That kid could
Drift.
pick me up and toss me out a window. My goodness
Dude,
gracious.
that SWAT Esports jersey's sick, though.
That is pretty sick,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
You gotta have longer sleeves. Look how short those sleeves are. My guy.
He's gotta
like,
show off the work, man. That's hard work right there.
Show off the guns. Congrats to SWAT Esports, by the way. They just qualified. We were just talking about them. Drift. All right, it was Drift. So wait, what's the score? I forgot to keep count. That's my one job. My one job.
I feel like Louis gets a point, right? If he stumps
That's true.
us.
Yeah. That's a good
Okay,
idea.
Louis gets a point.
So first to 3 wins. I think we should do like first to 3. We could do Louis/Twitch chat. So like we miss it, and then Louis and Twitch chat wins a point.
I'm definitely losing this. I'll try though.
So Tim's at 0. I'm at 1. Twitch plus Louis is at 1.
All right, I like it. Let's see. What's our next one? We just want you guys to see Drift a little bit longer
Mighties.
here. Taking the shirt.
I'm gonna go with Mighties.
Whoa,
That's fast.
that was fast. That was very fast. I
I
do
can
not.
respect a fast one. So
Stellar.
folks, I believe every guest at Halo Pro that we're seeing today are from pictures from the event. So it's someone that's competing at London.
This could be stellar.
Yeah, I can see a stellar.
I feel like this could be stellar. All right, so Tim, you had your which one was your player? You said it's so
Mighties.
fast.
Yeah, Mighties.
All right, you're locking it in.
Yeah.
It's Mighties.
I'm locking it in.
All right, Tim's locked in. All right, Tools. What's your guess?
Oh, dude, this is so hard. I'm gonna go stellar. I think you're pretty on point with stellar. I feel like I can see it.
Okay, you locking that in? Are you sure? Let's see what chat says, just in case any of you guys want to change your mind. Lasky says Penguin, Huss. Let's see, Bound. There's a lot of bounds and there's some
like it's not
bounds there. Wootum. Could be Wootum. But there's no keyboard. Oh, no. Does Wootum wear his hair back? I don't know what their pictures right now is.
I've always seen
Right.
it unblurred a little bit, clear
All
it
right,
up.
you guys want to use your unblur? Because you know what we could also do is like guess without the unblur, and you could you use your token.
I'm not confident whatsoever.
Okay, all right. Let's clear it up a little bit.
Oh, wait a minute. That is not
you
Mighties.
guys are locked in.
that
You
is
guys are
not-
locked in.
No,
You guys are locked in.
What's wrong with you? See unblur.
They were locked in, right, guys?
Dude, I feel like Louis is giving. I think I'm gonna go Frosty. I'm gonna lock in Frosty.
Oh, I was
Yeah.
gonna do Frosty. Oh man.
You get a point. I mean,
Yeah, I'll do Frosty.
All right. I'm gonna go Frosty too.
I think
Not
chat
that I'm
very
playing.
Yeah. Your chat. How about that? You to play for chat.
I play for chat. That's a lot of
Yeah.
that's a lot of my shoulders. I'm gonna say Frosty. All right, let's clear up. Is it Frosty? It's Frosty. Damn, that blur was crazy though.
Yeah, that one definitely stumped us on the blur.
Yeah.
I'll say it's
Yeah.
a great picture of Frosty. I'd be hanging that up on the wall if I was him.
Yeah, agreed. That's a really good one. So Twitch chat won because they said it first.
Oh yeah, shout out to Twitch chat.
They actually said Frosty from the very beginning.
Wow.
You said I'm Frosty. Like I'm chat, right? All right, I speak for chat. Cool. I speak for chat. All right, who's our next Halo Pro?
Dead Zone.
This.
Oh, that's a good spot up guess right away, man.
That's a good guess. I was gonna say Trippy, but I don't think he currently has his like hair. I think he's like. Because he had a long hair moment, but I'm not sure if he has it long hair right now.
I'm gonna say Descendant. That's gonna be my guy for right now.
All right, I'm gonna read chat and see what they think. Manny, Formal. I see Dead Zone, Collect. There's no one, like they're just spamming names at this point. Come on, guys, you gotta work together as a team. Work together as a team. Formal. Let's see. I bound ping. There's a few Dead Zones. I think they say Dead Zone too. Tim. They're signing with you, I think. Ryan Noob. All right, let's go ahead and do you guys want to use a blur? Unblur a little bit?
I'm confident. It's up to Tools.
Oh, Tools, you confident?
I mean, I feel like chat will always want it unblurred. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Okay.
Are you trying to make them because you're not confident in your choice right now?
Yeah, I think I should get 2 points if I'm right, because he's not confident.
Yeah, how about this? How about we can lock it in before the unblur, but we always unblur it. But we can lock in before.
And then you get 2 points.
Right.
Yeah, so you can get 2 points if you lock in before.
Hey.
So you're locking in.
Yeah, locking in Dead Zone, yep.
All right.
I'm gonna not lock in.
Okay. Not locked in, but you want to use your unblur.
Yeah.
Unblur.
I think we always unblur, but we can lock in for 2 points. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah. All right. Let's go ahead and unblur.
Oh, you got fucked, bro. That's definitely not.
Shoot! I told you I'd lose.
Man, it looks like they're wearing a hat. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like long hair with a hat.
I think it's Huss. Huss likes to wear hats. Maybe.
With the blur, I thought Trippy, but I don't think it's Trippy. I don't think his hair is long right now, guys. I see you guys saying Trippy, but I don't think his hair is long right now. These are current, like, new photos. Let's see. Manny, Huss, Precision, Dead Zone. All right, what's your guess, Tools?
I'm gonna say Huss.
Huss? Okay, Huss. And then locked in with Dead Zone.
Yeah,
all right, what's chat's decision? Let's see. They're saying Dead Zone too. Do I lock in chat as Dead Zone? Well, let's see. If neither of you get it, then it's a point for chat. All right, let's go ahead and guess who that Halo Pro is.
Wow.
Oh,
your hubris. Your hubris.
There it is. It's Huss. All right. So Tools, you got 2 points. Louis has 1, and Tim, you got 0. All right. You got 0. So it's first to 3.
I got 1, right? Frosty
Wait, did you
was
get
1, or is that a tie with everybody?
I think it was a tie.
Yeah, we'll just go 0 then. All right, I got 0.
We've lost track. This is a very well thought out game. The rules are written in stone. The rules are written in stone here.
Next one wins.
Yeah.
Next one wins. All right. Who is that Halo Pro? Let's swap it to the next one.
Oh, wait.
I know it. I'm gonna give Tim a chance, but I know it.
Is that a keyboard?
I'm
gonna go Wootum.
I feel like it's like
I'm gonna go Wootum.
You are so faded. You think that's Wootum?
It's
Bro,
a
that's
really
disrespectful.
tiny keyboard. It's tiny keyboard.
It's disrespectful.
Is he pointing? He might be pointing.
I think isn't it like a fist? Maybe.
No one's saying the person I think it is. I think it's Falcated.
I'm gonna say Wootum. Lock in.
I see 2 snake bites. Oh, you're locked in with Wootum?
Yep.